Chapter 1. Termination of Employment. Standing before the owner of the game company was a young man bearing deep, dark circles under his eyes, named Yi-sun. At the age of 25, he served as the primary programming lead and chief planner for the Dragon Ball mobile game, titled Dragon Ball: Divine Evolution. Despite his youth, Yi-sun had exhibited remarkable talent in programming during his academic years, honing his skills in game planning throughout university, where he was regarded as a practical practitioner among his peers. In his senior year, Yi-sun was fortunate enough to be spotted by the current owner during a national rookie game design competition. Not only did the owner acquire his game development team, but he also appointed Yi-sun as the chief planner of the entire game studio at the tender age of 25, a promotion that took him by surprise. In March of the same year, the game team was assigned the development of a Dragon Ball mobile game. However, the timeline was exceedingly tight, and Yi-sun had already been working overtime for a month. Yet the results still fell short of expectations. Numerous errors emerged throughout the development process, such as a lack of synchronization between the marketing and development departments, resulting in a severe disarray in the development timeline. Facing the owner's skepticism, Yi-sun mustered his spirits and patiently explained, according to the research conducted by the planning team, the market is currently saturated with Dragon Ball mobile games. 4 hours to stand out, it must not only be meticulously crafted, but also possess distinctive features. I am currently tackling the character lineage upgrade module, which many believe to be the game's crowning jewel, setting it apart from other Dragon Ball mobile games. But we need time. The owner let out a deep sigh. Yet you are aware of the substantial financial investment we have made to secure the rights to adapt this Dragon Ball mobile game and the largest distribution channels. The groundwork laid by the marketing department cannot be squandered. Time waits for no one. Our board has decided to cut back on the originally planned features and simply showcase what we have ready first. Yi-sun was left speechless. This was utterly absurd. While it was understandable to hastily elevate the development difficulty to meet deadlines, this self-sabotage was beyond reason. After conducting thorough research and market analysis, the direction for this Dragon Ball mobile game seemed fundamentally sound, and the planning team had adhered strictly to the original timeline, which had been previously approved by the board. A strong sense of foreboding washed over Yi-sun. He sensed a storm brewing. The owner was clearly impatient, as the mobile game market was notoriously lucrative, but this reasoning could not be the sole justification. Could it be money laundering? Yi-sun pondered as the owner continued. Incorporating elements such as martial arts upgrades, lineage enhancements, item exchanges, and potion crafting into the Dragon Ball universe is indeed promising. I do not wish to overturn the planning team's established proposal, but time is of the essence. Must prioritize. Upon hearing this, it was evident that the game was doomed. The planning team's original proposal would likely be slashed significantly. Currently, most Dragon Ball mobile games were branded with the slogan "Become a Super Saiyan and fight alongside others," following storylines closely resembling the manga. However, the issue lay in the fact that no one had ever considered establishing new character designs within the original framework of the Dragon Ball universe. These new characters need not embark on adventures alongside Goku and his companions. Yet, these innovative ideas were now the target of the owner's criticisms. Look here. The exploration segment of the original proposal within the Dragon Ball universe is utterly superfluous. There is no need for it. Akira Toriyama does not compensate for hard work. The soul of Dragon Ball lies with Goku. If players are not adventuring with Goku, can this still be called Dragon Ball? Would players be satisfied if there were no Super Saiyans among the selectable characters, such as Goku, Vegeta, or Trunks? At this point, further discussion seemed futile. The owner grew more animated. If we proceed with your vision, once the Dragon Ball craze fades, our company's investments would go down the drain. With iconic skills like Kamehameha, Kaioken, and Spirit Bomb at our disposal, why must you insist on character lineage and martial arts upgrades? It borders on absurdity. And one more thing I've always wanted to ask you. What is this super earthling concept you introduced in the later stages of the game design? Is there such a concept in the manga? Seeing the owner deliberately nitpick, Yi-sun could only respond helplessly, "Boss, I explained this last time. The super earthling concept is the crowning feature of the entire mobile game. Why should only Saiyans be allowed to awaken into their super forms or even god forms. Are Earthlings destined to be an inferior race? There's so much potential to explore here. Our original planning was indeed commendable. Imagine allowing players to control aesthetically pleasing young Earthling warriors as they gradually undergo lineage evolution and martial arts upgrades. Wouldn't that be the greatest selling point? Furthermore, the plot from the manga could also be incorporated. The owner slammed his palm on the table, shouting hoarsely, "Enough! Starting today, you are no longer responsible for this project. I have already signed on an experienced planner to lead the team in completing the remaining work. You may take your leave. As for the financial matters, we can discuss them another day. After all, it was you who delayed the entire project timeline. I cannot be expected to pay the full breach of contract penalty." Yi-sun was infuriated. Was he the one who stalled the project? Was it not the owner who insisted on overturning the original timeline? Hadn't the planning proposal been approved by the board after thorough selection and research? Internally cursing, Yi-sun witnessed the owner dismiss him outright. He restrained his anger and sighed heavily. The businessmen were growing impatient, attempting to shift the blame onto him. Truly, the owner's parsimony was glaring. "Please understand, your team failed to align with my market ambitions. Take your programming code home and rest. You need not come in tomorrow. I will discuss the contract termination details with you later." Perhaps realizing his own outburst, the owner hurriedly added the latter statement, but Yi-sun merely shook his head in silence and departed. As he announced his departure from the Dragon Ball mobile game production team, the members could not help but feel regret. They all understood the owner's mindset of hurry to market, make a quick profit, and leave, yet none anticipated the spectacle of such urgency. They had never encountered such anxious money launderers. For a young talent with skills, there were plenty of IT companies available. The lingering feelings were more of regret and indignation at being driven away. Upon returning home with his computer, Yi-sun felt as if all his energy had been drained. He knew the board structure was complex, and there were those who might seize this opportunity for money laundering. The owner had made it clear he only wished to expedite the game's launch for profit. With that, he had done all he could. Sigh, the vastness of the market has its downsides. Any shoddy product can earn a quick buck once it's launched. You were the one who approved the planning proposal initially, yet now you abandon it. I fail to comprehend why creating a good game is so difficult. Had you disagreed from the outset, our planning team would not have been able to forcefully advance the game's progress for the sake of ideals. After all, we could not afford a financial loss. Now you want to pin the blame on me? Even Benzema would weep. Yi-sun retrieved a bottle of beer from the fridge and sat alone at his computer desk, drinking. He gazed at his computer screen, where a wallpaper of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan god captivated him, and he lost himself in thought. After a while, he mumbled, "What's so great about Super Saiyan God? Those cultivators in fantasy novels who can shatter worlds and ascend realms could defeat you with ease. The Dragon Ball universe, which measures power solely by combat strength and destructive capability, is hardly a high-end cosmos. What does it matter how powerful your Kamehameha is? Did you win against the two-dimensional foil or the map of mountains and rivers?" After consuming several bottles of beer, Yi-sun began to ramble to his computer. If others had heard him, they would likely have laughed uncontrollably, for he was uttering childish grievances. "For instance, if I were in the Dragon Ball world, none of you would dare to lift a hand against me." As he continued speaking, Yi-sun's consciousness began to blur. He felt utterly exhausted, as if his eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds, irresistibly pulling him down. Just before his eyes sank into darkness, he caught one last glimpse of the wallpaper featuring Goku's transformation in a Super Saiyan god. In the stillness of that night, Yi-sun's heart ceased to beat. Shortly thereafter, the computer succumbed to a black screen, forever unable to reboot. On July 13th, 2017, game developer and planner Yi-sun passed away peacefully at home at the age of 25. His entire estate was inherited by his parents. Perhaps a small consolation was that Yi-sun had a younger brother and sister, ensuring that his parents would not be left without support in their old age. The following is not part of the main text. Readers are kindly asked to take note to avoid any subsequent time-wasting complaints or disdain. Firstly, this book belongs to the genre of grandmasters, distinct from the trope of indiscriminately recruiting disciples. It features a narrative centered around the cultivation of power on Earth, where the protagonist excels in manipulation, strategy, and nurturing various factions, ultimately unifying the planet and effortlessly conquering the universe. However, it is essential to clarify that this is not a tale of unrestrained destruction or ostentatious displays of superiority akin to characters like Long Outyin or Zhao Ritian, though. Naturally, some elements of that nature will inevitably emerge. Furthermore, the narrative will incorporate the concept of internal energy, as the protagonist must impart martial arts that enhance bloodline, potential, and other abilities to fortify his faction. It is worth noting that the early chapters may bear a slightly urban flavor. Nevertheless, I assure you that I will strive to remain true to the essence of Dragon Ball, closely adhering to the world building established by the esteemed Akira Toriyama. Therefore, dear readers, I kindly request that you refrain from criticizing the internal energy aspect, as Toriyama's original concept of ki was significantly influenced by Hong Kong martial arts films of the time. Thus, this internal energy concept is not excessive, is it? Moreover, some readers may find this introductory chapter superfluous, suggesting that the narrative should commence immediately after the protagonist's arrival in another world. I consulted with the editor regarding the possibility of omitting the first chapter, and he responded, with so many Dragon Ball fanfictions out there, having this additional context add a unique touch to your story, deleting it would not be advisable. Chapter 2. The Hall of Yama. Yi-sun found himself ensnared in an unusual dream, traversing an interminably long path suspended in the clouds. The horizon stretched infinitely ahead, while behind him, the origins of his journey remained obscured, and a glance downward revealed an unfathomable abyss. Despite the considerable length of this road, its width was rather narrow, measuring approximately 2 meters, and devoid of any safety measures. A fall from this precarious pathway would likely render him unable to return. He had lost track of time, yet he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Goodness, this dream seems excessively prolonged. Where on earth am I? Yi-sun mused, perplexed by the absence of hunger or thirst and the curious lack of day and night cycles, which only compounded the strangeness of his surroundings. As he continued walking, a peculiar sensation washed over him. This path bore an uncanny resemblance to the Snake Way from the Dragon Ball manga. Could it be that my obsession with the success or failure of the Dragon Ball mobile game has led me to dream of the Snake Way? While lost in contemplation, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Hey, you there, wandering spirit. Come this way quickly. Yama is reviewing the Book of Life and Death. If you missed this batch of reincarnations, he will surely be held accountable. Startled, Yi-sun turned to see a figure operating a small water sprinkler, beckoning him over. The individual was entirely blue-skinned with a prominent horn atop. His head. Wasn't this the civil servant from Dragon Ball who waters the Snake Way? Could it be that I have indeed dreamt of the Snake Way? Ha ha ha, what a vivid dream. I am genuinely curious to see if Yama resembles the oversized uncle depicted in the manga. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly realized that if this truly was the Snake Way, then walking in the opposite direction should lead him to King Kai. Approaching the civil servant, he politely inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct me to King Kai's residence?" The sprinkler-wielding gentleman replied earnestly, "Just walk in the direction behind you. However, at your current pace, it would take you several hundred years to reach King Kai. On the other hand, the Hall of Yama is just over here, and we can arrive there quickly. Allow me to escort you." Yi-sun pondered the plot of the Dragon Ball manga. Acknowledging the truth in the civil servant's words, King Kai's planet was indeed exceedingly distant. Even Goku took half a year to reach it during his first journey, and given his own lackluster speed of 14 seconds for 100 meters, traversing 1,000,000 kilometers of Snake Way would undoubtedly require centuries. How peculiar. How could a wandering soul like you be found directly on the Snake Way? Noticing the civil servant's bewildered expression, Yi-sun chuckled. I seem to have lost my way and was just contemplating which direction to take. Had I not encountered you, I might have inadvertently ventured toward King Kai. Upon hearing this, the civil servant's face lit up with understanding. Hop on. I shall take you to the Hall of Yama. Since you are lost, Yama may scold you a bit, but please do not take offense. Yi-sun was well aware of Yama's notorious temper, as even the deities of Earth had been reprimanded by him to the point of silence. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept into Yi Sun's mind. Had he truly perished? This dream feels so incredibly real. Have I perhaps traversed into another realm? Impossible. Instinctively shaking his head, Yi Sun dismissed the notion. This was not an online novel. Such frequent transgressions into alternate realities were implausible. Perhaps the pressures of work had simply led to an exceptionally vivid dream, fueled by his intense passion for Dragon Ball. As the adage goes, what one contemplates during the day often manifests in dreams at night. To traverse the Snake Way and visit the Hall of Yama within a dream is, after all, not without its merits. The sprinkler-wielding civil servant remained blissfully unaware of the oddity that a wandering spirit, having consumed the soup of oblivion, could possess knowledge of King Kai's planet across the Snake Way. Such an anomaly in itself was quite extraordinary. Before long, Yi Sun was brought to the Hall of Yama by a water-sprinkling vehicle. Contrary to the depictions in comics, this Hall of Yama was truly magnificent and grandiose, in terms of sheer visual impact. Yi Sun felt as though he were standing at the foot of an enlarged Patala palace. However, the architectural complexity and splendor of this Hall of Yama far surpassed that of the Patala palace. Observing this, Yi Sun mentally nodded, recognizing that this was indeed the appropriate appearance for a place associated with the cycle of reincarnation, unlike the childish representations found in comics. Once the water-sprinkling vehicle's driver departed, Yi Sun could only walk alone through the colossal entrance of the Hall of Yama, which stood nearly 100 meters high, making him feel like a diminutive figure from a tiny kingdom. Before he could express his astonishment, an individual clad in official attire rushed toward him, and, upon seeing Yi Sun, bluntly exclaimed, "You're the last one we were waiting for. Where on earth have you been? The souls that arrived with you have already been processed by the Book of Life and Death. Fortunately, the King of Hell is away today, and the reincarnation matters are temporarily being handled by our judge team. Otherwise, if the king were to find out, he would undoubtedly cast you directly into hell. Can I just wait for the next batch?" Yi Sun retorted nonchalantly. To his surprise, the staff member expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "What utter nonsense! Do you have any idea that the 10 kings of hell govern the reincarnation of 3,000 worlds? Each soul from every world bears its unique mark, and each reincarnation must occur in a timely manner. If you miss your chance and forcibly enter another world, it could trigger a widespread butterfly effect, causing chaos in the causal chain. No one can bear that responsibility. Each batch must reincarnate within the designated time. We do not wait for anyone." Yi Sun was taken aback. The Dragon Ball comics had never mentioned such details. Was this something his subconscious had fabricated in his dream? What should I do then? Am I to be reduced to ashes? The staff member sighed. Regardless of who you were in life, once you've crossed the Naya Bridge, consumed Meng Po's soup, and walked the Yellow Springs Road to arrive here, we treat everyone equally. That if you've lost your way, we also bear some responsibility for not guiding you properly. Therefore, it seems we'll have to work overtime and think of a solution. Upon entering the Hall of Yama, the staff member appeared somewhat apprehensive, and after confirming that no one from the other judge teams was present, he proceeded inside. He understood that the King of Hell would never permit such a situation to occur. While the processing of Yi Sun's soul was a minor issue, the more troublesome consequence would be a deduction in his performance metrics. The other members of the judge team would be eager to undermine him and make his situation more precarious. After all, he was responsible for this batch, and if anything went wrong, he could not escape blame. Was there no way out? Yi Sun gazed around the vast, empty Hall of Yama, which contained only a particularly large courtroom table and a substantial laptop. The staff member knew that soon, people from a judge team would arrive to verify the status of the previous batch. Once that was completed, they would proceed to the next batch, and, at that point, he would no longer be able to conceal the truth. However, time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly devise a plan to send Yi Sun's soul away, ensuring the reincarnation system would automatically record it. Otherwise, his performance metrics would suffer, and his civil servant record would bear negative reviews, jeopardizing his chances for future promotions. "Is there a problem?" Yi Sun asked, puzzled by the staff member's anxiety, after seemingly making a decision. The staff member turned to Yi Sun and asked earnestly, "Listen, because you've missed your time, the system won't initiate your reincarnation. if I exploit a small programming bug to forcibly send you away? Will you blame me? Why would I blame you? The staff member replied, exasperated. To be honest, if the king of hell discovers that you haven't left, you'll be trapped here, forced to toil in the underworld. And I will also face demotion. That it's a shared fate. One rises together, one falls together. The competition among other judge teams is fierce. Wait, so you want to shirk responsibility? Because any soul not certified by the king of hell's book of life and death, if forcibly reincarnated, could undergo unpredictable transformations. For instance, you might have been human, but you could end up as a beast because you were indeed meant to follow the human path, yet without the book of life and death as delineation. You cannot be definitively categorized as human. Sun chuckled. Do as you wish. I just want to be reincarnated. The staff member's expression brightened, inwardly relieved that this soul was so agreeable. Had it been another soul, they might have gone straight to the king of hell to file a complaint that I'm truly a genius at deception. Sacrificing your soul guarantees my performance metrics. What a trivial matter. The staff member promptly retrieved a laptop, leaped onto the king of hell's table, connected the data cable to the king's computer, and then nervously opened a program. Sun's eyes lit up. He had never realized that reincarnation could be manipulated in such a manner. All right, hurry up, go, or you'll miss your chance. The staff member pointed to a gap in one of the doors. As for which world you end up in, that's entirely up to your luck. Sun pursed his lips and shrugged, conveying indifference, then strode confidently through the door. Once Sun's figure vanished, the staff member quickly tidied up the scene, making it appear as though nothing had transpired. Fortunately, I had once trained in the King of Hell's deputy officer preparatory camp. I knew how to programmatically intervene in the main reincarnation system. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Young man, I wish you good fortune. If you die again, remember to thank me before drinking Meng Po's soup. Souls that bypass the book of life and death during reincarnation typically experience some changes in their fate, so you want to be an ordinary person. You are destined for an extraordinary life. I hope you can realize all the values and ideals you pursue. However, this member of the judge team could never have imagined that Sun had not consumed Meng Po's soup at all. His sudden arrival in this universe, which featured a Dragon Ball version of the Hall of Yama and the Snake Way, was, in itself, a monumental crossing. Chapter 3. The Ruthless Tao, bye-bye upon entering the door. Sun was enveloped in light and subsequently lost his normal consciousness. He felt as though he were in a perpetual state of rotation, unable to discern anything clearly amidst this swirling sensation. Sun recalled the numerous instances in which his irregular eating habits, due to overtime, had led to bouts of low blood pressure and dizziness. Yet he had never anticipated that all his efforts would be rendered futile with the termination of his contract by his boss. How infuriating. Alas, during his university days, he had always dreamed of developing a Dragon Ball series game. After finally finding a platform, he hadn't even had time to run the program he had painstakingly written. What a waste of time. I hope you go bankrupt soon. As he cursed inwardly, Sun's consciousness slipped into darkness, and he believed he was on the verge of waking from this dream. Upon awakening, he intended to discuss the termination amount with his boss and then take his program to interview at other mobile game companies. He refused to believe that his technical abilities would leave him without new partners. After a considerable time, he heard a voice calling him, as if beckoning him. A son, pull yourself together, wake up. Although Sun had yet to open his eyes, the voice sounded like that of a youthful individual calling out to him. Could it be his younger brother? But he shouldn't be on break. Right? Something felt off about the voice. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sun struggled to open his eyes, and his vision gradually shifted from a blur to clarity. However, compared to the person before him, he felt an intense pain radiating from his body. Even the slightest movement made him grimace in agony. How could this be? Great news! You were just a hair's breadth away from death. Sun withdrew his senses from the overwhelming pain and turned to the speaker, only to be struck with shock, as if struck by lightning. Standing at the bedside was a rather robust young man, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his gaze filled with determination. Yet, what astonished Sun the most was the eye on the young man's forehead. Who are you? The young man looked momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, could it be that Tao Bye-Bye, my master, was too ruthless and injured your brain, causing amnesia? Tao Bye-Bye? Surely no one in this world would name their child Tao Bai Bai. When one mentioned Tao Bai Bai, the first image that sprang to mind was that of the infamous killer from Dragon Ball, dressed in Qing dynasty attire with a braided hairstyle that why Yi-sun's heart jolted. Tentatively, he inquired, "Are you Tianjin fan?" Tianjin fan fell silent for a moment, suspecting that even if his son had not suffered severe amnesia, he likely experienced a concussion due to the trauma, resulting in temporary memory loss. "I am Tianjin fan. Oh, you recall. What happened to you?" Yi-sun's eyes widened as he lay on the bed, lost in a daze, his expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost. Utterly speechless in response to Tianjin fan. Observing this, Tianjin fan did not press him further, but, with a sense of resignation, directly stated, "Ah Sun, time is of the essence that I must return to the Crane School immediately. Otherwise, Master Crane will certainly grow suspicious." At this point, Tianjin fan's expression darkened, adding, "Moreover, the death of your parents was indeed a calamity. Tao Bai Bai, your master, is an assassin. I suspect he accepted a bounty from your family's enemies, which is why he targeted you." As Tianjin fan recounted these events, a series of images began to materialize in Yi-sun's mind, revealing many familiar faces, yet he had never seen them before. Why did he feel this way? Tao Bai Bai, Tianjin fan, the parents of Yi-sun, whom he had never encountered, and why was he a disciple of the Crane School? What was happening? Muttering to himself, Yi-sun lifted his head to gaze at Tianjin fan as if he were a monster. Tianjin fan, taken aback by the shock in Yi-sun's eyes, hurriedly explained, "Ah Sun, I am genuinely trying to help you. But Tao Bai Bai is far too powerful that he and Master Crane are brothers. Anyone he wishes to kill cannot escape. With my current level of martial arts, I wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of Tao Bai Bai's garment. When he disables your martial abilities, I will be utterly powerless to assist you. I am truly sorry." Tianjin fan's understanding of Yi-sun's plight was entirely different from what Yi-sun intended to convey. However, recalling the dream he had in the Hall of Yama, Yi-sun realized that he had indeed crossed over to another world. At this moment, an indescribable emptiness enveloped Yi-sun's heart, for he understood that his soul had directly descended into the body of a 13-year-old boy who shared his name. A clear case of possession. One should not assume that crossing over would bring joy. The separation from his previous family's embrace and the uncertainty of his future in this life were profoundly painful for Yi-sun. Moreover, from Tianjin fan, he learned that this body had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Tao Bai Bai, with joints shattered and tendons severed in both his right hand and left foot. Particularly haunting were Tao Bai Bai's words echoing in Yi-sun's mind after he had been incapacitated. "I killed your parents. I intended to kill you, as W. Certainly, all of this is merely a preamble." He is now beginning to draft his subsequent plans. If memory serves him correctly, Tianjin fan and Bulma are contemporaries. Currently, Tianjin fan is 15 years old, which implies that Bulma has just entered high school. At this point, she is yet to embark on her quest for the Dragon Balls, meaning the principal narrative of the Dragon Ball manga has not yet been set in motion. Sun Wukong is merely an 11-year-old boy living in the depths of the mountains. Given this, the only course of action is to find a way to become Sun Wukong's companion. Otherwise, I shall have no opportunity to turn my fortunes around, with Sun Wukong's innocent and carefree nature. As long as one treats him kindly, he will reciprocate with even greater kindness. Becoming friends is exceedingly simple. That it is not that Yi-sun lacks the courage to venture forth on his own. Rather, his current deplorable physical condition prevents him from even practicing martial arts. He can only aspire to accompany the protagonist on adventures alongside Sun Wukong, forging a bond of friendship to earn his acknowledgement and trust. Subsequently, he would enlist Sun Wukong's assistance in locating the Dragon Balls, wishing to restore his body to the pinnacle of human condition. Indeed, that is the wish, for the eternal dragon cannot fulfill desires beyond its capacity, such as adjusting one's battle power to exceed 500, which is simply unrealistic. The deity who created the eternal dragon possesses a battle power of merely around 300, and although the power of the eternal dragon remains a mystery, given its defeat by Piccolo Daimao, it suggests that the dragon itself may lack combat prowess. Here, Yi-sun discards the original storyline of Dragon Ball GT, as the world of Dragon Ball remains largely unknown to him. Even having read the manga, he cannot guarantee that events will unfold precisely as depicted. Nevertheless, The fact that Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi are both good-hearted individuals instills confidence in Yi Sun, even if the narrative diverges from the manga. It is likely close enough, and that suffices. Although the Eternal Dragon possesses limitations, it should be feasible to restore Yi Sun's crippled body to that of an optimal human condition. The pinnacle of human physique represents the ultimate limits of ordinary human genetics. Once those limits are reached, he can then focus on genetic evolution, for human genetics pale in comparison to those of Saiyans and other elite cosmic races. Leaning on his crutch in Jiaozi's courtyard, Yi Sun reflects on what constitutes the pinnacle of human condition. He considers Master Rashi and Master Shun, as well as Tao Pai Pai, who live beyond 290 years. These are not merely long-lived individuals. Their battle power has surpassed the critical threshold of 100, which seems to delineate the boundary between immortals and ordinary humans. This conclusion stems from discussions Yi Sun has had with fellow Dragon Ball enthusiasts while writing his reviews. Once human battle power exceeds 100, essential changes occur within their genetics. For instance, their reflexes may allow them to dodge bullets, and their muscle strength can withstand the impact of bullets and common explosives without sustaining severe injury. Consider the golden-haired Lan Shi, who has attacked Master Rashi and Krillin with firearms, yet they merely felt discomfort rather than suffering fatal harm. Observing that both Master Rashi and Master Shun can catch bullets barehanded, one can see why Master Rashi is hailed as the god of martial arts. That it is little wonder that Tao Pai Pai flaunts his prowess, as the government dares not openly hunt him down. Not only would they be unable to defeat him, but conventional firearms would also be ineffective against him. The use of heavy weaponry could result in collateral damage, and should Tao Pai Pai escape unscathed, high-ranking officials would find themselves in a predicament, as he is the world's foremost assassin. Reflecting on Sun Wukong's emergence from Karen Tower, where his battle power surpassed 100, he not only defeated Tao Pai Pai, but also single-handedly challenged the entire Red Ribbon Army. Hence, many Dragon Ball aficionados pinpoint the first transformation of characters in the Dragon Ball universe at the achievement of a battle power of 100, at the very least. Surpassing this threshold grants one a degree of freedom from mundane constraints. While one may not act entirely as one pleases, they will possess sufficient longevity to accomplish their aspirations. Yi Sun exhales deeply. Wukong, I can only bind my fate to yours. I hope you will assist me in my growth. Resolute in his determination, Yi Sun sets his sights on achieving a battle power of 100. For practicality is paramount. He possesses no resources. According to his recollections, the Yi family's fortunes have dwindled, nearly depleted under the coercion of that scoundrel Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai, regardless of what transpires, you shall meet your demise in my hands. After all, Sun Wukong did not fully eliminate you at Karen Tower. You will survive until Majin Buu obliterates the earth. Until then, I have ample time to cultivate. Chapter 5. The wash marrow technique. In the days that followed, Yi Sun lived in this village as a relative of Jiaozi, gradually becoming acquainted with the neighboring families. The village girls, upon catching sight of Yi Sun's handsome and refined appearance, would blush in shyness, yet could not resist greeting him. Don't interject a point. The previous incarnation of Yi Sun in that other world was a plain-faced recluse, whereas in this world his appearance is quite admirable, though he is presently a down-and-out youth. The villagers, aware that Yi Sun was there to recuperate, occasionally shared surplus meat and nutritious food with him, which deeply touched his heart. That it is often said that rural folk are shrewd, yet the people of Jiaozi's hometown are genuinely simple, dash-hearted. Why Yi Sun's current objective is to diligently assimilate the cultivation techniques left behind by Tianjin Fan. If he can successfully circulate this technique around his meridians, he will have mastered it. However, Yi Sun finds himself vexed. While this version of him possesses decent looks, his physical aptitude is woefully inadequate. Even if he comprehends the essence of the cultivation route, his bodily movements are painfully sluggish. As time passes. After a month, Yi Sun's body has regained the ability to walk normally, and the Crane School's heart technique is gradually approaching completion. At this moment, Yi Sun's body trembles, his forehead slick with sweat. The foundational quality of this body is exceedingly poor, and he endures excruciating pain from the ruptured meridians, remaining silent and resolute. Finally, after a month of exploration, he discovers a stable route, channeling his vital energy as he prepares to complete a full circuit of his meridians. Success. Yi-sun feels the vital energy within him connect seamlessly, the true celestial circuit finally established. Although the obstructed meridians are difficult to expand, and those ruptured by Tao Pai Pai cannot be trained, at least his body is not entirely beyond repair. This provides a foundational basis for cultivation. Alas, one tendon in his hand and one in his foot are severed, truly a devastating blow to his future prospects. In his moment of frustration over his circumstances, a peculiar voice suddenly resonates in his mind. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have leveled up to LV1 a first-time upgrade. Little Dragon will conduct a free martial arts technique selection based on your current situation. What? Little Dragon. Yi-sun leaps up, momentarily forgetting his bodily pain. His expression a mix of shock and joy. Upon confirming the data panel in his mind, tears cascade down his face. For Little Dragon is the name of the upgrade system assistant he meticulously programmed into his Dragon Ball mobile game, a system entirely crafted from his painstakingly typed code over the years. If he has truly brought this upgrade system with him upon his transmigration, does that not mean he has already won half the battle? Regaining his composure, Yi-sun wipes away his tears in response. Little Dragon, initiate the system to match and select a martial arts technique. Receiving the instruction, the system scans the host's entire data and physical condition that IT will provide the most suitable internal cultivation technique based on the principle of tailored education. Soon after, Yi-sun observes a treasure chest materializing within his mind's data panel, its contents seemingly vibrating as if attempting to escape. As fireworks blossom on the panel, the items within the treasure chest exuberantly break free. Upon glimpsing the title on the cover of the book, Yi-sun's face lights up with joy as he reads the prominent characters. The Washmarrow technique. Ha! I knew it. A character with subpar talent like mine. Upon reaching LV1, would surely receive a foundational technique, such as the easy muscle change or the divine reflection technique. I never expected to acquire the Washmarrow technique. Fate is indeed on my side. Yi-sun, overwhelmed with joy, was so exhilarated that blood streamed from his nose. With the acquisition of the Shisui Jing, it was merely a matter of time before he regained his optimal physical form. The foremost function of the Shisui Jing was to cleanse the marrow and fortify the bones. It not only reconnected all severed meridians, but also maximized the expansion and development of the body's vital energy channels, thereby unlocking and releasing latent potential. Previously, he had contemplated enlisting Shenlong to restore his physique to the pinnacle of human capability. Yet now, he realized that the Shisui Jing could achieve this on its own. Even a fool, if able to unleash their potential to the fullest extent, would undoubtedly surpass the average individual in excellence. However, if an already exceptional person were to tap into their full potential, the results would be astonishing, akin to the likes of Sun Wukong or Vegeta, or the resurrected Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. But yet, upon further examination, Yi-sun stumbled upon a revelation that left him utterly astounded. Within the panel detailing the Shisui Jing, there was highlighted information indicating that it could promote the evolution of human lineage. Promote lineage. Evolution? Yi-sun narrowed his eyes, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. It seemed he had not included the aspect of lineage evolution in the functionalities of the Shisui Jing when he initially conceived it. Could it be that the Shisui Jing inherently possessed this capability? Of course, this was the real world, where phenomena could not be entirely dictated by his crafted program. Had he not previously pondered whether the narrative of a comic could be fully encapsulated? Change was inevitable. Acknowledging this, he suppressed his excitement and hastily reviewed the detailed introduction that IT stated. The Shisui Jing is divided into 9 levels. With each level attained, the lineage will correspondingly evolve. The higher the lineage, the longer the lifespan, the more exceptional the physique, and most importantly, the greater the innate talent and the higher the cultivation limit. Yi-sun noted that the introduction provided little elaboration, leading him to speculate that perhaps upon reaching the 9th level, humanity would undergo a biological transformation, perhaps even becoming divine. Why was it that Sun Wukong could effortlessly defeat Tao Pai Pai after merely ascending the Karen Tower? Why did the Saiyans experience a significant boost in strength each time they sustained an injury and recovered? Ultimately, it boiled down to lineage. The evolutionary tier of Saiyan bloodline surpassed that of Earthlings, allowing Saiyan warriors to maintain an average combat power comfortably exceeding 1,000, while Earth warriors were fortunate to reach an average of 50. The disparity in average values hinted at an even greater gap in potential limits. Sun Wukong's combat power visibly increased with each training session or battle he engaged in. In contrast, Krillin and his companions found their combat power stagnating beyond 100. 000, unable to progress further. Even 10, a descendant of the three-eyed race, achieved little more than his companions. This stark contrast stemmed from the inherent differences in their bloodlines. That be why the time agent Bu made his appearance. Krillin and his peers had exerted tremendous effort to upgrade their already limited human bloodlines through martial training. But their starting point was too low, and their innate deficiencies made any accomplishments remarkable. If, however, Krillin and his friends could somehow catalyze their already maximized human bloodline to take a further step forward, it might yield a qualitative transformation. Perhaps they could indeed unlock a super Earthling state, dramatically elevating their potential with combat power soaring into the millions. Regrettably, Akira Toriyama did not depict such a scenario. Yet, just because Toriyama chose not to illustrate it did not mean Yi-Sun could not achieve it. Chapter 6. A comparison of combat power. The Shisui Jing could maximize the unlocking of his potential to the limits of human lineage, or even surpass them. Time was of the essence. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. With that thought, Yi-Sun promptly clicked to begin his training on the data panel. In that instant, he perceived the entire text of the Shisui Jing rapidly flipping through his mind like a fleeting shadow. This was an extraordinarily miraculous learning method. It disregarded Yi-Sun's learning aptitude entirely, forcefully implanting knowledge that was impossible to ignore. Concepts like skimming or photographic memory paled in comparison, for as Yi-Sun passively absorbed the Shisui Jing, his entire body became ablaze with heat. The previously faint vital energy surged uncontrollably, rampaging through him relentlessly. Severed meridians were forcibly reconnected with vital energy, narrowed pathways were violently widened, and any obstructions were directly breached until they cleared. Yi-Sun's expression twisted in agony. He writhed on the ground, overwhelmed by the brutal progression of the Shisui Jing, his entire body racked with pain. Mere seconds later, his face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless as he felt as though countless insects were gnawing at him, while thousands of needles pierced through his fingernails. Moreover, he could hear the horrifying sounds of cracking and popping emanating from within his body, echoing incessantly in his mind, as if Yi-Sun could no longer suppress his laughter. In truth, his analysis of the combat power within the entire Dragon Ball universe rested solely on one benchmark: Sun Wukong. Based on his meticulous research, it was estimated that Sun Wukong's combat power in the depths of the mountains was only around 30. This conclusion was drawn from the explicit revelation in Dragon Ball Z, which stated that upon his birth, Sun Wukong's combat power was less than 10. His father, utilizing a combat power analysis device, discovered that Kakaroto's power was even a meager one, categorizing him as the most inferior warrior among the Saiyans, a veritable waste. Thus he was dispatched to a low-combat power planet, Earth at that time. Earth's coordinates had already been exposed in the Saiyans' invasion plans. However, due to its low rating, it was deemed appropriate for the lower-ranking warrior Kakaroto to execute the invasion scheme, according to the Saiyan headquarters' original plan. After a few years, once Kakaroto had exterminated the Earth's inhabitants, they would send a mission completion notification, after which the Saiyans would dispatch an appraisal team to assess the planet's value, subsequently placing it on the auction block for affluent extraterrestrials seeking a new residence. Unfortunately, just as Kakaroto departed, the cosmic tyrant Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta. Add to the absurdity, Kakaroto, having sustained a severe head injury from falling into a valley, lost his Saiyan memories and underwent a drastic personality change, transforming into the innocent and obedient Sun Wukong. A twist of fate indeed. This moment, Yi-Sun's combat power of 82 had already surpassed that of the fledgling Sun Wukong, placing him at a considerable level among martial artists, albeit still rather impulsive. The specifics could be cross-referenced under the tutelage of Master Roshi and through his battles against the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong underwent unprecedented training. His most significant transformation occurred when he ascended Kirin Tower and encountered the divine Kirin. gaining enhancements in strength and speed, allowing him to decisively defeat Tao Pai Pai this time. Sun Wukong's combat power had reached parity with Master Roshi, approximately around 140. The primary evidence was that Bulma's scouter measured Master Roshi's combat power at only 137. Considering Earthlings' ability to suppress their energy, it was clear that this was not the full extent of Master Roshi's power. Yi Sun speculated that Master Roshi's combat power could hover around 160 if he truly unleashed his potential. When Sun Wukong faced Tian Shinhan at the World Martial Arts Tournament, his combat power had already surpassed that of Master Roshi, estimated at around 170, while Tian's power was about 150. Thus, the battle between Tian and Master Roshi was exceedingly fierce. It is worth noting that when Master Roshi, under the alias Jackie Chun, witnessed Sun Wukong's victory over King Chappa, he found himself in a moral quandary. The reason was simple. He realized that Sun Wukong had surpassed him. As a master, he felt immense joy. Yet as the martial arts deity, he was filled with fear, anxiety, excitement, and a tinge of resentment. Later, when Sun Wukong confronted the Demon King Piccolo, he was initially no match for him until he ascended Kirin Tower once more and drank the true super holy water, significantly enhancing his abilities, approximately doubling them. At that time, his combat power was speculated to be nearing 300. By the time Sun Wukong and Piccolo faced off in the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Both their combat powers had fully erupted, exceeding 370 after Raditz' arrival on Earth. Their combat powers in weighted conditions surpassed 300, and in their normal state, they could reach over 400 when they engaged in battle. Their powers soared beyond 500, while the Kamehameha wave reached 700, and the special beam cannon skyrocketed to over 1,000. Thus, there emerged a clear comparison. As long as Yi Sun's combat power quickly surpassed 300, the unsealing of the Demon King Piccolo would not pose a threat to him. Yet mere combat power was insufficient. He must also learn more advanced martial arts and other techniques, particularly enhancing his resilience. Therefore, when he reached level 10, he would seize the opportunity to select a martial art focused on external training. Chapter 7. The strongest on Earth. No one comprehends the upgrade mechanism of this Dragon Ball mobile game system better than I do. Besides triggering the main quests, numerous side quests can be sought after independently. Additionally, I have specifically designed a training system whereby each new martial art learned yields corresponding experience points. Moreover, every martial art already mastered possesses a proficiency level. By entering the training system, one can earn experience points through practicing martial arts. In a conventional game, one typically gains experience points through completing quests to level up, subsequently acquiring skill points to enhance previously learned martial arts. Naturally, Yi Sun retained the fundamental game setting of skill points, yet the martial arts upgrade system diverged significantly. For instance, a martial art like the Washing Marrow Sutra could not be enhanced using skill points. Skill points could solely be allocated to increase 6 fundamental attributes: strength, speed, reflexes, physical durability, bloodline enhancement, and innate talent. As for the advancement of martial arts, it necessitated self-driven practice. The game developers were undoubtedly displeased with Yi Sun's approach, as he devised a strategy that bordered on madness. Only by accepting quests could one gain experience points to elevate their level. Point 2, that upon acquiring skills, one could enhance any of the 6 fundamental attributes, resulting in a qualitative transformation in combat power. This retained the Dragon Ball universe's pursuit of pure combat power, particularly the extreme training methods of the Dragon Ball Z world, which focused solely on enhancing physical attributes. However, Yi Sun modified this through his understanding of Dragon Ball, introducing the concept of qualitative transformation in martial arts. Point 3. If one merely increased combat power without practicing martial arts, it would lead to a reduction in the number of attacks during subsequent main quest battles, limiting them to physical strikes. Despite high damage output, they would struggle against the diverse skills of opponents, making progression through the main storyline arduous, especially when faced with adversaries wielding various items while relying solely on fists and feet would be exceedingly taxing to secure victory. To avoid passivity during quests, one must refine their martial arts skills to execute tasks effectively, striving to elevate their level to acquire skill points. Point 5. This raises the question. Aside from a swift increase in attack power, What other differences would arise from continually enhancing these 6 fundamental attributes? The answer lies in the increased success and stacking rates of critical hits. What makes this game worthy of investment? Only after reaching level 20 can one purchase various items from the in-game store, which is a discussion for another time. Ensue opened the training system and was momentarily stunned by the list of martial arts available to him. Besides the washing marrow sutra, he had also learned the crane technique, the flight technique, and the complete crane heart sutra. The complete crane heart sutra was presumably the full version of the heart technique left behind by Tien Shinhan, while the flight technique was rather unremarkable, as anyone capable of refining their energy could achieve flight. Thus, he decided to practice the crane technique. In his previous life, Ensue had never studied martial arts. However, in this life, he was a disciple of the crane school, which never withheld its teachings from its students. They imparted boxing techniques, mental methods, and body movements without reservation, though regrettably, few ever survived to leave the school. The crane school had stringent entry requirements, permitting those with some skill to join, ensuring that its disciples possessed commendable physical qualities. That Ensue had entered the crane school purely as a hostage, retained until Tao Pai Pai had consumed the entirety of the Yi family's wealth before turning his attention to Ensue. The crane technique, though seemingly ethereal and elegant, fundamentally emphasized breaking power with power, overcoming cleverness with brute force, and operating under the principle that without strength, no cleverness could prevail. In essence, it was ruthless rather than mere hands. It was akin to fists, with a punch akin to a tiger leaping from its cage and kicks reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the sky. It harnessed strength to control speed and crush technique with sheer power, differing from Thai boxing, which sacrifices health for relentless training. The crane school practiced both internal and external disciplines that he closed his eyes, focused his inner energy, and then opened his gaze, emanating a powerful martial intent. Each move flowed seamlessly, like water, without hesitation. His limbs and spine synchronized perfectly, embodying a taut bowstring, with energy coiled tightly, and his fists and feet danced like a gentle breeze. With a final flourish, he concluded his training, his body cracking and popping with the release of pent-up energy. The sensation was exhilarating as the internal energy surged within him. Indeed, his experience points had increased. He continued practicing, for once his combat power approached 100, it would signify his departure from the realm of ordinary humans. No one in this small village could harm him. A fierce glint of hatred ignited in Ensue's eyes. He was determined to incapacitate Tao Pai Pai and the Crane Master, ensuring they suffered more than death. Yet, at that moment, a critical thought struck him. That's right, I still have plenty of skill points after leveling up. Ensue slapped his forehead and quickly opened the data panel, only to find that he had accumulated 36 skill points. Ha. It is fortunate that the system I have established offers novice benefits up to level 10. This has indeed been a tremendous assistance, alleviating my pressing concerns. My next objective is to elevate my combat power to 300, and then I shall truly unleash my potential. A surge of ambition welled up within Ensue. At this moment, he felt certain that before the arrival of the Saiyans, he would be the sovereign of the world, with ample time to delve into the path of advancement. Have I already accumulated 9 skill points for bloodline enhancement? Suddenly, it dawned on him that this must be a gift from the cleansing technique, which made things considerably easier for him. Moving forward, he only needed to manage the other 5 attributes. However, a thought struck Ensue. If the cleansing technique could augment bloodline attributes, did that not imply that once he exchanged for external martial arts, he could directly enhance his physical strength? Upon scrutinizing the other 5 attributes, he was elated to discover that each had garnered skill points to some extent. This revelation filled him with joy, as he finally comprehended why his boss regarded him as somewhat eccentric. Indeed, during the cultivation of martial arts, one could autonomously enhance various physical attributes, and he had been overly obstinate, deserving of the consequences he faced. I was truly too young. The cleansing technique had not only upgraded my bloodline attributes, but had also fortified my other physical qualities from a practical standpoint. It was indeed unnecessary to complicate matters further. Strength 5, Speed 7, Neural Reflex 6, Physical Resilience 5, Aptitude 2, Bloodline Evolution 9. Ensue exhaled, unable to suppress a triumphant grin. Initially, he had harbored some reservations, but after such a straightforward comparison, he fully grasped what possessing the system entailed, that I have not merely won half the battle. I have triumphed entirely. Given this, I need not squander skill points on physical resilience and bloodline evolution. I shall concentrate all my efforts on strength, speed, and reflexes that, as for aptitude, it can wait. Its importance is both paramount and negligible, and at my current level, there is no need to waste skill points on it. Thus, Yi Sun allocated his 36 skill points in a rather judicious manner, first investing 10 in strength, another 10 in speed, and yet another 10 in reflexes. After careful consideration, he assigned 3 points to aptitude, with the remainder still directed towards strength. Strength 18, speed 17, neural reflex 16, physical resilience 5, aptitude 2, bloodline evolution 9. These constituted all of Yi Sun's physical attributes at present. Most gratifyingly, in the combat power section, it clearly stated 175. A direct increase of over double. Excellent work. Yi Sun could not help but shout out loud. His combat power now rivaled that of Son Goku during his battle with Tien Shinhan, signifying that at this moment, Yi Sun had temporarily become the strongest man on this planet. He closed his eyes, savoring the vigor of his body and the formidable energy coursing within him. A smile gracing his lips, his time had come. Chapter 8. Preparing to depart. What can a combat power of 175 accomplish? In a vertical comparison across the entire Dragon Ball universe, one might as well return home to farm, for it is practically useless. However, in a horizontal comparison within a specific time frame, the possibilities are boundless. Engaging in murder, arson, and plunder would be child's play, if one were to harbor greater ambitions and wish to dabble in dark forces. Emulating the Red Ribbon Army and establishing a stronghold would pose no challenge whatsoever. Next, I shall attempt to gather some energy. At the very least, I need to familiarize myself with techniques like the energy wave. Each day, Yi Sun immersed himself in the joy of cultivation, losing track of time as he tirelessly practiced the Crane School's Crane Palm, having repeated it no less than 1,000 times, mastering its nuances. Now it was time to learn new martial arts. His experience points finally reached level 8, and upon breaking through to level 8, his combat power soared to 186. Why Yi Sun was acutely aware that this was due to not yet having cultivated the second layer of the cleansing technique. Once he mastered the second layer, his combat power would surely surpass 1,000, and with each subsequent level, the increase would become increasingly dramatic. For instance, transitioning from level 70 to level 71 could potentially yield an increment of several 100,000 combat power. Presuming that the cultivation of the cleansing technique was uninterrupted, should he merely cultivate the cleansing technique to the second layer and then cease, even if he reached level 90, his combat power would likely cap at a mere 100,000, akin to Krillin and Yamcha. However, if he were at level 90 and unexpectedly unlocked the third layer of the cleansing technique, successfully cultivating it could result in an instantaneous surge of combat power from 100,000 to 1,000,000. Well then, since my combat power has surpassed 180, it is time to pay a visit to the unfamiliar Yi family. Resolute in his decision, Yi Sun set forth to return home. Although it may appear that the programmer Yi Sun had usurped the soul of the martial artist Yi Sun, in truth, it was a profound merging of their spirits, interweaving their memories and emotions. Otherwise, why would Yi Sun, fully aware that Tao Bai was nothing more than a combat power 140 weakling, feel such an overwhelming urge to eliminate him? His memories and emotions dictated that Tao Bai had slain his parents, a vendetta that could not be overlooked, a debt that demanded retribution. Damn it, all the money that Tien Shinhan left me has been squandered. The need for substantial nourishment and martial arts training had resulted in the depletion of the wealth Tien had bequeathed for his livelihood, as Yi Sun indulged in lavish meals daily. Well, in that case, I shall undertake tasks while heading home, concurrently allowing for further cultivation and advancement. Why Yi Sun donned his cleanest attire, determined to make a respectable farewell to the village chief before embarking on his journey the following day. Thanks to the evolution of his bloodline and the rapid enhancement of his martial arts, Yi Sun's physical attributes surged, and even his height increased significantly. The once diminutive youth now possessed a well-defined muscular physique. Catching the attention of the villagers, that a bear-like ant waved amiably at Yi Sun, exclaiming, "Ah, son, you have become increasingly handsome. Would you like me to help you find a girlfriend?" Yi-sun, both amused and exasperated, graciously declined, hoping to evade her matchmaking efforts. Amidst the laughter of the village women, he hurried toward the village chief. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Dragon Ball universe is the coexistence of various anthropomorphic species, a fact known to anyone who has viewed the series. The Earth is home to a multitude of anthropomorphic beings who live harmoniously alongside ordinary humans. From an evolutionary perspective, this is rather unscientific. Yet he could not be bothered to delve deeper. The village where Dumpling resided was similarly characterized by this coexistence. Initially, Yi-sun found it utterly bewildering. Can one envision a panda clad in a long robe and conical hat, leisurely playing Go beneath a tree with an ordinary elderly human? In the past, while reading comics and watching animations, Yi-sun believed that artists like Akira Toriyama and Eiichiro Oda were akin to fairy tale creators, constructing an idealized fantastical world. However, when such a whimsical realm transitioned from the second dimension to the third, it became rather bizarre. The village chief, also a panda dressed in a long robe, exuded an aura of warmth and approachability. Upon hearing Yi-sun's farewell declaration, the chief nodded and said, "Dumpling has entrusted me with a request. Should you ever wish to depart, please allow us to provide you with a map to the nearest city. After all, our green bamboo village is a secluded haven, where aside from the youth who venture out for commerce, few others come. Ah, son, should you wish to return, we will all welcome you." After speaking, the panda chief offered a gentle smile, and Yi-sun felt a wave of warmth surge within him. The village chief seemed akin to a grandfather, with each word resonating with genuine concern. "Child, do not cry. I have a gift for you, the auspicious pouch of green bamboo village. May it protect you on your journey home. I will always bless you." Yi-sun inwardly cursed himself, realizing that in his previous life, he had been a heartless and thick-skinned individual. When his girlfriend ended their relationship due to his obsession with gaming and programming, he had waved her off without a second thought. Why, then, in the Dragon Ball universe, was he so easily swayed by emotions? It must be that this world's Yi-sun was overly sentimental, he reassured himself. Ding dong, a notification from the little dragon appeared. "You have received the village chief's blessing, permanently increasing your luck value by 5. What the hell? Yi-sun was instantly invigorated. Could this really be possible? However, Yi-sun quickly reconsidered. If one were to regard this world merely as the unfinished Dragon Ball mobile game he had been developing, then it would be reasonable to say that each step he took would trigger corresponding main or side storylines. After politely accepting the lucky pouch, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding dong, little dragon, obtained F-grade item. Panda pouch, upon equipping, physical strength 1. How intriguing. As a game developer, Yi-sun wore a knowing smile. With this understanding, he was well acquainted with the forthcoming settings, feeling entirely in control. Village chief, you are aware that I am being pursued by enemies. Luckily, with the help of Dumpling, I have been able to recuperate in his home. During these nearly 3 months, the villagers have assisted me greatly. Otherwise, my recovery would not have been so swift. I wish to repay everyone's kindness before I depart." The panda village chief immediately shook his head, saying, "Ah, son, we do not wish to trouble you. Those acts of kindness are merely trifles, just a matter of convenience. If you truly wish to repay us in the future, perhaps you could support 1 or 2 children from the village to attend school in the big city once you are financially stable." Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, Little Dragon chimed in again. "Do you accept the F-grade task? To sponsor at least 1 child from Green Bamboo Village to attend school in any of the 4 great cities?" "Accepted." After agreeing to the task, Yi-sun immediately said, "Village chief, our Yi family in East City is also a prominent family with extensive connections. Even though we have fallen from grace, we are still not in dire straits. If you trust me, please allow me to take a child from the village with us. Once we arrive in East City, I will ensure that my family assists the child in obtaining enrollment credentials." The Panda Village chief's face lit up with delight. "That is splendid. I believe in you." "Just like that? What if I sold the child?" Yi-sun couldn't help but chuckle at their naivety. After saying this, the Panda Village chief gestured for Yi-sun to wait, leaning on his cane as he walked into the back hall. After a moment, Yi-sun saw the Panda Village chief return with several small panda cubs. Upon seeing the adorable little pandas with bloodshot eyes, Yisun's heart nearly melted. The cubs, clearly quite young, clung to the panda village chief's robe in fear, their wide black eyes curiously observing Yisun. Grandchildren, this is Brother Ah-sun. Who among you is willing to accompany Brother Ah-sun to East City for school? Grandpa, if I go to East City, can I still play with the neighbor's puppy? That will certainly not be possible. Then I won't go. Grandpa, will we still be able to eat Auntie Bear's osmanthus cake in East City? I don't know. Auntie Bear will remain in Green Bamboo Village. Then I won't go either. Most of the little pandas were unwilling to go, and Yisun watched helplessly. Naturally, children would hesitate to follow a stranger. However, at that moment, a small panda wearing a green robe boldly asked Yisun, Brother Ah-sun, if I go to East City, can I learn martial arts from a martial arts master? Ah, Yisun was momentarily taken aback. He closely examined the smallest panda, who, despite its adorableness, possessed an unwavering determination in its eyes, a natural-born kung fu panda. The panda village chief evidently disapproved of the little panda's question, admonishing, You are only 1 year old. Why are you thinking about fighting? Yet Dodo stubbornly gazed at Yisun, who laughed heartily and said, No problem. You can learn whatever you wish, including martial arts. Chapter 9. The Remarkable Panda. Dodo, pack your things. We will set off tomorrow morning. The little two-headed panda named Dodo joyfully dashed around Yisun, chanting learn martial arts, looking as thrilled as a child who had just received candy. Utterly adorable, that why Yisun couldn't help but laugh, and the panda village chief was equally amused by his grandchild's antics. This harmonious scene embodied what the ancients meant by familial bliss. Dodo spent the entire night packing, and in the end he managed to gather only 2 or 3 pieces of traditional Chinese clothing, a green robe, a white vest, and a blue hanfu. The primary reason was that Green Bamboo Village was indeed impoverished, far from the urban center, with underdeveloped commerce. Many adults had only 1 or 2 articles of clothing, and for children to possess 3 was already commendable. Why Yisun had long wished to express his astonishment at the stark developmental disparity in the Dragon Ball world. Within the same nation, there existed hypermodern metropolises like West City, filled with flying vehicles, alongside impoverished villages devoid of even running water. There was advanced capsule technology, yet also ox carts for transport, a wealth gap that was astonishing. However, the development of a nation cannot be encapsulated in mere words. The next day, after packing his belongings and remaining funds, Yisun arrived at the village entrance, where he found it crowded with people. Nearly all the villagers had gathered. Under the watchful eyes of Dodo's grandfather and parents, Dodo approached Yisun's side. After the villagers treated Yisun and Dodo to breakfast, the duo set off together. The villagers had initially intended to provide Yisun with a horse-drawn cart, but he graciously declined, stating his desire to train. Seeing that their persuasion was in vain, they acquiesced upon receiving a map. Yisun promptly handed it to the system for scanning, which produced a more detailed and precise map on the system's large display, while other areas remained shrouded in gray, indicating Yisun had yet to explore those regions. Thus, a 13-year-old human boy and a panda child under 2 years of age set forth on their journey. Initially, the village adults urged the panda village chief to retract his orders, arguing that both were still children, suggesting that if Yisun truly wished to return, he could gather some funds to send Dodo back to East City. However, the village chief refused, as if he saw a vast expanse of possibilities in the horizon, stating profoundly, "A jade must be carved to become a gem. Our son has survived great tribulations. He is destined for future blessings. Dodo following him may well be a stroke of fortune. We need not worry excessively for the child. I have always felt that our son." At this point, the panda village chief paused momentarily before continuing. "Our son possesses an extraordinarily powerful aura. Very powerful. I even believe that no one on this planet could contend with him. Perhaps only a deity could." The villagers were taken aback, as they did not fully understand the chief's implication. Was he suggesting that our son had reached a divine level? On that day, the village chief sat beneath the great banyan tree at the entrance for an entire day. Perhaps sensing that profound changes were destined to unfold in this world, Yisun and Dodo strode along the mountain path, rounding a hill, and suddenly found themselves standing atop a high peak. gazing into the distance where the azure sky resembled a vast sapphire, occasionally adorned with wispy white clouds. As the mountains converged, enveloped in mist, an ethereal sensation of seclusion and celestial dwellings arose. Yisun instinctively spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and embraced the refreshing mountain breeze. In that moment, the chaotic memories of two intertwined souls faded away. Past events became untraceable, and he cherished the present. Upon gaining this simple yet profound understanding, Yisun felt his soul elevate, and with the gentle mountain winds, he assumed a stance and once more executed the crane immortal style's crane palm. Moving in sync with the breeze, responding to his heart's rhythm, Dodo observed Yisun's graceful movements, and for some reason, he felt as if a celestial crane was dancing before him. Only after rubbing his eyes vigorously did he realize it was just one person practicing martial arts. Nevertheless, Dodo indeed demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for martial arts. Watching Yisun's inspired performance, he inadvertently became entranced and began to mimic the martial movements with his tiny, adorable frame, creating a scene of serene tranquility as the boy and the panda practiced together in the mountains. After Yisun finished his workout, he felt invigorated, not a drop of sweat on him, his body brimming with strength, every cell alive with energy. However, just as he obsessively sought to check his experience points, he suddenly heard a peculiar noise behind him. Curiously, he turned to see a cute little panda energetically flailing its short arms and legs, as if attempting to perform the crane fist. The sight was so comically endearing that Yisun couldn't help but crouch down beside Dodo, who was making adorable sounds of hi-yo, hey-yo. Initially, Yisun found it amusing, but after a few seconds, he sensed something was amiss. Wait, Dodo actually completed the entire set of crane fist? No way. Yisun was left speechless, feeling as if his worldview had been completely transformed. Did pandas possess an innate talent for martial arts? At that moment, Yisun recalled certain elements from Kung Fu Panda and promptly exclaimed, Dodo, fan the wind with the crane. Upon hearing this, Dodo immediately twisted his small waist, his bare paws fluttering as if performing the elegant dance of a crane. In an instant, two streams of energy erupted from his paws, striking a nearby tree trunk with a resounding thud, leaving behind two small paw prints. Goodness! Yisun's eyes widened in disbelief, sweat pouring down his forehead. Overwhelmed by a sensation akin to having swallowed something unpleasant, his entire life had been devoted to mastering this crane style, and he had endured countless taunts from his fellow disciples of the crane immortal, as well as reprimands from the master himself. Receiving beatings had become a regular occurrence. Yet, here was a barely 2-year-old panda effortlessly displaying such power. It was truly exhausting. Dodo, tell me, have you ever trained in martial arts before? Dodo, seemingly unaware of the significance of leaving two paw prints on the tree with his energy, gazed up with his big, watery eyes, tilting his head almost 90 degrees to look at the now half-squatting Yisun, and honestly replied, I haven't trained before, but I've heard from uncles outside that there are powerful martial artists who can break a tree with a single strike. Goodness, what a prodigious panda. Yisun sighed. All right, from this moment onward, I shall teach you martial arts, but you must promise me that you will not slack off in your training to do you understand. Hearing the seriousness in Yisun's tone, Dodo immediately stood up straight, saluted, and responded, Understood. Very well. Now let us make our way to the City of Wind to earn some money. Thus, the game developer Yisun embarked on an ostentatious journey alongside a prodigious panda. Chapter 10. Training in the Forest. In the forest, two figures were darting through the trees with astonishing speed, leaping over deep pits, circumventing massive boulders, and gracefully gliding over arranged rows of trees as if skimming the surface of water. Dodo, pick up the pace. At this rate, you 1T become a martial artist. Yisun moved through the dense woodland with the ease of a gust of wind, while Dodo's aspirations to become the world's strongest panda master had been fully ignited during the past half-month of training in the deep, secluded woods with Yisun. Dodo dreamed of establishing a panda school and gaining worldwide fame. Yet at present, he was still quite the amateur, although he had surprisingly generated paw prints after learning the crane palm technique a fortnight ago, which had startled Yisun. After extensive observation and examination over the past 2 weeks, Yisun discovered a more astonishing truth. Pandas possessed an innate sensitivity to the energies of the universe that far surpassed that of humans. Indeed, it exceeded that of any species on Earth. Put it plainly, every panda was a natural master of chi. What took humans countless trials to cultivate could be grasped by pandas in an instant. However, that was where the advantage ended. Pandas did not possess a superior understanding of martial arts compared to other species, and due to their gentle nature and disinterest in conflict, even those pandas aware of their ability to harness chi seldom pursued further mastery. Dodo was an exception among pandas, his passion for tumbling and leaping rivaling that of Yisun's dedication to martial arts. Thus, Yisun resolved to train Dodo, teaching him the most fundamental combat skills. As a panda who had awakened his internal chi, Dodo's speed was remarkable. He utilized all four limbs to dart, twist, accelerate, and leap, desperately pursuing Yisun's pace. The past fortnight had seen Dodo's explosive power and agility significantly enhance, leading to rapid progress. If Dodo had been a chubby little bundle of joy when he first followed Yisun out of the village, now he had transformed into an agile marvel. "Phew, Brother Yi, I can't run anymore. You're too fast," Dodo exclaimed. "All right, let us take a break." Dodo looked up to see Yisun descending gracefully from a tree branch, as light as a feather. Dodo's eyes sparkled with admiration as he marveled. "Brother Yi, can you float in midair?" "Yes, I can, though I'm not yet proficient. Soon enough, I will soar through the skies like a bird." Dodo's eyes brimmed with admiration. "I want to learn. Teach me. Teach me." Seeing Dodo's eagerness, Yisun replied with a hint of exasperation. "You wish to learn to fly before you can even run properly. What a lofty ambition." Feeling somewhat wronged after being scolded, Dodo expressed his frustration. He had been trying his best, but he simply couldn't keep up with Yisun. Dodo could proudly assert that he had improved tremendously over the past fortnight. Yisun was aware of Dodo's growth, but knew better than to indulge his pride. A proud panda could be quite a handful, often adopting an attitude of "I am a panda." "And what are you?" He took a moment to gauge Dodo's current 100-meter speed, which had reached around 10 seconds, indicative of a speed that surpassed that of an average sprinter, easily qualifying for the Olympics. However, it still paled in comparison to the pace of Sun Wukong when he first trained under the turtle sage. Seeing that Dodo was exhausted and unable to move, Yisun felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, Dodo was still a little cub of under 2 years. As Yisun was about to touch down, he halted his descent, hovering half a meter above the ground. With a swift motion, he plucked a stone from the earth. Closing his eyes, Yisun focused, and with a lightning-fast movement, he unleashed the stone as if it were a sniper bullet. A chilling roar echoed through the forest. Abruptly silenced moments later. "Dodo, get up! Time to eat!" Dodo sprawled out on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet, clapping his paws in delight. "It's time to eat! It's time to eat!" He dashed eagerly into the woods, with Yisun following closely behind, albeit not as swiftly as he desired, estimating his flying speed to be around 13 seconds for 100 meters. Upon reaching the fallen creature, Yisun froze in astonishment. The stone had struck a dinosaur approximately 5 meters tall. This would certainly be more than they could consume. Yisun glanced left and right, then observed the drool pooling at Dodo's mouth, curiously asking, Do pandas enjoy eating meat as well?" Dodo nodded vigorously, his drool cascading like a waterfall. "Grandfather usually lets us eat meat every 10 days, but I wish we could eat it every day." "Isn't bamboo your staple food?" Dodo, perplexed, earnestly replied, "Bamboo shoots are merely a side dish. Our staple is rice. However, bamboo shoots are truly delicious. When our village faced famine, the village chief had everyone eat bamboo shoots. So, even though our green bamboo village isn't wealthy, we've never gone hungry." Yisun nodded slightly, as it made sense. Bamboo shoots grow rapidly, almost outrageously so. After a night of rain, one could find them sprouting significantly the next day. Moreover, given that the village was named Green Bamboo Village, it was evident that bamboo would be plentiful. With deft precision, Yisun utilized his chi blade to sever the dinosaur's legs and tail. Dodo, having gathered dry twigs, skillfully arranged them for roasting, Yisun rapidly constructed a roasting rack. Then, using the chi blade, sliced the dinosaur's thigh meat into neat pieces, skewering them onto a stick while Dodo sat obediently nearby. Drooling, Everything is ready. Just need to light the fire. Brother Yi, the matches have gotten wet, and I can't light them, Dodo said in a panic, his face filled with remorse, as it was his slip that had caused the matches to become damp. However, Dodo suddenly perked up, his eyes filled with determination. But I can create fire by drilling wood. Yi-sun smiled faintly. This little one was truly responsible, that he closed his eyes, channeling his chi through his meridians to the Shaoshang point, then extended a finger to release a small burst of compressed chi, igniting the pile of twigs in an instant. Incredible! How did you do that? Dodo was utterly fascinated by all things martial. Yi-sun explained, Dodo, this is the chi I mentioned to you before. Chi is the most fundamental energy of the human body. As long as you can compress it to a certain density, it can produce a tremendous energetic reaction. Don't think that this pile of twigs is a big deal. Even using chi to melt rocks would be child's play. Dodo blinked his large eyes, half understanding the situation, while Yi-sun chose not to elaborate further. These young children did not require extensive explanations. They would naturally inquire when they encountered their own limitations. The training amidst the mountains and forests persisted for nearly a month, during which the man and the bear had fully immersed themselves in the wilderness. They foraged for wild delicacies when hungry, quenched their thirst with dew, and sought shelter in the woods during rainstorms. When confronted with steep peaks, they would ascend barehanded, and when faced with rushing rivers, they would swim across, as long as the route remained unchanged. Why Yi-sun was aware that this form of training would not significantly enhance his combat prowess. Yet he yearned to experience the journey of a solitary wanderer akin to Sun Wukong. Additionally, this period served as an opportunity to rediscover the essence of battle and to cultivate his endurance in harsh conditions. Subsequently, Yi-sun initiated sparring sessions with Dodo during their travels, where Dodo would exert his utmost strength to strike at Yi-sun, who would not evade but instead stand firm, absorbing each attack, only to retaliate swiftly when Dodo revealed an opening. Thus, Yi-sun's daily routine transformed into eating, sleeping, and sparring with Dodo. For Dodo, this period marked the most nightmarish phase of his training, a torment he would recall long after he ascended to become an extraordinary being of unparalleled combat prowess. Often waking from nightmares of those harrowing days. Chapter 11. The pitiful Dodo boom, bang, crash. No one knew that a frenzied chase was unfolding deep within the mountains, as a human soared through the air, launching a key wave in pursuit of an adorable little panda bear. Tears streamed down Dodo's face, his small visage filled with terror as he desperately rolled and scrambled to escape. In that instant, he sensed a searing heat approaching from behind, prompting him to execute a swift roll, just as the spot he had occupied moments before erupted in an explosion. Dada! Brother Yi-sun, spare me. I promise I won't steal any more sweet potatoes. Wow, Dodo cried, pleading for mercy. However, the smiling visage of Yi-sun above him, handsome and reminiscent of a white-clad youth from a novel, radiated warmth like sunlight. Yet, Dong Dong Wave? Lord God, help me. The mere mention of Dong Dong Wave sent Dodo instinctively fleeing. And had there been a hovering camera capturing the scene, one would find a trail of craters of various sizes marking his frantic escape. Just 3 days prior, Yi-sun had inadvertently ignited a forest fire due to his inability to control the temperature of the Dong Dong Wave. But fortunately, rain soon extinguished the flames, sparing Yi-sun from dire repercussions. Wherever the man and the bear roamed, chaos ensued. Birds scattered, beasts trembled, and none dared to emerge in protest, for those who did met their demise. This relentless training had persisted for nearly a week, leaving Dodo exhausted, living each day as if it were an eternity, while Yi-sun found joy in the endeavor, believing that the essence of life was to find happiness. Of course, Yi-sun's intentions were not solely for amusement. His primary goals were to train Dodo and himself. Dodo's speed had already become remarkable, and it was no easy feat to capture such a small panda in the dense forest. Even if he managed to catch him, Yi-sun dared not strike with full force, needing to carefully regulate his ki. Moreover, he was exploring how to balance the physical impact and thermal decomposition of his externalized ki. The Kamehameha wave, unleashed by Son Goku against Cell, epitomized this balance, obliterating his foe. There were also issues concerning the flow of true energy. It was not enough for a martial artist to merely desire to condense their ki. The ability to externalize it required profound understanding. With his innate talent coupled with acquired skills, Yi Sun's insights into martial arts far surpassed those of ordinary practitioners that a combat power of 100 manifested as the Dong Dong wave, while 1,000,000 manifested as Frieza's lethal one-finger technique against Vegeta. Ultimately, the potency of ki was fundamentally linked to one's physical constitution, rather than mere practice. True energy was accessible to anyone, and the disparity in proficiency stemmed from differences in innate talent. How did Yi Sun come to comprehend the Dong Dong wave? The inner cultivation method of the Crane School was adept at compressing ki, enhancing speed and explosive impact. He immediately recalled techniques such as the one-finger and six-pole sword. And although he could not learn them, he approached the task of guiding his internal ki from the perspective of a martial arts enthusiast that a stream of white energy surged from his dantian, traversing his body through the lungs and major bones, flowing along the meridians until it converged at his fingertips. The Dong Dong wave, in essence, was that simple that in truth, Yi Sun had little genuine interest in ki waves. He was drawn to the world of Dragon Ball primarily for its exceptional world building. However, he found the battle content somewhat lacking compared to the myriad of online novels he had read. Nevertheless, to adapt to this new world, it was essential to master some awe-inspiring techniques. Otherwise, he would feel remiss in social interactions. He had long suspected that the world of Dragon Ball was not as simplistic as it appeared. The encounters faced by Son Goku might merely skim the surface of a far more complex reality, one that transcended mere earthly concerns, encompassing realms like Namek, the Kais, and the god of destruction. Beerus, alas, such contemplations were premature. The priority was to enhance his own strength. While lost in thought, Dodo seemed to have vanished. Why Yi Sun cleared his throat and called out, "Dodo, come out." There was no response. Dodo had learned the hard way. And now he was worried out why Yi Sun furrowed his brow and called again, "Dodo, I won't hit you anymore. Come out quickly. Wind City is approaching, so tidy up and we'll head straight to the road." Still, silence ensued, and Yi Sun's face twitched slightly. Could it be that he had truly crossed a line, causing his credibility to plummet to such depths? "Dude, if you don't come out, I won't feed you me anymore." A timid voice finally emerged. "How can you be like this?" Yi Sun smirked. Upon hearing Dodo's voice, he immediately pinpointed his location, for Dodo's presence was weak, and Yi Sun's own cultivation level rendered him unable to sense energy as adeptly as those characters from Dragon Ball Z. Upon locating Dodo, Yi Sun found him hugging his head, burying his little noggin in the dirt, with his rear end facing EXUN.Y. Yi Sun chuckled. "Dodo, stop hiding. I can see that you're lying. I really see you." "I am not lying." Dodo's ears perked up. Yi Sun's voice seemed close indeed. He raised his head, gazing at Yi Sun's smiling face. Trembling all over, his tear-filled eyes holding back fear, he dusted off the dirt from his body and stood at attention. Facing EXUN.AS, Yi Sun's menacing smile froze. Dodo's fur bristled, and he took off running. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his legs made no progress. "Have you run enough?" Yi Sun lifted Dodo with one hand. Observing as the little panda flailed in midair, realizing he was airborne, Dodo exclaimed, I won't run anymore." "You're lying." "Lying about what?" "The little dog of Ant Bear next door, that you're full of nonsense. Even dogs are more honest than you." "That's absurd. Xiao Hua once stole my bun." "Come on, it was just a bun." Do you really need to insult Xiao Hua's doggy reputation as the solitary figure and the bear engaged in their bizarre discourse? They squabbled for half an hour, until Yi Sun, feeling rather foolish, chose to cease this futile argument. That a day later, the two finally beheld a road leading to the City of Wind, marking a significant juncture in Dodo's tragic escape. Chapter 12. The prodigal heir. Yi Sun and Dodo traversed mountains and valleys, ultimately standing on the mountainous highway towards the City of Wind. It is noteworthy that from this vantage point, one could gaze upon the entire cityscape. "Dodo, do you see that? That is the City of Wind," Yi Sun exclaimed. Dodo, perched on the guardrail of the road, joyfully shouted, "Wow, it's much larger than our village." "So this is where all the other humans reside, in this vast village." Yi Sun rubbed his forehead, recalling his first visit to the West City in search of Buma, where Sun Wukong epitomized the archetype of a country bumpkin venturing into the city. The memory of Yi Sun watching that episode of Dragon Ball, where little Wukong explored the Grand Garden with wide-eyed wonder, brought a mix of amusement and exasperation. Dodo, in his innocence, was already reveling in the excitement before even entering the city. Then, inexplicably, Dodo began to bounce and frolic along the highway, his energy seemingly boundless. Yi Sun observed his antics, reflecting that Dodo had likely never traversed such a smooth road in his life, and thus was prone to unrestrained delight. This thought stirred a pang of sorrow within Yi Sun. Despite having pursued him relentlessly with the Dodo wave for days on end, Dodo remained blissfully innocent and cheerful. As if the unpleasant memories of the Dodo wave had been entirely forgotten. La 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 la. I am a happy little watermelon, unafraid of wind or rain, only wishing to grow up quickly. Dodo scampered about, his exuberance palpable, singing some freestyle lyrics that seemed to emanate pure joy. However, just as Dodo chased a butterfly, darting back and forth on the highway, a sudden roar of an engine and the screeching of tires echoed around the bend. Yi Sun's heart raced, and he shouted, "Listen, is that drifting?" Indeed, as soon as he spoke, a strikingly stylish Pausani Wind Rider executed a drift around the corner, coming within a mere 5 meters of Dodo. Alarmed, Yi Sun rushed forward to save Dodo, only to witness Dodo leap into the air and perform a perfect somersault, narrowly evading what seemed to be an unavoidable accident. Impressed, Yi Sun slightly shifted to the left, deftly dodging the oncoming vehicle, his timing impeccable, reminiscent of a martial arts master. After all, Yi Sun could catch bullets now. How could he be troubled by a drifting sports car? The scene was akin to a soccer ball rolling toward him, and he leisurely opened his legs to let it pass, requiring no swift reaction, merely a natural instinct. The Pazzini's driver only began to slow down after speeding several meters past them. Yi Sun sensed the driver was about to explode with rage. For in strict terms, the situation was indeed Dodo's fault, who would recklessly run across the highway. Before the car door even opened, a head popped out of the window. It was a young man with dyed hair and piercings, his demeanor exuding a certain arrogance, clearly someone who indulged excessively in pleasures. That Yi Sun, momentarily impressed by his ability to read character, was interrupted as the golden-haired Romeo, with tears streaming down his face, lamented. Chapter 13. Romeo, Ultraman. Upon witnessing Romeo shatter the very pavement beneath him, Yi Sun gasped in astonishment, feeling an unexpected surge of emotion. Dodo, this is a textbook example of acknowledging one's mistakes. Take note. Should you ever find yourself unable to conquer an opponent, emulate this approach. Dodo bit his finger and uttered a no. Please rise. Yet the young man bellowed, no. Unless you forgive me, I shall kneel here until death. With tears cascading down his cheeks, Yi Sun thought, truly, he is a remarkable individual, one who cannot be harmed. All right, you may stand. The young man trembled, then tearfully proclaimed, Master, as long as you spare my life and do not render me powerless, I am willing to toil like a beast for you. Just name your price. The response was a resounding snap of fingers, with the matter of compensation to be discussed later. The young man, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly rose and, rubbing his hands together like an eager servant, respectfully inquired, Might I ask which esteemed sect you represent, Master, for your martial prowess is truly formidable. Yi Sun displayed a knowing smile. Jesting, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about the abilities of martial artists. The young man patted his chest, boasting, to be candid, my father participated in the world's premier martial arts tournament during my high school years. And in his capacity as a combat instructor from the Wind City Police Academy, he reached the top 8. Alas, he was defeated by the champion, King Gappa. King Gappa? Yi Sun paused momentarily, a peculiar emotion stirring within him. He never expected to hear news of King Gappa from this privileged youth's lips. In that instant, the nostalgia for Dragon Ball welled up in Yi Sun, stirring a sense of sentiment. You know of King Gappa? Of course, this very King Gappa triumphed over my father in the quarterfinals and went on to claim the championship of that year's tournament. And it is said that he never allowed his opponents to touch him from the preliminary rounds all the way to the finals. Yi Sun nodded slightly, noting that this was indeed reminiscent of the Dragon Ball narrative. King Gappa is likely familiar to many Dragon Ball enthusiasts. He made his debut during Tianjin fans' first competition at the World's Martial Arts Tournament. where he faced Son Goku in the very first match of the preliminaries AT that time. Many martial artists, including Yamcha, believe Son Goku was utterly unfortunate. However, King Gappa met a tragic fate, being knocked out cold by Son Goku and subsequently eliminated. One can easily imagine the disheveled state of a former champion, facing the 16-year-old Son Goku in such a disastrous defeat. The impact of this loss weighed heavily on King Gappa, leading him to train relentlessly for 3 years after being revived following the events involving the Demon King Piccolo. When he encountered Son Goku once more in the first match of the tournament 3 years later, the outcome was even more tragic. He was knocked out without even touching Son Goku. Due to King Gappa's Indian attire, coupled with his 2 consecutive eliminations at the preliminary stage by Son Goku, Yi-sun's impression of him remained vivid. King Gappa's battle prowess should be rated above 60, but below 90. Considering that Son Goku had a power level of less than 20 when he first ventured out with Bulma, and given King Gappa's rich combat experience and martial art training, it would be impossible for him to secure a championship without a power level of at least 60 while ensuring his opponents never touched him. Your father must be quite impressive. I know King Gappa is also distinguished among martial artists. Haha, indeed. Yi-sun then inquired, with such a commendable attitude towards admitting mistakes. Can you discern my standing? Yes, I am aware that I am unworthy. But when you caught the bullet, I should have realized you were a martial artist who surpassed the limits of humanity.ic. Yi-sun thought, reflecting that this should be the normal reaction of an ordinary person. One of the most perplexing aspects of the Dragon Ball universe is humanity's blindness. Despite having witnessed the world-shaking events of the Demon King Piccolo's return and the arrival of the Saiyans, humanity seems utterly oblivious to the immense power that martial artists possess, lacking even the most basic understanding. While the ignorance of ordinary humans can be attributed to a lack of information, the government's persistent ignorance is utterly baffling. Even Dr. Gero continues his research on androids based on the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. There is no reason for the government in this world to neglect the study of human potential. Observing this young man, it appears that the status and recognition of martial artists should far exceed the portrayals within the Dragon Ball universe. Yi-sun beckoned him closer, stating, "My sect shall remain confidential for now. But I'm not an ignorant country bumpkin, so please set aside your disdain for rural folk." Yes, I was indeed shallow. Master, where are you headed? Might I accompany you? Yi-sun paused, pondering that it might be wise to allow this young man to host him, especially since he planned to linger in Wind City for a while to earn some money. He felt no urgency. Firstly, he was only 13 and did not need to overexert himself in training. Secondly, Son Goku had yet to embark on his adventures, so there was no immediate need for action. Thirdly, Yi-sun was clearly the #1 martial artist on Earth, and there would be no imminent danger. The closest disaster, the return of the Demon King Piccolo, was still at least 5 years away. How absurd! At his current training pace, Yi-sun would likely be able to challenge Frieza in 5 years. The notion of the Demon King Piccolo was laughable, as he could easily vanquish him with a mere flick of his finger. "What is your name?" The young man cheerfully replied, "My name is Romeo Ultraman." Yi-sun was taken aback and exclaimed, "What the hell? I asked for your real name." "No, that is not it. Master, my family is indeed the Ultraman clan. Romeo is my given name, and Ultraman is my surname. My name is Romeo Ultraman. I see." Yi-sun slapped his forehead, amused at his own ignorance. This was entirely separate from the cosmic hero Ultraman. "Very well. I shall call you Ultraman from now on." Master, you may simply call me Romeo. All right, that said, I primarily wish to return to my hometown in the Eastern City, but I find myself short on funds that I initially intended to work in Wind City to earn some money. And now that I have encountered you, many troubles should be resolved. Upon hearing this, Romeo stood at attention, solemnly declaring, "Master, rest assured, as long as you do not mind, you may stay at our home in Wind City. I am here, and no one would dare speak ill of you that I truly appreciate this juncture." Romeo suddenly fell silent and tentatively asked, "May I inquire how old you are, Master?" 16. 13. Do I truly appear to be 16? It is simply 2. Incredible. At 13, you can catch bullets with your bare hands. You are indeed a prodigy. Yi-sun snapped his fingers, gesturing toward Dodo. This is my little brother whom I brought back from my sect. He shall accompany me." Romeo respectfully bowed to Dodo, then gallantly opened the car door. Yisun turned to Dodo and said, "Dodo, come here. Your brother Yisun invites you to ride in the car." Dodo, filled with curiosity, approached eagerly, peering at the vehicle from left to right, his little head brimming with questions. "I have ridden in ox carts and horse-drawn carriages. What kind of vehicle is this?" In his bewilderment, Dodo began scratching the surface of the Pausini wind child's car with his paw, producing a scratching sound that made Yisun break into a sweat, while Romeo wept openly, remarking that the most important thing in life is to be happy. Chapter 14. The Problematic Student. Dodo leaned over the car window, fully extending his little head outside, having emerged from the lush bamboo village in the mountains. The little panda was filled with boundless curiosity for this vibrant city. He had never seen such grand buildings, such wide roads, or so many people. Observing Dodo's continuous laughter and his calls through the window, Yisun felt it was too perilous and cautioned, "Dodo, be careful. If you fall out of the car, your brother Yisun will not be able to help you." Dodo, filled with panic, quickly withdrew his head and obediently sat back in his seat. Silent. Yisun mused that Dodo was indeed a simple and naive child, and he must ensure that nothing would cast a shadow over his childhood. Otherwise, it would be a grave moral failing. However, Yisun completely forgot how Dodo had been relentlessly pursued by him with the Dodo wave, fleeing in terror across the mountains, crying and searching for a place to hide. Now, that was truly madness. The city of Wind City, renowned in this nation, boasts a commendable standard of urban development. It earned its title as the Wind City for being the first in the country to harness wind power for electricity generation. To commemorate this remarkable achievement, the entire city was renamed Wind City. Situated on a high plateau, Wind City lies on the windward slope, where the winds are perpetually strong. Yet, due to the extensive forest cover surrounding Wind City, it is spared from the troubles of sand and dust, resulting in remarkably clean air. Nevertheless, Wind City has a significant flaw. Its inland location imposes limitations on economic development. Upon entering Wind City, Romeo instructed the woman to disembark. She was merely a companion he met over drinks, a fleeting indulgence. Yet his desires remained unfulfilled, and he nearly faced ruin at the hands of a martial arts master, a thought that now filled him with dread. "Romeo, I have a proposition," said the master, "that I won't be visiting your home. But if you don't mind, may I borrow your card for a bit of spending?" "Indeed, it is a heist," Romeo responded, thumping his chest with bravado. "While I may not assist you in combat, providing financial support is quite simple." That he then produced a credit card, handing it to Yisun. "This card allows for an overdraft of 200,000. Feel free to use it. I will replenish the deficit from my bank account monthly." "Very well. I am pleased. This does not constitute a robbery." Yisun, however, was not inclined to be courteous, for he believed this insolent youth deserved a thorough beating for his disrespectful words, one that would leave him in the hospital. With medical expenses exceeding 200,000, allowing him to live was already a testament to Yisun's leniency. Do not mistake Yisun for a tyrant. His offensive capabilities had reached an impressive 197, just shy of breaking the 200 mark, a level comparable to the legendary Bick the Demon King. Long as Yisun dedicated himself to leveling up, he could soon attain LV10, and once he activated the second layer of the bone-washing technique, a combat power exceeding 1,000 would be a certainty. It could even be said that whether Yisun aspired to be a champion of justice or a villainous overlord depended solely on his whims. Do not think that 200,000 is a barrier. Even if he were to eliminate Romeo and boldly drive his Pacini wind child into Wind City, what could the city's security forces do? Could they arrest him? Could they capture him? Could they kill him? That would be a feat. Indeed, that if he were to be wanted, it would be a mere formality before Bick the Demon King made his appearance. Yisun would plunge the world back into a state of terror. In this world, there are primarily three major military powers, with hundreds of minor nations that can be overlooked. Turning the tides is but a trivial matter. We are staying at the Youth Business Hotel. Come find me in a couple of days, and I will impart a few skills that will benefit you for a lifetime. Romeo, as if invigorated by an uplifting revelation, felt a flush of excitement wash over his previously pallid face. For him, this was the true value of the 200,000. Even 20 million would be worthwhile. Master, please take care of yourself. I shall visit you again in a couple of days. With that, Romeo sped off in his car, eager to find a place to celebrate with a drink. The tea that moment, Yi-sun, clad in a blue robe and accompanied by a small panda, entered the business hotel. The receptionist, noticing the delicate young boy with the panda, immediately stated, "To check in, I will need an ID or a student card. Only 13 years of age." Yi-sun did not possess an ID. But within the package sent to him by Tianjin Fan, there was indeed a student card that why Yi-sun had taken a leave of absence from school to study martial arts under the Crane Immortal School, only to return with a tragic tale. Thus, resuming his studies was one viable option at Dongzhi Tianyuan School. Isn't that a renowned institution for cultivating martial arts talent? I've heard that its students are all skilled in martial arts, and those with exceptional abilities are prioritized for admission into prestigious universities, ensuring a promising future. It is worth noting that the secondary education system in Yi-sun's country comprises 6 years, followed by university entrance exams at the age of 18. While there is a division between high school and middle school, essentially, apart from a few students who are outright barred from high school admission, the rest face no academic pressure. In other words, those prohibited from entering high school lose their opportunity entirely, as there is no entrance examination to navigate. Any student banned from one high school will be rejected by all. The educational system is thus quite harsh, offering no chances for elimination, that if all students perform well, they can all attend high school. The reason the education department adopts such stringent measures is closely tied to juvenile delinquency. Those rejected from high school often possess significant moral deficiencies. Once eliminated, they are automatically recorded by the police, allowing for swift identification in the event of future crimes. Some may argue that releasing these morally corrupt children into society so early would exacerbate their detrimental impact on social decay. This sparked intense societal debate, but ultimately, the king heeded the concerns of many parents, deciding that the learning environment of virtuous students should not be compromised by a few morally flawed individuals. Leading to this educational reform. Yi-sun's expression darkened as he noticed the disdainful gaze of the receptionist fixed upon him. The stamp on his student card read leave of absence, accompanied by a blue seal stating pending observation, while below his student number was a comment from the academic affairs office. Character problematic. Having only recently enrolled in the first year, voluntarily taking a leave of absence for reflection, the school grants temporary observational status, with a decision on advancement to be made upon return in the second year. Is it just you? The young woman regarded him as if he were a delinquent, her tone dripping with contempt. Yi-sun's temper flared, and he shouted, "Are you blind? Can't you see there are two of us?" His thunderous voice shattered the glass throughout the establishment, causing patrons and staff alike to cover their ears in alarm. The receptionist, terrified, cowered to the ground, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Exun. As the situation escalated, security personnel rushed in, surrounding Yi-sun. The head of security approached, taking the student card from the still-shaken receptionist. After a cursory glance, he scoffed, "Ah, so you're a distinguished student from Dongzhi Tianyuan School. And no wonder you have such a temper. But do you think you can throw your weight around just because you know martial arts?" Yi-sun furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean by that? Kid, it says here you're on probation. Do you believe that if I call your academic office and report your actions today, you'll have any chance of getting into high school?" Yi-sun loathed being threatened. Gazing at the middle-aged man, whose face radiated malice, Yi-sun smiled and replied, "Do you believe that if I can't attend high school, my first act will be to return and set this hotel ablaze?" Upon hearing this, a chill ran down the spines of those present. Several instinctively took a step back, casting wary glances at Yi-sun. Such a student, already half a foot out the door of high school, was typically not one to be trifled with. "Call the police. Let them handle this." The middle-aged man snarled, "You think your martial skills matter? I doubt you would dare to act out in front of the police. There are surveillance cameras and recording devices here. All audiovisual materials are automatically archived in the police database once the authorities arrive. Expect a notice of expulsion from school." Yet Yi-sun remained unfazed. "I wish to call my lawyer. At the very least, I have that right to a lawyer in Wind City." Who would have thought you were a rich kid? Let him make the call. Hello, is this Ultraman? Hello? Master, is that you? It is I. Could you come to the business hotel I'm at? I'm about to be arrested by the police. You know me. I am law-abiding and truly do not wish to resort to violence. Especially with so many cameras around, I really don't want to trouble your father, but I cannot control my criminal impulses. Upon hearing the news, Romeo was seized by a chill that raced down his spine. Instantly comprehending Yi Sun's implication, in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Damn it! As long as I'm here, who dares to lay a finger on you? I'm coming over right now," after abruptly terminating the call on his oversized mobile phone. Romeo executed a reckless 360-degree turn on the main thoroughfare, accelerating in the opposite direction. Upon noticing his license plate, the traffic police promptly abandoned their pursuit, muttering to themselves that it would be folly to chase after him, as they would only invite reprimand. That moment, Romeo fervently prayed, "Please don't joke around. If that guy decides to act, it would be a catastrophic disaster. If something truly grave were to happen in the Wind City, my father would surely report the matter to the king. And if it came to that, I would not spare you all. I would set your hotel ablaze and eliminate everyone within." Chapter 15. Forever Free Dodo was unaware of the unfolding events. Yet the mysterious smile adorning Yi Sun's face sent shivers down his spine. From his understanding of Yi Sun, such a seemingly harmless, sunlit smile was a harbinger of trouble. Why, Yi Sun? Please calm down, Dodo implored, visibly frightened. While Yi Sun was preoccupied with his thoughts, he felt a tug at his collar and glanced down to see Dodo's anxious expression. With a resigned shrug, Yi Sun reassured him. "Rest assured, I won't resort to any drastic measures." Dodo, however, was not convinced by his words and instinctively bolted for the exit, reasoning that the primary battleground would undoubtedly be within the hotel, and escaping was the best course of action. Observing Dodo's hasty retreat, Yi Sun couldn't help but scoff. This little panda was lacking in loyalty. Didn't he consider staying to bolster his spirits? Half an hour elapsed, yet the police had yet to arrive. The hotel's security team began to sense something amiss. There was no reason for the police to delay. After repeated calls, the police merely responded that they were on their way. But given the distance, they should have arrived in 5 minutes, not half an hour. The more perceptive individuals quickly deduced that something had been suppressed, while those who remained oblivious continued to flood the police hotline, only to find it engaged. What on earth was happening? The head of security, realizing the gravity of the situation, glanced at Yi Sun with a newfound wariness. Just then, an ear-splitting screech of tires pierced the air. As Romeo rushed into the hotel lobby, he spotted Yi Sun surrounded and instinctively surveyed his surroundings for any signs of casualties. Once assured that all was well, he approached Yi Sun with a respectful demeanor. "Inquiring, master, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Yi Sun replied. "It's just that this hotel has shown me a lack of respect and has provoked my ire." Furrowing his brow, Romeo directed his gaze toward the head of security and bluntly asked, "Where is your supervisor?" The head of security, having recognized Romeo, understood that this notorious wealthy heir was well known throughout the Wind City, especially given his reputation for frequenting the establishment with numerous young women. "Young Master Romeo, your presence is an honor. Are you here to stay or dine?" "I'd rather feast on your mother's cooking. I know this low-end hotel is only fit for casual visits. To actually stay here would be to diminish my worth. Master Yi Sun is a renowned martial artist. Your establishment should feel privileged to host him, yet you dare to make things difficult for the master? Is there no law to uphold?" Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Romeo launched a barrage of insults, illuminating the reason for the police's absence. That it became clear that this young man was a friend of the police chief's son, leaving them all dumbfounded. Only when the hotel owner, a kindly rotund man, arrived did Romeo cease his tirade. After thorough inquiries and a glance at Yi Sun's student ID, the owner fixed a severe gaze upon the female receptionist. As a seasoned businessman, the owner quickly realized that Yi Sun had been subjected to unfair treatment. Prompting his outburst, he immediately reviewed the security footage, witnessing Yi Sun's furious reprimand as the hotel's glass shattered around him. After assessing the situation, he discerned the respect with which the young heir had treated Yi Sun. Concluding that this boy was indeed a martial arts prodigy of remarkable caliber, he then pulled Romeo aside and quietly asked, "Romeo, tell me honestly, where did you find this young man?" Although Romeo was brash and carefree, he was not a fool. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he understood the importance of maintaining the right attitude towards someone of the owner's stature, whose hotel chain spanned nearly every city in the nation. To be honest, I was on the highway, and then he caught my bullet with his bare hand. At first, I thought I had missed, but after hitting him multiple times, he acted as if nothing had happened. Believe me, it's a miracle I'm still alive, if it weren't for my training in iron head skills. Iron head skills? The owner gasped, having seen enough in his decades of experience to know that some exceptional martial artists could indeed harden their bodies to an iron-like toughness, allowing them to catch bullets with their bare hands. At such a young age, he is incredibly formidable. I must befriend him. With this thought in mind, the owner promptly apologized on behalf of the hotel, presenting Yi-sun with a black card inscribed with Youth Chain Hotel Unlimited VIP. This gesture left even Romeo astounded. It meant that wherever Yi-sun traveled, as long as there was a Youth Chain Hotel, all his expenses and accommodations would be entirely free, permanently, until the end of his days. Everyone present was taken aback by the owner's generous offer, which could be seen as a form of submission to Yi-sun. Even Yi-sun himself was surprised by such treatment, realizing that it meant he could live at the youth hotel for a lifetime, even if he were to become destitute and homeless. That very evening, the owner hosted a lavish banquet in Yi-sun's honor, while Dodo shamelessly indulged in the feast. What was initially poised to erupt into chaos transformed into a personal celebration for Yi-sun, and Romeo graciously relinquished his planned welcome party for the following days. According to Yi-sun's original plan, he intended to stay in Wind City for 2 months before departing, during which he aimed to devise strategies to earn some money. The rotund businessman generously offered to sponsor Yi-sun with 1 million, but Yi-sun promptly declined, reasoning that the VIP card was sufficient compensation for the earlier grievance, while he had no justification for accepting the additional funds. Thus, after settling comfortably into the youth hotel, Yi-sun contemplated raising his level to LV-10. However, the techniques from the Crane Immortal School had ceased to yield significant experience points. Alright, it seems it's time to undertake some quests. Next objective. LV-10, Chapter 16. Urban Outlaws. After residing at the Youth Chain Hotel for approximately 3 days, Yi-sun began to formulate his task plan. Having read comics, he was aware that Bulma would soon embark on her quest for the Dragon Balls following the holiday break, marking the commencement of the main storyline. At that time, Yi-sun would also set his plan in motion, with a singular goal: to acquire the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron for a wish. Ordinary tasks would likely yield minimal experience points. He would need to tackle larger assignments to make significant progress. In the dead of night, Yi-sun donned a pair of black canvas shoes he had purchased, coupled with blue denim capri pants and a rather stylish black hooded jacket. He then adorned himself with a black mask acquired from a store, casting a glance at the neighboring bed, where Dodo was incessantly kicking off the covers. He shook his head slightly. Yi-sun understood that it was quite normal for pandas, with their thick fur, to eschew blankets, so he provided Dodo with a thin fleece blanket and adjusted the air conditioning to a cooler setting. Having previously watched Panda TV, he was aware that the temperature in panda enclosures was kept low. Otherwise, pandas would struggle in the sweltering summer heat, particularly in Sichuan's oppressive weather. The sun opened the window in preparation to leave. He heard Dodo mumble, "Dodo, can't eat anymore. I want strawberry-flavored ice cream." Yi-sun paused, turned to glance at Dodo, who was drooling profusely in his sleep, pondering that a true foodie is indeed cultivated from a young age, unable to cease even in dreams. Utilizing his flight ability, he floated out of the window, closing it behind him while leaving a small opening for his return. The youth business hotel stood at a modest 7 stories, and Yi-sun resided on the 7th floor, making his exit through the window quite convenient. In the darkness of the night, he accelerated and vanished into the starry sky, unnoticed by anyone in that inky blackness. Meanwhile, outside the main city area, a disturbance was unfolding on the streets of Civilian District, with police officers desperately pursuing a group of reckless bikers. Each member of this unruly gang donned various flamboyant outfits, wielding baseball bats and chains as they fled. For them, this escape was not merely a pursuit, but rather a game, a source of exhilaration. Their daily routine involved driving their modified vehicles through the city under the cover of night, vandalizing luxury cars, smashing shop windows, and recklessly firing weapons to assert their presence. The citizens had long grown weary of these ruffians, with almost daily reports flooding the police station, yet the issue had never been resolved. At headquarters in C16 district, the report came in. Reckless bikers spotted 5 vehicles, approximately 10 individuals, all wearing masks, identity unrecognizable. The response was swift. Understood, pursue, and apprehend them. The officers trailing behind felt a tinge of embarrassment. Had they been capable of arresting them, they would have done so long ago. Over the past few months, the gang had wreaked havoc on the city, committing robberies, attacking innocent bystanders, and even retaliating with firearms against officers when cornered, making them a dangerous group armed with lethal weapons. Suddenly, amidst the chase, a police car exploded, stunning all the officers present and creating chaos. The thunderous blast roused many who had already succumbed to sleep. Yo, Brother Wei, your aim is impeccable. These police officers are such fools. They hesitate to act out of concern for the citizens' property, but we hold no such reservations. Behind a modified off-road vehicle, a muscular man with a buzz cut sneered. We, the reckless bikers, are destined to conquer this city. This is merely a greeting for these idiots to be the way. Brother Wei, will our shipment of weapons arrive on time? I heard they have a history of double-crossing. Wei snorted disdainfully. In Wind City, who dares to cross me? When the time comes, fully armed, I'll ensure they deliver. Brother Wei, the police are coming, he exclaimed excitedly. Monkey, show them a bit of color. A young man in another modified vehicle swiftly readied a Gatling gun. Loading the ammunition belt with unwavering resolve before opening fire on the pursuing police cars, a stream of bullets cascading forth. The unfortunate officers were first assaulted by rockets, and before they could recover, the relentless gunfire from the Gatling gun engulfed them. Captain, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We are currently at a disadvantage. The bespectacled police captain, a kind-hearted older gentleman, sat nervously in his patrol car, gripping the communicator tightly. Remember, wait for the right moment to return fire. Suddenly, static crackled through the communicator, and the captain's expression shifted to one of dread as he frantically called for his officers, only to discover they had already come under attack. The captain's face paled. He was reluctant to request the government to deploy special forces, as it would signify the police's incompetence. Damn it! The reckless bikers guffawed at the police's predicament, shouting, "Go back and eat shit. You idiotic officers, this city will soon be ours. Long live the recklessness." In an atmosphere charged with fervor, the gang continued to unleash a barrage of gunfire at surrounding streetlights and vehicles, exuding arrogance. Upon hearing the explosions, Yi-sun swiftly flew toward the scene. His eyesight surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to discern the gang flaunting their dangerous weapons, while the police, with flashing lights, formed a long line in pursuit. Appearing formidable yet utterly passive, Yi-sun had only observed for less than half a minute before concluding the police's ineptitude, pondering whether to intervene. Ding dong. E-class mission detected. Stop the reckless biker's criminal activities. Do you accept? Yi-sun's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him. Indeed, the more people, the easier it is to receive missions. Accept. The moment he clicked to accept, Yi-sun rapidly descended toward the street. As the mission's rating was tied to its completion and time, he had to act swiftly. Yi-sun's speed had surpassed 3 seconds for 100 meters, a nearly insane velocity, translating to approximately 120 kilometers per hour. While this speed paled in comparison to the characters in Dragon Ball Z, it was undoubtedly the fastest in the early plot of Dragon Ball. In the shadows of the night, Yi-sun zipped through the streets like a wraith. Unlike the vehicles, his movements were governed by his extraordinary reflexes and robust physicality. Exhibiting flexibility far surpassing that of machinery, a green-haired thug brandishing an AK-47 was indiscriminately firing when he suddenly witnessed a shocking sight. A person keeping pace with his sports car, moving in perfect parallel. Indeed, it was a person, an astonishing sight. This individual maintained the same speed as the car. The green-haired thug rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating, but Yi-sun simply crouched down and grasped the car's lower edge. With a precise application of force, he sent the vehicle bizarrely flipping onto its side, the door scraping the ground as it slid forward due to inertia. The occupants of the car were caught off guard, rendered defenseless by the sudden flip. The police, noticing a biker-s vehicle overturned, swiftly surrounded it, apprehending the injured and unconscious gang member. "Captain, another biker has flipped over. Captain, that motorcycle has also turned. Oh no, Captain, it seems all the bikers' vehicles have overturned." The police captain was left bewildered. When he arrived at the scene where Brother Wei was being cuffed, he found Wei partially conscious. The captain quipped, "So you're the mastermind behind the reckless bikers. Are you? I believe we've met before." The mask was removed, revealing a smirk on Wei's face. He retorted, "Do you know who I am? Who are you?" "I'm the brother of the mayor of Wind City. You dare to cuff me, you wretched peasants. Even if you were the mayor's brother, we must act according to the law. Please understand our predicament." The captain's grim expression conveyed the seriousness of the situation. And Wei, realizing the implication, transformed his anger into amusement, allowing a smirk to surface. "All right, I understand, officer. Your work is indeed arduous." The police officers were all in low spirits, even though they had apprehended the notorious Wei Gu. It wouldn't be long before he was released on bail. They were all aware of this unspoken rule, which is why the police chief could only silently implore Wei Gu to understand their predicament. To be honest, no one knew whether Wei Gu would harbor resentment towards the police after his release. Thus, the officers could only humbly request his understanding that this was merely part of their duties, leaving the rest to be handled by Wei Ji's family. Chapter 17. Mission failed. Task completed. Gained 83 experience points. Task reward: 15 experience points. Street racing cheat code. Street racing cheat code? Yi-sun was taken aback, impressed by the game's peculiar reward system, which seemed to dispense items in a rather haphazard manner, yet it was undeniably powerful. Using the street racing cheat code, success. Yi-sun closed his eyes, relishing this abrupt influx of knowledge, and in an instant he became intimately familiar with various street racing techniques and vehicle modifications. Though it felt a touch excessive, he had to admit that the cheat code was indeed intriguing. Driving a Ferrari, accompanied by the campus belle, effortlessly drifting through the city streets was a dream for every young and IT might be a bit ostentatious, but that was simply the reality of it. The night swiftly passed, and upon returning to his room, Yi-sun found it was already dawn. He felt no fatigue. On the contrary, after stretching his limbs, he felt invigorated. "Though, if you don't get up soon, there will be no breakfast for you." Dodo's ears perked up, her little eyes flew open, and she sprang from the bed, waving her hands joyfully. "Dodo wants eggs and milk." "All right, hurry and wash your face. Brush your teeth and get dressed. The hotel will stop serving breakfast soon." After hastily completing her morning routine, Dodo followed Yi-sun to the dining area. Due to the owner's special instructions, as soon as Yi-sun and Dodo entered the restaurant, the staff immediately showered them with attentive service, ensuring a bountiful and nutritious breakfast. Dodo was thoroughly enjoying her meal. Yi-sun had never been one to breakfast, yet now, as a 13-year-old entering puberty, he realized that proper nutrition was essential for his development, that he was only a few hundred experience points shy of reaching level 10, and he had determined to practice during the day and combat crime at night. Wandering around the city would inevitably lead to various tasks. The rationale for avoiding daytime activities was simple. There were hardly any tasks available. He had no interest in mundane errands like helping an elderly lady cross the street. Such tasks offered a meager experience of only 1 point and were utterly pointless. "Dodo, once you are full, we'll go out to play. Big brother Yi-sun will take you for ice cream." Dodo had heard of ice cream, but was unfamiliar with sundae. However, since Yi-sun promised to treat her, she knew it would be delightful. Whether taking the bus or a taxi, Dodo displayed an air of curiosity, and Yi-sun himself was equally intrigued as he observed the diverse array of people around him. Among them were ordinary humans and many beast folk, who lived and interacted with humans without any apparent differences, showcasing a harmonious coexistence and commendable manners. In his youth, Yi-sun had dismissed such a fairy tale-like world as unrealistic. Analyzing from a biological evolution perspective, he understood that the DNA differences among mammalian species were minimal. Yet, those slight genetic variations resulted in vastly different biological structures. The only scenario in which a bear could live like a human was if it attained human-level intelligence and moral refinement. Essentially shedding its primal instincts, and no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a fanciful dream. What significant evolutionary event had transpired in this Dragon Ball world that allowed all mammals to assume human forms? Yet he quickly dismissed this train of thought, realizing that only canines and felines among mammals transformed into human shapes. He recalled scenes from the Dragon Ball anime, particularly the World Martial Arts Tournament where a crocodile-like creature donned a karate gi. However, crocodiles were not viviparous mammals, but rather oviparous reptiles. Strange, truly strange. Moreover, Dragon Ball featured countless bizarre beings, such as the werewolf who despised Master Roshi and the dinosaur-like expert whom Sun Wukong encountered during his first tournament. Then there was Pilaf, the series' first genuine antagonist, a peculiar human race distinct from both beast folk and extraterrestrials, yet still a unique subset of humanity. This was understandable, as those familiar with evolutionary biology would know that humans branched into different species throughout their evolution. Nonetheless, the lineage that eventually prevailed became the dominant race on Earth. Soon, the bus arrived at a bustling square, and Yisun led Dodo straight to the ice cream shop. He first ordered her a colorful fruit ice cream, and whimsically chose a sundae for himself. Relishing the moment before facing any cosmic threats, Dodo was having a splendid time. She had never tasted such delightful treats or worn such fashionable clothes in Green Bamboo Village. After the ice cream shop, they ventured to an amusement park, then a hot pot restaurant, playing until sunset when Dodo happily expressed her willingness to return to Do. Children are truly wild. They can't be restrained when playing. I remember being the same way at that age. Reflecting on the past, Yisun felt a twinge of sorrow, wondering how his family would react upon learning of his demise and whether the owner would feel any guilt. Upon returning to the hotel, Dodo, exhausted from play, quickly fell asleep. Noticing the time, Yisun donned his night attire once more and stealthily slipped out, soaring through the city, continuously seeking tasks. Ding dong, F-grade task received. Rescue a youth being bullied by delinquents. Yisun was momentarily stunned. Swiftly following the red arrow indicating the task location, he soon spotted a dim alley where a group was harassing an individual. This must be it. He flew to the scene and calmly observed from above. The bullied youth was already bruised and battered, while the other 7 were laughing mockingly. Shiao Q, drink this bottle of urine, and we promise to let you go home. The youth named Shiao Q remained silent. His mouth shut tight, yet his trembling body betrayed his fear of these bullies, summoning a semblance of courage. Shiao Q stammered, "I'll tell the teacher tomorrow." The ringleader, however, burst into laughter. "Tell the teacher what? You want the whole school to know you drank my urine?" "Ha!" The others joined in the raucous laughter, but soon after, the ringleader dealt a resounding slap to Shiao Q's face. Yisun, even from a distance, could hear the sharp crack of the slap. Sure enough, after that blow, Shiao Q broke into tears, asking Jack, "Why do you always bully me? Who the hell told you to be so arrogant? If you were good at studying or handsome, I wouldn't bother with you. But you, with your poor grades and lack of friends, dare to look down on me." Jack's reasoning was nonsensical, yet Shiao Q appeared utterly confused. "How did I offend you? I walked past the corridor during lunch, and not only did you not yield, but you also had the audacity to stare at me defiantly. How arrogant. I didn't look down on you. The corridor is wide enough. You walk on the left, and I walk on the right. That I didn't bump into you. Bump into your mother," Jack shouted, before launching into a flurry of punches and kicks at Shiao Q. Threatening, "Drink this bottle of urine, and I won't bother you at school anymore." Yisun shook his head slightly, choosing not to intervene, merely curious to see if Shiao Q would truly drink it. If he succumbed to the intimidation and chose to drink the urine, Yisun would turn and leave. Such a coward was not worth saving. That a fleeting thought passed, and Shiao Q cried out, "You can forget it. If you dare to touch me, I won't let you off easy. You're just a piece of trash destined to never get into high school." Jack, evidently used to being a bully in school, was infuriated by Shiao Q's furious retort. Erupting in a rage, "You little bastard, I'll kill you. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The police officers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the statement. The police captain adjusted his glasses, a look of confusion etched on his face as he inquired, "Then the individual who tossed the coin must have been positioned parallel to us. However, with no surveillance footage, no eyewitnesses, and no reports filed, we are utterly at a loss." Could it merely be a typical brawl that escalated beyond control? Upon uttering these words, an air of uncertainty enveloped the group. The resolute young Aki vehemently refuted. No, that cannot be the case. In fact, we do possess some clues. Firstly, the severed limb is missing, which presents two possibilities. First, the severed limb belongs to the victim. The assailant, after breaking the victim's wrist, took both the body and the wrist away. Second, the severed limb does not belong to the victim. I hesitate to claim it belongs to the perpetrator because I cannot ascertain the true events that transpired in the alley. It may pertain to another group entirely. Alas, regardless of which group it may be, as long as it is not an extreme case of body disposal, the individual with the severed wrist should instinctively seek medical attention. As these words were spoken, the eyes of the gathered individuals brightened, and someone immediately clapped, exclaiming, "Indeed, let us promptly investigate the admission reports of the Wind City Hospital to see if any patients with severed limbs were treated last night." The officers seized upon this breakthrough and sprang into action. However, the captain cast a serious glance at Aki, who mirrored his gravity, for they were both contemplating the same matter. After a brief pause, the captain stated, "There is another issue. Aki, I entrust this matter to you to investigate." Aki promptly rose, expressing, "Thank you for your trust, Captain. I shall commence the inquiry at once." The other officers were left pondering the nature of this task when the captain sighed and remarked, "What sort of individual possesses the ability to strike a coin with the force of a sniper bullet?" Enlightenment dawned upon the assembled officers, and soon one inquired whether someone had developed a coin gun, igniting yet another round of discussion. Yet at this moment, no one was aware that Aki's doubts ran deeper. As a martial arts champion from the police academy, his greatest idol was the legendary Master Wu Tian. Often referred to as the god of martial arts, he had previously heard tales of Master Wu, who, in his youth, traversed the world, and one rumor held that he had once shattered a wall with a mere coin. If the assailant possessed even a fraction of Wu Tian's prowess, it would indeed be terrifying. The officers understood that an individual capable of wielding a coin with such force would not only possess great strength, but also an alarming degree of precision. The emergence of such a figure in Wind City raised concerns. What if they were a terrorist? Aki, having received permission to investigate, changed into casual attire and embarked on his quest to find this master. Rewinding time to last night, after Yisun had whisked away Shiao Q from the scene, he headed directly to a pool on the outskirts of the city, where he unceremoniously tossed Shiao Q into the water. The previously unconscious Shiao Q was jolted awake by the shock of the cold water, stumbling out of the pool in a daze, had it not been for the pain radiating from his body. A vivid reminder of the beating he had just endured, he might have thought he was dreaming. "Are you awake now?" Shiao Q turned his head towards the figure clad in a black hoodie. But the darkness obscured his features, and the masked visage left Shiao Q confused. "Where's the person who just attacked me? Who are you? Why am I here? What do you want?" "So, which question do you truly wish to ask?" Shiao Q was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the words. Why? Yisun chuckled. "The one named Jack had his wrist broken by me. The others took him to the hospital. Are you saying you saved me?" "Do not misunderstand. I did not save you. If I had genuinely intended to rescue you, you wouldn't be drenched in urine." Shiao Q felt a twinge of embarrassment. "If you didn't save me, then why did you break Jack's wrist and bring me here?" "I had planned to go home for dinner, but I overheard Jack's intention to sever your tendons, so I intervened." Upon hearing this, Shiao Q's expression transformed dramatically. He realized he had narrowly escaped having his tendons cut by that scoundrel. "Damn it!" Shiao Q erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. He did not believe this person was lying. There was no reason for him to fabricate such a story. He was itching to confront Jack and stab that fool twice. However, Shiao Q quickly regained his composure and, with a wary tone, asked, "So, if you saved me, why did you bring me here? Do you have any money on you?" At this, Shiao Q's face turned pale. It was indeed a robbery, after Jack's gang had knocked him out. They likely departed immediately, and this person had brought him here to steal his money. No, it was likely a kidnapping, intending to extort money from his family. If he were not a kidnapper, why would he disguise himself in black? Yisun, aware of Shiao Q's thoughts, calmly replied, "If you have money, you can take a taxi home, and I'm going to sleep now. If you don't have any, I can lend you 20 yuan, and you can return it to me tomorrow night when you come back here. What? Shiao Q paused, his mind filled with questions, but he responded, no need. I have money. Wei Sun waved his hand dismissively. I don't know how far this place is from your home, but you should hurry. After midnight, taxi fares double. With that, Yi Sun rose into the air using his aerial technique and swiftly vanished from Shiao Q's sight. Shiao Q, witnessing the spectacle, was left utterly astonished. He stared, slack-jawed, as Yi Sun soared higher and higher until the figure was no longer visible, leaving him trembling on the ground. He can fly. He can fly. He can fly. Shiao Q sat there, repeatedly questioning the impossibility of human flight. Was he an alien? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Shiao Q suddenly realized that everything the extraordinary individual had said must indeed be true. A person capable of flight was undoubtedly not an ordinary character. There was no need for him to deceive him. Wait, he mentioned I should come back here tomorrow at this time? That night, Shiao Q experienced a complete upheaval of his worldview, casting doubt upon the very foundations of his understanding of science. Chapter 20. The notorious figures of the school. In truth, Shiao Q possessed less than 15 yuan. He hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to a location closer to home, from where he could walk the remaining distance. That it was only upon entering the taxi that Shiao Q realized he had been transported to a different district by the enigmatic figure. However, in terms of timing, it could not have been more than 5 minutes since he had been knocked out. Unless he had flown, it was inconceivable that he could have reached that area in such a brief span. Indeed, he had been directly flown to that location. How astonishing! Could it be that humans can truly fly? Would he ever see that person again? Upon returning home, Shiao Q felt a lingering sense of disorientation, completely indifferent to his parents. After all, his parents spent their days either playing cards or arguing, both lacking formal employment, merely drifting through life. From childhood to the present, Shiao Q's existence has been profoundly tragic. Like a timid bird afraid to soar, he desperately pushes his fledglings toward the nest's edge, hoping they might take flight, yet forgetting that they themselves lack the courage to fly and are unaware of how to spread their wings. They are compelled to attempt flight before their feathers are fully grown, only to crash and shatter upon impact. The previous generation, having failed to strive, nonetheless places all hopes of resurgence upon the shoulders of the next, entirely neglecting the fact that they themselves are still in their prime, fully capable of striving to alter their lives and destinies. Shiao Q is not particularly handsome, tall, or fair-skinned. He had hoped to excel academically. But regrettably, any disagreement with his father resulted in physical punishment and verbal abuse from his mother. Last month, after remarking that the food was too salty, he was met with a swift slap from his father, leaving him dazed and bleeding profusely from his nose. His father, seeing the blood-soaked meal, angrily cornered him and beat him. This simple example encapsulates the grim reality of their household. After receiving his grades, Shiao Q dared not share them with his parents for fear of ridicule and scorn, even if he had made some progress. Some may argue that this is merely a manifestation of parental love and expectation. But Shiao Q, perhaps lacking emotional intelligence or cognitive acuity, has never felt an ounce of love or expectation. Instead, he perceives the frustrations and inadequacies of the previous generation being unjustly projected onto him. Shiao Q's enthusiasm for learning has dwindled, his passion for life extinguished, and he has long since lost hope for the future. He has become self-deprecating and withdrawn, often bullied by his peers. His encounters with Jack have not been infrequent, yet he chooses to endure the mistreatment in silence. This time, Jack merely exploited the situation to vent his frustrations. While Shiao Q was unconscious, Yi Sun had used his vital energy to mend his internal injuries, leaving only superficial wounds, which presented him with a swollen and bruised visage. The following day, when Shiao Q arrived at school with a bruised face, his classmates immediately recognized that he had been beaten again. It was not that they were unwilling to stand up for him. Rather, they felt powerless to intervene. Upon seeing Shiao Q's condition, the teacher offered only a token inquiry into his well-being, as they had neither the time nor the inclination to concern themselves with a student deemed unmotivated. Shiao Q, aware of his homeroom teacher's indifference, refrained from providing further explanation, simply stating that he had been beaten by family members. However, during a break in the restroom, Shiao Q encountered one of his assailants from the previous night. Instinctively, he attempted to avoid him, Yet he noticed the other person's gaze falter. Suddenly, the words of the superhero from last night resurfaced in his mind. Seizing the moment, Shiao Q approached and greeted, "Philip, how is Jack doing?" Philip's expression changed dramatically, his demeanor betraying a sense of unease. Although he was a delinquent, he had never witnessed the gruesome aftermath of someone being shot. Philip, unwilling to engage, turned to leave, but Shiao Q stepped forward to block his path. Philip furrowed his brow and barked, "What do you want? Are you looking for trouble?" "Move aside." Shiao Q, sensing Philip's anxiety, decided against the confrontation and calmly inquired, "Has Jack's hand been reattached?" "You? How do you know?" "Oh right, the shooter saved you, so you must know him." With Philip revealing signs of trepidation, Shiao Q pressed on, "If you don't have evidence, don't make baseless accusations. Yet, I've heard whispers of someone planning to sever my tendons. I wonder if there's any truth to that." "Philip, you were there last night. You can't deceive me." Philip's resolve crumbled as he perceived Shiao Q's fierce expression, that he realized that the assailant who had attacked Jack was clearly an acquaintance of Shiao Q, who had intervened to incapacitate Jack when he learned of Shiao Q's impending fate. If Shiao Q had been feigning unconsciousness, he would have had no reason to remain still when Jack spoke of severing tendons. In a panic, Philip fled, genuinely frightened. After all, he was merely a student and had never witnessed such violent behavior outside the realm of school. Observing Shiao Q's unyielding demeanor, he feared that retribution was imminent. Indeed, Shiao Q's father had at least spoken the truth. The bullies in school, who flaunted their bravado, were nothing more than petty thugs, far removed from the underworld. As the day progressed, a peculiar rumor began circulating throughout the school. Jack had been hospitalized after having his wrist shattered by a gunman, and that gunman was purportedly summoned by Shiao Q. However, as the tale spread, it morphed into various versions, claiming Shiao Q had ordered the severing of Jack's hand, or that he himself had shot Jack, ultimately leading to the breaking of his wrist. The consensus emerged that Shiao Q had been involved in a violent altercation with Jack, resulting in Jack's injury and Shiao Q's bruised visage. What began as a whisper quickly escalated, and soon the entire school was aware of Shiao Q's supposed role in Jack's injury. Many students approached Shiao Q seeking the truth, but he vehemently denied the allegations. Nevertheless, his sinister smile, coupled with his battered face, gave the impression that he was relishing the notion of having harmed Jack. The news reached the school's administration, prompting immediate concern. They sought to speak with Shiao Q to ascertain the facts. Shiao Q recounted the events of the previous night, detailing how he had been beaten into unconsciousness by Jack and his companions, and specifically mentioning the humiliation of being doused in urine. The administration listened with furrowed brows, and Shiao Q even disrobed to reveal the bruises, eliciting gasps from the faculty, including the principal. It became evident that Shiao Q's account of being brutally assaulted was credible. Curiosity piqued, the principal inquired, "Shiao Q, what transpired with Jack?" "I don't know." Shiao Q replied, "I heard that after I lost consciousness, Jack was shot by an unknown assailant, and I was just as shocked as anyone. Believe me, if I had the means to hire someone, I wouldn't have been humiliated in such a manner." The teachers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the severity of the situation. The act of forcing someone to drink urine constituted a grave personal affront. Under any circumstances, anyone with a firearm would have reacted violently. The administration resolved to address the matter seriously and criticized Shiao Q's homeroom teacher for failing to report the incident, emphasizing that even if it were merely a matter of family discipline, the school held the right to intervene in cases of bullying. However, shortly after the second period, several police cars arrived at the school, from which emerged officers, including a Chi. They requested to see Shiao Q, citing a report accusing him of attempted murder leading to bodily harm. In the span of a single day, Shiao Q had become a figure of intrigue within the school, even attracting the attention of the once aloof and self-important school beauties, who were curious to discover the identity of this individual capable of such audacity. Chapter 21. Interrogation. Following the report, the police convened an urgent meeting to connect the timeline of Jack's hospitalization with the events of the previous night. The details provided by Jack and his family corroborated the timeline, but raised questions about whether Shiao Q was indeed the perpetrator. Jack and his family were adamant that Shiao Q had hired someone to inflict harm. Yet the officers were not so easily swayed by one-sided accounts. The police captain asserted that Shiao Q must know the skilled assailant and ordered officers to question him at school. However, Chi expressed his doubts, believing that the incident might not involve Shiao Q at all and that he may not even be acquainted with the true assailant. "You all should recall the recent incident with the bike gang," he remarked. After interrogating the gang members, they claimed that a figure clad in a black hoodie and mask appeared beside their vehicle at high speed, leading to their crash. Upon the utterance of these words, the police officers were struck with astonishment. The ability to match the speed of a vehicle and possess the strength to overturn it rendered the notion of breaking a person's wrist with a coin or shattering a telephone pole less surprising. Following the captain's directive for Aki and his companions to interrogate Shiao Q at the school, he promptly set off for the police headquarters to report this alarming incident, as the presence of such a formidable adversary necessitated informing the chief. As the scene shifted, Aki and his group arrived at the school. Locating Shiao Q and expressing their intent to gather information to avoid disrupting the order of the school, the interrogation was conducted in the principal's office. Accompanied by numerous teachers and administrators as witnesses, Aki initiated the conversation by inquiring, "Do you know Jack?" "Yes," Shiao Q replied. "He was the one who assaulted me last night. Are you aware that he suffered a broken wrist?" Shiao Q nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I've heard it from my classmates that So it was your classmates who informed you." "Indeed, the news is spread throughout the school." Aki probed further, "What exactly has been circulating?" "Everyone says Jack had his wrist severed." Shiao Q recounted candidly. "However, do you not find the content of these rumors related to you?" Shiao Q felt a surge of irritation. The manner of questioning by the officers was quite distasteful. He bluntly replied, "Isn't it just saying that I severed his wrist? Could you elaborate on the events of last night?" Shiao Q then recounted the sequence of events to the police as he had explained to the teachers, emphasizing the incident of being forced to drink urine, which caused the officers to frown in disapproval. It was indeed excessive. Upon hearing this, one of the leopard beastman officers remarked, "It seems the methods of friendship among students at your school are rather inappropriate." This statement left the administrators in an awkward silence. The leopard officer then seriously questioned, "Shiao Q, I have 3 inquiries for you, and I hope you will respond truthfully. After all, Jack indeed had his wrist broken, and it was his parents who reported the incident, specifically accusing you of hiring someone to harm him, with an additional charge of attempted murder." Shiao Q's anger flared at the insinuation. Who is the one attempting murder? Nevertheless, he restrained his temper and nodded, indicating his willingness to speak openly. First question, "Did you hire someone to inflict harm?" "No," Shiao Q promptly replied. "I have no money, and even if I did, I wouldn't have the courage." Second question, "Do you know the assailant responsible for Jack's injury?" "No." Third question, "After Jack was attacked and taken to the hospital, where did you go?" "I returned home after regaining consciousness." The leopard officer paused for a moment and added, "Pardon me, my third question was not very clear. What I meant to ask was, from where did you take a taxi?" Shiao Q was taken aback. He instinctively thought that the police must have traced the taxi he took last night, thus knowing he had left the scene of the incident after Jack was injured, heading to a park in another district. Realizing there was no point in concealment, he decided to tell the truth. However, his revelation startled both the police and the teachers. The latter were left bewildered upon hearing about the mysterious person who had seemingly appeared and then vanished. The police, on the other hand, wore grave expressions. This aligned perfectly with Aki's deductions. An exceptionally formidable individual had arrived in the Wind City. "Wait a moment, Shiao Q, are you saying that this superhuman simply flew away?" "Yes, he flew away without hesitation." The room collectively gasped, and the officers exchanged apprehensive glances. Aki had heard of a unique technique that could allow a person to soar into the air, but the specifics remained unknown. "It seems we must consult the chief. This matter pertains to the social order in Wind City and requires careful handling." Shiao Q answered each question with ease. After all, he had not hired anyone to commit murder, and it appeared that Jack was indeed incapacitated, which oddly brought Shiao Q a sense of relief and confidence in front of the police. "You assert that this individual flew away?" "Officer, you've asked this question numerous times. He did indeed fly away. Initially, I thought he was merely employing a trick, but during the period I was unconscious and then revived. Unless he truly transported me to that park using his flying ability, it would take at least 20 minutes for a taxi to reach there under normal circumstances." Afei, reviewing the records, pondered and asked, "Why do you think he took you to the park by the pond?" "Perhaps he saw me lying unconscious, drenched in urine, and felt pity, so he decided to toss me into the pond to wash me off." The teachers fell silent. It was a somewhat plausible explanation. The police remained skeptical, unable to determine the extent of their acquaintance, yet they believed Shiao Q was not involved in hiring anyone to commit murder. Indeed, as you say, do you have any means of contacting that formidable individual? No, really, none at all. Truly none. After thorough questioning, it seemed they had covered most of the necessary inquiries. The truth appeared straightforward. However, Shiao Q mentioned that the superhuman had informed him that had he not witnessed Jack and others attempting to sever his tendons while he was unconscious, he would not have intervened against mere delinquent youths. The police felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that such delinquent youths were indeed capable of such actions, and one doubted Shiao Q's honesty. There were far worse crimes committed by delinquent youths than this. The principal's face was nearly ashen, struggling to contain his rising frustration. Reporters had already gathered at the school entrance, and it was now impossible to conceal the school's disgrace. Upon returning to the precinct, the officers convened a meeting to meticulously recount Shiao Q's statements, particularly noting his description of the mysterious individual clad in a black hoodie and mask. Everyone immediately recognized this as the same figure who had assisted in apprehending the rampaging gang. Just then, a man in a suit entered, accompanied by a group of staff members. The police chief and his colleagues promptly stood and saluted, to which the suited middle-aged man returned the gesture before gesturing for everyone to sit. This individual was robustly built, despite wearing a suit. His physique was remarkably athletic and exuded strength, distinctly unlike the typical office-bound bureaucrat. He was Rod Altman, the chief of the Wind City Police Department, the father of the hapless Romeo. After sitting down, he spent approximately 10 minutes listening to the reports from the officers, followed by another 10 minutes reviewing all testimonies and relevant statements, his expression growing grave and silent. The police chief, perplexed, inquired, "Chief, should we proceed to arrest that superhuman?" Rod slowly replied, "Are you all fools? You think you can arrest such a powerful individual? But he did injure a child," the chief argued. Rod scowled, dismissing the concern. "Is it merely the injury of a delinquent youth? What significance does that hold? To offend a martial artist who is genuinely seeking justice over the potential threat posed by a little parasite to society? You lack common sense." "I do not." The room was filled with perspiration. Rod's words were hardly fitting for a police chief, resembling those of a gang leader instead. "Chief, I have an unorthodox request," one of the younger officers, Aki, interjected. Rod, noticing Aki's initiative, nodded. "Speak that I humbly ask you to demonstrate the level of strength that superhuman possesses." Rod chuckled. "Too simple. A brief comparison will suffice." With that, he seized the office desk and flung it, shattering the window, and sending the desk crashing into the fountain at the precinct entrance, provoking astonished gasps from bystanders who were left bewildered by the commotion. The officers in the meeting room were left speechless, and Aki along with the police captain were drenched in sweat. The chief's display was utterly outrageous, yet undeniably impressive. Seeing their astonished expressions, Rod smiled with satisfaction. "See, this is the strength of a top 8 contender from the World Martial Arts Tournament." However, even I only managed to reach the top 8. The champion of that year, King Kappa, never allowed anyone to touch him and effortlessly secured the title. Tell me, how formidable is a true martial artist? In your opinion, before anyone else could speak, Rod retrieved a coin from his bag and flicked it towards the large vase by the door. A sharp, crystalline shatter echoed through the room as the vase, towering to the height of a man, splintered into countless pieces upon impact. If it were the champion's prowess, severing another's wrist with a mere coin would be a trifling matter. Witnessing the director demonstrate the essence of a true master through action, the onlookers silently rejoiced in their decision to refrain from rash behavior. A martial artist of such caliber could hardly be managed by mere police forces. Even the military might struggle to vanquish a foe of this magnitude. Did that little brat mention any contact information for this master? Shiao Q denied any such connections between the parties. Rod, unconcerned, replied, "Very well, follow him until we are certain there is no link," with the director's orders issued. The group promptly set to work, the first step being to uncover the identity of this formidable individual. In truth, A master of this level would be immediately recognized if they displayed even a hint of flamboyance in their daily life. This was common knowledge. News of Shiao Q's police inquiry spread like wildfire, with neighbors gossiping about how he had assaulted someone, leading to the strong possibility of his expulsion. Naturally, Shiao Q's parents, engrossed in their card games, soon became aware of the situation and returned home in a huff to confront him. Upon seeing Shiao Q nodded immediately. Indeed, even if he had billions now, he would be at a loss as to how to spend it. This exemplifies the disparity in societal levels. Individuals of a higher echelon, upon acquiring wealth, elevate their standard of living to even greater heights, attending concerts, embarking on global travels, enjoying Broadway shows, and seeking companionship from more refined women. Conversely, those of a lower stratum, when they come into money, often devolve into mere nouveau riche, indulging in hedonistic pursuits such as gluttony, gambling, and debauchery, yet their fundamental quality of life remains woefully low, merely a quantitative shift. To achieve a qualitative transformation is intrinsically linked to the sophistication of one's thought processes and self-cultivation. After careful contemplation, Yi-sun promptly remarked, "Shiao Q, you have become the talk of the school due to this incident. Since that is the case, why not turn the tables and leverage this newfound fame to market yourself thoroughly? However, the primary requisite is that you must possess confidence." Shiao Q, perplexed, felt that he was both short and unattractive. Even if he continued his studies, attending university seemed utterly unattainable. This nation enforces 12 years of compulsory education, yet the difficulty of the college entrance examination is formidable, with an elimination rate of at least 40. And in the most challenging year, exceeding 50. What could he possibly do? He voiced his concerns, and Yi-sun chuckled, "Fool, can't you find ways to gain an advantage during the next 3 years of high school?" "What advantages could I possibly acquire?" Shiao Q replied, "I could learn martial arts and become a warrior." Shiao Q was immediately taken aback. That's impossible. The difficulty of becoming a warrior is insurmountable. The Martial Arts Association in this country is exceptionally stringent regarding the issuance of warrior qualifications. Point 1 must demonstrate a punching force of at least 1,600 pounds, complete a 100-meter dash in under 11 seconds, and avoid being struck by rubber bullets more than 10 times within 10 seconds. Any one of these requirements is beyond my reach. Yi-sun scoffed, "It's not that hard, but I can't show off in front of someone entirely new to martial arts. It serves no purpose that I enrolled early. In fact, I'm already 16 years old in the 3rd year of junior high. My height has stagnated over the past year, and I stand at a mere 161 meters, the shortest in my class. My physique has already taken shape, and it is far too late to begin training." Yi-sun paused, recognizing that Shiao Q's self-deprecation was not without merit. He was lacking in every regard, even possessing the features of a typical laborer. The poor boy, reflecting upon himself at the age of 13, already the world's foremost martial artist, with a height of 175 meters and a modest appearance of 7 out of 10, hailing from a prominent family, his innate advantages were off the charts. Coupled with his unique Dragon Ball upgrade system, he was indeed a winner in life, not merely starting ahead, but practically lounging at the finish line. Observing Shiao Q, Yi-sun felt a curious sense of irony. Shiao Q appeared to be his complete antithesis. Where Yi-sun excelled, Shiao Q faltered, "I will teach you martial arts. Once you master these skills, I assure you that your shortcomings will be entirely rectified." Upon hearing this, Shiao Q was instantly filled with excitement. "What martial arts will you teach me?" "The Tao of Heaven technique, which I have created." "The Tao of Heaven technique?" Shiao Q asked. Yi-sun replied, "This martial art will push you to the brink of agony, yet it will allow you to be reborn from the ashes, cleansing your very essence. If you persist in your training for 3 years, I guarantee you will grow to at least 1.70 meters, and your less than stellar features will undergo a transformation, becoming more refined and elegant. As for the warrior qualification, you need not concern yourself with that, for the mere act of training will exponentially enhance your physical capabilities. Strength, speed, and reflexes will all surpass those of ordinary individuals." Doubtful, Shiao Q questioned, "Is it truly possible to reach such a level?" Yi-sun replied confidently, "If not, why would I be so formidable?" "Wow, that response is simply incredible. Sit cross-legged." As Shiao Q complied, Yi-sun began to guide his inner energy using true Q. Yi-sun planned to teach Shiao Q the first layer of the cleansing marrow scripture, withholding the subsequent layers for now, as Shiao Q was not yet worthy of such a significant gift. Besides, it was likely that he would be unable to cultivate the latter techniques due to his limited innate potential. As Shiao Q felt the blood within him surging violently, every cell and muscle in his body seemed to tear apart, especially as the meridians expanded, threatening to overwhelm him. The inherent strengthening effect of the cleansing marrow scripture nearly shattered Shiao Q's inadequate physique. Had Yi-sun not shielded him with true Qi, Shiao Q would have undoubtedly succumbed to a fatal hemorrhage. When Shiao Q finally regained consciousness, dawn had arrived. Upon rising, he noticed Yi-sun standing nearby. And to his horror, he was enveloped in a foul stench. Thankfully, it was a school holiday. Otherwise, how could he possibly face his classmates? Let us go. Where to? To wash up. You stink. Do you wish to suffocate me? Yi-sun used his skill to transport Shiao Q to a secluded pond on the outskirts of the city, instructing, for the next few days, you will train here with the techniques I taught you last night. Do you remember? Yes, it's hard to forget. My body has been in constant pain, as if the technique from last night is still in effect. Exactly. Use your consciousness to guide that inner energy. Do not be lazy. I suppose you want to return to that home of yours. The following is not part of the main text. It is merely a grievance. Let us communicate respectfully. There is no need for insults. Whatever you can conceive, the author can surely anticipate. However, a novel is not merely a given script. It is a story that must unfold with depth. You cannot just dictate how things should go. Please understand that the author is crafting this narrative based on their vision, that if you find the story does not align with your expectations, feel free to look elsewhere instead of hurling insults at the author. The author has their outline. The protagonist's journey, whether for revenge or growth, progresses step by step. That if you're truly unhappy, create your own author account and write your own story however you wish. No one will stop you. If you believe you can trample on the author's hard work simply because you are a reader, let me clarify. If you do not cast a recommendation vote, offer support, or pay for the content, the author owes you nothing. Mind your words. If you dislike this book, just don't read it. That if you notice any discrepancies, feel free to provide feedback in the comment section. Those who resort to insults are simply uncouth and will be permanently muted. Chapter 24. Binding together after arranging Shiao Q's training location. Yi-sun promptly returned to the hotel, where he encountered Dodo, who was anxiously searching for him. Children possess such a fear of being abandoned when they cannot see an adult. However, upon sighting Yi-sun, Dodo reverted to his gluttonous self, insisting on dragging Yi-sun out for a meal. Unable to refuse, as they were about to leave, Yi-sun unexpectedly spotted Romeo waiting for him in the lobby. Ultraman, are you waiting for me? Master, are you going out? Yi-sun nodded. Indeed, this little brat is insistent on eating. Romeo hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something. Yi-sun chuckled, fully aware that Romeo wished to learn martial arts from him. However, Yi-sun had no interest in teaching a spoiled rich kid. It would be a waste of time. Nevertheless, given that he had received some assistance from Romeo in this city, he could not easily go back on his word. Listen carefully, Romeo. I will not teach you personally, but I will have someone else instruct you. And that person was taught by me. Romeo gasped. Does this mean I am considered a disciple? Disciple? Nonsense. I have no intention of taking on disciples. For only extreme geniuses qualify for that status in my eyes. Understand? Feeling disappointed, Romeo realized that his physically depleted state would likely prevent him from mastering any profound techniques. He quickly inquired, Master, where is the gentleman you mentioned? Let us go. Drive your car. Overjoyed, Romeo opened the back door for Yi-sun and Dodo, then drove them into the suburbs. Upon reaching a mountainous area, Yi-sun led Dodo and Romeo to Shiao Q. Surely enough, Shiao Q had not wasted any time and was diligently practicing. Yi-sun cleared his throat, startling Shiao Q from his training. Upon hearing the voice of the great master, Shiao Q quickly rose to greet him, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Yi-sun. So this is what the great master looks like. Romeo, seeing this short, uncouth boy clad merely in shorts, exclaimed in surprise, Master, is this the fellow you were speaking of? Yi-sun snorted, Romeo, your father is a martial arts expert. Surely he has taught you some skills, has he not? Indeed, my father constructed a training room for me to hone my martial arts skills. However, I have seldom utilized it, yet I still possess a foundational understanding. Heh, how pretentious of you. When you mention a foundation, do you refer to your brief foray into boxing during your school days? Romeo felt quite embarrassed. In truth, his situation was not so simple. Being the son of the police chief, he inevitably drew attention, bearing the burden of his father's reputation. But if someone were to seek vengeance against Chief Rod by harming Romeo, it would certainly be disastrous. Understanding this, Romeo diligently practiced boxing almost every week. Though he had not made significant progress, he had not regressed too much either. Moreover, he often found himself embroiled in fights at school. Had he not trained in boxing, he might have ended up in the hospital long ago. After all, he couldn't always use his father's influence to intimidate others. Despite his reckless behavior, he still maintained a semblance of dignity. I have only taught Shiao Q for a day. Shall we test the results? You may call me Master, while Shiao Q refers to me as deity. Regardless of the title, I must demonstrate an appropriate level of skill. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Shiao Q turned pale with fear. Romeo, a tall and imposing adult, clearly came from a wealthy family, while Shiao Q was merely an ordinary commoner. How could he possibly compare? Shiao Q, are you frightened? To be honest, I lack confidence. His honesty was refreshing. After all, confidence would come with practice. Romeo beamed with amusement, remarking that calling him master was a bit of an exaggeration, although he lacked real strength. He could easily see that Shiao Q's physique bore no resemblance to that of someone who had trained in martial arts, and he jested, "All right, since we are to compare, let us do so properly." However, Yisun interjected, "Hold on, I did not say you should spar. Shiao Q has never trained in boxing. Fighting you would be tantamount to courting disaster. Then how shall we compare?" Romeo was taken aback, thinking it was a martial arts competition. Upon hearing that there would be no sparring, Shiao Q breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely had no martial arts skills and would only be inviting trouble. After this, Yisun snapped his fingers and pointed to Dodo, who was frolicking nearby, chasing butterflies, saying, "I have only taught Dodo for less than 3 months, yet his abilities already surpass those of over 80% of martial artists on this planet. I have taught Shiao Q for a day, and he can already catch up to Romeo's years of training. This is my method." Without caring how Romeo and Shiao Q felt, he commanded, "Dodo, jump on the spot." Dodo stopped, looked at Yisun, and then leaped straight up, reaching a height of over 20 meters. This spectacle left Romeo and Shiao Q utterly astonished at why. Yisun then instructed Dodo to strike a tree. And Dodo complied instantly, delivering 3 swift blows with his adorable little paws, ultimately snapping the tree in half. "What do you think?" Yisun asked, grinning as he observed the bewildered expressions on the faces of the 2 young men. "You two jump on the spot." Romeo and Shiao Q exchanged glances and complied. However, Romeo's jump was no different from that of an average person, while Shiao Q, during his leap, instinctively unleashed a hint of internal energy, propelling himself nearly 2 meters off the ground. Romeo was left dumbfounded, his face a picture of shock as he glanced at Yisun, then back at the equally astonished Shiao Q. The atmosphere became tense for a moment until Yisun applauded, praising Shiao Q. After just 1 day of teaching, a 2-meter jump is quite a respectable achievement. Shiao Q felt a surge of joy, unable to suppress his delight, while Romeo's expression darkened. He was the son of the police chief and had trained for over a decade. Yet his jumping ability was surpassed by this little novice. "Romeo, I know you are dissatisfied. Let us try a test of strength that I want to have you arm wrestle. Instead, you both will throw stones at the same tree, and the results will speak for themselves." Dodo, wearing a frown, tugged at Yisun's sleeve and pouted, "Brother son, these 2 brothers are really weak. Dodo doesn't he want to play with them? Dodo, go catch a big fish. Today, these 2 brothers need to practice martial arts and require plenty of meat." Upon receiving the command, Dodo excitedly jumped into the lake, darting toward the center like a fish and then diving beneath the surface. Before Romeo and Shiao Q could react, they witnessed Yisun unleash a ki blast that turned a pile of rubble into level ground. "What was that? A ki blast?" Romeo's face paled, and he exclaimed in shock. His experience far surpassed that of Shiao Q, and he knew that only the most elite martial artist could unleash such a technique. Romeo's admiration for Yi-sun reached unprecedented heights, his eyes sparkling with awe. While Shiao Q remained utterly oblivious to the nature of the radiant beam, Yi-sun smiled and declared, "From this day forward, I will teach Shiao Q the key technique, and Shiao Q will instruct Romeo on how to utilize it." Romeo, being the son of the police chief, has access to some of the finest martial arts resources in the Wind City, so you will be responsible for teaching Shiao Q combat skills. Do you both understand what I mean? Romeo glanced at Shiao Q, initially feeling discontent, but upon realizing he would be responsible for teaching the novice combat techniques, he quickly understood that the master intended to foster mutual learning through this arrangement. Thus, neither would owe the other anything. Truly, a master-esque approach to training was unlike any other. However, Shiao Q suddenly had an epiphany. He seemed to grasp Yi-sun's intention. If Romeo was indeed the son of the police chief, it implied that he belonged to the upper echelons of society in the Wind City. Was this the method the deity referred to for helping him restore his confidence? Chapter 25. Rigorous training. Romeo and Shiao Q embarked on their training journey. Following Yi-sun's guidance, Romeo reopened his training room and handed Shiao Q a card, saying, "Shiao Q, you must understand the master's intentions. At such a young age, he possesses remarkable strength. Calling him a prodigy is not an exaggeration. He is willing to inspire us through this method, which is truly generous. Henceforth, we shall support each other in our training, so you must quickly delve into the intricacies of internal energy cultivation. The more you learn, the more I will benefit from it as well." Shiao Q understood this clearly. Yi-sun was intent on binding their progress together, likely to help rebuild his confidence. This was a strategic move where neither would lose out. For Romeo, Shiao Q's background was easily investigated, and within 2 days, he had uncovered all of Shiao Q's circumstances, including his academic performance and the ongoing legal troubles he faced. Romeo furrowed his brow, realizing that the police were actively searching for Shiao Q, while he remained cooped up in the training room, refusing to go out. "Aren't you returning to school? My parents think I'm worthless. Attending school is a waste of money, so they submitted a withdrawal application on my behalf." Shiao Q then recounted how he had been scorned by his parents, igniting a fury within Romeo. "Do those parents truly exist? Should I call someone to deal with your father?" "Hold on." Shiao Q quickly interjected. "Are you joking? You can't just create a mess out of this." Romeo had someone check Shiao Q's school records, discovering that he had not been withdrawn. Since Shiao Q had run away from home, his parents were so enraged that they chose to ignore him entirely, neither reporting him missing nor contacting the school, adopting an attitude of indifference. Meanwhile, Jack found himself in a predicament, as Romeo had enlisted 3 legal teams to take action against him, accusing him of attempted murder, intentional injury, and personal insult. Romeo was not only targeting Jack. He also aimed to deal with his accomplices. This left the police, the school, and even Chief Rod dumbfounded, pondering how their wayward son had ended up entangled with Shiao Q. However, being astute, Rod quickly realized that this situation was likely more complex than it appeared. He suspected that Romeo was concealing something from him. Conducting a private investigation, he discovered that Romeo had been practicing martial arts daily, which was nothing short of astonishing. Rod was filled with confusion and immediately dispatched someone to ascertain the details. Even locating the woman who had driven Romeo away, as events unfolded, it became increasingly clear that the skilled individual his son had befriended was none other than the mysterious figure. For the first time, Rod applauded his seemingly worthless son, realizing that despite his shortcomings, he had stumbled upon such incredible fortune. As for Shiao Q, he is merely a disciple of a master, and his own son seems eager to cultivate a good relationship with Shiao Q. Rod wishes to consult the master but dares not intrude, opting instead to observe his son's transformation daily. Indeed, over the past fortnight, Romeo has undergone notable changes. His complexion has become rosy, shedding the pallor of excess indulgence. Moreover, he has startlingly discovered an improvement in his physical condition. Though he was previously tall and robust, in the eyes of martial arts experts, he appeared as a frivolous figure, lacking vitality. Now, however, Romeo's physique is solid. His gait powerful, exuding an aura of explosive strength. Subsequently, Jack withdrew his lawsuit, and Romeo contented himself with the outcome. Yet the school had no intention of letting the delinquent youths off the hook. This gang, represented by Jack, receive a notice prohibiting their advancement in education. Regardless of the connections Jack's group may have had, they proved irrelevant in this incident, while Shiao Q returned to school to continue his studies. Romeo patted his chest, assuring Shiao Q that he would help resolve the financial burden of his high school tuition. However, he also insisted that Shiao Q must not hold back. He desired to learn everything that the master had taught him, and thus, they reached a mutual understanding. What delighted Shiao Q even more was the realization that he had indeed grown taller. After practicing the internal cultivation techniques imparted by Yi-sun, he experienced a remarkable transformation in just under a month, increasing his height from 1.62 meters to 1.68 meters, with his skin now radiating a vibrant bronze glow instead of its previous roughness. Furthermore, thanks to the effects of the marrow cleansing technique, Shiao Q not only grew taller, but also developed a pleasing physique, one characterized not by muscular bulk, but by an innate elegance and form. Upon witnessing Shiao Q's drastic changes, Romeo was astounded. He began to understand why the master could achieve such prowess at the tender age of 13. It was truly remarkable. This realization solidified Romeo's resolve to seek guidance from Shiao Q, prompting him to train with renewed vigor. Yi-sun informed the two that strength training was not akin to bodybuilding, but rather focused on explosive power, necessitating vigorous exercise. Thus, their training predominantly revolved around striking a sandbag, supplemented by various tools designed to enhance explosive strength. Before long, Romeo approached Rod with a request to purchase equipment for training explosive power and reflexes. Rod merely smiled and promptly approved, ensuring that all training apparatus met the standards of national martial artists. Yi-sun had two primary objectives: to salvage the directionless youth Romeo and to restore the confidence of the self-doubting Shiao Q. However, he was quite displeased with Romeo's hedonistic approach and decided to teach only Shiao Q, allowing him to relay the training methods to Romeo. Aware of this arrangement, Romeo refrained from voicing any complaints. The subsequent events unfolded in an intriguing manner, while Yi-sun continued his nocturnal endeavors as a mysterious figure combating crime to accrue task experience. Although the rewards were meager, and he remained stuck at level 10 for an extended period. However, an amusing twist arose. Shiao Q's cultivation progressed remarkably quickly. After breaking through the initial barrier, he advanced at an astonishing pace. Initially, Yi-sun had worried that Romeo might grow dissatisfied with Shiao Q's slow progress, but in reality, it was Romeo who struggled to keep up with Shiao Q's rapid advancement. If one were to open the progress bar for the first layer of the marrow cleansing technique, Shiao Q had already cultivated to around 90, while Romeo had barely reached 2. It was important to note that progress would slow considerably in the later stages. Should Shiao Q reach 100, Romeo might not even touch 50. Master. Perhaps it's because Shiao Q is not particularly adept at teaching, which is why my cultivation speed is so sluggish, Romeo lamented. Unable to contain his frustration, he had initially believed that with his own intelligence, he should be the one urging Shiao Q to accelerate his training. Yet now, Shiao Q was growing ever stronger, and Romeo could barely keep pace with him. In the training room, the equipment, whether for weight training, speed drills, or reflex training, was all calibrated to levels far beyond what Romeo required. Only yesterday, after Shiao Q delivered a punch that exerted nearly 1,600 pounds of force, did Romeo awaken to the shocking realization of just how far behind he had fallen. Yi-sun shook his head and remarked, "Do you really think that just because you look imposing, you can effortlessly dominate others? Don't be ridiculous if I told you that even the master of martial arts, Wu Tian, is merely an ineffective old lecher. Would you believe it?" Romeo fell silent, his thoughts swirling in complexity. Deep down, he harbored disdain for Shiao Q, yet this underdog had surpassed him in martial talent, which felt surreal. Shiao Q, on the other hand, was oblivious to Romeo's turmoil. After all, Romeo was an adult, while Shiao Q had yet to enter high school, and his maturity was still quite immature. He was simply afraid that his own shortcomings in cultivation would provoke Romeo, prompting him to train with utmost diligence, rushing to the training ground as soon as school let out. Though only 13, Yi-sun possessed a keen awareness of the subtle competitive dynamic between Romeo and Shiao Q, a situation he intentionally fostered. "You think Shiao Q is impressive. How short-sighted. You are both novices. Even Dodo, who is merely 1 year old, far exceeds both of you in strength. How about this? If you're truly unconvinced, I could have Dodo spar with you too, Dad. What do you say? Dodo, perched on a stone and singing a nursery rhyme, perked up at Yi Sun's words, leaping down and scampering over to Romeo and Shiao Q. Pouting, he declared, "These two big brothers are really weak. I won't fight them." Romeo broke into a cold sweat, while Shiao Q was drenched in perspiration. Children say the most candid things, and they bore it. Dodo, if you went against these two big brothers, they will treat you to delicious food. Really? Dodo's eyes sparkled as if he had just heard the happiest news in the world. He immediately assumed a fighting stance. Ready to engage. The battle commenced. After all, both Romeo and Shiao Q had received professional police combat training from Rod, focusing on effective and powerful strikes aimed at subduing criminals. However, they underestimated Dodo, whose agility was akin to that of fish in water. And no matter how fiercely they attacked, they could not land a single blow on him. Exchanging glances, Shiao Q and Romeo silently agreed on a coordinated attack, one with a long punch and the other with a sweeping kick. Their combined assault proved effective, but in a moment of desperation, Dodo had no choice but to perform a half-turn in mid-air, channeling his internal energy into his left palm, which he swiftly directed towards Shiao Q's chest. With a resounding thud, Shiao Q was sent flying, akin to a soccer ball, and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, leaving even Yi Sun in shock. "That's enough. Dodo, I didn't instruct you to use lethal force." Startled by the reprimand, Dodo paused, and upon seeing Shiao Q sprawled on the ground, bloodied and gasping, he realized he had erred and began to cry. Romeo stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded, unable to grasp how such a light strike could incapacitate Shiao Q so severely. Yi Sun rushed to tend to Shiao Q's injuries, activating his internal energy as the marrow cleansing technique commenced its work. This technique inherently possessed the ability to unlock the body's potential and expedite healing, so long as the injuries were not fatal. Observing Shiao Q's condition improve, Yi Sun inwardly cursed. "Damn it, I need to reach level 20 to unlock the shop. Otherwise, in situations like this, a single magical bean would suffice." Chapter 26. The Embarrassment of Yi Sun Shiao Q. This is a rare opportunity. Immediately commence the cultivation of the Heavenly Path technique. The marrow cleansing method will be most effective at this moment. Shiao Q promptly sat cross-legged to practice the marrow cleansing technique, while Dodo continued to sob uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Romeo remained rooted to the spot, unsure how to respond, though Yi Sun snapped his fingers to prompt him to collect himself. Once he regained his composure, Romeo's face flushed with embarrassment. "To be frank, neither you nor Shiao Q qualify to be my disciples. Firstly, your innate talents are limited, and secondly, I am not sufficiently advanced in my own cultivation to dedicate myself to teaching others. The only reason I allowed Shiao Q to instruct you is that I impulsively promised to teach you a couple of moves, and now I must fulfill that promise." Romeo stood frozen in place, rendered speechless, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. After all, he was a distinguished young master from the City of Wind, and throughout his life, no one had ever dared to speak to him with such disdain. Yet Yi Sun's words transcended mere disdain. They were laced with pure contempt. Though he yearned to turn and flee, the rapid progress of Shiao Q served as a reminder that the best way to escape this mundane existence was to seize the opportunity before him, an opportunity that was rare and fleeting. If he could endure this moment, he would find himself in a vast expanse of possibilities. If he faltered, he would remain forever under his father's shadow, and upon his father's demise, face a swift decline in fortune. You, a scion of wealth, could never comprehend the meaning of hardship. You merely seek the fruits of labor without toil. Yet, you fail to realize that martial arts demand innate talent. Even if the finest martial arts master were to instruct you, it would be of no avail if you lack the understanding that at present, you are nothing more than a wasteful young lord unfit for martial training. Not be surprised when Shiao Q discards you. Even Dodo, who was trained for merely 3 months, could effortlessly extinguish your life with a single breath. Sweat beaded on Romeo's forehead as he contemplated the dire consequences had Dodo's earlier strike landed upon him. he would have surely perished on the spot. With no hope for rescue, your father may hold considerable prowess, but alas, it is regrettable that his skill level does not even grant him the qualification to engage with me. Upon hearing his father denigrated to such an extent, Romeo's fury ignited. My father ranks among the top 8 in the Global Martial Arts Conference. How could he be as weak as you claim? Haha, Yi-sun replied, gesturing toward a colossal boulder. Towering as high as a 3-story building, he spoke slowly. How long do you suppose it would take to pulverize that stone? How much explosive power would it require? Before Romeo could respond, Yi-sun's fingertip unleashed a wave of energy, accompanied by a thunderous explosion and a cloud of dust that Romeo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I merely need to point, and that is sufficient. Cold sweat drenched Romeo as he stammered. That is the energy wave of a martial artist at the 9th stage. Though he had witnessed it once before, this time it radiated an extraordinary might that a martial artist possessing such formidable energy waves is coveted as a superweapon by every nation. It is said that Master Wu Tian's Kamehameha can flatten a small mountain in an instant. There are only a handful of recognized 9th stage martial artists in the world. Has Yi-sun now become one of them? What? Do you still harbor disdain for Shiao Q, or even for those tireless martial artists? Romeo trembled uncontrollably, and after a moment's reflection, he knelt on the ground, hands pressed against the earth, pained as he confessed. I have finally come to understand the depths of my incompetence, that I humbly beseech you, Master, to overlook past grievances and impart your martial arts upon me. The mission rescue the spoiled young master was accomplished, yielding 70 experience points, with an additional reward of 30 experience points and a martial arts manual from the police academy. He obtained the title Martial Arts Inheritor, resulting in a permanent increase of 1 point to all attributes. Furthermore, each martial artist he teaches would yield corresponding experience points. A faint smile graced Yi-sun's lips. This was a facet of his design. Never underestimate the determination and creativity of a programmer. I have already stated that I will not teach you. Learn from Shiao Q that once you both secure a place among the top 8 in the Global Martial Arts Conference, I will consider whether or not to teach you. Both Romeo and Shiao Q found newfound motivation, immediately setting their sights on the top 8 of the martial arts tournament. Among them, especially for an ordinary individual like Shiao Q, the need to alter his fate was paramount. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. While Yi-sun glanced sideways and continued, Romeo, I require your father's assistance. You are aware that I am currently a student under observation. I need your father to vouch for me. Stating that I assisted the police in combating crime while in the City of Wind, Romeo quickly grasped Yi-sun's intention and nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I will discuss this matter with my father. Good. And then, I must take my leave. This pronouncement. Both Romeo and Shiao Q were momentarily taken aback, and even the sobbing Dodo ceased his tears, scampering over to Yi-sun, clutching his trousers with a look of distress, as if fearing that Yi-sun might abandon him. Dodo, dear, of course, you shall come with me. Upon hearing this, Dodo's face lit up with joy, circling around Yi-sun. However, Shiao Q and Romeo remained silent. Yi-sun raised his head and addressed them. The public safety in the City of Wind leaves much to be desired. You two should contribute in some way. The struggles within this city extend beyond mere clashes between the police and criminal organizations. There are political battles at play as well. Romeo, lessen the burden on your impulsive father. With that, Yi-sun seized Dodo and soared away from the scene, before adding, Shiao Q, once your height ceases to increase, commence weighted training immediately. All aspects of your life, eating, sleeping, and practicing martial arts, must be done with added weight. Remember my words. Pass the martial artist assessment and become the brightest star in your school. This advice, ostensibly directed at Shiao Q, also served as a suggestion for Romeo, implying that he too could begin weight training, given his already impressive stature. Shortly thereafter, Yi-sun accelerated his departure, and not long after he vanished, a figure emerged from the woods. Shiao Q and Romeo instinctively turned, bracing for confrontation. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Romeo exclaimed in shock, Father! It turned out that Rod had been secretly observing from the trees, and Yi-sun had sensed his presence immediately, hence his earlier remarks. Rod glanced at Romeo, then shifted his gaze to Shiao Q. before breaking into a smile. Shiao Q, once you become a martial artist, I assure you that the best police academy in the nation will open its doors to you. Regardless of your grades, I will personally recommend you. Upon hearing this, Shiao Q was filled with elation. The finest police academy in the country was the Royal Police Academy, which admits no more than 500 students each year, all of whom are elite. Gaining admission to the Royal Police Academy guarantees that one will graduate to hold at least a vice-level position within a city's police department. For instance, Rod had returned to the City of Wind after 4 years of advanced training at the Royal Police Academy, possessing strength that far exceeded that of the average individual. Romeo, should you secure a position among the top 8 in the martial arts university, I shall transfer all my properties into your name, for you will have proven yourself worthy of inheriting my legacy. Remember, when I, Rod, choose an heir, I do not consider character. I only regard strength. Although Yi-sun did not witness this exchange, he understood that Rod would undoubtedly seek to win over Shiao Q, particularly through advantageous means such as educational opportunities. Thus, he felt assured in his departure. The first layer of the cleansing marrow scripture was more than sufficient for Shiao Q and Romeo to develop combat power around 1,000. Upon returning to the youth hotel, Yi-sun received a notification. Mission Rebuild the confidence of the delinquent youth completed, yielding 130 experience points and an additional 40 experience points. Would you like to upgrade to level 10? Yi-sun promptly opted for the upgrade, and in an instant his body underwent a remarkable transformation. His energy surged exponentially, crackling with power, and under Dodo's astonished gaze, Yi-sun completed this upgrade. Without pausing to examine other data, he immediately checked his overall combat power assessment. 296.8 this moment, he felt his strength was comparable to that of the original Demon King Piccolo. If not slightly inferior, he decided to allocate his attribute points. Totaling 10 after some contemplation, he distributed them into 2 categories, Strength 5 and Speed 5, leaving the remainder untouched. He then rechecked his combat power data, which astonishingly read 367. Goodness! He couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Surpassing 300 combat power had proven so effortless, he now felt incredibly powerful, believing that he could become a demon king at any moment and conquer the world. Yet, at that instant, his expression froze, as he realized a rather awkward predicament. He had completely miscalculated the usage of his attribute points. Had he activated the second layer of the cleansing marrow scripture and allocated his points afterward, the effects would have been doubled. How unfortunate! The thought of potentially losing several hundred points of combat power due to his oversight filled him with frustration. It was a simple matter of foundational understanding. Possessing only the first layer of the cleansing marrow scripture was fundamentally different from having the foundation of the second layer when allocating attribute points. Yi-sun offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness. When he designed this game, he had neglected to incorporate the option for resetting attribute points, a decision rooted in his commitment to realism. While this may have seemed an irrational obsession during game development, there exists no such concept of resetting in the real world, leaving Yi-sun in a rather awkward predicament. In Chapter 27, titled The Golden Bell Shield, Yi-sun learned from today's lesson, vowing never to repeat such a mistake. Tonight, he opted not to dine but instructed Dodo to summon the waiter to bring their dinner to the hotel room. After satisfying his hunger, Dodo left Yi-sun's portion untouched, while Yi-sun insisted that Dodo refrain from entering his bathroom. After all, the presidential suite boasted 3 bathrooms, allowing Dodo to bathe or use the facilities without delay. Once inside the bathroom, Yi-sun disrobed completely and settled into the bathtub, preparing to commence the second stage of his cultivation of the washing marrow scripture. With a click, he initiated the arduous process, marking the official beginning of tonight's torment. Dodo was incessantly disturbed by Yi-sun's agonizing cries echoing from the bathroom, accompanied by unsettling sounds reminiscent of cracking bones. Fear gripped Dodo as he repeatedly called out to Yi-sun, attempting to open the locked bathroom door. However, Yi-sun had secured it, prompting Dodo, in a fit of anxiety, to attempt to break the door down, only to be halted by Yi-sun's voice. Dodo, do not be afraid. I am in the midst of cultivation. It will be over by morning. Amidst the terrifying sounds of Yi-sun's training, Dodo could only retreat to the bed, burying his head beneath a pillow. trembling uncontrollably. The second layer of the washing marrow scripture was excruciating for Yi Sun, pushing him to the brink of endurance. Realizing he could not continue like this, he abruptly ceased his training. Exhausted, he fainted, and upon regaining consciousness, he found a bathtub stained with dark blood, a foul odor permeating the air. In haste, he turned on the shower head, washing himself as quickly as possible. While bathing, Yi Sun checked his progress in the second layer of the washing marrow scripture and was taken aback to discover it was only at 13. How could it be so low despite the agony he had endured? If this continued, he feared he might not survive to reach even 50. To his astonishment, his combat power had surged to 489. This level was on par with Sun Wukong when Raditz descended upon Earth. Yi Sun felt a mix of joy and concern, pondering how to effectively cultivate the washing marrow scripture, realizing that even a gradual approach would be unsustainable. Body strength. How could I have been so foolish? Yi Sun exclaimed as he hastily opened the martial arts panel, revealing an option to learn martial A.R.T.B. While selecting it, he could choose to cultivate one of several martial arts. With the Golden Bell Shield piquing his interest the most, the Golden Bell Shield was a body-refining technique capable of maximizing physical prowess. At higher levels, it would protect him from the vacuum of space, cosmic radiation, and extreme temperatures. Yi Sun had initially intended to bind his lineage and physical strength, unleashing formidable protective techniques under high-level bloodlines. Even if he faced Frieza directly in the vacuum of space, he would not fear. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the Golden Bell Shield. You may now begin your studies. Without hesitation, Yi Sun embraced his intelligence and commenced his training, determined to practice both the Golden Bell Shield and the washing marrow scripture simultaneously. Upon considering the Golden Bell Shield, Yi Sun's first reaction was skepticism. The so-called Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt were among the most renowned protective techniques in Chinese martial arts. Legend spoke of those who mastered the Golden Bell Shield being impervious to blows and even ordinary blades, achieving feats such as unquenchable resilience in water and fire and immunity to hunger. Of course, these were exaggerations often found in martial arts novels, though not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. The martial proverb states that brute force cannot overpower a skilled practitioner, while another asserts that a master of martial arts cannot contend with someone who has mastered a formidable technique, typically referring to the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt in free fighting. The ability to withstand blows is often the most fundamental quality for an athlete to remain in the ring, and it is also a crucial requirement for success. Masters who cultivate internal energy often possess a physical strength that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. After decades of exploration, the Turtle Hermit integrated numerous classical martial arts texts with Taoist principles, striving to harmonize martial arts and Qigong, thereby establishing his own school of energy cultivation. As Yi Sun eagerly delved into the introduction of the Golden Bell Shield, he was quickly captivated. The text described it as a technique of supreme might, alongside the washing marrow scripture and the legendary divine illumination scripture, suggesting that these four techniques were considered of equal caliber by the system. It was rumored that mastering the divine illumination scripture to its highest level could grant the ability to resurrect oneself. While uncertain of its veracity, he recognized that he could not rely on the hope of immortality. It seemed prudent to study the divine illumination scripture as well, but for now, the Golden Bell Shield was imperative. With impatience, he perused the details of the Golden Bell Shield, and it did not disappoint. The text revealed that the Golden Bell Shield consists of 12 levels, with a 13th level that can only be comprehended and created by the practitioner themselves, each level presenting increasing difficulty. This, indeed, was a hierarchy. The higher the level, the more formidable the effects, along with an enhanced rebound force against enemy attacks. Rebound force. A smirk crossed Yi Sun's lips, reminiscent of the effects seen in various anime techniques. Reflecting on the teachings of the legendary Bodhidharma, should he reach the 12th level, the power and defense would surpass even the prowess of the energizing scripture, positioning it as a god-level martial art, second only to the realm of the unbreakable. The boundaries of the energizing scripture were indeed difficult to gauge. Only through rigorous practice could one ascertain their true limits. Upon completing the 12th level, the Golden Bell Shield would grant unparalleled defense, rendering the practitioner impervious to water, fire, and poison, allowing for endless stamina. Truly a marvel, a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. Yi Sun was momentarily taken aback. The concept of the bloodline evolution embodied in the Shisui Jing had surpassed his expectations. It appeared that not everything within the game system was under his control. When Dodo came and knocked on the door, Yi Sun had already immersed himself in the realm of cultivation. However, Dodo could sense Yi Sun's aura, and once he confirmed that Yi Sun was unharmed, he proceeded to indulge in the late-night snacks on the dining table without a hint of concern. The practice of the Golden Bell Shield was somewhat intricate. Initially, Yi Sun was utterly bewildered and drenched in sweat, unable to fathom the method at the outset. To put it simply, one must endure being struck. The practice involved using a wooden hammer. When one could withstand the blows to the point of feeling no pain, they then progressed to the iron hammer. If they could also withstand the iron hammer without discomfort, it signified entry into the realm of cultivation. Chapter 28. Assault on the second layer. The Golden Bell Shield is divided into 12 major levels, and one must break through all 12 in a single attempt, progressing steadily without haste. Only then can one naturally stand above the world of course. This is merely a narrative trope found in martial arts novels. In the realm of Dragon Ball, it is absolutely impossible for Yi Sun to dominate based solely on the conventions of martial arts literature. The Golden Bell Shield he devised could be considered a fantastical rendition, and upon achieving mastery, one might even transcend the void. It is worth noting that unlike the bloodline technique of Shisui Jing, the Golden Bell Shield is an external martial art that does not require level restrictions. If Yi Sun were sufficiently formidable, he could potentially cultivate all 12 layers in one go, and once his physical strength reached its zenith, he could practice the Shisui Jing without fear of excruciating pain. Yi Sun meticulously examined all the mantras and key points of the first layer, and with his extraordinary innate talent, he grasped their meanings almost instantaneously. He then began to attempt the breakthrough of the first layer according to the prescribed cultivation route. The essence of the Golden Bell Shield indicates that the sole function of the first to fourth layers is to assist the practitioner in unblocking the meridians and the run and do vessels, clearly aimed at refining the blood and bones while expanding potential. Should one fail to fully unblock the meridians by the fourth layer, their aptitude would be woefully inadequate, and they would be forever limited to that level, unable to progress further. The Shisui Jing had gradually opened all the meridians throughout his body, making the practice of the Golden Bell Shield significantly easier, at least until he truly cultivated both techniques to a level of mastery and power. The path ahead was unobstructed. The more he delved into the understanding of these techniques, the more he appreciated their magnificence. These divine arts would essentially aid in the evolution of his body. The Golden Bell Shield must be practiced to at least the fifth layer to begin revealing its unparalleled combat prowess. However, the first 4 layers of the Golden Bell Shield serve to eliminate those with subpar talents. No matter how they practice, they would merely be engaging in external martial arts. Even if they became impervious to blades and spears, they would still possess fatal flaws. These individuals would find their critical points: eyes, ears, mouth, throat, chi gate, danton, lower een, and back een, unable to be cultivated, leaving behind hidden injuries that would harm their bodies. Over time, not only would this affect their lifespan, but it would also squander their potential. In combat, a single misstep that results in an attack to an untrained vital point could lead to certain death. This is precisely why Yi Sun meticulously crafted a martial arts upgrade system designed to allow these divine arts to complement one another. Practicing the Shisui Jing could simultaneously enhance the cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield, and as one's bloodline improved, so too would their physical prowess. Alright, first layer, here I come. Yi Sun resolutely channeled his true energy. The Shisui Jing, as the foundation of the Golden Bell Shield, had already assisted Yi Sun in completing most of the potential expanding work that in essence, the Golden Bell Shield and Shisui Jing were 2 complementary techniques. Indeed, it wasn't long before a powerful aura began to emanate from Yi Sun, with this energy continuously hammering and reinforcing his body. However, the intensity of the heavenly true energy was overwhelming, and Yi Sun could only proceed gradually. A single miscalculation could leave him embedded in the Golden Bell Shield's aura gradually penetrated to the cellular level. It continuously nourished and reinforced every part of his body, Without exception, Yi-sun distinctly felt the sensations of bodily enhancement. The human body is an extraordinarily intricate and precise biological structure. The differing cellular characteristics and traits dictated the continual adjustments required of the Golden Bell Shield's aura. The most susceptible areas for reinforcement were the outer layers of skin, muscle, and tendons. Under the constant stimulus of true energy, the aura of the Golden Bell Shield became increasingly dense within the skin, muscles, and tendons, accelerating the strengthening of bodily cells. Even the more resilient bone cells could undergo continuous enhancement. Steel and iron bones is precisely the effect of the Golden Bell Shield. The first layer of the Golden Bell Shield practice breath control and energy circulation. The objective is to ensure that all meridians are unimpeded and to cultivate the circulation of true energy within the body. Should one be struck, the pain can be reduced by at least half. The first layer is complete. Success in the first layer signifies that individuals with combat power below 1,000 cannot inflict any harm upon Yi-sun. Regardless of their attempts, Yi-sun was filled with immense joy, feeling his body brimming with limitless explosive power and defensive capability. And no matter how formidable his opponents, they could not present him with any trouble. Good, my foundation is exceptionally solid. Now on to the second layer. However, beneath the relatively easy surface, cultivating the more delicate and vulnerable internal organs proved to be a far more complex endeavor. The reinforced skin, muscle, and tendon layers limited the external forces acting upon the internal organs, while directly enhancing them with the Golden Bell aura required careful consideration of the organ's tolerances to avoid injury. Otherwise, the recovery time required for healing would far exceed the adaptation period needed for hammering. In this regard, the practice of the Hijacking to temper the internal organs was indeed complementary. Yi-sun sensed a slight warmth, as if a small hole had been pierced in the perineum. And he immediately felt a gentle heat traveling from the perineum to the Changxiang acupoint at the base of his spine. The human perineum and Changxiang are only a few inches apart. The perineum belongs to the Run vessel, while Changxiang corresponds to the Du vessel. Typically, these two pathways do not connect. However, thanks to the Hijacking, which had unblocked the formidable barriers of the Run and Du vessels, the internal energy flowed into the Changxiang acupoint, then surged upward along the spine, traversing the key points along the back of the Ren and Du vessels, ultimately reaching the Baihui acupoint at the crown of the head. The second layer of the Golden Bell Shield, the internal force and protective chi, gradually form a cycle of true energy within the body, slowly accumulating thickness to safeguard the internal organs from harm. The Golden Bell Shield itself is a complete system that can be practiced from the outset to a certain limit, with no omissions along the way. Moreover, during the continuous practice, it synchronously opens the acupoints throughout the body, drawing upon the boundless essence of the universe to replenish the vital energy consumed during cultivation. According to my design, achieving the 10th layer of the Golden Bell Shield would allow one to withstand the force of a colossal supernova explosion, sustaining only minor injuries. Upon reaching the 11th layer, even black holes, temporal storms, and supernova explosions could not inflict the slightest harm upon the practitioner. The legendary 13th layer of the Golden Bell Shield is the realm of the Dharmakaya, where even the cataclysmic forces of the universe pose no threat. This is what is referred to as immortality. To complete the cultivation of the second layer of the Golden Bell Shield, immense true energy is required to temper the body, while achieving the second layer of the Hijacking necessitates formidable physical attributes for support, but if both are practiced simultaneously, they can perfectly complement each other. Thus, Dodo had not long set aside his concerns when piercing screams erupted once more from the bathroom. This time, it was a night-long, heart-wrenching wail, were it not for the excellent soundproofing of the room. The hotel manager would likely have called the authorities immediately. Chapter 29. The fates of 3. Dodo clutched his head, huddled in a corner of the bed, trembling in fear. 2 hours had passed since Yi-sun had returned to that state of torment, and Dodo did not even dare to knock on the door. He only hoped that Yi-sun would soon conclude this harrowing practice, as it was far too frightening. Perhaps Dodo's prayers were answered, for soon the screams ceased. He perked up his ears, and the sound of water running in the bathroom indicated that Yi-sun had concluded his intense training. Dodo gleefully rushed to knock on the door, inquiring, "Brother Ah-sun, the soup has cooled." Never mind, just leave it be. I'll heat it up in a bit. Nonetheless, Dodo exhibited remarkable understanding as he promptly carried the soup and vegetables outside, intending to heat them in the kitchen. Upon noticing an adorable panda cub holding the dishes, the waiter smiled and crouched down, inquiring about Dodo's intentions before taking the meals to warm them up. Dodo, perhaps anxious that the waiter might struggle to locate the correct room, patiently waited at the door for the waiter's return while Yi-sun had already noticed Dodo's departure while taking a shower. Yet he refrained from questioning it. Within this hotel, everyone was aware that he was accompanied by a juvenile panda, and none dared to cause harm to Dodo. Furthermore, Yi-sun had a firm grasp of Dodo's aura, allowing him to instantly know his whereabouts. Before long, Dodo returned with the food and joyfully knocked on the door, exclaiming, "Brother Yi-sun, the food is ready." Dodo was indeed diligent. "All right, I'll be out shortly," Yi-sun replied. After thoroughly cleaning himself of the mud and blood, Yi-sun felt as if every cell in his body brimmed with destructive potential. Under the guidance of Xiao Long, his combat power had surged to an impressive 845. Unless the Saiyans decided to invade Earth at that moment, he was assuredly the strongest individual on the planet. However, the challenge of cultivating the second layer of the bone-washing scripture exceeded his expectations. Thus far, he had only progressed to level 36. Notably, through the rigorous training provided by the bone-washing scripture, Yi-sun's second layer of the Golden Bell Shield had unexpectedly reached level 60. As both the Golden Bell Shield and bone-washing scripture advanced, his level also climbed, reaching level 14. Once he attained level 20, he would unlock the Maul system, alleviating many concerns. Despite the seemingly torturous training Yi-sun had endured, his mental state was entirely invigorated, as he had established a program for a full revival upon leveling up, a feature commonly found in many games. However, its manifestation in the real world was nothing short of a glitch. Coupled with the recovery effects of the magical beans, Yi-sun could face anyone with increasing courage. He had theorized that the higher the lineage of a race, the stronger they became in battle. The more severely they were injured, the greater their power surged upon recovery, much like the Saiyans. Imagine if Yi-sun's lineage reached the level of a Saiyan, regardless of whether any qualitative change would occur. The advantage of dramatically increasing combat power upon near-death recovery was evident that while leveraging the full revival upon leveling up and consuming magical beans after sustaining serious injuries, Yi-sun could essentially achieve limitless leaps in combat strength. After adjusting his internal energy and circulating it according to the Golden Bell Shield's principles, he opened his eyes to find his combat power had surpassed 879, enveloping him in a wave of euphoria. He had speculated about breaking the 1,000 combat power mark, believing those who surpassed 100 would enjoy longevity, akin to Master Roshi and Master Crane, who appeared as elders only after several centuries. Once combat power exceeded 1,000, longevity would transform into immortality, not in the sense of eternal youth, but rather a significant deceleration of the aging process, perhaps taking over 300 years before wrinkles would be noticeably apparent. Who could have imagined that just a few months ago he had been rendered powerless by Tao Bai Bai, and now he would become the strongest martial artist in this world? Truly a twist of fate. Tao Bai Bai, Master Crane, just wait. Whenever I please, I can easily eliminate you. But a good show must be saved for later. I will first revive my parents and then confront my enemies with them, ensuring your utter defeat. I will make your existence a living hell. Lost in such thoughts, his emotions surged, and he crushed the cup in his hand, prompting Dodo, who was engrossed in a cartoon, to turn and regard him with curiosity. He decided to hold off on allocating the attribute points gained from leveling up, intending to save them for a later time, as a larger base would yield better results. After breakfast, Yi-sun donned a pair of blue-cropped jeans, a white t-shirt, and a burgundy lightweight trench coat, complemented by mismatched canvas shoes, one green and one blue, with his refined physique and striking features. Yi-sun was undeniably a fashionable youth, shedding the rustic appearance he had when descending the mountain. As for Dodo, he still favored traditional attire, so Yi-sun purchased him a finely embroidered green robe, adorned with a red belt and a small flower hat, carrying a little backpack. The duo, a human and a panda, proceeded to the front desk to complete their checkout process, simultaneously collecting the 2 plane tickets booked for them before departing the hotel. Upon exiting, Yi-sun spotted the flashy wind child parked nearby, where Romeo and Shiao Q had been waiting for some time. Yi-sun surmised that Romeo had likely discovered his flight booking and was aware of his morning flight to the eastern capital. The journey was silent, and upon arriving at the airport, Yi-sun gestured for the two to leave. Romeo and Shiao Q understood that Yi-sun was not one to engage in trivial conversation. So they turned to depart without further ado in the car. Shiao Q, with a look of trepidation, remarked, "Romeo, do you feel that?" "Yes, the aura emanating from the master is truly terrifying. The more I cultivate, the more I perceive his eyes as boundless as the starry sky." It is simply, at this point, Romeo found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. Shiao Q, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "I can't shake the feeling that the master is no longer human." "Ah, so you share the same sentiment." Shiao Q was taken aback, but soon they exchanged knowing smiles. Romeo declared, "Let us go. I'll treat you, this bumpkin, to a lavish seafood feast at the finest hotel, as a send-off of the master. After that, our journey of cultivation will begin. Once you finish your exams this semester, I'll take you to the underground fighting arena, as my father always says. If you're too timid to fight in the underground arena, then you'd best not attend the world's strongest martial arts tournament." Shiao Q nodded calmly, his aspirations soaring like the airplane Yi-sun was about to board. Unconfined by the mundane struggles of the common folk. "Master, 1 year from now, I will earn your acknowledgement. Only by becoming your disciple can I truly reach the pinnacle. Attention passengers heading to the eastern capital. Please proceed to gate 7 for registration. The flight will depart in 15 minutes. As the flight was nearing departure, Yi-sun turned to Dodo and said, "Dodo, it's time to go." Upon hearing this, Dodo hurriedly finished his ice cream. Just then, Yi-sun abruptly turned around, pointing a young man wearing sunglasses not far away. The young man, realizing he had been spotted, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and could only muster the courage to approach and remove his glasses. "Master Sun, hello." Yi-sun regarded the young man, raising an eyebrow, and teasingly remarked, "So it's you who's been trailing my every move?" Officer Chi was taken aback. "How did the master know I was a police officer?" "Just a guess. Your aura is always present around me." Chi was quite astonished. Yet time was of the essence. So he directly inquired, "I won't waste time on pleasantries. Master, how can I further my journey in martial arts?" "I sincerely hope you'll share your insights." Yi-sun smiled slightly, responding with intrigue, "Very well. Given your straightforwardness, I shall offer you a piece of advice. If you wish to train under me, that is impossible. I do not accept the weak. Regardless of how strong you are in police academy, you are still weak in my eyes." Chi fell silent. In comparison to Yi-sun, he indeed felt inadequate. Being the champion of the police academy's combat training was nothing against someone capable of single-handedly overturning an off-road vehicle. However, if you wish to grow stronger, seek out Shiao Q. Whether he is willing to teach you is beyond my concern. A year from now, if you have the ability, come find me at the world's strongest martial arts tournament. With that, Yi-sun snapped his fingers at Dodo, urging, "Dodo, stop eating. Throw it away. When we reach the eastern capital, Brother Sun will treat you to pirate ship ice cream." Dodo was initially reluctant, but upon hearing the news, he tossed aside his ice cream cone with a look of regret and trailed behind Yi-sun. His small backpack slung over his shoulders, filled with a longing for the pirate ship ice cream. As he boarded the plane, Chi remained momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he hastily departed from the airport. Intent on locating Shiao Q, it appeared that the master had imparted some knowledge to Shiao Q, and opportunities like this were fleeting. The 3 young individuals from the Wind City, one a timid student, another a flamboyant scion of wealth, and the last a brave and spirited police officer, would see their fates irrevocably altered from this moment onward. Chapter 30. The hijacking incident. The East City lay approximately 4 hours away from the Wind City by air. Yi-sun could have effortlessly utilized the sky dance technique to fly directly to the East City, but he found himself disinclined to exert himself and opted for the plane instead. Ironically, in his previous life, Yi-sun had never set foot on an airplane. Throughout his time from university graduation until his untimely demise, he remained confined to a single city. Hence, This lifetime presented him with a rare opportunity to experience the thrill of air travel. However, he felt compelled to voice a grievance. The aircraft, designated U-444, was an unfortunate choice. If this were in his former life in China, no one would dare board an ill-fated flight home, and the airline would surely face severe repercussions for assigning such a number to the aircraft. Otherwise, with his combat prowess nearing 1,000, he could have effortlessly seized Dodo and flown to the East City in mere moments. In contrast to Yisun, Dodo was utterly fascinated by the Iron Bird, sitting in his seat and gazing out the window with wide-eyed wonder. Yet, like any child, after a brief spell of excitement, he soon succumbed to boredom from being confined to his seat and drifted off to sleep, drool staining his clothes and bubbles forming at his nostrils. Meanwhile, Yisun remained quietly engaged in cultivating his inner energy, adhering to his principle of not wasting a single moment on training. Just then, however, he sensed a peculiar atmosphere. A malevolent aura filled with hostility permeated the plane. The scent of blood, the aura of murder. With his keen senses and acute olfactory perception, Yisun instantly recognized something was amiss. He opened his eyes and cast an uncertain glance at the figures moving down the aisle. Among them, he sensed that at least one harbored ill intent. There was no need for haste. He would observe for the time being. Dodo, blissfully unaware, continued to sleep soundly beside him, and there was no need to wake him. This was not an invasion by Saiyans on Earth, that why Yisun kept his eyes closed, yet remained vigilant, attuned to the energies aboard the aircraft. That very moment, the captain in the cockpit had been gunned down, his body slumped lifelessly to the side, while the co-pilot seized control of the aircraft. Declaring into the communicator, "The captain has been eliminated. We shall proceed with the next phase of our plan." The atmosphere shifted abruptly, and Yisun's expression darkened. He observed at least 20 individuals advancing down the aisle, suddenly brandishing firearms, announcing loudly, "This aircraft is now under our control, that if you wish to live, remain silent and seated." The passengers, bewildered, faced with the cacophony of questions from reporters, Rod patiently elucidated each inquiry. Eventually, an announcement came through the control panel, indicating that the hijacker had activated the communication device, preparing for a second contact. In front of the gathered crowd, Rod boldly declared his intention to share this dialogue with the media. This was an audacious decision. Never before had anyone dared to broadcast live negotiations with hijackers. Such a thing was unprecedented. Regardless of the outcome, the name Rod Altman would echo throughout the nation, solidifying his status as a prominent figure of the year. Chapter 31. His surname is Yi, a local of Dongdu at this moment. The broadcasting hall was already packed to capacity. The hijacking of a plane by the Red Ribbon Brigade was an event that could not be concealed. Relatives of the hijacked passengers, all media outlets in the city, and other passengers who had not boarded were now crammed into the entire hall. Some were anxiously concerned for their loved ones. Others were exhilarated by the sensational headlines. And some were simply there to witness the spectacle. Regardless of their motives, the situation had escalated dramatically. Every word exchanged between Rod and the hijackers would reverberate throughout the hall, ensuring that everyone would hear the details of this negotiation. "May I inquire as to your name?" Rod began. "I am Rod Altman, Chief of the Wind City Police Department. I strongly advise you to surrender quickly to avoid dire consequences." This pronouncement. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Was this truly how negotiations were conducted? Indeed, a derisive voice crackled through the broadcast. TSK, Chief Rod, have you misunderstood something? We are the ones who have hijacked the plane. Surrender is out of the question." The audience nodded in agreement. The hijackers held the upper hand. To suggest they surrender without asking for terms was absurd. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Rod merely scoffed and retorted, "Get lost. Let me make this clear. I've already placed police officers on that plane. Regardless of whether you number in the tens, hundreds, or thousands, if you refuse to surrender, those officers will eliminate you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hijacking may be valuable, but life is worth even more." A commotion ensued when a reporter's camera fell to the ground with a distinct clatter. The crowd stared at Rod, their expressions a mix of disbelief and incredulity. That it was as if they were witnessing a negotiation between police and criminals that resembled a gangland dispute. Soon, someone shouted, "Chief, are you out of your mind? Even if there are police on board, Do you really need to reveal that to them? The reporters were not the only ones expressing confusion. Even high-ranking officials from the military and city government were left bewildered. However, the police officers maintained radiant smiles, displaying an outstanding spirit. Perhaps the hijackers were equally dumbfounded, for they fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, one of them seemed to regain his composure and laughed heartily. "Chief, do you have a grudge against the officer on the plane? If you could kindly provide us with his name, we would be happy to take care of him for you." "Why, thank you very much," Rod replied without hesitation, prompting the crowd to exchange glances of disbelief. Their expressions were a medley of scorn and confusion. Even the mayor, who had long harbored ambitions to oust Rod, wore an expression of utter astonishment. He could only think, what on earth is Rod thinking? Aki stroked his chin and sincerely remarked, "I must admit, the chief is a marketing genius. He would excel in any profession. Thank the heavens he is a police officer. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. As the crowd remained in a state of perplexity, Rod resolutely stated, "His surname is Yi, and he is a local of Dodo. Oh, don't rush. Also, once you find Brother Yi, please pass the intercom to him. I wish to speak with him." Perhaps exasperated by Rod's antics, the hijacker replied, "Damn it. Fine, just wait a moment." After uttering these words, Rod rubbed his eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and sighed. "As everyone knows, I am quite adept at negotiating with the most ruthless criminals. This negotiation has been relatively smooth, and I believe the situation will be resolved within 5 minutes." The crowd continued to wear expressions of incredulity, with some reporters even drafting headlines about the chief's apparent mental breakdown. Live streaming the revelation of an undercover officer's identity. The reason being, the hijackers began searching for information on the plane as each flight logged the names of its passengers. They quickly found a passenger named Yi in the business class list. He was the only one with that surname. Consequently, 6 menacing hijackers armed with weapons swiftly approached the yawning ensue. Yi Sun sensed the impending danger. Why were they targeting him instead of the other passengers? Was his good looks the cause of such envy? Was there no justice in the world? Turning to the malicious Red Ribbon Brigade soldiers, he calmly inquired, "Excuse me, hijacker, is there something you need?" The leading one-eyed man, wielding an M16, gestured for his comrades to act. Unsurprisingly, several hijackers seized Yi Sun, searching him thoroughly. Besides a few identification documents, they discovered nothing. Just a student on probation. The one-eyed man remarked that, "I thought so. A slender, handsome young man like you should be acting, not playing policeman." After his jest, the one-eyed man asked, "Do you know someone named Rod?" "Well, if you're referring to the chief of the Wind City Police Department, then yes, I'm familiar with him." The one-eyed man smirked. "Little one, do you have a grudge against Rod?" "A grudge?" "Yes, I tried to persuade his son to mend his ways." "Does that count?" "Huh. That Rod openly declared over the airwaves that you are an undercover officer sent by the police and insisted we bring you to the communications room so he could speak with you. I suspect he is seeking personal vengeance. Yi Sun, now fully aware of Rod's intentions, sighed inwardly. He decided to humor Rod and allow him to earn some political capital. Well, he was correct. I am indeed a police officer. The 6 hijackers froze in shock, immediately pointing their guns at Yi Sun, barking, "You little brat, don't move, or we'll shoot you." "Ah, I have no weapon. I'm just here for summer vacation. Who would have guessed Rod would betray me like this?" The one-eyed man displayed a cruel smile. "Well then, should we throw you off the plane, little officer?" "Oh, that's an option. If you're really looking to avoid trouble, you could take me back to Wind City Airport. Let me disembark, and then take off again, or you could just head to Dongdu. Once I'm off the plane, you can take it wherever you please. I'm not concerned." Upon hearing Yi Sun's response, the one-eyed man transformed his anger into amusement. This kid was clearly not all there in the head. Nonetheless, he was a valuable bargaining chip, and they decided to escort him to the communications room. Thus, the remarkably resilient Yi Sun found himself, hands on his head in a display of feigned innocence, being led by armed thugs toward the communications room as they passed by. Other passengers cast bewildered glances at the scene, to which the one-eyed leader proclaimed, "There's no need for concern. Everyone, we have identified a dangerous individual, and to ensure the safety of the flight, we will be isolating him." The passengers, however, looked on with disdain, thinking you all are the real danger. Hijacking should at least adhere to some basic principles. "I in the hall. The anxious crowd awaited developments, silently praying that the hijackers would not discover the presence of any police officers. Rod, too, was on edge, hoping fervently that the foolish hijackers would refrain from taking drastic action, lest the situation come to a premature conclusion. "Hello?" A youthful voice emerged from the broadcast system. Upon hearing it, Rod's heart soared with joy. "Hello, may I ask if this is the master?" "Yes, it is. What the hell is going on?" Rod disregarded the crowd's reactions and continued. "Haha, master, you left in such a hurry that I didn't have the chance to see you off. Since these friends from the Red Ribbon Brigade have provided this opportunity, I must extend my greetings and wish you a safe journey and success in your studies." Yi-sun yawned nonchalantly and replied, "Chief, don't you want me to deal with these hijackers and save the plane?" "Alas, such trivial matters hardly warrant the involvement of a master that I could effortlessly bring down the aircraft from 800 kilometers away with a single shot, though I prefer to maintain a low profile and refrain from boasting. However, considering the less than favorable atmospheric conditions today, my aim might be somewhat off. If the master does not mind, I would treat this merely as a minor exertion." Yi-sun, feeling a surge of annoyance, thought to himself that this Rod was utterly shameless, a true talent. "Very well. I must admit that my approach can be rather indiscriminate. How many alive do you require?" No, no, no. These bandits might yield crucial intelligence. They must not be killed. Aside from the pilot, let us render the rest paralyzed instead." Rod, with a broad smile, articulated his demands, strangely, as he spoke those words with nonchalance. A shiver ran through the onlookers. This was Rod's true nature, a smiling tiger. Approximately 10 seconds later, a voice crackled over the intercom. "Hello? Master, it's me. The situation is resolved that I'm heading to greet the pilot now, urging him to return to Wind City. If he refuses, I shall twist off his head and carry the plane back to the airport myself. Alas, I cannot pilot an aircraft, so please hold on." Rod wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded hurriedly. All right. About a minute later, Yi-sun's voice returned. "All right, prepare to receive the plane." The call was then disconnected. Rod cleared his throat, breaking the silence of the venue, and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, let us joyfully prepare to welcome the plane." Chapter 32. The master has departed. The area near the airport runway, adjacent to the waiting hall, was teeming with people, all eagerly anticipating the return of the aircraft. A peculiar emotion swirled within them. They wished for the plane's safe return, yet found themselves repulsed by Rod's ostentation. Such complex sentiments were indeed rare. "Look, a plane is returning. Could it truly be that U-444 aircraft?" After the control tower established communication with the plane, it landed smoothly before the eyes of the crowd. Once the aircraft had touched down, the military swiftly surrounded it, freezing the landing gear to prevent any further takeoff. Armed to the teeth, the soldiers encircled every possible exit of the aircraft. Moments later, the cabin door opened and an emergency slide deployed. Soldiers raised their weapons, aiming intently, when suddenly a figure slid down the chute. Landing on the ground, incapacitated and unconscious, a conspicuous red satin ribbon tied around his arm, one after another. Soldiers adorned with red ribbons were ejected from the slide. Then, a flight attendant poked his head out, shouting, "This next terrorist is still in good health." With that, he kicked the co-pilot down the slide. The co-pilot, seemingly shocked, stared blankly, trembling uncontrollably as soldiers assisted him onto a military vehicle. "Officer, there are several passengers who were shot dead by the bandits, including the captain." Upon hearing that the captain had been killed, Rod's expression soured considerably, for this captain was an old classmate. Although their relationship during school had been rather indifferent, the bond forged over years of camaraderie demanded that he provide some closure. The fortunate passengers slid down the escape chute, overwhelmed with emotion as they escaped calamity, many bursting into tears of joy. Families embraced, while the relatives of the deceased wept loudly. Journalists scrambled for headlines, and Rod gestured for the police to promptly verify the passenger list to ensure no one was overlooked. The military then commenced a thorough search of the aircraft. The journalists were relentless in pursuing news of the man named Yi, conducting inquiries and investigations, only to discover that no one by that surname was among the passengers. After the police completed their checks, they reported back to Rod, who could only shake his head in resignation. The master possesses the art of flight. He has already departed. Regardless of how deeply the journalist dug, Rod concluded the matter with the statement that the master had flown away. However, he was acutely aware that this incident would inevitably be unraveled by those with ulterior motives. For the surname, Yi was quite rare. The professional diligence of the journalists far surpassed the ordinary. They would surely find witnesses and airport staff, and it was merely a matter of time before Yi Sun's identity was exposed. Rod exhaled deeply. Master, with your prowess, maintaining a low profile is impossible. Team Most, you have 3 days before your personal information is unearthed. I hope that as a national hero, you can adequately enjoy both the benefits and drawbacks of this newfound glory. The advantages are self-evident. As for the disadvantages, they are not particularly dire. At worst, the Red Ribbon Brigade will specifically target you, and you need only reap the rewards. Where had Yi Sun gone? He had swiftly departed with Dodo using his levitation technique. Moving at such a speed that no one noticed their departure, as for the soldiers adorned with red ribbons. Yi Sun had struck each of their cervical vertebrae with lightning speed, rendering them paralyzed for life unless they practiced a specific healing technique. Rod gazed at the 20-odd paralyzed terrorists. Utterly astonished, he recognized the infamous One-Eyed Dragon, an S-class fugitive sought by nations worldwide. He had once ranked among the top 8 in martial arts tournaments. It was astonishing that such a formidable figure had been utterly powerless among the afflicted in those 10 seconds. This incident soon captured the attention of the entire nation, prompting even the authorities to inquire into the matter. However, the enigmatic Master Yi remained elusive, igniting widespread speculation. Not far from East City, atop a solitary mountain standing 1,800 meters high, Yi Sun and Dodo were situated at that moment. Dodo struggled to maintain his body a meter above the ground. While Yi Sun sternly admonished, Dodo, your brother Yi Sun promised your grandfather to teach you to read and train in martial arts. Yet you are preoccupied with thoughts of ice cream. I was robbed on the plane, and you slept like a log. Now look where we are. We've been thrown here. What shall we do? Dodo, desperately trying to maintain his levitation, felt utterly aggrieved. He had no idea how they had ended up here. Had Yi Sun not mentioned they were thrown from the plane, he would have thought they were merely in a very different part of East City that if you cannot master the levitation technique. Do not descend. As soon as he finished speaking, Dodo plummeted to the ground like a ball, gasping, I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. Dodo wants ice cream. Dodo, if you can fly. You will reach East City in just 20 minutes, and then you can have ice cream. Dodo looked up, only to collapse dramatically, lying flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Dodo is hungry. Dodo wants char siu rice. Yi Sun covered his face, contemplating taking him along when he suddenly realized that this was not the solution. While in Wind City, Dodo had hardly practiced martial arts. He had spent most days playing. Yet being a child, if he grew accustomed to a life of luxury, he would lose the motivation to endure hardship. With that thought, Yi Sun retrieved his notebook, scribbled an address, tore off the page, and said, Dodo, keep this address safe. Dodo stood up to accept the note, his face a canvas of confusion. Dodo cannot read. Yi Sun smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Just keep it safe. If you get lost, you can ask the police to help you find your way back. Dodo was not entirely clear on the matter, but Yi Sun pointed toward a distant city, where the outline of East City was still visible. Dodo, your brother Yi Sun will wait for you in that city. You can either fly over or run over, but I must make it clear, if you get lost, I will not come looking for you. With that, Yi Sun's aura surged, and he bent slightly before launching himself like a spring, shooting towards the city. Dodo seemed to realize something and began to flail anxiously, shouting, Yi Sun, take Dodo with you. Don't leave me here. No matter how Dodo cried and shouted, Yi Sun did not look back. Dodo sat in place, crying for 10 minutes. Once Yi Sun had not returned, he pondered that perhaps Yi Sun was unhappy with his constant desire for ice cream. Well, I'll just not eat ice cream then. Dodo gently brushed off the dirt from his garments and placed the note given to him by Yi Sun into his small backpack. He circled around the summit of the solitary mountain, only to discover that there was no path leading down, which instilled a profound sense of fear within him. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to utilize his flight ability. Chapter 33. Return to the Eastern Capital as Dodo pondered various methods to reach the Eastern Capital through the art of aerial movement. The carefree Yi-sun had already arrived at his destination. Given Yi-sun's speed, he was rather slow by his own standards. He harbored no concern for Dodo's safety, as he had consistently maintained a firm connection to Dodo's energy. Should Dodo's vitality begin to wane, he would promptly rush to his aid with utmost urgency. However, upon reflection, it occurred to him that the eastern capital, being the central city of the eastern district of the kingdom, was unlikely to be home to excessively perilous creatures, especially considering its status as a populous metropolis. Generally, ordinary individuals and animals posed little threat to Dodo, who possessed formidable strength for his age. Dodo could not harbor any grievances against Yi-sun. This child was cheerful, kind-hearted, and blissfully innocent. Even after being pursued relentlessly by Yi-sun wielding the whole wave, Dodo never displayed a trace of anger. Given Yi-sun's understanding of the boy, Dodo must currently believe he had erred in some regard, thus deserving of punishment from Yi-sun to why Yi-sun floated above the eastern capital, momentarily disinclined to return home. For he had intentions to deal with a particular individual. The fact that this person could deter him from returning home in haste indicated the depth of his loathing. This individual was none other than their school principal. Richard. Yi-sun's tumultuous past at school had ultimately led to his forced withdrawal, primarily due to this principal's long-standing grievances with Yi-sun's parents, resulting in a persistent bias against him. Although Yi-sun himself had certainly misbehaved, such transgressions did not serve as a justification for extortion under the guise of punishment. Old rascal, you have no idea how much you've extorted from my parents. I intend to make you repay every last penny. With that thought, Yi-sun suddenly received an F-grade mission to deal with the unscrupulous principal. Upon seeing the task, a smirk crept across Yi-sun's lips. See, it's not that I'm targeting you. It is simply that you deserve to be targeted by me. Accept your fate. Immediately, Yi-sun accelerated toward the principal's residence. During his tenure, the principal had amassed a considerable fortune, residing in a luxurious villa located in the suburbs of the eastern capital. As he surveyed the cityscape from the air, the opulent villa, reminiscent of a palace, was easily discernible. Damn, you sure know how to indulge yourself. I hope you've taken out insurance. Tianyuan Academy was renowned as the most prestigious institution in the Eastern District, admitting only two types of individuals: the offspring of affluent families who could not gain entry regardless of their wealth, and exceptionally talented students from humble backgrounds with a transparent admissions process. With a storied history as a martial arts academy, Tianyuan had retained its focus on martial arts even after reforming, becoming one of the most illustrious secondary schools in the nation. In such a renowned martial arts institution, Principal Richard undoubtedly possessed formidable credentials. According to information Yi-sun had gathered, Richard had once competed in the finals of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Although he ultimately faced defeat, his combat prowess was likely above 50. For reference, a middle-aged man armed with a hunting rifle might only possess a combat strength of 5, making 50 quite remarkable. Yi-sun recalled that after rising to prominence, this principal had abandoned his long-suffering wife, flaunting wealth with his mistress, living a life of extravagance. Over the years, he had likely exchanged numerous partners, leading one to wonder if age would temper his excesses. Clearly, it did not. Meanwhile, his ex-wife had returned to their hometown in the Western District with their child, never to be seen again. Old fool, I merely struck your nephew, yet I can vividly recall the moment you insulted my parents. I swore that once I gained strength, I would settle the score with you, and the time has come to— I know you're at school now, so let me give you a little welcome gift. We can settle the rest later. Yi-sun focused his internal energy, channeling it into his index finger. With a sudden thrust, he unleashed a sharp wave of energy, causing the entire villa to erupt as if struck by a missile, instantly transforming it into a pile of rubble, flames reaching skyward, creating a scene of utter devastation. Yi-sun paid no mind to whether anyone was inside. If there were innocent bystanders, they would bear the consequences of associating with that old scoundrel. Nonsense! Yi-sun was powerful enough to dominate the earth now. Who cared about such trivial matters? The fact that he had not sought revenge on society was a testament to his well-rounded development in morality. Intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. What more could one desire? Unlike Sun Wukong, who refrained from taking lives, Yi-sun believed in avenging his grievances. If someone deserved death, he would not entertain discussions of compensation. Yi-sun observed the chaos below. the swift arrival of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks. He couldn't help but smirk. This was merely the beginning. He intended to bring the principal to utter disgrace. First, he would return home to attend to family matters. It had been over 3 months since his parents had passed away, and he presumed their bodies were due for cremation. He wondered about the situation at the Yi household and hoped that Uncle Dolly and Brother Shui were still around. Just as he was about to head home, Yi-sun suddenly sensed Dodo's energy, momentarily taken aback. Has Dodo arrived so soon? Indeed, this mischievous child will not mature without some pressure. Following Dodo's energy, he soon spotted him standing foolishly by the roadside with a small backpack. A bewildered expression on his face. Oh dear, I forgot to give Dodo some money. With his current capabilities, he cannot precisely locate my energy over a wide area, and given the chaotic energies of the city, it's no wonder he is struggling. However, he will have to figure it out for himself. Wearing a little floral hat and carrying his small backpack, Dodo eagerly examined the address Yi-sun had given him. Although he could not read, he could rely on the street signs to navigate, recognizing that any location matching the characters on the note would be his destination. Why Yi-sun chuckled as he watched Dodo repeatedly compare the note with the street signs. This silly child. The eastern capital was even larger than Shanghai in his previous life, with far too many similar routes for him to discern. Nevertheless, Yi-sun had no intention of intervening. After all, no one could harm Dodo that moment. Yi-sun suddenly spotted a figure in the air, a girl, possessing an approximate beauty rating of 6th. He recognized her. Her name was Shiao Q, a good friend and senior of Yi-sun, currently in a relationship with AI Kasi. However, it appeared that Shiao Q was now with another man, which piqued Yi-sun's curiosity. Had they broken up? Could it be a scene of infidelity? Yet, Yi-sun had no interest in following them. Why should he accompany them if they were headed to a hotel? The naivety of these middle school students was truly astonishing. Yi-sun sighed with deep emotion and then flew towards his home. His return to the eastern capital heralded the imminent unfolding of a momentous spectacle. Chapter 34. Yi Shao, as Yi-sun traversed a stone staircase. He gazed upon the exquisite architecture steeped in Eastern aesthetics, feeling a complex stir within him. Part nostalgia for a wanderer's return and part warmth at the sight of these familiar Chinese-style edifices. Evoking fond memories from his previous life, it is widely acknowledged that Akira Toriyama himself has stated that his creation of Dragon Ball was inspired by the classic journey to the West. Almost everyone can discern the archetypes drawn from this literary masterpiece, with the parallels between Sun Wukong and Oolong being particularly evident. However, it is noteworthy that in the Japanese adaptation of Journey to the West, the character of Tang Sung is often portrayed as female, a gender swap that has inadvertently shaped the Japanese public perception of the tale. Many, if not reminded, might not even recognize that, in both the novel and historical context, Xuanzang was indisputably a man of great strength. Thus, it is not difficult to conclude that Bulma corresponds to the role of Tang Sung, while Yamcha naturally represents Xiao Wujing. The reasoning is straightforward. As Yamcha introduces himself as a desert bandit, and the territory of Xiao Wujing is the river of flowing sand, a correspondence that is self-evident. The true departure of Dragon Ball from the shadows of Journey to the West began with Dragon Ball Z. But in Yi-sun's perspective, it truly took flight from the moment of the Demon King Piccolo's introduction. Prior to that, the turtle hermit residing on the southern island was clearly a representation of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. One might scoff at the notion of the turtle hermit embodying Guanyin, yet it is essential to remember that Guanyin was not originally depicted as female. Generally speaking, the essence of Buddhism transcends gender. Any form is an illusion. Bodhisattvas do not adhere to the binary notion of male and female. Moreover, historical depictions of the child granting Guanyin often portrayed the figure as male, a reflection of the feudal society's discomfort with women seeking blessings from a male deity, leading to the alteration of the representation to a female form. This area belongs to the ancient district of the eastern capital, where the majority of the architecture consists of grand courtyards typical of affluent families. The residences that have withstood the rapid development and transformation of the city are primarily those of the wealthy. The Yi family is among them. They were once powerful officials during the previous dynasty. After that dynasty was overthrown, the current kingdom has entered an era of high technology, rendering the old feudal system obsolete. The Yi family's ancestral heritage largely revolved around handicrafts. But over the past century, the Yi family has shown remarkable resilience and adaptability, making significant strides in light industry and finance. Thus, as an old family, the Yi family has maintained a stable presence in the vast eastern capital. Turning a corner, Yi Sun approached a grand estate, where white lanterns still adorned the entrance, and the door was tightly shut, clearly indicating that a period of mourning was still underway, that a bitter smile crossed his lips. Reflecting on how, in times of hardship, friends and relatives often vanish, and in just 3 short months, the situation had transformed drastically. No one was at fault, only the harsh realities of society. He stepped forward to knock on the door. He found his hand hovering mid-air, inexplicably hesitant. Was it the haunting memories of his previous life that caused this uncertainty? Just then, the door swung open, revealing a youth with an old-fashioned pipe, his face contorted in anger. They locked eyes, momentarily stunned. Recovering first, Yi Sun chuckled. "Sailor brother, I didn't expect to find you here, young master." The youth, known as Sailor Brother, seemed bewildered by the scene before him, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Once he confirmed it was indeed Yi Sun, he erupted in joyous laughter. "Ha, you're alive. They said you were killed alongside the master and mistress by Tao Bai Bai. Who would have thought you survived?" "Huh." The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of those inside, and soon a burly man emerged, his reaction to seeing Yi Sun even more intense than Sailor Brother's, as he enveloped Yi Sun in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably, tears and snot flowing freely. After about 5 minutes, they finally managed to compose themselves. This duo consisted of the Yi family's butler and muscle. The burly man was Uncle Dolly, a former world combat champion, while the pipe-smoking youth was Sailor Brother, a former sailor with notable combat skills. Together, they were a formidable pair worthy of the name Popeye. Once their emotions had settled, Yi Sun spoke. "I initially thought my demise was certain, but Tao Bai Bai, in his arrogance, spared me and even invited me to seek revenge, granting me a second chance at life." "Then why have you only returned now?" Uncle Dolly inquired with concern at why Yi Sun could only manage a rueful smile as he explained. "Tao Bai Bai broke both my legs and arms, so I spent the last 3 months recuperating in a remote mountain village. Only now am I nearly recovered enough to return." Uncle Dolly's face darkened with fury. "That wretched Tao Bai Bai. I loathe that scoundrel. I only wish I had the power to slay him." "However," Sailor Brother interjected hastily, "that's not the crux of the matter. The important thing is that young master is alive, which means the inheritance rights need not be contested." Uncle Dolly instantly regained his composure, recalling the urgency of the situation. "Son, listen closely. You know about the succession of inheritance rights, correct?" Yi Sun furrowed his brow, pondering deeply before his expression shifted dramatically. "Wait, what is the current situation? Your uncle Yi Jian has already eagerly submitted a request to the court to inherit your family's assets. After all, your parents are deceased, and you are their sole heir, having been missing for so long. The court has accepted this case. Since Yi Jian is the biological brother of Yi Sun's father, should the entire Yi family perish without an heir, Yi Jian could indeed petition the court for the inheritance of the Yi family estate. But now that I'm back, it should be fine, right?" Yi Sun reasoned. Uncle Dolly and Sailor Brother exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with unease. Yi Sun, sensing something amiss, asked, "What is the issue? You have a sister who has already engaged in 6 legal battles against Yi Jian's family in court." Yi Sun's mouth fell agape in disbelief. "What sister? When did I get a sister?" Uncle Dolly whispered. "She is your father's illegitimate daughter, and she's been living in the southern district." "What?" Yi Sun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His father had such a high profile. "What is her name?" Yi Xiao, 12 years old. "She's exceptionally beautiful, but rather domineering, with quite the martial arts background." Yi Sun rubbed his forehead, asking, "But according to the Yi family rules, women cannot inherit property, so I understand how precarious the situation is." That moment, a loud screech of brakes echoed from outside the Yi residence. Yi Sun's eyes flickered as 3 individuals approached, one exuding a strong aura and 2 appearing rather weak. Indeed, a girl and 2 men entered. The girl, clearly young, sported a bun hairstyle tied with white string, her delicate features suggesting she was destined to be a beauty. The accompanying two adults were ordinary, holding documents, evidently serving as her aides. Why is the door left open? Uncle Dolly and Sailor Brother were at a loss for a response, while Yi-sun queried, "Little sister, who might you be?" "I am Yi Xiaodao." "And you are?" The young girl, clearly unacquainted with Yi-sun, prompted the two adults beside her to suddenly exclaim, "You are Yi-sun?" Yi-sun nodded. "Indeed, I am Yi-sun. I am alive, so your legal disputes can come to an end. If anyone is dissatisfied, they may voice their concerns to me here." Before the two adults could respond, Yi Xiaotao leaped in front of Yi-sun, inspecting him closely from all angles, and then announced, "Is it all right if I call you brother?" "Ha, of course. I don't mind, brother. However, compared to Yi Xiaodao's exuberance, the expressions of the two adults soured, revealing their profound disappointment. One of them immediately pulled out a mobile phone. Preparing to report this development, Yi-sun's keen hearing caught the beginning of the conversation. "Madam, this is bad news," which could only mean it was Yi Xiaodao's mother. Chapter 35. Dodo appears indeed. Less than an hour after Yi-sun's return, Yi Xiaodao's mother withdrew the lawsuit. Upon receiving notice from the court, Yi Jian promptly dispatched someone to the Yi residence to inquire about Yi-sun's situation. Yi-sun merely offered the same excuse, deflecting the inquiry. After receiving the response, Yi Jian had no choice but to retract his court application. His relationship with Yi-sun's father was far from amicable. They had once fought fiercely over inheritance, leading to a bitter estrangement that lasted decades. Yet, given the current circumstances, even if Yi Jian had intentions, there was little he could do if it were merely the little girl. It might have been manageable, but with this nephew still alive, any contest for the inheritance held little significance. Yi Jian felt quite helpless. Yi-sun had always been a clever and rebellious boy, absolutely unwilling to suffer any losses. Although he was merely a child, Yi Jian anticipated that he would cling tightly to the family fortune. This matter could be discussed later. After all, Tang Bai Bai was not impressive at all. He couldn't even handle a mere child. As the scene shifted, the figure clad in black stated, "This is Madam's wish. Since both heads of the Yi family are absent, the family estate shall naturally be inherited by young Master Yi-sun. However, little Tao will be residing in the Yi household, as she is to attend Tanyuan Academy, considering she is your biological sister, albeit not sharing the same mother. At least, you both share the same father." Yi Xiaodao had just graduated from elementary school. Utterly clueless, sitting in her chair and gazing at everyone, Yi-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Yi Xiaodao, and then said, "My friend, please convey to little Tao's mother that as long as she is willing, it shall suffice. If she is unwilling, then I kindly request that, as a mother, she does not burden the child." The man was momentarily taken aback, finding it hard to believe that such mature words could come from a 13-year-old. The call was not terminated. He reiterated the message before turning to ask, "Little Tao, do you wish to stay here to study and live?" Yi Xiaodao's bright, sparkling eyes brimmed with confusion. "Isn't Mama coming with me? Your mother has pressing business in the southern district and cannot come." "Well then, I will stay here with my brother. Young Master Yi-sun, does that seem acceptable to you? Very well. Let little Tao stay. As for the enrollment procedures, I trust they have been taken care of, right? Today is June 12th, and the entrance exam for junior high is in 3 days. Registration must certainly be closed by now. Do not worry. Miss Xiaodao possesses an excellent foundation in martial arts and has successfully registered for the Tianyuan Academy entrance exam. The outcome is inconsequential, as she is bound to pass, once matters were settled." The figure in black left a bank card for little Tao, saying, "Your mother has stated that she will not accompany you anymore, whether for exams or enrollment. You must handle it on your own." Yi Xiaodao nodded, her eyes filled with reluctance, but she had to stay for school. About an hour after the two departed, they returned to present Yi Xiaodao with a farewell gift before truly leaving. Yi-sun instructed Uncle Dolly to find a good room for Yi Xiaodao, which he then cleaned thoroughly. Thus, the little sister officially moved into the Yi household. However, Yi-sun was no fool. He was acutely aware of what Yi Xiaodao's mother intended. First, after Tang Bai Bai seized the Yi family's main enterprise, it had been directly liquidated in the stock market for cash. Meanwhile, the Yi family had incurred a substantial debt through commercial contracts, leading to the current state of the family being merely a shell. If they wished to continue repaying debts, they would have to sell off assets. Upon careful calculation, after selling the family estate. Only this old residence would remain at that time. Yi-sun would be compelled to seek help from Yi Xiaodao's mother. In a sense, the only one capable of preserving the Yi family's fortune was indeed Yi Xiaodao's mother. It appeared that she possessed considerable means in the southern district. She was no simple character. Yet, she underestimated me. The Yi family's resurgence was merely a matter of time. As for whether Yi Xiaodao was his sister, Yi-sun had no doubts. He had become quite proficient at sensing energies. And the aura surrounding Yi Xiaodao was very similar to his own. She bore a striking resemblance to their father, which was sufficient for him that, in truth, if this were the 13-year-old Yi-sun, he would likely have never consented to Yi Xiaodao living in the household. This boy was rather selfish and cunning. He wouldn't allow his sister to occupy space in his home. Ultimately, his agreement stemmed from the influence of the 25-year-old Yi-sun's spirit, who longed for family. Yi-sun reflected inwardly, finding it quite plausible. After resolving matters concerning Yi Xiaodao, Uncle Dolly's expression darkened as he quietly said, "Young master, the bank called yesterday. After settling all debts, we now owe the bank 350 million. If we cannot clear this within a month, they will begin seizing the Yi family's assets." Yi-sun smiled slightly. "Do not fret. 350 million is a trivial matter. This crisis will soon be resolved. Now, let us dine." Thus, Uncle Dolly, who proclaimed himself the finest chef in the East capital, began preparing a meal, causing everyone to sweat nervously. Eventually, Yi-sun timely intervened, suggesting they order takeout, prompting a sigh of relief from Sailor Brother, who exclaimed, "That was terrifying." At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Yi-sun's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "What the heck?" Startling everyone, they heard a sweet voice from outside. "Yi-sun Gij, Dodo has finally arrived. Are you home?" Yi-sun's expression became animated as he hurried to open the door. Looking down, he saw Dodo beaming up at him. And then he turned to the police officer, saying, "Thank you, officer." The officer waved his hand and admonished the little one not to wander out alone before departing. Dodo's situation mirrored that of Sun Wukong upon first entering the city. Ultimately being escorted by the police to her destination, Yi Xiaodao emerged from behind, crouching down to observe the adorable Dodo, curiously extending her hand. Dodo looked at Yi Xiaodao and cheerfully offered her own paw for a handshake. Then Dodo gazed up at Yi-sun with a pitiful look, placing her finger in her mouth, and said in a babyish voice, "Yi-sun Gij, Dodo is hungry. Dodo doesn't want ice cream." Yi-sun couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Dodo thought he was upset because she kept asking for ice cream. "All right, it's time to eat. No takeout. We'll go out to eat." Uncle Dolly drove, with Sailor Brother in the passenger seat, while Yi-sun and Yi Xiaodao walked behind, Dodo cradled in Yi Xiaodao's arms. Girls always have a weakness for such fluffy little creatures, especially a panda. By the way, young master, currently, the remains of the master and madam are still at the funeral home. Can we proceed with the cremation once you return? Yi-sun expressed his surprise. "Do not cremate them. First, we must retrieve the remains and request a burial. A burial? Very well. But if you truly wish for a burial, it may have to be in the wilderness, as the Yi family currently lacks land deeds outside the suburbs." "Who told you I want a burial? I merely instructed you to use that excuse to reclaim the bodies. Neither burial nor cremation will occur. I intend to resurrect them." "Resurrect?" Everyone stared at Yi-sun in astonishment. But he nodded, saying, "Do not look at me like that. After we finish eating, I will explain this matter to you." Chapter 36. The gang moves in the luxurious hotel was somewhat desolate, with few diners present. Upon arriving, Yi-sun and his companions took a seat at a round table in the hall and began ordering. Due to Dodo's small stature, the waiter had no choice but to stack several chairs for her, eliciting laughter from the others. Yi-sun was puzzled as to why there were suddenly hundreds of thousands in Romeo's card. He speculated it was likely due to Romeo reporting to the bank, restoring the card to its original limit. "Order whatever you like. We have money for now and can indulge a little in the future. We must strive to earn more." During the meal, Yi-sun explained the matter of the Dragon Balls, discussing how gathering all 7 would summon the dragon to grant wishes, with his goal being the resurrection of his parents. Other wishes could be discussed later. Uncle Dolly immediately dismissed it as nonsense, while Yi Xiaodao found it fascinating. Sailor Brother furrowed his brow as if recalling something, having heard the Dragon Ball legend before, but Dodo exclaimed. Dodo heard Grandpa tell the story of the Dragon Balls. Grandpa said the celestial god created 7 Dragon Balls to inspire humanity with courage and the drive to create happiness. If one can gather all 7, they can summon a dragon that grants all wishes. Sailor Brother chimed in, recalling Dodo's words. Yes, I remember now. When I worked at the shipyard, I heard an old sailor mention the Dragon Ball legend. He even claimed to have seen such a ball with 5 stars on it in his youth. He told me there are 7 of these balls in the world. However, Uncle Dolly shook his head in resignation. Well, even if this so-called Dragon Ball legend is true, the world is vast. Who knows where the 7 Dragon Balls might be? In the sea? In the sand? In a museum? Or perhaps in someone's cesspit? Indeed, it seems utterly impossible to locate, yet Yi-sun remained unfazed, stating, "Rest assured, I possess a method to find the Dragon Balls. However, it is imperative that the remains of my parents are not cremated, but rather preserved in a refrigeration unit. Even if revived, that body cannot be used." Uncle Dolly scratched his head, pondering the state of a person who has awakened from a coma, let alone a corpse. "Fear not. I have a solution." However, just as everyone was dining, the remaining patrons of the restaurant hastily exited. That Yi-sun immediately sensed something amiss, thinking to himself, "Am I to encounter a hijacking on a plane, only to face a robbery while having a meal?" Suddenly, 2 groups of individuals entered through the doorway, one clad entirely in black trench coats and sunglasses, the other in pristine white suits. Upon entering, they swiftly positioned themselves on either side, as 2 formidable figures strode in with an air of dominance. The leader in black was bald, adorned with several scar lines across his scalp, while the one in white donned a traditional Chinese jacket, leisurely rubbing 2 iron balls in his hands, exuding an aura of nonchalance. Yet a closer look revealed the tension in his temples and a gaze filled with indifference. Clearly a man of ruthless disposition. Uncle Dolly, well versed in the ways of the world, whispered, "Young master, this is not good. The gang has taken over the place, that we should leave." "Why should we leave when the meal is not yet finished?" Yi Xiaotao retorted with a huff. "Indeed, why must we be the ones to depart?" Just then, the hotel owner approached, apologetically explaining the situation. Essentially, the 2 bosses wished to conduct business and had reserved the entire establishment, hoping for everyone's understanding and goodwill. With the meal in the house, Yi-sun replied with a sardonic smile. "Oh, so the 2 bosses require us to vacate for their business discussions, yet I do not see them showing me the courtesy of leaving to accommodate my meal." The hotel owner's expression shifted dramatically as he patiently advised, "Young man, such words are ill-advised. The individual in black belongs to the Jiaolong group, and the one in white is from the Zhongshuan sect. Both are formidable figures in Dongzidou." The 2 leaders had already ascended to the 2nd floor to negotiate, while their subordinates occupied every space from the 1st to the 2nd floor. That Yi-sun felt increasingly agitated, pondering whether he had somehow been afflicted with an ill fate, as even a simple meal seemed to invite trouble. Unable to persuade Yi-sun, the hotel owner returned to inform a man in black about the situation, hoping to negotiate a brief respite for their meal. Instead, this only served to incite their wrath that a man with long hair approached Yi-sun's table and bellowed, "Are you implying you cannot be persuaded to leave?" Uncle Dolly and Brother Shui's expression soured. Truth be told, they felt quite intimidated. Although they lived in a society governed by law, it felt merely like a slogan, and they had witnessed how the likes of Tao Bai operated with impunity. Never once seeing the government dare to confront him, Yi-sun gestured for them to remain silent. Looking up at the man with disdain, "What do you think you are? Do you really believe you can compel me?" The man smirked, admiringly remarking, "Truly, a hero emerges from youth, though you may meet your end too soon." And no sooner had he spoken than he swiftly withdrew a handgun from his side and aimed it at Yi-sun, firing without hesitation, showing no mercy and entirely disregarding the possibility that this young man might be of significant stature. Yi-sun clearly observed the expressions around him. Uncle Dolly and Brother Shui's faces were stricken with horror upon seeing the firearm. Yi Xiaotao's eyes widened in shock, while Dodo continued to munch on a chicken leg, oblivious to the chaos, as another bullet slowly approached his cheek, Yi-sun exhaled gently towards the oncoming projectile, which appeared to slow down as if caught in an unseen force, finally halting mere centimeters from the tip of his nose. The black-clad man gasped in shock at the sight of his bullet suspended in midair, exclaiming, "Superpower!" Yet in the next instant, that very bullet reversed its course and shot back, piercing through the man's throat. T.O. Uncle Dolly and the others. This scene unfolded like magic. The black-clad man had fired at Yi-sun, but the bullet came to a standstill before his face, and they were oblivious to Yi-sun's swift action, as it happened too quickly for their eyes to follow. Moments later, the bullet accelerated back in a flash, instantly killing the shooter. Why, Yi-sun furrowed his brow, contemplating the dismal state of security in Dongzadu, where gangs operated with such audacity. How much suffering must the common people endure in their daily lives? This was still a fortunate turn of events. The hotel owner, now terrified, looked at Yi-sun with a face full of dread, as if he had seen a ghost, about to cry out in alarm, only to be silenced by Yi-sun's fierce glare. Why, Yi-sun gestured for him to be quiet, slowly saying, "Do not panic. Allow me to deal with this group first. Then we can discuss your compensation. After all, I came here to dine, and yet I am shot at. What an utter disgrace." Hearing the gunfire, both factions rushed to the scene, only to freeze in shock upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground. Both groups, black and white, were convinced that Yi-sun had shot the man, and this posed a significant threat to their leaders, necessitating immediate elimination. They advanced, drawing their weapons and preparing to fire. Why, Yi-sun, summoning his strength, leaped forward as if teleporting, activating his golden bell shield, forming a wall of formidable energy in front of him. However, the assailants could not perceive such phenomena, and they unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Yi-sun. The gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, resonating throughout the street. Everyone became aware that something was amiss, yet no one dared to call the police. Bystanders assumed it was merely a gang conflict, leaving law enforcement to handle it, as it had nothing to do with the common folk. The rampant crime was ultimately a result of collusion between the police and the underworld. After several seconds, those present gaped in astonishment at Yi-sun, who stood surrounded by a dense array of bullets, the sheer number obscuring their view of the individuals behind them. One among them exclaimed in shock, "This kid possesses superpowers. He is a superhuman." A D-rank mission was detected. Eliminate the Jiaolong group and Zhongquan sect to benefit the people. I truly apologize. It is the system that has decreed your annihilation. This is not my doing. Chapter 37. The martial artist in society. Observing the dense wall of bullets before him, the gang members exchanged incredulous glances, their shock palpable as the bullets seemed to be drawn aside by an unseen force, revealing Yi-sun's figure. The young man stood calmly before 100 armed gangsters, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do you have any other tricks?" Before the gangsters could respond, a man sporting a Q hairstyle, yet with his head unshaven, rushed down from the second floor, shouting, "Hold your fire! Hold your fire! Hold your fire!" He repeated this thrice before approaching the group, assessing the situation, then turning to gaze at the wall of bullets before Yi-sun, gasping in astonishment. Upon observing Yi-sun's youthful visage, he mused, "Is this superpower? No, this is clearly an immensely powerful aura." Why, Yi-sun sensed that this individual exuded a presence far superior to that of ordinary people. Estimating his combat strength to be above 50, likely a fierce character capable of harnessing internal energy, though it remained uncertain whether he could perform a chi blast. The man bowed to Yi-sun in apology, then clasped his fists respectfully, saying, "Master, may I implore you to exercise restraint? Get lost. I see you possess some discernment. I shall spare your life." The expression on the Q-haired man's face soured. He was renowned as a master in Dongzadu, yet he could unmistakably feel the disparity between himself and this youth, as if standing before a colossal primordial beast, the overwhelming aura rendering him unable to lift his head, and cold sweat had begun to dampen his back. Yi-sun then smiled faintly, snapping his fingers, a crisp and melodious sound, and the bullets activated, unleashing a cacophony of agonized cries. The Q-haired man was taken aback, and upon glancing back, he found the ground littered with corpses. Observing his fellow gangsters witnessing the deadly ricochets, they turned and fled, Yet anyone who attempted to escape met their demise, leaving them frozen in place. Terror-stricken as they gazed at the Yi-Sun's cruel smile broadened. What? No longer fleeing. Keep running. Please, master, exercise restraint. We were blind to your greatness. Blind to my greatness? You wretched scoundrels, merely taking my family out for a meal, and you dare to shoot at me. If I do not eliminate you, I would be remiss in honoring my own cultivation that I in swift succession. The braided man discovered that Yi-Sun had vanished. Suddenly, he was jolted by the crackling sound of bones snapping. Turning around, he was met with the horrifying sight of all his remaining subordinates lying lifeless. Their necks grotesquely twisted. In a mere instant, he had managed to snap the necks of over 20 individuals, an astonishing speed that was almost unfathomable for a human. Staggering back, the braided man fell onto the ground. Realizing they had provoked a superpower whose strength was at least at the 9th tier, such a formidable being required no supernatural abilities to deflect bullets. Their mere physicality could withstand gunfire, and the ability to manifest a protective shield using their inner energy to block projectiles was nothing short of extraordinary. This level of cultivation was indeed celestial. Hey, lead the way that I am curious to witness the grandiosity of your boss, he remarked, regaining his senses and hastily rising to his feet, trembling as he nodded and offered a respectful gesture that Yi-Sun's body gently floated upwards, prompting an astonished scream from the braided man. Wukong technique. You are from the Crane Immortal School? A glint of cold light flashed in Yi-Sun's eyes, causing the man to hastily shut his mouth and obediently take the lead at why Yi-Sun turned to the others and instructed. Stop dawdling. Follow me. Uncle De Li and the others seemed to awaken from a dream, exchanging glances filled with profound shock. Only Dodo remained unfazed, sipping his porridge and chewing with his mouth full, mumbling indistinctly. Even looking for someone is quite a hassle. Shaking is also quite troublesome. Although Yi Xiao was young, her keen perception and astuteness surpassed that of her companions, if her memory served her right. Her mother had once mentioned that this seemingly useless second-generation heir was nothing special. How could he possess such extraordinary prowess? Could it be that her brother was indeed seeking the Dragon Balls? Did the Dragon Balls truly exist? For reasons unknown, the phrase flashed through Yi Xiao's mind, and she couldn't fathom why her first thought upon witnessing Yi-Sun's display of strength was the Dragon Balls. A martial artist of such caliber would never jest about fairy tales. Yi-Sun must have acquired some concrete information to boldly mention the Dragon Balls despite others' ridicule. Turning to see Dodo, still indulging in his dumplings. With sauce smeared all over his face, she felt a surge of irritation. You little glutton, why aren't you helping out? With that, Yi Xiao seized Dodo, but he clung desperately to the table. His bear-like face filled with reluctance. Grandpa said wasting food was shameful, and Dodo hadn't finished eating yet. This little rascal possessed surprising strength. An idea struck Yi Xiao, and she promptly tickled Dodo's armpit. Leading him to surrender instantly in the moment he was released, he deftly grabbed a chicken leg. Consequently, Yi Xiao lifted Dodo as if he were a small dog, making her way to the 2nd floor, while Dodo continued munching on the chicken leg. Meanwhile, the two formidable figures anxiously awaited, fully aware that a confrontation had erupted on the 1st floor as gunfire ceased. The sounds of screams echoed incessantly. With Snake Wing having gone down, they were uncertain if the situation had improved. Just then, a knock at the door startled both men. Their subordinates, a dozen skilled fighters, stood at the ready. Upon opening the door, they sighed in relief at the sight of Snake Wing. This was expected. With Snake Wing taking action alongside 100 armed subordinates on the 1st floor, it would have been absurd if they couldn't handle the intruders. What they witnessed next was a shocking sight. Snake Wing entered with a pale complexion, trembling slightly, followed by an unfamiliar boy floating behind him. The bald boss exclaimed, "Who are you? Someone you disturbed while dining." The boy replied, "The gentleman in a white robe." A master of considerable skill, immediately sensed the bloodlust emanating from Snake Wing's terrified expression, realizing that the people below had all been eliminated by this young boy. "Young brother, please, it's a misunderstanding. Have a seat," the robe man quickly offered, pulling out a chair for Yi-Sun with utmost respect, while Yi-Sun maintained an air of nonchalance. exuding an aura of defiance. The two leaders, recognizing the boy's formidable strength, understood he was at least a ninth-tier warrior, in the realm of martial artists. He was a force to be reckoned with, one who spoke little yet wielded immense power. Yi-sun took a seat, while the skilled fighters behind the two leaders with combat abilities around the 15th tier posed no threat to him. Behind Yi-sun stood three individuals and a bear. Reminiscent of a negotiation in the Pentagon. Yi-sun smiled and stated, "Now, the choice is yours. Life or death." Chapter 38. Buying life with money. Faced with Yi-sun's direct inquiry, the two leaders straightened their posture, eager to affirm their desire to live. "Oh, so you're not merely reckless youths who throw away their lives at the slightest disagreement. But I am inclined to kill you. What then? I have never encountered anyone daring enough to fire a gun at my head while I was dining. Is it that I, Yi-sun, lack ruthlessness, or have you both grown too arrogant?" A wave of dread washed over the two men, an indescribable terror causing them to squirm in their seats. Yi-sun made no effort to suppress his aura, instilling a primal fear in those who had ever practiced internal energy. "Master, please, you speak," one of them stammered out. No, you speak. After all, it was your gun that was fired, and I am the one who killed." "It would be quite embarrassing for me to initiate the conversation," Yi-sun replied coldly, his demeanor suggesting he would kill without hesitation. In a moment of desperation, the bald leader produced a black box, exclaiming, "Master, I wonder if this box of diamonds could buy me a life." "Diamonds? Not interested at AS if they hold any real value," Yi-sun retorted. "Master, these diamonds are of exceptionally high purity, 24 in total, each worth over 10 million. They are not smuggled goods, but genuine articles," the bald man insisted. Upon hearing this, the gentleman in the white robe also presented a small box, stating, "Master, this card contains the 300 million I intended to use for purchasing diamonds. I hope it can buy my life." Their earnestness was evident, and they dared not put on airs. This reminded Yi-sun of Tao, a notorious assassin whom governments worldwide could do nothing about. This was the reality dictated by strength. "Not enough to, I regard money as worthless. You dare to shoot at me. Should I simply walk away with your money?" Yi-sun mused. The others were at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Uncle Dilly leaned down and murmured, "Young master, the bank is pressing for payments." Such a moment. Mentioning debts was rather disheartening. Yi-sun decided he would settle his family's debts first, having no interest in dealing with these worthless individuals, while he was willing to seize wealth. Killing for it was simply not his style. With a snap of his fingers, Uncle Dilly retrieved the card while Sailor Brother took the box of diamonds. Yi-sun then stated, "Since you have shown such sincerity, killing you would serve no purpose. However, be discreet in your dealings moving forward. Not everyone possesses my mercy. For a bunch of weaklings, perhaps it is time to abandon the underworld and pursue legitimate business instead." With that, Yi-sun led his entourage away, uninterested in further conversation. The hotel owner followed closely, bowing and smiling as he escorted Yi-sun out, leaving the two leaders to deal with the aftermath of the bodies. There was no way they could call an ambulance for that. Having narrowly escaped, the remaining individuals felt a wave of relief wash over them. The bald leader grumbled a few harsh words. How can one kill 100 people and still consider themselves above the law? This statement left everyone speechless. After all, it was his subordinates who had fired at Yi-sun. The gentleman in the white robe, however, placed a hand on his forehead and remarked, "Old K, if only your skills were a bit deeper, you would have realized that the young man we encountered is not someone ordinary individuals can contend with. Don't be foolish. He has already killed over 100 of your subordinates. What difference would it make if he took your life too? Buying your life is the best outcome. Money can be earned again, but once a life is lost, nothing remains." Upon hearing this, the bald man regained his composure, hastily lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, forcing himself to steady his trembling hands. "Oh, you know how my previous boss met his end? He was killed by a martial artist who could catch bullets with his bare hands." His head exploded in an instant. "That martial artist spared my life, and I owe my current success to my late boss's legacy. We need to find out who this Yi-sun is. If possible, it would be wise for us to seek his protection. Are you suggesting we align ourselves with him? He may be strong, but he's just a boy, lacking an understanding of the complexities of the underworld." Came the retort, "You should take a break. Do you not comprehend the depths of the underworld? Your box of jewels worth 300 million, combined with my 300 million bank card, has led to us being extorted a total of 600 million through threats and intimidation. Is this not a clear indication of your ignorance regarding the complexities of this world? Old K felt a tinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his scar-bald head, sighing, alas, even negotiating a business deal can lead one to encounter a killer. Truly remarkable. However, how shall we locate this Master Yi? His name is Yi Sun, and in this world, the surname Yi is predominantly found in this country, with most of them having risen to prominence in the Eastern District. A simple inquiry will reveal his whereabouts. By Ma Gua continued, the Eastern capital is currently rife with both dragons and snakes, and the national political landscape is rather chaotic that we, as individuals, could be viewed as significant powers, or, in less flattering terms, as mere cash cows for others. Without the protection of the strong, are we to venture forth alone? Have you not seen that over 100 of my subordinates have perished? Old K, do not forget that in this world, the strong prey upon the weak. Today's financial loss may very well herald tomorrow's great fortune. Unbeknownst to Yi Sun, the two men were lost in their thoughts. He merely wished to expedite the settlement with the bank. As for everything else, no one on this planet could harm him. What was wrong with putting on a facade of toughness? That evening, Uncle Dolly and Brother Shui immediately set about dealing with the banking matters, while Yi Sun reached out to past auction houses, determined to auction off these diamonds. After all, the Yi family's credit crisis had yet to come to light. And when his parents awoke, he wanted them to see a revitalized family. Xiao Tao, stop daydreaming. Wash your face, feet, brush your teeth, and go to bed. You have an exam in a couple of days, he admonished. Yi Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with admiration for her older brother. She had not expected him to be so formidable. Her mother's investigative report had been utterly erroneous. Among everyone, only Dodo felt that Yi Sun's strength was entirely justified. During his time in the deep mountains, he had often brought down pterosaurs with a small stone to roast and eat. Killing a few people was inconsequential. This was a peculiar aspect that others had overlooked. Despite Dodo being just an adorable child, why was he not the least bit afraid of the scenes depicting Yi Sun's violent rampages? Once everyone had retired for the night, Yi Sun quietly contemplated his next plan. In a few days, he would seek out the Dragon Balls, as returning to school was not an option at present, according to that old rascal Richard, if he did not return in the second year. He must return in the third year, as it pertained to his academic advancement. Thus, during the next few months, he would find something to occupy his time. First, resurrect his parents, and subsequently, entrust the expansion of the family business to them. After all, once he reached level 20, purchasing from the marketplace would require funds. It is worth mentioning that as a game programmer, Yi Sun had once again saved himself. The marketplace system he had previously established required world coins from the Dragon Ball universe for purchasing goods. There were 3 ways to acquire world coins: through tasks, dungeon earnings, and converting our MB. In other words, if Yi Sun wished to obtain unlimited marketplace goods, he would need to amass considerable wealth. This posed a moderate dilemma for Yi Sun, who had traversed into this world, to build a commercial empire to generate infinite profits to purchase items from the marketplace. The following day was uneventful. Yi Sun sought out his former connections and visited the largest auction house in the Eastern capital. Of course, this task was still best suited for Uncle Dolly, as he was well acquainted with the process. Ultimately, to everyone's surprise, they managed to sell the diamonds for 400 million and transfer the entire sum to the Yi family's finances, thereby alleviating the family's crisis almost instantaneously. In the days that followed, both Uncle Dolly and Brother Shui worked tirelessly, as the Yi family's assets had been seized and liquidated by Tao Bai, leaving them unable to reclaim anything. Now, the only thing they could safeguard was the Yi family estate and its financial credibility, which was no small feat. Time was of the essence. I shall depart tomorrow. However, to find the Dragon Balls, I will need a dragon radar. I wonder if Bulma's family has developed one yet. Additionally, there is someone I am particularly interested in. Son Goku possesses the 4-star ball, which means I must engage with him ahead of time. For reasons unknown, the thought of meeting Son Goku filled Yi Sun with anticipation. Chapter 39. The search for Son Goku on the day of the examination at Tianyuan Academy. Yi Sun instructed Brother Shui to drive Yi Xiaotao to her test. While he refrained from accompanying her, to be honest, his desire to return to school stemmed purely from the rebellious, youthful fervor of 13-year-old Yi-sun, who longed to prove himself. If it were the 25-year-old Yi-sun, he would prioritize making money instead. Reaching LV20 would come in due time. Dodo continued to practice the crane palm in the courtyard. In truth, the only martial arts Yi-sun had mastered were the crane palm and the combat techniques from the police academy, but that was sufficient, when speed and strength could utterly dominate others. Why bother with grand displays? While Yi-sun was lost in thought, Dodo completed his training and stood straight before him. Why Yi-sun snapped back to reality and inquired, "What is it, brother Yi-sun? Are you leaving again?" Dodo asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Why Yi-sun was taken aback, wondering how this little rascal knew of his departure. "Dodo, who told you that?" Dodo blinked adorably and replied, "Dodo guessed it. Could Dodo go with brother Yi-sun?" Yi-sun smiled gently. "Dodo, you should stay home and keep Xiao Tao company while you practice martial arts and play." "All right." Dodo pouted, clearly reluctant to part ways, and complained, "Sister Xiao Tao always pinches my cheeks. I'm not a little puppy. That just means Xiao Tao likes you, and I need you to stay at home to protect Uncle Dolly. Brother Shui and Xiao Ti you understand?" Dodo, being just a child, clearly did not want to separate from the adults, but upon hearing Yi-sun's words, he nodded obediently. "Dodo understands, but I'm too slow to fly. If something happens, where will I find brother Yi-sun?" Yi-sun replied confidently, "Listen carefully, Dodo. If you encounter a formidable opponent you cannot defeat, flee immediately without worrying about the others. They will find their way to safety." Dodo looked puzzled. Does brother Yi-sun not want to protect sister Xiao Tao? Rest assured, Xiao Tao has others to protect her. As for Uncle Dolly and brother Shui, they're seasoned veterans who have grown up in the Eastern District. If trouble arises, no one can stop them from escaping. Having said that, Dodo resumed his training. Just then, he noticed Yi Xiao Tao returning. True to form, 5 minutes later, she bounced through the door, clapping her hands. "Brother, how was it?" "I impressive. I secured a spot in the experimental class in one go." "Huh." Yi-sun clicked his tongue and offered a token compliment before stating, "Tomorrow, I must leave. Dodo will be your responsibility. Don't pinch his cheeks all day. Bears have their dignity too. Why Xiao Tao scrunched her nose and made a face at Dodo. "I'll just pinch you." Dodo, hands on his hips, stuck out his tongue in defiance. Yi Xiao Tao, rarely paying attention to Dodo, turned back to Yi-sun. "Are you going to find the Dragon Balls?" "Yes. I need to revive my parents quickly." Why Yi Xiao Tao exclaimed excitedly, "I want to go with you." Dodo chimed in, "I want to go too." "You two are not allowed to go. Why not?" Both protested. Why Yi-sun shrugged, rolling his eyes, "A little glutton like you would bankrupt me on a single outing. And a little wild girl like you might cause trouble. How would I deal with that?" However, Uncle Dolly had been listening and approached, saying, "Son, let them accompany you. After all, with the two of us here, no one would dare cause a ruckus." Brother Shui returned with 2 barrels of purified water and added, "Young master, don't worry, we have both been training regularly, and while we cannot compare to you in Crane Immortal training, if any little thieves show up, we can handle them just fine." Why Yi-sun truly did not wish for these 2 little ones to accompany him. One Dodo was already a headache, and adding Yi Xiao Tao would only exacerbate the situation. Searching for the Dragon Balls would require traversing the world. It was hardly a stroll down a shopping street. "No, I have made up my mind. You both will stay at home. I will return quickly. Remember, my parents' freezing chamber must remain in the universal capsule. It cannot be released." Seeing that Yi-sun was serious, the others did not press the matter further. He likely considered this a grave issue and did not intend to bring anyone along. The following day, Yi-sun resolved to leave alone. However, he would not seek out Bulma first. The matter of the Dragon Radar could wait. He understood that the Dragon Radar was undoubtedly a high-tech product from Bulma's family. Otherwise, how could the Universal Capsule Company have become the world's leading conglomerate? The Universal Capsule was their patent. For now, he would focus on finding Son Goku. If memories serve him correctly, Son Goku's home should be located in Eastern District 439 or 436. Yi-sun vaguely recalled that when the artificial human was searching for Sun Wukong, Number 16 had mentioned Sun Wukong's home address, which was certainly located in the Eastern District. After leaving, Yi-sun purchased a large map of the Eastern District at a bookstore and elegantly allowed the system to scan it. Indeed, a more detailed and precise navigation appeared on the system panel. Finally, whether it was 439 or 436, it was certainly not far. Noticing that there was no one around, Yi Sun bent slightly, akin to Keanu Reeves in The Matrix, and then shot into the sky like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. Sun Wukong's current combat power was at most 30, yet even so, his aura surpassed that of an ordinary person. By searching for a corresponding powerful presence in the vicinity, he could swiftly locate Sun Wukong. Yi Sun's speed was astonishing, almost akin to riding a rocket, and in less than 10 minutes he reached the designated coordinates. Here it was, Sun Wukong had not moved. Even after marrying, he had not left the home his grandfather had left him. However, Chi-Chi had built a new house nearby, albeit this location was indeed somewhat remote. As he gazed at the mountainous region, lush green hills, and even a verdant bamboo grove in sight, Yi Sun mused that it must be in this vicinity. The area was sparsely populated, so he began to search for human auras, which had a distinct difference from that of certain birds of prey. Even if Sun Wukong's presence was not strong, it surely should not be weak. To his dismay, Yi Sun furrowed his brow. Unable to detect even a slightly stronger aura that moment, he suddenly spotted a small house and was instantly filled with joy. Its appearance was inexplicably familiar. A large character for fortune was affixed to the door. This was indeed the old house of Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, where Sun Wukong had lived alone after his grandfather's passing. After swiftly descending, Yi Sun sensed within that there was no one inside. He was well aware that Sun Wukong's 4-star ball was within, yet he had no intention of stealing it. Just then he heard some unusual noises behind him. Turning around, he spotted a small boy, bare-bodied and dragging a large fish toward the house. Yi Sun's eyes lit up. The child sported a tail and had a rather adorably silly appearance, eyeing Yi Sun with caution. "Who are you? Are you here to steal something?" Little Wukong queried, already pulling out the Rui Bang from behind him. Yi Sun's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Indeed, this was Sun Wukong, a fervent Dragon Ball enthusiast, who would have thought that one day he would actually meet Sun Wukong. His memories and emotions were interwoven. He was both Yi Sun and Yi Sun at once. The familiarity he felt upon seeing Uncle Lee and Sailor Brother was not something an ordinary traveler could experience. Yet his memories of his past life remained vividly clear. Were it not for the system residing in his mind, he might even believe he had merely dreamt of being a Dragon Ball developer in another world after being knocked unconscious by Tao Bai, only to wake up to find the dream had become chaotic. Regaining his composure, Yi Sun grinned and said, "Indeed, I have come to steal something. Little one, to hand over your family's valuables, or I shall not be courteous." Chapter 40. Meeting Sun Wukong. After uttering this line, Yi Sun expected little Wukong to charge at him in fury. To his surprise, the boy looked utterly perplexed and asked, "But Grandpa said stealing is when you take things while the owner isn't paying attention. Now that I've noticed you, does that still count as stealing?" Little Wukong's innocent naivety left Yi Sun feeling somewhat embarrassed, and he burst into hearty laughter. "I was just joking. In truth, I am merely a traveler. I saw a house here, and, feeling rather hungry, I took the liberty to intrude. Little one, could you share a bit of your food with me?" Little Wukong pondered for a moment, then beamed with an endearing smile. "Sure, but I must first start a fire to cook. My name is Sun Wukong. What is yours?" "Yi Sun, but you can call me Ah Sun." "All right, Mr. Ah Sun, I'll start the fire now." A smile adorned Yi Sun's face. To be honest, he still felt as though he were in a dream, that he had not expected to find Sun Wukong so effortlessly. Yet, Sun Wukong was indeed just as depicted in the comics. If you treated him well, he would reciprocate. If you were courteous, he would be courteous in return. "Wukong, let us roast this fish directly." Little Wukong glanced at Yi Sun and cheerily agreed. "Okay, wait for me to set the grill." With that, Sun Wukong dashed into the house, quickly emerging with an iron grilling rack. With remarkable speed, he placed the entire fish onto the grill and then used a metal saw to swiftly clean the scales off the fish. Displaying a commendable diligence, Yi Sun could imagine that after transforming into a giant ape on the night of the full moon, Wukong had severely injured his grandfather, Sun Wufan, leading to his grandfather's demise. After his grandfather's death, Sun Wukong had indeed worked hard to support himself in this remote mountainous area. It could be said that no one would find Sun Wukong, except for Bulma, who was in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Bulma truly was the first heroine of Dragon Ball. All legends began when she found that wild child with a tail. However, this time, the legend began with me. After some thought, Yi Sun remarked, Wukong, there is no need to look for matches. I have a way to ignite the fire. Little Wukong curiously exclaimed. Oh, Yi Sun gathered his chi at his fingertips and ignited the wood with a spark. However, once again, Sun Wukong's reaction exceeded Yi Sun's expectations. With wide eyes, he asked, Mr. Ah-sun, did you just use chi? Ah, you already know about chi? Wukong nodded affirmatively. Grandpa used to do it this way, and he taught me how to control chi, but I always struggled to manage it. Grandpa said that those who can use Qigong are the top martial artists in the world. That Mr. Ah-sun, you must be a highly skilled martial artist. That Yi Sun found himself deprived of the opportunity to show off. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable. While Grandpa Sun Wufan's strength could not compare to that of his later son, Goku, in a horizontal comparison, back when Sun Wufan was alive, the only one who could defeat him was Master Roshi. Even Tao Bai Bai would find it challenging. Let us not forget that after defeating Tao Bai Bai, Sun Wukong sought out the fortune teller to inquire about the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball to resurrect UPA's father. The fortune teller required them to defeat her martial arts experts first, resulting in a contest between Sun Wukong and his grandfather, Sun Wufan. Strictly speaking, Wukong did indeed surpass Sun Wufan in power, yet he did not demonstrate overwhelming strength against him. That battle was far more arduous than his clash with Tao Bai Bai. Your grandfather, Sun Wufan? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Huh, how does Mr. Ah-sun know my grandfather's name is Sun Wufan? Call me Ah-sun. Mr. Feels rather awkward. I am only 13 this year. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. You are 2 years younger than me. In truth, I am an heir from a martial arts family. Our family possesses extensive information on many skilled martial artists, including your grandfather, Sun Wufan. I searched for a long time before locating where your grandfather lived, but I only found you. Where is your grandfather? Sun Wukong's expression turned despondent. Grandpa has already passed away. I now live here alone. If Mr. Ah-sun wishes to learn martial arts from Grandpa, I can only disappoint you. Yi Sun was well aware that Sun Wufan had indeed passed away. He merely sought an excuse to grow closer to Sun Wukong. Do not assume that sharing a meal with Sun Wukong would foster a bond. Such innocent and kind-hearted individuals treat everyone the same, unless they were like Krillin, Bulma, Yamcha, and Oolong, who had adventured together since childhood, or Master Roshi, who had guided him to go Sun Wukong. They were akin to family. Regardless of who among them was slain, he would be engulfed in rage. Of course, there were also those who had clashed fiercely with Sun Wukong and developed a mutual respect for him, such as Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and Vegeta. In other words, unless one had fought alongside Sun Wukong through trials and tribulations, he would not regard them as kin. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered something and cheerfully proposed. Mr. Ah-sun, I want to spar with you. Truly, he was a Saiyan. Even the most innocent and optimistic Saiyan could not suppress the fighting spirit within. After the death of Cell, Sun Wukong once remarked, Bulma is right. Perhaps it's because of me that those villains target Earth. However, upon reconsideration, one might argue that it is indeed Sun Wukong's indomitable spirit throughout his myriad adventures, his unwavering refusal to yield in the face of adversity, and his resolute determination to confront challenges head-on that have inadvertently drawn forth a multitude of antagonists. This is particularly evident in the case of Dr. Gero's android project, which includes the formidable androids 16, 17, and 18, culminating in the notorious Cell, all of whom were given the directive to eliminate Sun Wukong. His remarkable courage to counter the intimidation of powerful foes is one of Sun Wukong's most admirable traits. Yi Sun has no valid reason to confront or suppress Sun Wukong, for the essence of their values reveals that Sun Wukong does not embody any qualities of an adversary. Unless, of course, Yi Sun is truly twisted in spirit, seeking to unnecessarily oppress him, which would be utterly senseless. What a rare opportunity. I am merely 2 years your senior. I believe our strengths are not too dissimilar. In truth, this statement is more of a courtesy, as Yi Sun's power overwhelmingly surpasses that of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately assumed a fighting stance, ready to strike, while Yi Sun merely mimicked a symbolic posture. I shall commence. With that, Sun Wukong charged towards Yi Sun, initiating with a straight punch to the untrained eye. This movement appeared quite swift, yet was far from extraordinary. However, to Yi Sun, it unfolded in slow motion. As if time had frozen. Yi Sun contained his energy, fearful of allowing it to escape, worried that his own internal strength might manifest. This confrontation relied solely on physical prowess, and he employed the celestial crane's evasive step, a technique from the crane school. Sun Wukong's punches comprised a mere 3 standard moves, repetitive in nature, yet Yi Sun intentionally sought to provoke Sun Wukong into displaying his improvisational skills. Thus, during his evasions, he subtly aimed to compel Sun Wukong to alter his approach. As expected, Sun Wukong soon realized that no matter how he attacked, Yi Sun either deflected his blows or evaded them entirely. In a moment of desperation, he transformed his long punches into rapid close-range strikes, akin to the Wing Chun's straight punch, launching a flurry of attacks. Yi Sun, moving at a deliberate pace, retreated slightly, while nearly every punch from Sun Wukong connected with his body. However, the distances were perfectly measured. As Sun Wukong's fist grazed Yi Sun's clothing, Yi Sun adeptly withdrew just in time, skillfully rendering Sun Wukong's physical assaults ineffective. This exchange continued for 5 minutes before concluding, as Sun Wukong, exhausted, found that no matter how cunning or aggressive his attacks, they could not touch Yi Sun, who in turn refrained from counterattacking, knowing that retaliation could prove fatal. Wukong, cease your attacks. Let us dine first. Chapter 41. A simple mind. I am so full, I cannot eat another bite. Sun Wukong plopped down on the ground, contentedly patting his belly, his small face radiating satisfaction. To him, the most blissful aspects of life are likely eating, training, and sleeping. In truth, Yi Sun had hardly consumed any of the entire fish. Nearly all of it had been devoured by Sun Wukong. After all, Saiyans are notoriously voracious eaters, and even the refined Sun Gohan is quite unreserved when it comes to feasting. After their meal, the sun hung low in the sky, just about to set, and Sun Wukong, grinning foolishly, inquired, Mr. Sun, why do you not return home so late? Are you not afraid of being scolded by your grandfather? My grandfather passed away long ago. He may have already been reincarnated. Sun Wukong, his round eyes wide with curiosity, responded, Oh, your grandfather has also passed. So has mine. Yes, my parents were murdered as well, leaving me with only a younger sister and a panda who spends all day eating ice cream. If Uncle Dolly and Sailor Brother had heard this, they would have surely cried out in despair, but Yi Sun deliberately chose to ignore the two in his sorrowful recounting. What? Your parents were killed? That is truly unfortunate. You must feel very Why Yi Sun smiled broadly, though was not particularly sorrowful, as he believed his parents might have the possibility of resurrection. Resurrection? Sun Wukong froze, sitting upright in astonishment. My grandfather said that once a person dies, they cannot return. Why is resurrection possible? Yi Sun displayed a knowing smile, finally steering the conversation towards its intended subject. In this world, there exist 7 Dragon Balls. It is said that whoever gathers all 7 can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant any wish, including the revival of deceased loved ones. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong leapt up in disbelief, exclaiming, Dragon Balls? What do they look like? Yi Sun inwardly mused as expected. When Bulma first found Sun Wukong and mentioned that the eternal dragon could fulfill wishes, she had failed to lead him to the pivotal notion of resurrecting Son Gohan. One should not dismiss this as mere folly. Sun Wukong is an innocent and straightforward individual, incapable of connecting the dots regarding the resurrection of the deceased unless explicitly mentioned that it was only later. Due to a dispute over the Dragon Balls and a fierce battle with Tao Pai Pai, resulting in the death of UPA's father, that Sun Wukong made the connection between the Dragon Balls and the potential to wish for the revival of the dead. If it were not for the fact that Son Gohan's grandfather returned to the mortal realm and explicitly stated his desire to remain in the afterlife after sparring with Sun Wukong, the latter would have undoubtedly abandoned the notion of resurrecting his grandfather. Otherwise, after bringing UPA's father back to life, Sun Wukong would have collected the Dragon Balls the following year to revive his grandfather. He would have done so without hesitation. I am uncertain of their color, but they should be transparent, featuring stars within. There are a total of 7, with designs ranging from 1 star to 7 stars. Sure enough, Sun Wukong, after a moment of shock, dashed into his room and retrieved the 4-star ball left behind by his grandfather, presenting it to Yi Xun. Is this it? Yi Sun feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Indeed, I cannot believe you possess a Dragon Ball." This particular Dragon Ball bore a striking resemblance to the infamous orbs featured in the poorly received film Dragon Ball Evolution, though most Dragon Balls share a similar design. What followed was an extensive exchange between Sun Wukong and Yi Sun regarding the Dragon Balls. The content not particularly remarkable, yet to Sun Wukong, it was nothing short of fascinating. "Wukong, if we can locate all 7 Dragon Balls, not only can I resurrect my parents, but I can also bring your grandfather back to life." At this, even Sun Wukong became animated, for he longed for his grandfather dearly. How wonderful it would be if his grandfather were still alive, sharing warmth by the fire during the cold, enjoying the cool breeze outdoors when it was hot, hunting for game in the mountains, and training together. Such days would be blissful. At this point, Sun Wukong's emotional state became comprehensible. He lacked the bonds of friendship, the affection of mentor, and the longing for a spouse and children. The only cherished connection he yearned for was that of his sole remaining family member, Sun Gohan. With this thought, Sun Wukong dashed back to his room, beginning to gather his belongings. The Yi Sun, taken aback, inquired, "Wukong, what are you doing?" "I must hasten to find the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon to resurrect my grandfather." Yi Sun's mouth fell agape as he witnessed Sun Wukong call forth a cloud resembling a fluffy yellow candy. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong leaped onto it, declaring, "Nimbus Cloud, let us search for the Dragon Balls." "Nimbus Cloud? What is happening?" Yi Sun was astonished. Sun Wukong already possessed the Nimbus Cloud. This diverged completely from the storyline of the manga, where Sun Wukong received the Nimbus Cloud as a gift from Master Roshi in gratitude to quote Karen the Cat. "It was a favor Roshi shamelessly requested from me." Could it be that the main storyline of the manga had indeed been altered? Regardless of Yi Sun's thoughts, the Nimbus Cloud remained stationary, prompting Sun Wukong to question, "Nimbus Cloud, what are you doing?" "I've already said we're going to find the Dragon Balls." Yi Sun, exasperated, retorted, "Wukong, where do you expect the Nimbus Cloud to search for the Dragon Balls? Do you understand how vast this world is and how small the Dragon Balls are? No matter how fast the Nimbus Cloud is, it cannot know where the Dragon Balls are hidden." Sun Wukong fell silent, asking, "Nimbus Cloud, is that really the case?" The Nimbus Cloud bobbed up and down slightly, clearly affirming Sun Wukong's inquiry. The young Saiyans' face was filled with worry. If even the Nimbus Cloud could not locate the Dragon Balls, what were they to do? Ahem. Yi Sun cleared his throat, pulling the young Wukong from his despondent thoughts. "Wukong, do not fret. I have a method to find the Dragon Balls, but first, we must locate the Dragon Radar." What is the Dragon Radar? It is a type of detector that can detect the faint energy waves emitted by the Dragon Balls. What is a detector? Yi Sun covered his face in exasperation. Explaining this to a child from the wilderness was a complete waste of time. It's complicated, but in essence, it's intricate. That's about the gist of it. Dodo, I understand now. Yi Sun once again covered his face. Truly reminiscent of Sun Wukong. The simplicity of his thoughts was astonishing. He understood that this matter was intricate and difficult to elucidate, yet he recognized it as something good. After releasing the Nimbus Cloud, Sun Wukong waved goodbye to it. As Yi Sun watched the Nimbus Cloud vanish into the sky, his thoughts began to wander. Since the main storyline had been altered, should he embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Sun Wukong? Given his understanding of Sun Wukong, it was evident that the latter would not rest until he achieved his goal, displaying an unwavering determination. Yi Sun had perhaps spoken too much. It was likely that Sun Wukong desired to join him in the search for the Dragon Balls. Indeed, Sun Wukong earnestly inquired, "Mr. Sun, may I accompany you in the quest for the Dragon Balls?" The little dragon prompted him with an optional sea-level task, to seek the Dragon Balls together with Sun Wukong. This task could potentially influence the subsequent trajectory of the storyline. Accept or decline. The trajectory of the plot? Yi Sun was momentarily taken aback. What trajectory? Was it referring to the plot of the Dragon Ball manga? Or did it imply that his own experiences might change due to Sun Wukong? Should he accept? Yi Sun found himself in a dilemma. as a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he was inclined to accept. Yet he reminded himself that this was not merely a game, but a choice concerning his life. No, he could not embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls with Sun Wukong. His greatest advantage lay in his knowledge of the main storyline. As long as the Dragon Ball narrative remained intact, his plans would not falter. Bringing Sun Wukong along would inevitably interfere with the main plot, potentially leading to unforeseen changes. However, it seemed plausible. Suddenly, Yi Sun recalled something, and his expression shifted to one of delight. He swiftly chose to accept the option, then smiled and said, "Wukong, let us rest tonight. Tomorrow I will head to East City, and we shall devise a plan for the search for the Dragon Balls. All right, then I shall sleep now." With that, Sun Wukong dashed back to his room, kicked off his shoes, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber while Yi Sun nearly stumbled in surprise, swearing that Sun Wukong must have thought, with one blink, the day would pass. If he fell asleep now, he could awaken to the quest for the Dragon Balls with hardly any sense of waiting at all. What a wonderfully honest child. Such simplicity of thought is indeed rare. Chapter 42. The butterfly effect. Yi Sun did not enter Sun Wukong's room, but instead sat cross-legged in the air outside the door, seemingly concentrating his energy. The breaths of Dodo and Xiao were steady, indicating their safety. However, on a summer night, the mountains were filled with eerie howls. It was uncertain whether Sun Wukong's habit of sleeping with the door open was a rare occurrence or a regular practice. His current level was still below LV-15, meaning he had limited opportunities for development. It was likely that large-scale tasks were scarce in these mountains. Perhaps he suddenly recalled that upon reaching LV-15, he could purchase tasks from the little dragon. With this thought, Yi Sun remembered that he possessed a system bank card in his spatial storage. This card was not a conventional bank card from the Dragon Ball world, but rather a wealth accumulation card provided to him by the system. Its function was clear. Regardless of how much money Yi Sun earned in this world, as long as the system recognized it as his, the equivalent amount would appear on this game wealth card. For instance, if Yi Sun were to find $5 while out, the system wealth card would immediately increase by $5, even if he later returned the money to its rightful owner. However, the accumulation of wealth had to be legitimate. Theft, robbery, and deceit were strictly prohibited. Picking up money was indeed a legitimate means of wealth accumulation. Games like The Legend of Sword and Fairy had a tradition of allowing players to collect money while exploring. So, it was only natural for Yi Sun to incorporate this element into his game. Moreover, the money and diamonds given to him by the two big shots at the restaurant also counted as legal income, recognized by the system as compensation from enemies seeking peace. Consequently, Yi Sun had accumulated over 600 million in assets. Since the main storyline had already experienced some alterations, why not embrace the error and take Sun Wukong along? Logically, Sun Wukong should not possess the Nimbus cloud at this moment. Yet Yi Sun had long harbored suspicions that Bulma's family was far from ordinary. If a significant upheaval occurred on Earth, they would undoubtedly take action. Dealings with them were inevitable. Just then, Yi Sun recalled a crucial piece of information, and his expression shifted. If memory served him correctly, the Saiyan spaceship that Sun Wukong piloted should be nearby. The mere thought of it stirred a small excitement within him. The technology aboard the Saiyan spaceship was remarkably advanced. Many had questioned why the Saiyan ships were so small, yet capable of traversing the universe with ease. Initially, Yi Sun had arrogantly dismissed such inquiries, claiming it was merely levitation technology, nothing remarkable. However, he soon found himself unable to refute the arguments of other enthusiasts, for the levitation technology known to humanity did not yield rapid speeds. Whereas the Saiyan's levitation technology could traverse planets with astonishing efficiency. This involved intricate curve technology and spatial transmission technology, which contributed to the widespread belief that Bulma's family was enigmatic. They seemed to be divine messengers sent to rescue humanity's technology, as if their technological advancements surpassed the collective knowledge of Earth. While levitation technology was not exclusive to their family, the most critical aspect was the spatial leap technology demonstrated by the universal capsules. As a form of convenient technology, universal capsules had been popularized worldwide. The principle behind them had been speculated to involve transporting object from three-dimensional space to four-dimensional space, indicating Bulma's family's profound and advanced understanding of multidimensional space. They could manipulate objects in multidimensional space without the need for auxiliary energy to purchase a levitating car. One had to first acquire a universal capsule, which gradually evolved into a situation where any purchase became a direct acquisition of capsules. This had effectively formed a blatant monopoly. Who could not be wealthy in such circumstances? I will locate the Saiyan spaceship first and then analyze Saiyan technology. No, more accurately, the cosmic technology represented by Frieza. The technological data aboard a small Saiyan spaceship would be astonishing. Why Ensue began to traverse the forest, searching tirelessly. But eventually, he had to abandon his efforts. The darkness of the night, coupled with the complex terrain, made it nearly impossible to locate anything that might have fallen within. He would have to return another day. Early the next morning, Sun Wukong awoke, clamoring for Ensue to hurry and take him to find the Dragon Balls. However, Ensue needed to ascertain the general location of the Saiyan spaceship. Wukong, if memory serves me right, your grandpa Gohan seems to have never married, and he does not have a tail. Isn't that rather peculiar? If it had been someone else, they might have been angered, but Sun Wukong, in his naivete, curiously asked, Grandpa said I was found in the mountains, so when you say that, do none of you have tails? Truly, he was honest. Which grandfather would directly tell his grandson that he was found? Only someone as simple-minded as Wukong would not think too deeply about it. Nonetheless, Ensue was intrigued and asked, we truly do not have tails. Where did your grandfather find you? Sun Wukong pointed toward a patch of lush green bamboo forest and said, Grandpa said it was over there, but it seems a bit far. Do you want to go play there? Ensue grinned. All right, I was just asking out of curiosity. Wukong, come with me. Let's first head to East City to prepare for matters regarding the Dragon Balls. In truth, Ensue understood that Sun Wukong sought to utilize his abilities to locate the Dragon Balls. However, he certainly would not insist on reviving his grandfather first. Rather, he aimed to lend a hand and then later resurrect him. Deep down, Ensue preferred not to become too entangled with Sun Wukong, as the latter, being the primary protagonist of the Dragon Ball series, held an unassailable status and inadvertently cast a shadow over others. Moreover, when Sun Wukong needed to ask for help, he would not hold back. Why? Because of his pure-hearted, innocent nature, he felt no embarrassment. The Nimbus Cloud. Observing the Nimbus Cloud, which should not have appeared here, rejoined Sun Wukong. Ensue felt a tinge of unease. The narrative of this world would undoubtedly undergo tremendous changes. He just did not know how. The staff member from the underworld had once told him that his crossing would inevitably trigger an uncontainable butterfly effect. Perhaps Sun Wukong acquiring the Nimbus Cloud ahead of time was a sign of that. Wukong, your Nimbus Cloud is remarkable. Who gave it to you? My grandpa gave it to me. Ensue let out a soft exclamation, inwardly acknowledging the truth of the situation. It must have been Sun Wukong who sought the guidance of Master Roshi at that moment. However, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, Ah, you can fly. Ensue glanced at his own levitating form, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he realized, wait, Wukong, I'll teach you to fly another day. Follow me. With that, Ensue transformed into a missile and shot towards the sky. Sun Wukong promptly urged the flying Nimbus to follow, which soared at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary jet planes, yet still fell short of the legendary Nimbus used by the true Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. The Nimbus beneath Sun Wukong was merely a mode of transportation, while the one employed by the Monkey King was a form of cloud-walking technique akin to a spell. In essence, one somersault could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Ensue mused that this phenomenon was akin to instantaneous teleportation. The fact that Sun Wukong was whisked away by Ensue would undoubtedly disrupt the entire narrative of the Dragon Ball saga. But for Ensue, the main storyline was merely a reference point. His arrival had already predetermined a shift in the plot. Even if the Saiyans were to descend tomorrow, he bore no fear. He could simply allocate all his attribute points and deal with those monkeys. Ensue's heart swelled with arrogance as he prepared himself mentally to confront any challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 43. The exchange of scores. Ensue swiftly arrived in East City with Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong appeared surprisingly unfazed by the city's grandeur. Initially puzzled, Ensue soon understood upon seeing the flying Nimbus. After all, Sun Wukong was still a child, and it was only natural for him to frolic about in the skies. This led Yi Sun to conclude that Sun Wukong had likely seen East City before, though he probably had never set foot inside it. While soaring through the air, Yi Sun spotted Dodo diligently practicing the crane style in the courtyard. This industriousness was one of the many reasons Yi Sun held Dodo in such high regard. The child was exceptionally responsible, aware that the household rested upon his shoulders in his absence, and thus he dedicated himself to his training without falter. Dodo. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Dodo quickly looked up to see Yi Sun descending gracefully. Overjoyed, he rushed over, circling Yi Sun several times, and then exclaimed with childlike exuberance, "Brother Yi Sun is back! Brother Yi Sun is back!" Dodo is so happy. A warmth flooded Yi Sun's heart as he bent down, ruffling Dodo's hair, and playfully chided, "I haven't even gone to find the Dragon Balls yet. Today, I brought a new friend for you to meet." As he spoke, Sun Wukong's nimbus gently landed in the courtyard. Dodo sidled over, his curiosity piqued at the sight of the child perched on a cloud. He approached with small, eager steps, placing his finger in his mouth, and innocently asked Sun Wukong, "Can I eat this cotton candy?" Yi Sun nearly fell over at the question, while Sun Wukong quickly gestured that it was not edible, explaining there was a cloud. Dodo, undeterred, expressed a desire to climb aboard. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, "Yes, you can, but Grandpa said only those with pure hearts can ride the Nimbus." Suddenly, he was taken aback as Dodo leaped onto it without hesitation. Why Yi Sun found it unsurprising. If Dodo were truly impure, then humanity itself would be doomed. Dodo bounced joyfully upon the Nimbus, quickly bonding with Sun Wukong, an interaction that fell well within Yi Sun's expectations. When Uncle Dolly emerged and spotted the unfamiliar child with a tail, his curiosity was piqued. Why Yi Sun briefly explained Sun Wukong as origins and added, "This child possesses great potential. I've decided to cultivate a good relationship with him." "Ah, Master, are you planning to nurture a confidant?" Uncle Dolly inquired, perplexed. "No, Sun Wukong could never be my confidant. His independence is quite strong, that I am merely collaborating with him. Once our partnership concludes, he will naturally part ways, and what he chooses to do thereafter is beyond my concern." Yi Sun continued, "Uncle Dolly, please help me purchase 4 plane tickets to West City. I intend to take Dodo, Xiao Tao, and Wukong along. But where is Xiao Tao gone?" "Ah, Master, you may not be aware, but Miss Xiao Tao went to school today. That it seems there was an issue with her admission test scores. The school claimed her results did not meet the standards." "What does not meeting the standards mean? Didn't Xiao Tao say she was assigned to the experimental class?" Uncle Dolly shook his head, indicating he was unsure, but it was evident that Xiao Tao faced challenges with her admission. Yi Sun furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition creeping in. Could it be that she was being deliberately obstructed? Nevertheless, he chose not to delve into the matter for the time being. After all, Xiao Tao's mother was quite capable, and if a situation arose, she should be able to resolve it effectively. Indeed, an hour later, Brother Shui drove Xiao Tao back home, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Upon inquiry, it turned out the so-called failing scores referred to her performance for the experimental class. Though Xiao Tao vehemently insisted that she had indeed qualified, Why Yi Sun sighed. "I see now. Someone must have bought Xiao Tao's spot, and her scores were swapped. Her achievements have been usurped, and what she currently possesses is likely the true score of that individual." Furious, Xiao Tao immediately kicked a chair in the house. Leaping to her feet, determined to storm the school, "I'll tear them to shreds." Neither Uncle Dolly nor Brother Shui could restrain her. The two were forcibly dragged to the door by the small girl as sheer will. Yi Sun, however, laughed heartily and said, "Xiao Tao, don't you find this rather amusing?" "Hey, aren't you my brother? You should help me vent my frustrations with your strength. Those teachers at school wouldn't dare speak to you. Didn't your mother tell you? I'm currently under probation at school. One misstep could lead to my expulsion. How could I assist you? By demolishing the school's entrance and sending the admissions officers to the hospital? What should I do then?" Xiao Tao huffed, "It's just an ordinary class. Strength is what matters. Just think about it. You with your skills would utterly dominate those fools in the experimental class. Wouldn't that feel exhilarating?" Xiao Tao sat at the door, her cheeks puffed with indignation as she contemplated Yi Sun's words. Surprisingly, it did seem quite appealing, the idea of rising above through sheer strength, while Yi Sun's power far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The people at the school were no match for him. Yet, he was unable to attend school, which implied that one's strength, in a way, was not wholly dependent on which class one belonged to. "All right, Xiao Tao, let me introduce you to a new friend," Yi-sun called out to son Wukong, who was frolicking with Dodo. "Wukong, come here for a moment." Son Wukong hurried over. Upon seeing him, Xiao Tao wrinkled her brows and disdainfully remarked, "How shabby. What kind of clothes are you wearing?" Son Wukong glanced at his attire and cheerfully replied, "This outfit was made by my grandpa." Xiao Tao ignored son Wukong and instead looked up at Yi-sun, asking, "Where did you find this wild child? He has a tail. Is he some kind of beast man? Sort of, I suppose." Yi-sun pondered, recalling son Wukong's transformation into a gorilla. Saiyans did seem like half-beastmen at a glance. Xiao Tao sighed. "Why did you bring this wild boy home?" "Because he possesses the Dragon Balls." The mention of the Dragon Balls, Xiao Tao's interest was piqued, and she immediately began chatting with son Wukong. Meanwhile, Yi-sun contemplated whether he should allow son Wukong to make a wish. He felt confident that he could confine all the Dragon Balls in a single place the moment they reverted to stone. However, as a son, he deeply desired to resurrect his parents first. With that thought in mind, Yi-sun stated with gravity, "I need to visit the fortune teller and have her convey a message for me." With a flourish, Yi-sun activated his skywalking technique and vanished into the heavens. Xiao Tao gazed longingly at the disappearing figure of Yi-sun, exclaiming, "I wish I could learn the skywalking technique." To her surprise, Dodo shook his small hands and declared, "Sister Xiao Tao, I can fly too." With that, Dodo began to dart about the courtyard, much to Xiao Tao's envious delight. "Dodo, teach me." "Teach me." Son Wukong, possessing the cloud of transformation, finds little reason to envy others. This is primarily due to the fact that he has yet to encounter an adversary capable of soaring through the skies, leading him to remain unaware of his own shortcomings in combat. Were he to be replaced by the post-battle son Wukong, after facing Piccolo, he would undoubtedly beseech Yi-sun to impart the secrets of aerial combat to him. Chapter 44. The might of a single fist. The insights of the fortune-telling old woman are not shrouded in mystery. This remarkable elder, endowed with extraordinary abilities, stands as a veritable relic throughout the Dragon Ball series. Reputed to have a lifespan exceeding 5 centuries. Regardless of the veracity of this claim, it is undeniable that both the fortune-telling old woman and Mr. Satan are the only Earthlings who have remained alive until the series' conclusion. From the perspective of Yi-sun, an avid reader of online novels, the fortune-telling old woman possesses a formidable strength. Firstly, her ability to accurately predict outcomes, not as a charlatan, stems from a profound comprehension of the causalities of time and a glimpse into the divine mysteries. Secondly, she wields a degree of prophetic power, often interpreted as the art of prophecy itself. Those familiar with the conventions of online literature know that the pinnacle of prophecy is the grand prophecy, whereby words manifest into reality. It is not merely a foretelling of what is destined to occur, but rather an assertion that once proclaimed, events will inevitably unfold. However, such a capability to alter or even dictate the rules of causality has yet to manifest in the Dragon Ball universe, for it would be excessively overpowering. Lastly, the fortune-telling old woman's status within the Dragon Ball realm appears to be exceptionally unique. Although she is not part of the divine hierarchy, she possesses the ability to traverse the realms of the living and the dead at will, even bringing the deceased back to the land of the living for a span of 24 hours. Neither the gods nor the Kai seem to possess this capability or authority, and while the manga and anime do not specifically address this, it is reasonable to surmise that the Supreme Kai, as a deity of the highest order, should indeed have such power. The king of all, however, falls outside this discussion, as he embodies a creator-level entity, making any discourse about him superfluous. The deities of Earth show great reverence towards King Enma and the various Kais, yet the fortune-telling old woman speaks to them with remarkable casualness. Moreover, it seems that in Yi-sun's recollections, even the Grand Kai appears to harbor a degree of trepidation towards her. Her abilities to probe the fabric of causality and traverse the realms of life and death render her a singular figure within the Dragon Ball narrative. One should never underestimate this old woman, who evokes a sense of transcending the confines of the 3 realms and existing beyond the 5 elements. That, of course, the fortune-telling old woman is a renowned figure in this world. In Yi-sun's memories, she has even appeared on television programs, for she relishes the pursuit of wealth. As long as advertisements are broadcast, clients will surely come knocking, that if memory serves correctly. Her abode is situated in a palace on an oasis amidst the desert. A conspicuous location with the palace built upon water. Following the directions outlined in a magazine, Yi-sun soon spotted a grand water palace in the desert, surrounded by individuals likely seeking the fortune-telling old woman's services. To avoid drawing undue attention, Yi-sun descended from a distance and hurried towards the palace, managing to go unnoticed by the throng, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Those lacking funds were preparing for the impending battle, while the wealthy fretted over whether their inquiries would yield favorable outcomes. Left with no choice, Yi-sun could only wait outside while observing those exiting the palace. Among the patrons who had paid for their fortunes, some emerged beaming with joy, while others were engulfed in despair, yet clung to a faint glimmer of hope. Conversely, those without money appeared battered and bruised, bandaged as they exited, which was hardly surprising, for ordinary individuals stood no chance against the array of monstrous competitors within. At that moment, a figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat, resembling a specter, addressed Yi-sun from behind. "It is your turn, young sir." Following the staff member, Yi-sun traversed through 2 rooms before reaching the main hall, where he beheld a familiar silhouette, a diminutive old woman seated cross-legged atop a floating crystal ball, scrutinizing him intently. The fortune-telling old woman. "It is a pleasure to meet you," Yi-sun greeted. The fortune-telling old woman, brimming with delight, replied, "Welcome, young man. You have 2 choices. Pay 10 million for my fortune-telling services, or defeat my 5 warriors, and I shall assist you." Rubbing his chin, deep in thought, Yi-sun responded, "I do not possess 10 million. However, as a martial artist, I shall choose to fight." The fortune-telling old woman erupted into a peculiar, eerie laughter, clearly relishing both money and combat. Regardless of the path chosen by her visitors, she would be thoroughly pleased. A young lad, seemingly delicate, yet a martial artist. "Very well, follow me. But are you certain you do not wish to call for assistance? You must defeat all 5 of my warriors alone to claim victory." "No problem. I am confident that as long as your martial experts are not extraterrestrial, I shall prevail." The fortune-telling old woman regarded Yi-sun thoughtfully, unsure whether his words were intentional or coincidental. Having traversed the realms of life and death, she had encountered experts from various planets, giving her a vast understanding of the capabilities of extraterrestrial martial artists. This knowledge likely explained her usual lack of deference towards her brother, dismissing the so-called martial arts deity as mere entertainment on Earth. "Come with me." Young Yi-sun found himself standing upon a circular arena surrounded by water, awaiting the arrival of the fortune-telling old woman's chosen expert. "Come forth, vampire." The fortune-telling old woman called toward the entrance that the man embodying the classic European vampire archetype emerged, his pallid complexion and austere features reminiscent of a sculpted statue. Yet the chilling aura surrounding him evoked an unsettling sense of dread. The vampire regarded Yi-sun with a menacing grin, his fangs glistening in the light. For an ordinary person, this sight would surely elicit sheer terror, revealing a stark contrast between the 3-dimensional reality and the 2-dimensional portrayals they had seen. Yi-sun sensed the vampire's presence and concluded that his power level was not to be underestimated, estimating it to be around 80. It was no wonder that Krillin, having previously participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, found himself outmatched, as his own power level at that time was only about 60. The blood of a young boy must be exquisite. The vampire hissed ominously. Yi-sun yawned. "Hurry up. I am pressed for time." The fortune-telling old woman paused, contemplating that this young boy was blissfully ignorant, likely to receive a harsh lesson shortly. "Then let the match commence." As the fortune-telling old woman commanded, the vampire suddenly propelled himself forward, gliding toward Yi-sun in an almost linear motion close to the ground. His speed astonishing, he opened his cavernous mouth, shedding the fa-ade of aristocracy, and as Yi-sun was about to be captured, he seized the fleeting moment to step forward and deliver a powerful punch to the vampire's abdomen. Time seemed to freeze as the vampire's eyes widened in shock, his expression contorted in agony. Drool escaping his lips, and a sound akin to a fly's buzz emanating from his throat, resembling a groan of intense suffering. The fortune-telling old woman gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, in truth, Yi Sun's punch was nothing extraordinary. It was merely a matter of timing, having seized the opportunity just before the vampire could grasp him. Observing the vampire's grotesquely twisted expression, Yi Sun felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He withdrew his fist and took several steps back, yet the vampire remained frozen in his defeated stance, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. "Hey, vampire, what is wrong with you?" Yi Sun inquired. Noticing the lack of response, he turned to the fortune-telling old woman, offering an apologetic smile. "But I must apologize, dear lady. I was taken aback by this gentleman's ghastly appearance and struck harder than intended. His body appears to have instinctively protected him, leading him to lose consciousness while his senses have yet to register the pain. Please, take him for treatment." Chapter 45. Strength. The fortune-telling old woman chuckled heartily. "No matter how formidable you may be, it will be quite challenging to defeat the second expert. You may not be aware, but the second expert is already present in the arena." No sooner had she spoken than Yi Sun felt an unexpected assault on his back. Strangely, he remained utterly still, while a voice from the empty space exclaimed, "That hurts." Yi Sun let out a disdainful cold snort, channeling his energy through all the acupoints in his body, transforming it into a radar-like sensing field. No matter how formidable the invisible master might be, the moment they made any movement, it would disturb the sensing field emanating from Yi Sun, allowing him to instantly discern that someone had stepped onto the stage, poised to launch a sneak attack. Thus, Yi Sun made no effort to thwart this. Instead, he withdrew all his energy and activated the golden bell shield, forming an imposing barrier of vital energy that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive. Patiently awaiting the enemy's assault, the invisible man, attempting to unleash a full-force strike against Yi Sun, ended up injuring himself on the golden bell shield, likely rendering his hand useless. "Mr. Invisible, do you still wish to continue?" Yi Sun inquired with an air of indifference. The fortune-telling elder was quite astonished. Could it be that this young man had already sensed the invisible opponent, deliberately waiting for him to expose himself? "Elder, this Mr. Invisible cannot penetrate my protective vital energy. Once his presence is revealed, he will lose his only advantage that truly wise. I mean, just look at the example of the vampire." The fortune-telling elder immediately called for a halt to the battle, stating, "Very well, you have won the second round, but there are still 3 more to come. Do not get too complacent. Follow me." Guided by the fortune-telling elder, Yi Sun entered a peculiar realm resembling a narrow bridge suspended over searing lava. Falling would spell disaster. It's not too late to surrender now. If you fall, I shall not bear the responsibility. Let us commence. I am truly pressed for time. You insolent brat. Winning 2 matches has made you feel invincible. Beware of stumbling. Step forth, Mr. Mummy. At the elder's command, a colossal figure swathed in bandages emerged from the chamber across the narrow bridge, indeed resembling a mummy rather than a mere human in a bandage cosplay. "Young man, let me remind you, Mr. Mummy lacks the sensation of pain. Once the battle begins, it will be a fight to the death. That I ask you once more, will you surrender?" Yi Sun chuckled. "I am quite eager to witness the essence of a fight to the death. It sounds quite daunting, but I have grown up amidst fear. Then let the battle begin." The mummy's massive form slowly approached, exuding a terrifying aura. According to the rules, retreating to the narrow bridge would signify defeat, and standing in this confined space indeed placed one at a disadvantage against the mummy. It was understandable that Yamucha had fallen to him. "Young man, reaching this point is your merit. Regrettably, this is where your journey ends. Do you see the lava below? That is your fate." No sooner had he spoken than the mummy suddenly realized Yi Sun had vanished. Startled, he scanned left and right, while the fortune-telling elder nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. For as an observer, she could clearly see Yi Sun's movements. He flitted about like a shadow, perpetually evading the mummy's line of sight. And no matter how the mummy twisted his body, he could not locate Yi Sun. With a single punch, he had incapacitated the vampire, and with merely his protective vital energy, he had wounded the invisible man. Now, Utilizing his agile movements, he had the mummy spinning in circles. Who exactly was this boy? Why had she not heard of such a character before? Contemplating this, the fortune-telling elder promptly halted the contest, declaring, "All right, Yisun, you have won this round." The mummy, bewildered, protested. "Why? That boy has hidden himself and does not dare to confront me directly. On what grounds do I lose?" To which the fortune-telling elder retorted curtly, "Enough, Mr. Mummy. That boy has been swiftly maneuvering within your blind spots. Should he choose to attack, you would be utterly unable to evade." The mummy, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, "No, I refuse to believe it." He turned sharply, only to find Yisun smiling at him. "Found you. Prepare to die." What transpired next was utterly unbelievable. Yisun vanished right before the mummy's eyes. The fortune-telling elder clearly saw Yisun floating directly above the mummy's head, a display of extraordinary agility and speed, while Yisun turned to the elder, exclaiming, "Elder, if Mr. Mummy wishes to continue, do not blame me for casting him down." In a moment of urgency, the fortune-telling elder began to chant a spell, fully aware of the mummy's prideful nature. Should Yisun not take decisive action, the mummy would surely not relent, as anticipated. Upon the incantation's completion, the mummy stood rigid, slowly retreating back to his chamber. The elder, not wishing to lose such a formidable ally, addressed the towering figure beside her, resembling a fierce demon, saying, "Mr. Demon, what are your thoughts? This boy is among the rarest of masters. In terms of both strength and speed, he surpasses me. Although I have won the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 times consecutively, I truly lack the confidence to defeat him. I refer specifically to strength and speed." The demon then grinned ominously, stating, "I can perceive the darkness within his heart, should he harbor even the slightest trace of malevolence. I shall be able to extinguish him." The demon possessed a formidable technique known as Demon Ray, which would reduce the wicked at its core to ashes should they possess any evil intent. As the demon stood before Yisun, he was resolute in not granting him any opportunity. Without even a word of banter, he emanated a blinding purple light, enveloping Yisun. "Golden Bell Shield," Yisun shouted, activating his protective vital energy in an instant. However, the purple light was indeed potent. He barely had time to react before images of greed, lust, and the desire for power flooded his mind, causing his internal energy to boil. Just then, the washing marrow scripture surged into action, providing a refreshing sensation akin to a cold drink on a sweltering summer day, while Yisun swiftly quelled all the heat within him and unleashed his vital energy, forcefully dispelling the demon's light attack. That all you have? Indeed, you have won. If even this attack cannot harm you, then I see no reason to continue this battle. It would merely waste time." Yisun was taken aback. This demon seemed to be a former champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and it appeared he had been a champion for several consecutive years. Even Master Rashi held the demon's strength in high regard. Yet he surrendered so readily. The demon chuckled ruefully. "Yisun, I believe there is no one in this world capable of defeating you. That I hope you attain your desires, for I sense you will bring about monumental change to this world. I wish you well." The notification chimed. "You have received the demon's blessing. Permanent increase of 1 in luck and all attributes." While Yisun nodded, "Thank you, Mr. Demon, for your blessings." However, the demon then grew serious. "But there are countless masters in this universe. Do not assume yourself invincible. Broaden your perspective." The fortune-telling elder cleared her throat. Interrupting their conversation, "Yisun, I have found your 5th opponent. Do you wish to engage in battle now? Let us commence the battle now." Chapter 46. The price of wishes. Could it be that I have been neglecting the martial arts scene on Earth for too long? Recently, such a formidable young man has emerged, truly unexpected. Yet I wonder how strong he can truly be. The fortune-telling elder mused internally, then called out to a figure by the door, "Step forth. This battle is surely one you have long anticipated. However, I must caution you. This young man is no ordinary opponent. Should he defeat you, do not feel embarrassed." The masked individual nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, fortune-telling elder, for granting me this opportunity. That I shall do my utmost to defeat him. To be honest, I did not expect that in just a few months, Asun would grow to such an extent." The masked man stepped onto the narrow bridge. locking eyes with Yi Sun from a distance of 10 meters. Upon noticing the halo above the masked man's head, Yi Sun's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorting in a rather peculiar manner as he quickly glanced at the fortune-telling elder, who was clearly watching the battle with the same intensity as one would a melodramatic film. Good grief, this trope is being used on me. I thought Sun Wukong was an exception. As he internally grumbled, Yi Sun extended his hand to halt the proceedings, declaring, "Enough, old man, you cannot defeat me. Surrender." "How do you know it's me?" The masked man was taken aback, realizing that Yi Sun had recognized him in an instant. Why Yi Sun shrugged. "Energy. I'm all too familiar with your energy and your stance during combat. The moment you assume a horse stance. I know precisely what you intend to do." Why Yi Sun's father awkwardly removed his mask, revealing his true identity. One could not help but admit that he was quite the charming gentleman, bearing an 8/10 resemblance to Yi Sun. Though more mature, Why Yi Sun's father, named Yi Chong, was also a formidable master capable of reaching the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament, with an estimated combat power around 60, less than that of King Gappa, and far inferior to the 100 combat power of Tao Bai, the fortune-telling granny. "What shall we do now? I must confess, I am no match for this lad." The fortune-telling granny waved her hand dismissively, responding with resignation. "Oh, let it be. If my predictions are correct, this young man came here specifically to seek you." Why Yi Sun inwardly exclaimed in astonishment. This fortune-telling granny was no ordinary individual. Why Yi Chong sighed and said to Yi Sun, "Ah Sun, your father is truly delighted that you have managed to rally yourself. Oh, you know how overjoyed I was when I learned you were alive in the underworld." At this point, Yi Chong suddenly raised an eyebrow and changed his tone. "However, if you possess such strength, why not swiftly eliminate Tao Bai? That way, I can await him in hell for a rematch." Truly, he was a father of his own kind. Yi Chong's roguish nature meant that being killed by Tao Bai was something he could never accept. To be blunt, with your abilities, you would indeed struggle against Tao Bai. "I am quite busy avenging my own vendetta." "Nonsense. If I were capable of avenging myself, would I need to rely on you? Furthermore, I have raised you for over a decade. Isn't it only right for you to assist me in avenging my grievances? Was it truly my demise that came too early, or have you simply grown too arrogant?" Yi Sun pouted, utterly speechless, while the fortune-telling granny and the demon man exchanged glances, noting that this conversation felt less like that of father and son separated by life and death, and more akin to a discussion between mob bosses plotting a murder. "You might as well handle your own revenge. I am currently in search of Dragon Balls, intending to resurrect both you and my mother." Yi Chong's expression froze in shock. He evidently had never heard of the legend of the Dragon Balls. However, the fortune-telling granny was taken aback and exclaimed, "Oh my, I never expected you to possess such resolve. Yet the 7 Dragon Balls are scattered across the globe. Who knows how long it may take to collect them all? Do not worry about that. I came to consult you about a single question." "Oh, you are not here for divination? Very well then. Ask away. I shall tell you whatever I know." Why Yi Sun paused for a moment. Then, with a serious expression, inquired, "May I ask, Granny, what price must the wishmaker pay after making a wish to the dragon? I refuse to believe that there is such a thing as a free lunch in this world. Moreover, my father, during his youth, has taken many lives. Logically speaking, it should be no issue for him to descend into hell. If a single wish could allow him to return to the mortal realm to continue his misdeeds, then what significance does the cycle of reincarnation hold?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chong was astonished, and the fortune-telling granny was equally taken aback. She squinted her eyes and scrutinized Yi Sun closely before chuckling and saying, "You would incur a loss of merit. What does that mean?" Yi Sun realized that this statement was undoubtedly not as straightforward as it seemed. Whether your wish is made with good intentions or ill, as long as it lies within the dragon's power, it will be granted. However, in the grand scheme of things, there exists a cycle of cause and effect. To obtain this benefit, you must sacrifice something in return. Perhaps misfortunes will befall you, or your family may decline, or your luck might plummet. Granny, could you be more specific? What if I wish to resurrect someone? You would lose a portion of your lifespan. It is that simple. Resurrecting someone who is already in the heavenly realm would not cost much of your lifespan, but resurrecting someone with heavy sins would certainly take a toll. Let me clarify. Those who have reached the end of their natural life cannot be resurrected. You should understand the reason. For once one's lifespan has ended, even if you wish to sacrifice your own life to bring them back, there is no life left for them to exchange for that. Why? Yi-sun nodded, intending to continue speaking when Yi-chong firmly interjected. Ah-sun, listen carefully. Your father and mother's deaths are of no great consequence. But you have yet to enter high school. If you were to sacrifice your precious youth for the sake of two useless beings, I cannot permit you to do so. To be honest, Yi-sun felt quite moved, yet before he could speak, the fortune-telling granny chastised. You foolish man, be quiet. Your son's lifespan has already far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even if you were to sacrifice some, he would still remain well above average. Do not take advantage of the situation and act ungrateful. The cost of wishing for an ordinary person is far greater than that for your son. Really, I was just about to say, Father, go tell Mother. I shall resurrect both of you. And as for the grudge against Tao Bai, you can take care of it yourself. How does that sound? All right, it's settled then. However, your mother is in heaven while I am in hell. Were it not for the fortune-telling granny's visit, I might have remained in hell until my time on the life ledger expired, only to be sent into reincarnation. Why Yi-chong was overjoyed. Who would have known his son would undergo such a transformation and ascend in strength? Moreover, with the fortune-telling granny affirming the legend of the Dragon Balls, it must indeed be true. Time's up. We should return. Bringing a ghost out of hell is quite troublesome. Why Yi-chong's figure gradually faded away. Why Yi-sun sighed, feeling no emotional turmoil over the parting. The setting of the Dragon Ball world truly benefited those practitioners with extraordinary abilities. Thank you, Granny. The fortune-telling Granny smiled slightly, her words laden with meaning. I have a premonition that you will one day change this world and the destinies of countless individuals within it. I wish you the best of luck. As Yi-sun joyfully soared towards the eastern capital, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something important. Yet unable to recall what it was, he decided to put it aside for now. Upon returning, he would immediately gather Xiao, Dodo, and Sun Wukong to search for the Dragon Balls. In truth, Yi-sun agreed to let Sun Wukong join purely out of respect for his protagonist aura. After all, it was best to befriend him while in the Dragon Ball world, rather than act aloof and target him. Huh. What the? Yi-sun smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering the matter he had neglected. He had forgotten to inform his father about the existence of this illegitimate sister. This would surely lead to an interesting situation. Without prior communication, things would be quite the spectacle once his mother was resurrected. Oh well, let fate take its course. The karma I created must be resolved by me. I have no other options. With that thought, Yi-sun accelerated, shooting through the air like an intercontinental missile towards the eastern capital. The clouds in the sky seemed to part in his wake. Farmers looked up, mistaking him for a jet, removing their hats to fan themselves, and marveling, wow, what a fast airplane. If only I could buy one as well. In a shift of scenes, Yi Xiaotao was in the courtyard, her face flushed as she attempted to levitate her body, resembling a ballet dancer diligently practicing. Yet, even with her tiptoes raised, she failed to achieve any semblance of levitation. Meanwhile, Dodo floated effortlessly in midair, circling around Yi Xiaotao. The latter felt a surge of indignation. How could a mere panda, known only for its love of ice cream, possess a higher cultivation level? It must surely be her brother's doing, which was utterly unreasonable. After all, she was an exemplary student of Tianyuan Academy. Though she had yet to enroll, she had received martial arts training since childhood. How could her aptitude possibly be inferior to that of a rural panda cub? She could not accept her own inadequacy. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, remained blissfully asleep on a stone bench in the yard, bubbles rising from his nose, presenting a comical sight that rivaled Dodo's. At that moment, Dodo suddenly exclaimed, Yi-sun Gij is back! Sun Wukong woke up, looking towards the sky and murmuring, something is approaching. In the blink of an eye, Yi-sun descended from the heavens, appearing in the courtyard. He patted Dodo on the head, praising, good job. Your understanding of Qi has improved tremendously since before. Sun Wukong asked curiously, Mr. Ah-sun, have you found that old lady at the bus stop? Ah, it's the fortune-telling granny. And indeed I have. Prepare yourselves. We're going to search for the Dragon Balls. Yet to Yi-sun's surprise, Yi Xiaotao shook her head and said, Brother, I want to learn the technique of floating. Yi Sun glanced at Dodo and immediately knew this little rascal wouldn't be able to teach her. Dodo stuck out his tongue and replied, I'm just helping Sister Showdown focus her chi. Focus my foot. If focusing was all it took to harness the chi inside one's body, then everyone would easily master internal arts at this point. Yi Sun turned to Sun Wukong and asked, Wukong, did your grandpa ever teach you about chi? Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before cheerfully responding. Grandpa did mention something about Qi Gong, but I've forgotten. Indeed, this aligns with Sun Wukong's character. He is a pragmatist, and once he finds a good mentor or companion, his strength will grow rapidly. Well, Showdown, do not rush. I shall now impart to you the intricacies of Qi. Yi Sun instructed Yi Showdown to assume a horse stance, and she complied immediately. An expert could discern that Yi Showdown's waist, legs, and feet were quite unsteady, revealing that she had only undergone the most rudimentary and superficial combat training, lacking exposure to deeper levels of cultivation. Yi Showdown maintained the horse stance. Her knees soon began to ache, and after a while her legs started to tremble, her waist ached, and she felt a pervasive heat throughout her body, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Within 10 minutes, Yi Showdown could no longer endure and hastily stood up. Rubbing her knees, what significance does this horse stance hold? She pondered. In contemporary martial arts, training is often supplemented with advanced technological equipment. Such primitive methods hardly unleash the body's potential. Yi Sun shook his head and remarked, You fail to understand. While modern training is indeed crucial, the horse stance itself is not merely an exercise in martial arts. To stand in horse stance is to embody a horse. The so-called galloping force is something only a horse can generate. When you remain motionless, your entire weight centers on your knees, and prolonged squatting will inevitably lead to knee problems. Yi Showdown was left bewildered, questioning this rationale. Wait, if I am standing on level ground, where does the horse come from? You are the horse. Allow me to teach you. Yi Sun proclaimed, promptly demonstrating a horse stance. His body exhibited a subtle undulation, akin to wind sweeping across a water surface. Appearing both still and in motion, squatting requires the energy to first reach the soles of the feet. When rising, the toes must grip the ground as if they were talons, naturally engaging the bones and muscles of the calves. As the knees straighten and the thighs tense, the energy surges through the waist and abdomen. Indeed, Yi Sun maintained this stance for half an hour while continuously explaining the concept of weight transfer to Yi Showdown, all of which he had previously discussed with Dodo. The techniques Yi Sun imparted were, in essence, methods from the Crane Immortal school. Simply put, one must squat and rise as if galloping like a horse, achieving an ethereal state of mind and form. Showdown, why not try breaking this tree in the courtyard? Yi Showdown shook her head in response. I would surely hurt my hands. I refuse to do so. That is because you rely solely on your physical strength to attack, depending entirely on brute force. The effect of force is reciprocal, hence the pain. Dodo, break this tree. Dodo suddenly stepped forward, executing a paw strike, and the tree snapped with a resounding crack. Though not an enormous tree, it should not have broken so effortlessly. Yi Showdown was astonished and quickly inquired, Dodo, did it hurt? Dodo appeared puzzled. Dodo did not feel pain. This strike was not applied with much force. All right, since Dodo cannot explain it clearly, allow me to elucidate. Dodo utilized chi energy, which is internal strength, rather than mere brute force. Yi Showdown inquired curiously, is this what internal strength entails? Indeed. After speaking, Yi Sun suddenly mimicked an elbow strike, swiftly snapping his arm, producing a sharp crack in the air, reminiscent of a whip cracking. Yi Showdown gasped in awe. What would happen if my arm were to strike someone? After some contemplation, Yi Showdown replied, it would result in severe lacerations. Precisely. If I could harness internal strength and chi while also employing advanced training methods. How formidable would that be? Yi Showdown now believed that Yi Sun's training in the Crane Immortal School had indeed yielded significant results. However, Yi Sun interjected, prepare yourself. There will be many opportunities for martial training ahead. After lunch, we shall promptly depart for the West City. Chapter 48. A terrifying attack. Yi Sun set forth with Yi Showdown, Dodo, and Sun Wukong on their journey to the West City. Under normal circumstances, with Yi Sun's speed and the navigation system activated, they would arrive shortly. However, given the presence of others, flying was the more sensible option. Dodo's aerial skills were only mediocre, and Sun Wukong's cloud technique could only accommodate him and Dodo. While Yi Sun could not carry Yi Xiaotao aloft, hence the decision to fly. Heaven forbid we encounter another hijacking incident. Flying is already a hassle as it is. Once my cultivation improves, I shall learn to teleport. Who needs transportation then? On the airplane, Yi Xiaotao donned fashionable headphones, perusing martial arts magazines, while Dodo and Sun Wukong promptly succumbed to slumber upon boarding. This, in turn, caused Yi Sun to feel a tinge of fatigue. In truth, he had scarcely slept, opting instead to meditate and cultivate each night in lieu of mere rest. Yi Sun quickly drifted off, and after approximately 5 hours, Yi Xiaotao roused him, announcing, "Brother, we are disembarking. We have arrived in the West City." Goodness, that was swift. You slept like a log, hence you were oblivious to the passage of time. And I, on the other hand, am utterly exhausted. The flight was truly uncomfortable. The group soon gathered their belongings. One reason for Yi Sun's visit to the West City was to purchase an aircraft, and such lifestyle aircraft could only be procured from the Universal Capsule Company. A product of their independent research and development. Yi Sun realized that the monopoly on universal capsule technology compelled many military-industrial units to collaborate with the capsule company. The Buma family was exceedingly wealthy. Yi Xiaotao appeared familiar with the West City. Yet she remarked, "The most prosperous city in the world is undoubtedly the West City. The Universal Capsule Company alone sustains countless industries. Not only is it the leading industry in the West City, but it is also the country's foremost industry, utterly irreplaceable." Did your mother say that? Yes, my mother has collaborated with the Universal Capsule Company. I asked this trip solely for the purpose of purchasing an aircraft. Indeed, I also need to acquire something else, something that will guarantee my ability to locate the Dragon Balls. Yi Sun summoned a vehicle and proceeded to the Youth Chain Hotel. After all, Yi Sun's eternal VIP status was not to be taken lightly. Upon presenting his black card, the hotel manager immediately set aside all matters to attend to Yi Sun. After settling into the presidential suite, Yi Sun addressed Yi Xiaotao. "I shall step out for a while tonight. You may explore with Wukong and Dodo, but remember, do not stir up trouble. Should any issues arise, do not fear. If you engage in a fight, I shall cover for you if anyone is killed. I shall handle activity. Do you understand?" Yi Xiaotao, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated her brother's domineering demeanor. However, upon recalling his capacity to eliminate 100 individuals in a hotel, she quickly reconciled herself to the notion. She had often heard her mother describe her father as a wise rogue in the underworld, but his rapid and direct transition into legitimacy had offended many, ultimately leading to his demise. Once entangled in the underworld, escaping its grasp was no simple feat. Yi Sun activated the navigation for the West City, accurately pinpointing the location of the Universal Capsule Company. He retrieved a bicycle from his spatial backpack, resembling a schoolboy just released from class, and pedaled towards the capsule company. Approximately an hour later, he spotted the massive logo of the Universal Capsule Company beside an overpass, only to find himself halted after proceeding a short distance. The individual clad in the Capsule Company uniform explained, "This is your first visit to the West City, I presume. This area is entirely the property of the Universal Capsule Company, unless you are an employee or a registered business visitor. Others are not permitted entry." "Ah, I understand," Yi Sun replied, turning to leave, recognizing this was reasonable. Any area inhabited by a world-renowned billionaire would naturally impose restrictions. The Universal Capsule Company, as the leading enterprise in the country, necessitated collaboration with any heavy, medium, or light industrial unit seeking to swiftly penetrate the market. Once partnerships deepened, the capsule company might proceed with acquisitions, thereby retaining control over technology and production, such as in the aircraft and automobile manufacturing sectors. Simultaneously, the Universal Capsule Company could swiftly integrate its products with capsules, significantly reducing costs, which buyers found exceptionally convenient. Yi Sun contemplated his next move, deciding to wait until dusk before proceeding. His singular goal was the Dragon Ball radar. Until he reached LV-20, he would have to pose as a gentleman of leisure at the Universal Capsule Company. A notification from Little Dragon prompted, "Sea-level task initiated. Obtain Dragon Ball radar." Sea-level task? This is my first encounter with a sea-level task. Does it imply that this task possesses a degree of completeness? He had reviewed the preliminary designs from the design team, where he found himself endowed with considerable freedom in task execution. Such liberty inevitably led to an expansion of the tasks at hand, gradually unfolding subsequent assignments. Intriguingly, Yisun genuinely found it fascinating. Indeed, the initial proposal included a quest for the Dragon Ball radar. Offering several options, he could masquerade as a merchant to engage in discussions with Dr. Brief, or he could pose as a member of the Dragon Ball adventure team to consult Bulma. The methods were at his discretion, yet they would undoubtedly yield follow-up tasks. Seated in an ice cream parlor, Yisun ordered a cup of coffee and began to meticulously devise a plan to accomplish the task in a more elegant manner. After a brief period of planning, he formulated a strategy that, while somewhat audacious, was arguably the most effective approach. With the ample freedom afforded by the mission, why not take it to grander heights? As night fell, Yisun found himself without a mobile phone, disdainful of carrying a clunky brick phone. Consequently, he was oblivious to what Xiao and Dodo were up to, hoping they would refrain from causing any disturbances, at least until he had finished his own affairs. It was time to act. He made his way to the restroom, donned a black hoodie, and, after putting on a black mask, resolved to execute his plan immediately. Entering a secluded alley, he noticed no one around and, with a surge of energy, propelled himself skyward, causing the concrete beneath him to shatter from the sheer force of his takeoff. As he ascended, he gazed down upon the bustling metropolis, the world's foremost city, and marveled once more at the stark disparity between wealth and poverty. Should he become the richest man on earth, he vowed to make a difference for the impoverished. This aspiration was also part of a reward for a good deed he had set for himself. So why not embrace it? It was time to fully embrace the role of a villain. With that thought, Yisun began to gather his energy in the palms of his hands. Following a powerful shout, he made a sweeping motion, unleashing multiple energy orbs that instantaneously struck various districts, resulting in violent explosions. He looked down at the city as it erupted in a canopy-like explosion, the flames illuminating the entire urban landscape. The only sounds accompanying him were the howling wind and the sonic booms of the blast. He had carefully controlled both the intensity and the range of his attacks, intentionally avoiding residential and commercial areas. The targeted zones were primarily spacious streets. While there would inevitably be casualties, fortune had simply favored the unfortunate, and he doubted the death toll would be catastrophic. He felt no concern for Dodo and the others, as their energy signatures were not present in this vicinity, allowing him to strike without hesitation. Indeed, several districts of West City were soon engulfed in unprecedented explosions, sending shockwaves throughout the nation. Firefighters, ambulances, and police rushed to the scene of the calamities. Yisun then directed a concentrated energy wave towards a prominent skyscraper, obliterating its upper half. Before the populace could fully comprehend the previous explosions, they looked up to see the iconic building erupt in flames. Oh, what on earth is happening? Why is this occurring? Cries of panic erupted, with some exclaiming, "It must be a terrorist attack." Following the series of massive explosions, chaos finally descended upon the city, and West City was in total disarray that night. Chapter 49. Joker Bulma's father, known as Dr. Briefs, was a super genius and an honorary professor at nearly every top 100 university worldwide, earning him the affectionate title of Dr. Briefs from those who respected him. His greatest strength lay in his numerous inventions, including the highly coveted Universal Capsule. Additionally, he was the architect of the spaceship that took Goku to Namek. Not only was Dr. Briefs a brilliant inventor, but he was also a master craftsman in the Dragon Ball manga. He is portrayed as a rather theatrical character. However, to Yisun, Dr. Briefs represented the epitome of genius. From his father, Yi Chong, he had learned the invaluable life lesson: those who love to smile may not be formidable, but those who are formidable certainly wear smiles. Initially, everyone was puzzled about how Bulma had managed to invent the Dragon Ball radar. Even if she was aware of the Dragon Ball's legend, how could she create a device capable of accurately detecting the faint signals emitted by them? It was common knowledge that the Dragon Balls emitted a unique frequency, elusive and not claimed by any military or communications entity. Should it be claimed, the radar would undoubtedly face interference. This singular frequency was exceptional, and it was likely that Bulma had fortuitously acquired a Dragon Ball. With her knowledge of the legend and her father's research, she discovered that the Dragon Ball emitted a specific frequency band, leading her to invest time in inventing a radar to locate that frequency. This family was truly remarkable. Indeed, comparing oneself to them was disheartening. As Yi-sun floated in midair, he heard the unmistakable blaring of alarms throughout the city, a sound typically reserved for wartime, inevitably inciting widespread panic. After waiting about 10 minutes, he accelerated towards the Universal Capsule Corporation, knowing that a terrorist attack would prompt the company to activate all defense systems. Thus ensuring his safety, he could only hope that the 15-year-old Bulma had successfully completed the Dragon Ball radar. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain, that if all else failed, he could always consult the fortune-telling old lady. Confident she would not refuse him this time, for his favors were not something easily disregarded. Suspended above the Universal Capsule Corporation, he was taken aback to find aerial surveillance drones patrolling the skies. Truly, this was the wealthiest conglomerate in the world. Channeling his energy to his fingertips, he gently tapped a drone, which promptly exploded. As the drone detonated, alarms blared throughout the Universal Capsule Corporation, a mechanical voice echoing across the premises. Intruder alert. Intruder detected. Yi-sun intended to incite the alarm. If he was going to play, he would play grandly. He dove towards the ground, transitioning into a sprint, his form becoming a shadow in the night. Moving with the swiftness of the wind, evading the surveillance cameras with ease. The moment he burst through the entrance of Bulma's family estate, he found himself face to face with Dr. Briefs. Adjusting his glasses, Dr. Briefs inquired, "Who are you, and why have you intruded upon my home?" Introducing himself, Yi-sun replied, "My name is Joker, and I am here with a singular purpose, to obtain the Dragon Ball radar and the Dragon Balls." No sooner had he spoken than a young girl's voice resounded. "How do you know about the Dragon Ball radar?" Turning his head, Yi-sun's eyes brightened as he beheld a stunning girl with slightly bluish-green hair descending the staircase. He marveled at Bulma's beauty. She would undoubtedly be the belle of any school. However, he had no time to appreciate her looks. "You should leave quickly. We have already called the police," Dr. Briefs urged. "Apologies, but the police are rather preoccupied tonight. Have you not heard the alarms ringing throughout the city?" Bulma exclaimed in shock. "Could it be that you are responsible for all this?" "One could say that," Yi-sun replied nonchalantly. Hey, you still haven't answered my question. How do you know about the Dragon Balls and the radar?" "Ah, that's a secret," he teased. Bulma, now visibly frustrated, declared, "I invented the Dragon Ball radar, but it is still in the experimental stage. Its functionality has yet to be tested, so it would be of no use to you." "Then just hand over the Dragon Balls," Yi-sun demanded, his masked face obscuring his features from Bulma. "Not a chance. Bulma, don't provoke him," Dr. Briefs cautioned. Sighing, Yi-sun knew he would not harm the leading lady of the Dragon Balls. But he was not one to be trifled with. Lacking patience, he approached Dr. Briefs and picked up an ashtray, cradling it in his hands. Almost immediately, the ashtray began to heat up, showing signs of softening. Dr. Briefs and Bulma were taken aback. "How is this possible? This ashtray is made of quartz glass, which requires at least 1,600 degrees to soften. Are you performing magic? If you do not give me the Dragon Balls, the next thing to soften will be your father," Yi-sun warned. Bulma, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that despite her fiery temperament, she was a pragmatic individual. Recognizing that Yi-sun was not to be trifled with, she acquiesced and handed over the Dragon Balls. Yi-sun smiled. "Now, about that Dragon Ball radar, I am not finished yet. If you think you could deceive me, then I shall take your father's life first." He threatened. "I cannot comply with that request." Once the wanted notice was issued, it naturally triggered an explosive reaction in public opinion. Countless detectives sprang into action, for even the slightest clue that could assist the police was deemed sufficient. Their objective was a bounty of 1 million for information and 5 million for leads, while the staggering 50 million was not something they contemplated at the moment. After all, Joker was presumed to be an exceedingly dangerous individual, and all detectives and police officers instinctively concluded that Joker could not merely refer to one person, but rather a code name for a terrorist organization. It was inconceivable for a single individual to reach such a level of notoriety. However, an intriguing situation arose when Dr. Bu informed the police that Joker had flown away. The officers assumed he had departed via a private jet, In the world of Dragon Ball, such jets, designed for 1 or 2 passengers, were quite convenient, and West City had never imposed flight restrictions. Chapter 51. Continuing the martial arts teaching only 50 million. It seems the National Police Department holds me in low regard. Yi-sun stroked his chin, his gaze contemplative that in truth, 50 million was indeed a considerable sum. But Yi-sun aspired to be an unprecedented terrorist, thus such a modest sum could not possibly define his identity. Due to the setbacks she faced, Yi Xiaotao spent her days practicing horse stance, while Sun Wukong indulged in leisure activities with Dodo. Everyone at the Yuchain Hotel was aware that the child with the tail and the little panda were brought in by him, allowing Sun Wukong and Dodo to roam the hotel freely without concern. "Brother, teach me. I can hold the horse stance for an hour now. What should I do next to control my energy?" Unable to resist her incessant requests, Yi-sun reluctantly asked, "Xiaodao, demonstrate the fighting techniques your instructor taught you." Yi Xiaodao quickly replied, "I learned combat techniques at the fighting club in K-City." The instructor said was free fighting. She then proceeded to showcase all the movements she had learned, including punches, palm strikes, elbow strikes, and kicks. Afterward, she performed a routine, and Yi-sun nodded in approval. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Yi Xiaodao's mother had indeed found an excellent place for her to train. The club provided authentic instruction, and mastering these techniques would surely yield effective results in combat. "Very well. Your instructor is quite competent. You must thank him for not teaching you any flashy moves, as that would make my job much easier." Yi Xiaodao beamed with joy. Receiving recognition from Yi-sun was an achievement in itself. Considering Yi-sun's own status as a mentor, teaching others would yield him experience points. Yi-sun then executed 2 simple movements, performing a long fist technique that produced sharp cracks as his arms sliced through the air, as if he had ruptured the very atmosphere. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiaodao felt a rush of fear, pondering the devastating effect such strikes would have on a person. With a grin, Yi-sun declared, "I shall now impart to you the crane school techniques taught by Master Rashi and Turtle Hermit, and we shall see how they fared." He explained, "When practicing martial arts, one must exert power without force, striking with minimal effort while employing energy effectively. Internal energy is the source of strength. The method of combat is a technique, not a means to enhance physical stamina, as only energy can be harnessed for that purpose." Yi Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with understanding as she nodded vigorously. She had little opportunity to encounter the enigmatic crane school, making Yi-sun's instruction a tremendous opportunity for her. Yi-sun patiently elucidated, "The human body's central line is the spine, with its apex located at the back of the head and its base at the tailbone. Any martial art must engage the spine to effect a qualitative transformation in the practitioner." Upon noticing Yi-sun's serious demeanor, Yi Xiaodao focused intently on the aspect of energy that had long intrigued her, fearing she might miss a single word. When discussing the profundities of martial arts, one must inevitably address a crucial concept. Energy. This energy is not the air we breathe or any gas present in our surroundings. Rather, it is the inherent vitality within our bodies. When a person engages in physical activity, producing heat and perspiration, that heat is the essence of energy. The term refining essence into energy refers to the heat generated through movement. As countless pores release energy when one sweats, Yi Xiaotao experienced a moment of enlightenment. It seemed to her that energy was not as mysterious as she had once believed, merely something people were reluctant to understand. However, she pondered, does this not imply that energy would dissipate? In vigorous combat, one sweats profusely, making it difficult to maintain stamina. How then could one consolidate energy to strike effectively? She promptly voiced her inner doubts, to which Yi-sun nodded, "A pertinent question. Therefore, in martial arts, the ability to retain this energy without allowing it to disperse easily is fundamental to advancing to higher levels of skill. This is the essence of Qigong." Though Yi-sun spoke with authority, much of his knowledge stemmed from Master Rashi's teachings to his disciples, who were trained without reservation. Unlike Turtle Hermit, who preferred to conceal his methods after accepting Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha as students, he refrained from teaching them the Kamehameha, claiming it would lead to arrogance, which was a mere facade. Teaching disciples could prevent the master from starving. Yi-sun rarely instructed Dodo on matters of energy, as pandas were inherently masters of Qigong. The differences in meridians and acupoints between beast folk and humans made it challenging for Yi Sun to impart knowledge. He had given Dodo the washing marrow classic, but it was beyond her capacity to practice AS for Sun Wukong. That was a joke. Saiyans hardly required guidance. The simplest way to train a Saiyan was to nearly beat them to death repeatedly, allowing them to recover and then repeat the process. After several cycles, Sun Wukong would be capable of extraordinary feats that Yi Showdown curiously inquired. Isn't the dispersion of energy a natural occurrence? Have you ever witnessed an animal in a fit of rage? Particularly cats and dogs? When they become extremely angry, their fur stands on end, resembling a porcupine, a phenomenon known as puffing up. Humans experience something similar when the hairs on the back of the neck bristle. It is possible to close the pores. You haven't had the opportunity to observe my fighting style closely. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Yi Sun pressed his palms together and then slowly separated them, creating a striking energy sphere between his hands that Yi Showdown gasped in astonishment. But Yi Sun cautioned, I did not show you energy. I wanted you to observe my hair. Yi Showdown turned her gaze to Yi Sun's hair. And indeed, it seemed unaffected by any styling products. Yet, it appeared to defy gravity, gently floating as if charged with static electricity, reminiscent of seaweed swaying in the ocean. Yet it appeared utterly natural in the heat of battle. One must become invigorated, even frenzied. Only in such a state can energy be mobilized swiftly. Those who preach that martial arts should be practiced with a calm mind are peddling nonsense. How can one maintain tranquility while training in martial arts? Yi Showdown nodded in agreement. She had seen numerous accounts of martial arts masters in combat, often likened to frenzied cats, relentlessly attacking until their opponents could no longer resist, in competitive matches, where rules and referees are limited. It often takes a life-or-death struggle to halt the fight. Consider this. When facing a life-and-death adversary, is it not common to unleash a flurry of strikes to overpower them? The principle of one burst of energy leads to decline applies here. Before the energy dissipates, one must exert every effort to maintain it, swiftly and effectively defeating the opponent. Yes, our coach teaches us the same. It seems you truly grasp these concepts. Your instructor is indeed commendable. The last time I taught you horse stance, it was primarily to help you understand the shift in your center of gravity. Today, I shall teach you a stance technique that focuses on conditioning the spine to master the opening and closing of the body's pores, thereby stabilizing energy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Sun instantaneously appeared behind Yi Showdown, gently pressing a finger to the back of her head. He then moved inch by inch along her spine, applying light pressure, and with each inch, Yi Showdown felt her spine straightening. Yi Sun's actions initiated a movement in her entire skeletal structure and muscular tension, and soon, Yi Showdown began to sweat profusely. Suddenly, Yi Sun inquired, Can you feel it? Yes, if you were to press on my tailbone, I might leap up like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Indeed, remember, the coccyx is akin to your tail. Find that sensation and continue to hold the horse stance. This holiday will allow you to utterly obliterate those students from the experimental classes. Chapter 52, The Joker Game. After assigning new martial arts tasks to Yi Showdown, Yi Sun began to stir again. This time, he intended to play a much larger game that in this world, there exist two kinds of people, those who dare to take risks and those who cherish their wings. It is evident that Yi Sun, possessing a system, is a risk-taker. He chose to operate under the name Joker to temporarily obscure his identity, though not entirely. He understood that his appearance would easily reveal him to Rod and others. However, it mattered little, for Rod, being the cunning old fox he is, would never betray him. As for Romeo and little Q, perhaps Rod would disclose the truth to them, but these two were steadfast in their desire to associate with him. Thus it was essential for Yi Sun to maintain a semblance of credibility. After careful contemplation, Yi Sun concluded that it would be prudent to adopt a somewhat high-profile approach at this juncture. For this was an act of terror, not mere bravado. Had he foreseen the consequences, he would not have overturned the design team's original proposal, insisting instead on a transparent acquisition of funds. How swiftly one could procure wealth through bank robberies. With a world full of banks to target, robbing them annually posed no threat of financial shortage. For the first time, Yi Sun felt a surge of anger towards his own inadequacies. They say that one should not pass up easy money, yet he had forcibly added drama to his situation, leading to an awkward predicament. After enjoying seafood with Dodo, Ryukong, and Xiao, Yi-sun prepared to leave. Dodo, with a cheerful grin, waved to Yi-sun and in a childlike voice, exclaimed, "Brother Yi-sun, please don't throw the energy blast my way. Dodo is scared." Yi-sun, taken aback, swiftly turned around, seized Dodo, and pretended to drill into his head with his right fist. Dodo's eyes filled with tears, his short legs flailing in the air as he loudly pleaded, "Brother Yi-sun, my head hurts." "Dodo, if you dare to tell anyone, I shall leave you alone in the Western capital, and the police will come to apprehend you." "Oh." Dodo will not say a word. "I promise after this." Yi-sun released Dodo, who, clutching his head, pouted and murmured, "I knew you would bully Dodo. Both Sister Showdown and Little Monkey know it's you." Yi-sun scoffed, "What more is there to say?" "No more, no more. Dodo is going back to watch cartoons." Why? Yi-sun sighed deeply. It was quite natural for them to deduce the situation. Although numerous photography teams capturing the city's night scenes had recorded the moment of the explosion, it was impossible to conceal the truth from Dodo and son Ryukong. They had clearly witnessed an energy blast soaring through the sky, unmistakably indicating the presence of a remarkably powerful individual wielding such might. Who else but Yi-sun? Son Ryukong understood that Yi-sun's actions were driven by a desire to obtain the Dragon Balls. Thus he remained silent. In truth, Ryukong was a perceptive child. He regarded Yi-sun as a reliable elder brother, and therefore refrained from voicing any opinions as long as Yi-sun did not inquire. This was primarily because Ryukong had yet to encounter the harsh realities of life. His understanding of explosions lacked the gravitas of lethal implications. Had he experienced more, he would undoubtedly strive to thwart Yi-sun's endeavors, even should it mean opposing him at this moment. Yi-sun soared through the night sky, heading towards the television station, intent on executing a monumental act, one that would etch itself into the annals of history. This undertaking would rival the return of the Demon King Piccolo, the Saiyan invasion, and the Cell Games. During this time, the Western Capital news station continued its coverage of the terror attack, with several guests speaking as if they were in possession of the truth. One moment, discussing a reclusive doctor plotting a sinister operation. The next, a terrorist organization vowing world domination. And shortly thereafter, someone claiming the Red Ribbon Army intended to declare war on the kingdom. Yi-sun, initially unaware of the broadcasting studio's location, found it rather amusing that the television station allowed public visits, with a large sign outside detailing a schematic of the facility, specifying which programs occupied each floor. This seemingly friendly gesture inadvertently aided Yi-sun, sparing him the need to break through layer upon layer as Cell had done. The highest viewership at that moment belonged to the Western Capital News, so he decided to head to the 7th floor. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Yi-sun did not charge in like Cell. Instead, he floated to the window, noticing the office was ajar, and effortlessly slipped inside. Once inside, he made his way towards the live broadcast studio, only to be momentarily perplexed, as he was unsure of its exact location. Feeling somewhat awkward, he inquired with a staff member about the studio's whereabouts. Upon seeing Yi-sun's peculiar attire, the staff member remarked, "Sorry, it's not regular working hours. Visitors are not permitted." "Wait, are you dressed as Joker?" "Actually, I am Joker. Could you kindly escort me to the studio? I have something to share with everyone." "Thank you. Please, don't look at me like that. I truly am Joker." The staff member furrowed his brow, retorting, "If you are Joker, then I must be a deity. Deities are far more handsome than you. Stop pretending and take me to the studio, that if you don't leave at once, I shall call the police." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi-sun punched through the wall behind the staff member, shattering it with a resounding crash, revealing the studio beyond. Why, Yi-sun exclaimed, "What in the world?" as he realized it was right there. The occupants of the studio stared in shock at the broken wall, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Why, Yi-sun calmly walked in, while the staff member behind him appeared to lose control of his bladder. A rather pitiable sight. What just happened? The director, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, was momentarily stunned, and before he could issue any commands, he recognized the peculiar individual entering the studio. That Joker? Camera, focus on him. If you don't capture a clear shot, I will toss you out of here. You need tea, come to work tomorrow. Yes. Understood. After a brief moment, the director added, whoever is nearby, please call the police. Oh, right. A nearby stagehand hurried to the landline, preparing to make the call. As the host and guests in the studio were still in a state of confusion, Yisun approached the stage and took a seat at an empty spot. With the camera unhesitatingly trained on him, Yisun announced loudly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Joker. I already greeted everyone yesterday that I am the mastermind and executor of the recent terror attack in the Western capital. I now grant you 5 seconds to process this." The room fell utterly silent, everyone's heads filled with question marks. Yisun glanced at the guests, feeling a wave of frustration. Was their shock truly so profound? Seeing that silence persisted, he continued, "The reason I am here today is to announce a game, the Joker game." For the next at that moment, a journalist posed a question. "May I inquire, Mr. Mayor, whether the central government has formulated a response to Joker's announcement of the game?" The government has dispatched its most elite task force to the city of Shiji and has extended an invitation to all martial artists across the globe. Determined to eliminate Joker and prevent this terrorist from undermining the peace and rule of law in our world, the gathered journalists gasped in astonishment. "Mr. Mayor, are you suggesting that we must eliminate Joker?" From what I understand, there were no casualties in last night's terror attack in Shiji, and the laws he has violated do not warrant the death penalty. Do they? Surprisingly, the mayor erupted in fury, slamming his fist on the table and shouting, "This is utterly ridiculous. How could we allow someone capable of causing widespread explosions in our city to live? The only reason he didn't choose a densely populated area for his detonation might be due to operational errors or unfamiliarity with Shiji's urban layout. If you were to reorganize, I ask you, who would be responsible if disaster strikes?" Faced with the mayor's outrage, the journalists were momentarily speechless. However, the mayor's argument was compelling. Since Joker had demonstrated the ability to activate explosives without anyone being aware, this constituted a grave threat to global stability. Such a malignant force must not be allowed to persist. What are your thoughts on this, Your Majesty? Foolishness. His Majesty is currently asleep. How could you dare disturb him? The crowd fell silent, unable to refute this statement. That night, the military swiftly began to establish defensive lines, with all business owners surrounding the central fountain square in Shiji being temporarily requisitioned by the government, granting them a day off work. Furthermore, the army immediately rolled in armored vehicles and tanks from the military district. A city lockdown was deemed imperative. Consequently, tomorrow's events would no longer be a duel among martial artists, but rather a confrontation between the military and Joker. Yisun lay in his hotel room, watching the news broadcast with a sense of incredulity. He knew these individuals were undoubtedly intent on using the military to subdue him. After all, it was absolutely impossible to deploy weapons of mass destruction in the central region of Shiji. Thus, Yisun was not particularly worried about any formidable weapon potentially harming him. With a combat power of 1,002, he had already reached the level of Raditz. He should be fine, right? To be on the safe side, he intended to find ways to further enhance his cultivation technique. After tonight, his combat power would undoubtedly increase by several hundred. If he could reach around 2,200, comparable to Piccolo's level upon the Saiyan's arrival, that would surely suffice. That Yisun was not lacking in confidence. Rather, he had never engaged in such significant affairs before. He needed his reputation to facilitate his endeavors, allowing him to earn money without restraint, particularly by cleverly maneuvering the game's profit mechanisms. If illicit activities yielded quick profits, then he would execute these misdeeds openly, sanctioned by the state, and tacitly accepted by the populace. "I'm going to practice. I will occupy this restroom. You three may do as you please." Upon hearing this, Dodo's fur bristled, and he immediately exclaimed, "Brother Yisun, if it becomes too difficult, don't push yourself. I am so scared." "Silly Dodo, if Brother Yisun doesn't practice, how can he protect you?" Yixiao Tao blinked her big, sparkling eyes, curiously asking, "Brother, is your technique very peculiar?" "Indeed, it is my own creation, called the Heavenly Tao Technique. Each session of cultivation involves washing the marrow and breaking the bones. It is extremely painful. At the mention of washing the marrow and breaking the bones, Yixiao Tao became exceedingly excited. "Brother, you mentioned washing the marrow and breaking the bones. Does such a martial art really exist in this world? Why don't you teach me? You wouldn't be able to learn it even if I did. You are too pampered. Even maintaining a horse stance would tire you out. Engage in washing the marrow, and breaking the bones would be akin to skinning and dislocating your muscles. You wouldn't be able to endure Why Xiao Tao was unconvinced that why Sun said no more, while Sun Wukong watched cartoons, laughing heartily. Indeed, Sun Wukong had no desire to follow others in practicing. He merely wished to wait for his grandfather's revival, so they could cultivate and live together. Why Xiao Tao, feeling wronged, pinched Dodo's face, regardless of his protests of pain, and questioned defiantly, "Tell me, is this panda so strong because my brother taught you the heavenly Tao technique?" Dodo felt truly aggrieved and replied gratefully, "Sister Xiao Tao, please stop pinching. I haven't learned the heavenly Tao technique. Brother Yisun has never taught me. I am genuinely frightened of that technique." After repeatedly asking and receiving the same answer, she had no choice but to relent and ran off to continue her neck exercises. That was because Xiao Tao felt it was effective that she persisted in practicing. Perhaps Yisun would teach her the heavenly Tao technique later, but the timing was not yet right. After securing the restroom, following his usual practice, he stripped off all of his clothing to avoid any mess. For with enhancement of the Golden Bell Shield to level 2, his physical resilience had significantly increased, allowing him to endure greater pain. Moreover, the pain inflicted by the marrow washing technique could also serve to hone the Golden Bell Shield. So as long as Yisun was willing, he could nearly elevate his combat power data with every session of training. In the midst of his silent contemplation, he recited the mantra of the marrow washing technique. And indeed, that intense sensation coursed through every meridian, as if a magnetic force from the universe were acting upon each mitochondrion, leading to a chorus of anguished cries once more. Chapter 2. Live Broadcast Worldwide. Yisun's cries echoed repeatedly. Despite the restroom's soundproofing, being in a presidential suite meant that Dodo and the others could not help but hear him. Dodo trembled as he burrowed deeper into the blankets, while Xiao Tao's face was filled with terror, wondering if her brother was self-harming in the restroom. Sun Wukong's tail stood erect, all the fur bristling. It was indeed a horrifying spectacle. It was only at this moment that Xiao Tao realized why Yisun had not taught her the heavenly Tao technique. Perhaps it truly required self-harm. Could the process of washing the marrow and breaking the bones be this excruciating? She pondered inwardly. Yet despite his pain, Yisun endured for half an hour without losing consciousness. He marveled at the possibility that this was the effect of the Golden Bell Shield. When he checked his data, he was astonished to see that the Golden Bell Shield had reached 86 completion. This rate of progress was astonishingly rapid. However, the advancement of the marrow washing technique was slow, rising only from 36 to 43. The difficulty of bloodline evolution was indeed immense. Just as Yisun decided to take a break, a prompt resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 15. Great!" Yisun couldn't help but exclaim. Following the level up, he was restored to full health, and the fatigue he felt, both physical and mental, vanished in an instant. His attribute points had also increased significantly, but Yisun opted to refrain from allocating his attribute points until his bloodline level improved further. Such was the nature of his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He opened his data panel to review his current statistics, amazed to discover that his combat power had reached 1762. Indeed, after adopting the marrow washing technique, his combat power had surged beyond expectations. With 1762 combat power, he was undoubtedly invincible on Earth. However, this level was insufficient against the Saiyans. Even those who had trained in the heavenly realm, like Tianjin Fan, boasted combat abilities around 2,000. Thus, Yisun felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. Given that the main storyline of Dragon Ball had already shifted slightly, he hoped that no monstrous beings with overwhelming power would appear. Otherwise, that would indeed be quite embarrassing. With a sigh, Yisun expelled a breath of stale air, his eyes flashing with electric light. After taking a refreshing shower to cleanse his body of impurities, he opened the restroom door and found the three of them staring blankly at him. Yisun chuckled. "What are you all looking at? Brother, is this how you always train?" "Sort of, but there will be other methods of training in the future. We'll discuss that later. Tomorrow, I still have to deal with that matter." Xiao Tao mischievously grinned. "The Joker game, right? I say, brother, Are you planning to join a criminal syndicate? Of course not. I aspire to be a great man. You all should rest. There will be a spectacular show to witness tomorrow afternoon. Upon finishing his thoughts, Yi-sun retreated to his solitary chamber to rest. This slumber proved to be remarkably undisturbed, as the significant surge in his combat prowess infused him with unparalleled confidence. In this iteration of the Joker game, he was determined to recalibrate the worldview of every individual across the globe. The reason Yi-sun deliberately chose the central square was that it was typically crowded, rendering any underhanded tactics utterly implausible. Furthermore, after a night had passed, the area surrounding the square would have undoubtedly been thoroughly scrutinized by the military and government, thus eliminating the possibility of any sleight of hand. Those familiar with Dragon Ball can surely empathize with Yi-sun's sentiments at this moment. He harbored a profound disdain for how Mr. Satan could mislead the intellect of humanity with a mere illusion. After all, the numerous inconsistencies within Dragon Ball, particularly the general lack of intelligence among the populace, stand as its most glaring flaw. The following day, Yi-sun awoke to find it was already 10 in the morning. His companions, Dodo and others, had refrained from disturbing his rest, likely recognizing that such a grueling training session warranted a restorative sleep. The group proceeded to the dining area for lunch, and upon glancing at the time, Yi-sun discerned it was nearly time to depart. Indeed, the guests at the hotel had not ventured outside. Rather, they opted to remain in their rooms, engrossed in the live broadcast of the operation to eliminate the Joker. This broadcast was intended for a global audience, and today, the national television station was poised to shatter viewership records that had existed since the inception of the television industry, much to the discontent of other networks. The government decree stipulated that only the national station could capture the event live, denying other networks even entry to why Yi-sun transformed his previous black hoodie into a striking red and black hooded trench coat, donned a mask, and set off with an air of audacity. His speed was so extraordinary that no one noticed as he shot out from the window. At this moment, both the political sphere and ordinary citizens, even the mafia, collectively took a day off, solely to witness the confrontation between the Joker and the might of the world's military, the Wind City Police Department, while all officers were dutifully performing their roles. They were, in truth, glued to their televisions, watching the live broadcast. Rod sat in his elegantly adorned office, his expression grave as he watched the unfolding scenes. At least 20 cameramen were stationed at various angles, executing the shooting plan, with footage constantly switching between soldiers loading magazines, armored vehicles traversing the streets, and tanks adjusting their range, all vividly displayed on screen. Everyone believed that if the Joker dared to show up, he would surely meet a grisly end. Yet the crux of the matter was that the Joker would undoubtedly hesitate to come. Only a fool would march to his own demise, Dad. Do you think the Joker will come? Rod squinted at the empty central square on the screen and replied, more importantly, do you have any idea how many snipers are currently aimed at that square? Romeo paused, furrowing his brow. 10. 50. Is it really that many? Rod reminisced about past military missions, lamenting, when 50 snipers fire simultaneously, there's an infinitesimal window of time that if an ordinary person were to stand there, within half a second, they would be reduced to a mere puddle of blood and flesh. Forget about maintaining any semblance of a human form. If I didn't tell you that it was a mass of human blood, you might not even realize it. Upon hearing such a scenario, Romeo couldn't help but swallow hard. The mere thought was terrifyingly chilling. Yet he believed he would go. Such an opportunity for fame and recognition was not something the average person could afford to pass up. But surely he can't survive, can he? Rod chuckled, who knows? Meanwhile, Shiao Q sat in a classroom, watching the live broadcast of the Joker's assassination plan alongside his classmates and teacher. He quietly occupied the last row, observing the screen and listening to the discussions around him. Yet his mind was occupied with thoughts of whether this Joker could truly be Yi-sun. If so, it would signify a monumental shift in the world order following today. If not, then this individual could very well be his adversary, for anyone capable of challenging the world must at the very least possess strength equal to that of Exun. In front of Shiao Q sat a striking girl with twin ponytails, known as Yun Yun Air, a recognized beauty and one of the school's 3 most admired girls. She was also the object of Shiao Q's secret affection. Nevertheless, he remained focused, wishing he could be in the West City to witness the battle firsthand. As staying here felt utterly meaningless, Yin Air turned to her friend, a cute girl with bangs named Xiao and remarked, Xiao, I genuinely believe the Joker won't show up. How could he possibly come to his own death in such a situation? Unbeknownst to him, Shiao Q instinctively responded, the Joker will definitely go. The military can't touch him. Yin Air, hearing this, raised her eyebrows and turned to Shiao Q, questioning him brusquely, Humph, how do you know? Shiao Q, still processing, calmly replied, it's something that can't be explained to mere mortals. Upon hearing this, Yin Air shot him a fierce glare, slammed her hand on the desk, and exclaimed, who are you calling a mere mortal? Do you think you're so special? Realizing his blunder, Shiao Q quickly apologized. Sorry, I got carried away. It wasn't aimed at you. You were clearly targeting me. Suddenly, the entire class turned their attention to the escalating exchange. And Shiao Q, feeling exasperated, shrugged and explained, let us just say it was a slip of the tongue, but I genuinely believe the Joker's physical abilities far exceed those of ordinary people. Conventional firearms can't harm him. Yin Air was about to retort again when Xiao Ni intervened, whispering, Yin, it's about to start. Don't argue with Shiao Q. Upon hearing Xiao Ni's interjection, Yin Air crossed her arms, huffed in annoyance, and sat back down, muttering, Rube, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Shiao Q pouted, feeling quite irked, were it not for his admiration for Yin Air. He would have easily retaliated. The current Shiao Q was not the same as he had been a month ago. Frankly speaking, the collective romantic interests of Yin Air would not even be sufficient to contend with him. Chapter 3. Gambling. Shall we place a wager on whether the Joker will show up? A boy with a buzz cut suddenly sought to provoke Shiao Q. It was clear that betting was forbidden within the school. But informal wagers among students were typically permissible. With a mischievous glint in his eye, the buzz-cut boy addressed Shiao Q. Hey, Shiao Q, shall we make a bet? Just $100. Shiao Q frowned, recognizing that the boy's interest in Yin Air motivated his actions. But he was too preoccupied to engage with him. He simply replied, no bet, coward. Yin Air scoffed from the front row, prompting Shiao Q to feel irked. He quickly added, $100 is too little. How about I bet you 1,000? But if the Joker merely shows his face and leaves, I'll take advantage of you. I'll bet whether the Joker will be killed or not. I wager he'll be just fine. What do you say? The moment those words left his mouth, the classroom erupted in astonished gasps. Everyone turned to look at Shiao Q, questioning whether they had misheard him. Yin Air and Xiao Ni exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if Shiao Q had lost his mind in a fit of bravado. The buzz-cut boy, initially taken aback, suddenly felt emboldened by Shiao Q's challenge. Smirking as he said, is there anyone else who wants to join in? That is $1,000 on the line. If everyone wins, every one of the 50 students in class could pocket $200. Why not? Once he finished speaking, several troublemakers in the class eagerly chimed in. We're in. If we lose, we'll each pay $1,000 to Shiao Q. Come on, you guys, don't gamble. It's not good. Exactly. Gambling isn't wise. If just one person joins, we could each win over $1,000. Shiao Q, just make sure you don't back out on us later. With that, the classroom erupted in laughter. Shiao Q, who had initially been the target of ridicule, understood that his classmates meant no harm. They were merely enjoying themselves. They assumed that Shiao Q had been provoked by Yin Air, prompting him to recklessly raise the stakes to 1,000, and thus, they all joined in the playful banter. Seeing that nearly the entire class had agreed, Shiao Q realized that his peers were not serious. They simply wanted to have fun at his expense, much like they always did. Humph, they think I'm a fool. Fine, let us play along. Little Q declared aloud. Since that's the case, shouldn't everyone come to an agreement? How about this? If Joker dies, I will owe each of you 10,000. However, you mustn't try to wriggle out of it, or I shall be quite displeased. Upon hearing little Q's serious tone, the others were even more eager to tease him. All right, I'll bet too. Turning around, they were surprised to find their homeroom teacher had arrived. This teacher had been particularly displeased with little Q lately, as the previous incident had not only drawn reprimands from school authorities, but had also led to a deduction in his salary, a source of great humiliation. Seeing little Q's audacity to engage in gambling, the teacher decided to join in, intending to embarrass him and, should the situation allow, to lecture him about the inappropriateness of gambling and the dangers of hubris. A.S. the teacher took the lead in teasing little Q. The others naturally followed suit, including those who typically focused solely on her studies. Yun's disdain for little Q grew ever stronger. She had already learned that the incident where little Q had someone cut off their wrist was actually the work of a passing expert assisting him, rather than a malicious act on his part. Furthermore, the incident involving him being doused with urine had been exaggerated into a narrative that suggested he had been forced to drink it, leading to his classmates' disdain for him. An all-too-simplistic judgment typical of Stud, it must be acknowledged that this reasoning is, in fact, quite reasonable, for any notorious terrorist organization would find that the swiftest path to infamy lies in such extreme acts of sacrifice to fulfill their objectives. Regrettably, however, Yi-sun is not one of those cases. Why Yi-sun chose not to respond, instead calmly inquiring, "Are you not also a victim of the military? In all the scenarios I have simulated for today's arrival, you must have considered the possibility that I might be carrying a deadly bomb. The instant I detonate it, this place will be reduced to scorched earth. Despite this, you still sent someone like you to their demise." The military negotiator's expression grew serious as he attempted to reason. "This is my duty. I must maintain national stability and social peace." To which Yi-sun retorted, "I am equally determined. I seek to change the world. Your attire surely conceals audio equipment. Our conversation will be broadcast live on television. Thus, I shall take this opportunity to express that you do not understand me. I do not hold it against you, but I hope you comprehend that the absence of casualties in last night's massive explosion was no mere coincidence. It was simply that I had no desire to indiscriminately slay the innocent. As long as the explosion serves my purpose, an empty street is inconsequential. However, should you choose to act against me, the next time shall not be an empty street." The audience erupted in fervent discussion. Joker's words were unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. The negotiator, despite appearing weary, wore a faint smile and calmly advised, "Mr. Joker, all buildings, parks, and sewers within a 10-kilometer radius of Central Plaza have been thoroughly inspected for any suspicious explosives, while the entire West City has not been freed from the threat of explosions. At least the battlefield centered around Central Plaza will not afford you an opportunity to act." Why Yi-sun could not help but applaud. He had always thought the military and police of the Dragon Ball world to be foolish. Yet it seemed he had been mistaken. Akira Toriyama's whimsical, fairy tale-like humor was ill-suited for the three-dimensional world. "You have made 3 errors, Yi-sun proclaimed, raising 3 fingers with a sense of pride. The negotiator frowned, gesturing for him to elaborate. "Firstly, I do not bomb cities using explosives, but through key manipulation. Secondly, I am not affiliated with any organization. I solely represent the individual identity of Joker, declaring my existence to the world. Thirdly, and most importantly, the Joker game will remain unaffected by how many soldiers you deploy or what extermination tactics the military devises, that I have stated that 1 month equals 1 month. I will be here every day. Today is merely the first day, and you present such an array of forces. It is truly a sight I have never witnessed, and I am here to ensure you do." The negotiator's expression darkened, not out of anger, but rather due to the realization that communication was futile. The individual before him was utterly deranged. "I know you are employing the technique of void dance, which fundamentally requires precise control of ki. Thus, it is quite normal for you to utilize ki manipulation. However, only the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi, is rumored to possess the capability to wield ki with such devastating force. Please do not tell me you are connected to Master Roshi." Upon hearing this live, Master Roshi felt a surge of pride within him. Indeed, only his Kamehameha, when unleashed at full power, could wreak such widespread havoc upon a city, though it was limited by the amount of ki available. It is not surprising, after all, since this is a national-level counterterrorism operation, that if they could not even uncover knowledge regarding void dance and ki manipulation, that would be quite pathetic. Thus, the Dragon Ball manga's numerous plot holes truly paint a picture where, aside from Goku and his companions, everyone else appears utterly ignorant. The era of Master Roshi is past. It is now the age of Joker. Explaining myself to you foolish mortals is utterly pointless." Upon hearing these words from Joker, Yinner and Xiao and I momentarily froze, involuntarily glancing at Shiao Q, who had just mocked them all with similar tone and content. Chapter 5. Utter Futility the Negotiator. Realizing that further communication with Joker was impossible, sighed deeply before turning to say, "Mr. Joker, ideals require the support of strength. I hope to see you again in 5 minutes." Joker replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, you will undoubtedly see me again." As the negotiator departed, it became clear to all that the negotiations had collapsed and conflict was imminent. The snipers took their positions, countdown to assassination. 10 seconds. Subsequently, each sniper's earpiece relayed a 10-second countdown. And they all held their breath, adjusting their breathing, fingers poised on the triggers. The instant the countdown concluded, they would unhesitatingly pull the trigger to eliminate Joker. Perhaps to heighten the tension, the television station provided commentary on the sniping operation. Synchronizing their own countdown with the snipers, the audience watched anxiously as the figure at the center of the screen loomed closer. 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final digit was uttered, the snipers decisively pulled their triggers, only to witness an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfold. The on-site commanders exchanged perplexed glances at Joker's unmoving figure, questioning over the radio, "Why has no one fired?" To which the response came, "We have indeed fired." The tone of the responder was equally astonished, evidently perplexed as well. "Fired? Then why is Joker still alive? Did you miss your mark?" Upon uttering this, even the commander found it absurd. He calmed himself, knowing that in the absence of movement from the target, it was impossible for the snipers to miss. Moreover, for so many snipers to air simultaneously was the definition of lunacy. Snipers continue the assault. Following orders, the snipers unleashed a torrent of fire upon Yisun. Yet, curiously, no matter how they aimed, the target remained utterly still. This eerie occurrence sent shivers down the spines of the snipers, who gradually began to realize the extraordinary nature of the situation and collectively ceased their attack. The commander's face turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. The increased frequency of fire allowed him to see clearly through the binoculars that the bullets accumulating at Joker's feet were growing in number, all having lost their kinetic energy before reaching Yi Sun's body, falling feebly to the ground. What on earth is happening? As the commander remained stunned by the unfolding events, the television commentator, equally astonished, screamed, "Incredible! The bullets fired by the snipers have all landed at Joker's feet. What is going on? Are these bullets made of cotton?" The audience was filled with confusion, as their common sense dictated that being struck by a sniper bullet would surely result in death. If he survived, aside from conspiracy theories, they could not fathom any other implications. Could it be that the military is merely putting on a show? Master Roshi, eyes wide with disbelief, could hardly process what he was witnessing. The bullets had not even grazed Joker's clothing, signifying that he must have utilized ki to defend against all attacks. Unbelievable. His mastery had reached such heights. Had this individual surpassed me? Master Roshi's mind raced with this conclusion. Yet he found it difficult to accept the reality. Despite his tranquil demeanor, it did not negate his competitive spirit and vanity. In stark contrast, at that moment, Turtle Hermit felt a profound rage, his body trembling involuntarily as he clenched his fists. With his keen eyesight, he understood just how finely Joker must control his ki to achieve such flawless defense without even damaging his clothing. Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, remember this. Do not provoke this Joker fellow. His prowess is simply too formidable. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu nodded gravely. Yet Kaiatsu glanced at Tien Shinhan, thinking to himself that Tien Shinhan would undoubtedly challenge Joker. The reason was simple. He was Tien Shinhan. Infantry advance. The soldiers, armed with automatic rifles, surged forth like a relentless tide, encircling the central square where Joker stood, rendering escape impossible. They resembled the soldiers of the Qin dynasty surrounding the nameless hero in Zhang Yimou's film hero. Yet this was the era of firearms. The soldiers formed a circular perimeter, advancing layer by layer, gradually compressing Joker's space. Yet he remained utterly still. The leading infantry captain raised his hand in signal, and the tightly knit circle instantly transformed into a fan-shaped formation, creating a gap of approximately 45 degrees behind Yi Sun. Fire! The soldiers' weapons erupted in a frenzy of fire. unleashing a formidable barrage that suppressed any hope of movement from Yisun, who stood resolute amidst the hail of bullets. Once the soldiers expended a magazine, they swiftly reloaded. As long as their commander did not command a ceasefire, they would not relent. The spent casings accumulating at Yisun's feet could have been sold by the pound. Yet, as is the nature of humanity, some soldiers began to halt their relentless assault, and soon, more and more followed suit, until all were motionless, exchanging incredulous glances filled with shock. The man before them remained unmoved, untouched by the onslaught, while the ground at his feet lay strewn with spent cartridges. A stark irony. Why Yisun remained silent, enduring in quiet defiance, for he was impervious to their attacks. The commander, drenched in sweat, now grasped the gravity of the situation. This joker was perhaps a superhuman, and his arrogance was not without basis. Yes, Commander, this is the current predicament. The sniper team and infantry have failed to harm Joker. I suspect this individual possesses a protective ability akin to a force field. Conventional bullets are insufficient to penetrate his defenses. In the command hall, the Western District Commander wore a grim expression. More concerning than the inability to eliminate Joker was the fear that his meticulously planned ambush would devolve into a farce, an outcome he could not tolerate. Then we shall employ artillery. Missiles, whatever it takes to eliminate this menace. But Commander, this is the central square of the Western City. Deploying large-scale weaponry would inevitably incur severe economic repercussions. Who cares? The commander bellowed in fury, compared to the loss of a few buildings. This dangerous individual must die. If he lives, I will become the laughingstock. The commander, perspiring profusely, understood that such losses could not merely be measured by the value of structures. They were in the most bustling commercial district. If reduced to ruins, who would bear the consequences? Chapter 6. The retreat of the army. Yisun stood there, nearly dozing off, oblivious to how long this army would continue its futile attempts. However, since they showed no signs of yielding, he felt no obligation to intervene. They could carry on as they pleased. Tank units, prepare. Adjust range. Load ammunition. Countdown. 5 seconds. Fire. Boom. The tanks began shelling Yisun, the thunderous roar of cannon fire echoing throughout the city. Audible even from a distance. Yisun surveyed the surrounding commercial streets and realized that the opposing commander had completely lost his sanity. To fire upon a city center with such abandon was an act of madness in pursuit of military glory. No, I must intervene. With that thought, a spark of energy flickered in Yisun's eyes. As if the very fabric of space had frozen, he effortlessly intercepted 6 cannonballs mid-flight. This was not a supernatural ability, but rather a testament to his lightning-fast reflexes. In comparison, everything else seemed to move at a glacial pace, akin to a 20-fold slow motion. With deft precision, Yisun unleashed 6 energy blasts that struck the incoming shells, causing them to detonate with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that obliterated everything in their path. The glass of distant buildings shattered, leaving no surface unscathed. The premature detonations threw the troops into chaos, prompting the commander to immediately halt the tank assault. Reporting via communicator. Commander, our opponent is not an ordinary superhuman. I advise against further engagement. At this rate, the city will be destroyed. Yet the response he received was laced with fury, indicating the commander was on the brink of an explosion. What nonsense are you spouting? The host's incredulous words filled the air, as the viewers of the live broadcast found their worldviews thoroughly upended today. Each one of them was rendered speechless, their eyes betraying a myriad of questions and bewilderment. They yearned to pose countless inquiries to the military personnel, as well as to Joker, yet such desires remained unfulfilled. In that moment, the very fabric of civilizational order as established in this world underwent a pivotal transformation. Within the Wind City School, the classroom where Shiao Q resided was enveloped in an eerie silence. Whether it was the homeroom teacher, Yunyan, or the other students who had previously teased Shiao Q, they all wore expressions akin to having ingested something vile. The television undeniably broadcasted the scenes of the military's retreat, while Joker stood there, unscathed. It was evident that Shiao Q had emerged victorious in this gamble. With a sigh, Shiao Q slowly rose upon hearing the bell signaling the end of class, uttering not a single word. It was lunchtime, and to him, This wager held no significance. After all, these were just students who could not possibly hand him 10,000 yuan. As he made his way to the cafeteria, Shiao Q's mind was a tempest of thoughts that he longed to return to his training, feeling that remaining in school was a complete waste of time, which made him increasingly anxious. If he could attain the status of a martial artist, passing the entrance examination would be virtually assured. Although he felt no pressure regarding further education, it was still imperative for him to become a martial artist before entering high school, as this would also afford him the opportunity for scholarships. With this thought in mind, Shiao Q halted his steps and retraced his path to the classroom, under the gaze of his peers. He shouldered his backpack and departed. The homeroom teacher, noticing Shiao Q leave with his bag, did not inquire further, for it was indeed the lunch break. However, no one anticipated that Shiao Q would not attend a single class for the next half-month. During lunch, nearly all the students in the school were engrossed in discussions about Joker. It seemed that throughout the entire day, no one would focus on their studies. Such a momentous event had diverted everyone's attention. Yin furrowed her brow, unable to swallow a single bite from her lunchbox. Observing her, Shiao and I couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you still thinking about Joker?" Everyone appeared to be in a state of shock, which was understandable, given the extraordinary nature of such inhuman abilities. "I'm not thinking about Joker. I'm pondering Shiao Q," Yin replied. "Have you noticed how strangely self-assured he seems? It's as if he looks down upon others." Shiao and I paused our meal, deep in thought. Now that you mention it, his tone does bear a striking resemblance to what Joker said on television at this point. Yin whispered, "I just had a peculiar thought. My uncle, who works at the police station, mentioned that the mysterious figure who assisted in apprehending the rampaging gang might be the same person who broke Jack's wrist. Are you suggesting that person is Joker?" Shiao and I exclaimed, incredulous. "What a coincidence!" Yin, however, spoke with gravity. "It's better to be cautious than to dismiss it outright. What if that mysterious figure truly is involved? Otherwise, why would Shiao Q have such unwavering faith that Joker would emerge unscathed? Perhaps Shiao Q has known him all along." Unbeknownst to Shiao Q, the haughty girl he found appealing was indeed the first to uncover his secrets. Chapter 7. The Challenge of the Martial Artist Now. It was summer. Although Yisun's physical condition rendered the 35-degree weather inconsequential, he still felt rather foolish standing in the square under such conditions, and he deemed the time wasted rather excessive. Thus, when he returned the following day, he brought along a large reclining chair and a sizable sunshade, reclining comfortably as if on a leisurely vacation. Yet the central square lay in an eerie silence. The government had cordoned off the area, permitting no one to enter, not even reporters, who could only capture images from the nearby building. Consequently, when the public saw Joker lounging as if on holiday, they were incensed, deeming it outrageous that such a terrorist could behave so brazenly, reflecting poorly on the authorities and the military. Even more outrageous was the fact that on the third day at noon, Yisun arrived with a cooler filled with an assortment of cold drinks. By the fourth day, he discarded his trench coat entirely, opting instead for casual attire, complete with sunglasses and a mouth mask, thus commencing his domineering vacation in the western city. "Is this truly a terrorist?" one bystander exclaimed. "I've never seen such a person in my life." For over a week, the government forces engaged in relentless discussions on strategies to confront this evidently superior martial artist who transcended the 9th level. The current circumstances rendered them incapable of a direct confrontation, compelling them to devise further plans. "Commander, there's an urgent situation," a soldier reported. "What is it?" The commander inquired. "That a martial artist has arrived at the periphery of the square, claiming he wishes to challenge Joker." The commander was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. After confirming several times that a martial artist indeed sought to challenge Joker, he expressed his discontent. What is this martial artist thinking? Does he not see that even the military cannot contend with Joker? Is he attempting to create chaos? Does he wish to capitalize on Joker's notoriety for his own gain? How utterly absurd. The soldier was startled by the commander's agitation and promptly handed him a business card. The commander furrowed his brow as he opened the list, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, it's Master Guan from the Divine Blade sect. I never expected Master Guan to come to so. He intends to challenge Joker." Unfamiliar with the significance of Master Guan from the Divine Blade sect, the chief of staff listened as the commander elaborated. The Divine Blade Sect is an ancient sect that has existed for over 400 years. During humanity's cold weapon era, many renowned swordsmen emerged from this sect, including several who were national heroes. However, the sect resides deep within the mountains, and few dare to disturb them. The commander was both astonished and elated, yet he harbored doubts. Suddenly, he recalled that this was indeed one of the challenges within Joker's game, an invitation for martial artists worldwide to confront Joker. Let Master Guan through, he commanded. Is that truly wise? Can Master Guan possibly reach a level capable of contending with the military? The commander's expression turned grave as he shook his head. No, I believe Master Guan understands he cannot achieve that. However, as a martial artist, he wishes to gauge the disparity between himself and a being that surpasses the 9th level of martial prowess. The world of martial artists may be beyond the comprehension of soldiers, but the hearts of heroes resonate with a shared understanding. The military's perimeter, a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man bearing a hefty saber, sat in meditation. He was Master Guan, the leader of the Divine Blade Sect. Having traveled from a northern district with the intent to participate in Joker's game and to vanquish Joker in order to promote the sect. Subsequently, the military parted to create a path, with a soldier announcing, "Master, please proceed. However, Joker is exceptionally powerful, so please exercise caution." Master Guan opened his eyes and nodded. "Rest assured, I shall be mindful." AS cameras capture the moment. Master Guan's figure soared through the central square like an eagle in flight, captivating the attention of viewers worldwide. Almost all television stations shifted their signals to this scene, with the public eagerly anticipating the clash between the master of the Divine Blade Sect and Joker. The commentator swiftly located information on the Divine Blade Sect, providing viewers at home with a comprehensive overview. As Master Guan stepped onto the central square, he beheld a man clad in beach shorts, leisurely sipping a cold drink and engrossed in a novel. Observing this, Master Guan respectfully clasped his fists and introduced himself. "I am Guan from the Divine Blade Sect, here to participate in Joker's game." Yi Sun lazily responded, "You wish to challenge me?" "Indeed." With those words, a voice echoed in Yi Sun's mind. Xiao Long prompts, "You have been challenged by an 8th-level martial artist. Will you accept?" Excellent. The challenge arena mode has finally been activated. Yi Sun once introduced the concept of the challenge mode within the design team, originally intended for players to engage in online duels. Whenever someone dares to challenge you, they would receive double the experience points corresponding to the difficulty level. For instance, a task that typically grants 100 experience points would yield 200 if initiated by another player. The most crucial aspect is the ability to learn the opponent's martial arts. Yi Sun is eagerly anticipating the combat demonstration mode. Unable to access large-scale dungeons, he resorts to the Joker game to amass experience points. It can be said that Yi Sun thoughtfully deliberated before deciding to pursue this course of action. The challenge mode and the combat demonstration mode will be the focal points for upcoming upgrades. Let us see what you've got. Master Guan Wun deemed Joker's approach as frivolous, for he has already demonstrated his prowess through action. With a booming shout, Master Guan launched an assault, while Yi Sun chose not to defend with his body but instead danced lightly to evade. Intending to allow Master Guan to unleash his entire repertoire of punches, including all variations of his techniques. "Why don't you retaliate? You can't even touch me, yet you expect a counterattack. Are you truly seeking your own demise?" Master Guan appeared somewhat irked, rapidly channeling his vital energy. Each strike accelerated, aimed at targeting every vulnerable point of EXU. The average observer. Master Guan's speed seemed akin to the exaggerated slow-motion effects of martial arts films. Dazzling, stylish, and immensely powerful. Go, Master Guan. Defeat him. Some spectators began to cheer, yet astute individuals like Master Rashi discerned that Joker was merely evading Master Guan's attacks, as if taking a leisurely stroll, never launching a single counterattack. However, sensing the tide turning, Master Guan swiftly retracted his strikes, executing several agile backflips to distance himself from Joker, his movements seamless and devoid of hesitation, showcasing the solidity of his foundational skills. Yi Sun, disinterested in pursuit, thought it better to let the tension unfold. Once they had created some distance, Master Guan, panting, regarded Joker, regulating his internal energy. In high-level combat, victory is often determined in an instant. The notion of prolonged exchanges, as depicted in novels, is largely unrealistic at that moment. Astonishment filled Master Guan's eyes. He had pushed his attack speed to its utmost limit, and any martial artist known for their swiftness would have been struck by his blows. Yet, Joker had evaded every single one. Truly remarkable. The speed at which Joker dodged was phenomenal. It became evident to Master Guan that he was intentionally testing him for every increment in speed that Master Guan achieved. Joker matched him, always remaining just a fraction faster. Undoubtedly, this individual could stand against an army. There was no way for Master Guan to win this battle. He resigned himself, reflecting on his own inadequacies after over a century of arduous training. Master Guan's abilities were indeed commendable. As Yisun assessed, his combat power nearing 100, perhaps only half a notch below that of Tao, Yisun felt a wave of emotion. He had little knowledge of the Divine Blade sect, which Akira Toriyama never illustrated, yet this was undeniably a tangible world where the martial arts community could not revolve solely around Master Roshi and his companions. Drawing the blade from his back, Master Guan stated, "Even if I wield the heavy backblade, it would be futile against you. Nevertheless, I must give it a try. Then give it your all. Do not hold back, for otherwise my Joker game would lose all meaning." Chapter 8. Playing the Rogue. Master Guan unsheathed a simple blade from his back, its surface gleaming under the sunlight. Being from the Divine Blade sect, it was only natural that the essence of their technique resided in the swordplay. My sword technique has a simple name, the 8 Gates of the Divine Blade. I beseech Joker for your guidance that Yisun gathered his vital energy into the fingertip of his right index finger, appearing as hard as diamond, and provocatively declared, "To counter your 8 Gates of the Divine Blade, I need only a single finger. You had better unleash your full strength in one breath. Otherwise, I shall not grant you the opportunity for a second attempt." Had anyone else spoken such words to Master Guan, they would have surely provoked his fury. However, the Joker before him possessed extraordinary power. Every word he uttered could not be dismissed as mere jest. "Come at me." The 8 Gates of the Divine Blade comprised 8 forms, each intricately interconnected. With a single step, Master Guan unleashed a flurry of blade strikes, each one cascading like rivers in reverse, infused with an unassailable force directed at Yisun. Yet, Yisun's fingertip deftly deflected the onslaught. No matter how Master Guan wielded his blade, the light of the sword could not surpass that solitary finger. In the blink of an eye, the combat concluded. Master Guan sheathed his blade, panting, and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "I concede," but a prompt appeared. Defeated an 8-tier martial artist. Earned 600 experience points. Yisun felt satisfied. For him, leveling up was far more significant than anything else. He remarked to Master Guan, "I believe you could certainly consider wielding a heavier blade." Upon hearing Yisun's suggestion, Master Guan was elated but hesitated, saying, "To be candid, a heavier blade would hinder my execution of the 8 Gates of the Divine Blade. My technique relies on being lightweight and agile." Yet Yisun responded with a smile. "It is not the weight of the blade. Rather, it is your sheer lack of strength. Will you not perceive a significant issue with your stamina, whether it be your punches, kicks, or the subsequent swordplay? You adhere to the principle of swift resolution, that if you can defeat an enemy in a single sequence, that is ideal. But what if you cannot? You would be left vulnerable to counterattack." Master Guan's complexion paled. He indeed struggled to catch his breath, which was his greatest drawback. He possessed commendable martial aptitude, yet his physical condition was a limiting factor. Yisun unreservedly pointed out this flaw, striking at the heart of the matter. This is not something that can be forced. Some individuals, no matter how diligently they train, cannot enhance their physical attributes due to innate limitations. However, there is still hope for you. Your skills are not far from those of Master Wu Tian, and with effort, you can reach that level. Now, you may depart. Master Guan expressed his gratitude for Joker's insights. After he left, he immediately formulated a plan to elevate his strength further. This challenge against Joker was truly worthwhile. Although Master Roshi was unaware of the conversation between Joker and Master Guan, he had watched the entire battle unfold through live streaming. Afterward, he felt a heavy heart, realizing he had been surpassed. This young man, named Joker, possessed martial arts cultivation and expertise that exceeded his own, a most peculiar circumstance. After so many years of training, he had achieved his current state. Yet this Joker had seemingly emerged from nowhere. As Master Guan exited the military's restricted zone, the commander specifically accompanied him for a distance. They were indeed acquainted, having an old friendship. Master Guan lamented, "I believe there's no longer a need to maintain this blockade. If that Joker intends to conquer the world, you cannot stop him. It would be wiser to seize the opportunity while he remains enigmatic and proactively seek to befriend him, to discern his intentions before devising the next course of action." The commander naturally understood the implications behind Master Guan's words. He himself felt a deep internal conflict. As a soldier, certain matters were beyond his control. If he were to voice his opinions now, he might easily be accused of cowardice, which would jeopardize his future and possibly expose him to further ridicule. The only feasible option lay in the upper echelons recognizing the irreparable nature of the situation and deciding that negotiations with Joker were imperative. That night, Yi Sun continued his practice of the cleansing technique, while Yi Xiaodao and her companions had grown accustomed to his cries of anguish, the initial shock having faded into a natural acceptance. However, Yi Xiaodao had refrained from discussing Yi Sun's situation with her mother, believing it was best to keep such matters confidential for the time being. The evening news was dominated by reports of martial arts masters challenging Joker and meeting with defeat, prompting widespread discourse. The existence of a master of Joker's caliber implied that martial artists might truly reach a level capable of confronting the world. Consequently, an interesting phenomenon arose. This month's edition of the World Martial Arts magazine shattered all previous sales records, leaving the editor in a state of panic. Astute as he was, he quickly recognized the surge in interest was due to Joker, and he decisively altered the planned content to feature Joker prominently. The cover showcased Joker's wanted poster, and sure enough, 3 days later, that week's magazine sales skyrocketed, surpassing all others to become the clear champion of the week. The magazine also introduced various renowned and lesser-known martial artists, rekindling societal interest in them. These developments were anticipated by Yi Sun, who now wished to level up as swiftly as possible. Reaching level 20 would resolve many of his challenges on the 7th day of the Joker game. The public had transitioned from initial panic to a state of habituation. When they viewed the images on television, the novelty had waned, yet discussion surrounding Joker never ceased, as his strength and speed left an impression that could not merely be quantified by popularity. Today, a champion from a northern district challenged Joker, only to be swiftly overpowered. Indeed, this champion was no ordinary fighter. He had previously reached the finals of the World Martial Arts Championship, yet he could not even land a blow on Joker. Truly an exaggeration of reality. What was the source of Joker's extraordinary abilities? Many biologists had been conducting lectures over the past few days, discussing aspects of human anatomy and even speculating about DNA evolution that seemed quite miraculous. Perhaps even true. Discussions had proliferated, spanning expert lectures, television segments, and grassroots conversations. The last time such fervor had gripped society was during the World Wars a century ago. Half a month later, martial artists from around the globe began to arrive in increasing numbers, each with varied intentions. Some sought to promote themselves, others came for the spectacle, and many aimed to challenge Joker. Regardless of their motives, they all faced utter defeat. Finally, a particular observation captured the attention of Master Roshi. Joker consistently employed the techniques of his previous opponents, indicating he was continually learning and adapting in real time. This revelation left Master Roshi utterly astounded. He could hardly fathom the existence of such a person. This transcended mere genius. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Should he seek an audience with Joker? Master Roshi wrestled with his thoughts. He yearned to challenge Joker, yet he knew he would likely be defeated. Truth be told, Master Roshi harbored a sense of pride and was reluctant to witness himself bested by another. In fact, were it not for the exceptional prowess of his disciple Sun Wukong, he might have struggled to come to terms with being surpassed. However, Joker's overwhelming strength left even Master Roshi feeling somewhat adrift. Chapter 9. The game concludes, it was all too effortless. This was the sensation coursing through Yi Sun at that moment. The most formidable martial artists arriving from across the world barely matched the 8th tier of warriors and posed no resistance against him, being swiftly dispatched. Had Yi Sun not wished to learn their martial arts to gain experience, he could have easily incapacitated them with sheer energy, without needing to evade their attacks to execute subsequent techniques. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on successfully reaching level 18. Please continue your efforts. Yi-sun quickly accessed his personal data panel, which displayed an attack power of 2412 that although this did not rival Vegeta's initial arrival on Earth, it had surpassed that of King Piccolo during the Saiyans invasion. Currently, there remained opportunities for further increases in attack power. However, he preferred to leave his attribute points untouched for the time being, as they could prove crucial for his survival. These attribute points had the potential to significantly enhance Yi-sun's combat prowess. Present, no one on Earth posed a threat to his life, allowing him to take his time with their usage. The past 20 days have been a momentous chapter in human history, as Joker's sudden emergence captivated the world. Everyone was eager to learn more about him, even the trivialities such as his culinary preferences. Hey, I've told you before, the Central Square is under lockdown. Unauthorized personnel cannot enter. Naturally, the military would not permit civilians into the Central Square, yet as time progressed, discontent grew among the populace, especially among the media, who were particularly incensed. Come on, if you continue this lockdown, you won't capture Joker. It would be better to let us in for interviews. Joker is a terrorist. It's dangerous inside. You cannot enter. This statement irked the reporters, who retorted, I see Joker as anything but a terrorist. He hasn't killed anyone, stolen money, or overthrown the government. Why the undue panic? The soldiers found themselves in an awkward position, having received orders prohibiting anyone from entering the Central Square. Why can martial artists go in, but we cannot? One soldier barked. Martial artists entered a fight. You would only cause chaos. Seriously? You think we're here for a laugh? Thus, the media's integrity was once again brought into question as they began to lambaste the military for inaction, with several individuals voicing support for Joker, but a fierce debate unfolded across various societal strata. As the days dragged on, no one dared challenge Joker anymore. Yi-sun counted and realized he had defeated over 30 martial artists of the 7th tier or higher, accumulating substantial experience points. Enough of this. I'm a bit weary. I'll inform them that I'm taking my leave. With that, Yi-sun ascended slowly, heading directly toward the military's blockade. The soldiers were embroiled in a heated argument with reporters when suddenly someone spotted Joker approaching, igniting an uproar of gasps and flashes of cameras. Hey, the first phase of the Joker game is officially concluded. Starting tomorrow, I won't be around. The next phase will feature more entertaining twists. Farewell. With a burst of speed, he vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a crowd in stunned silence. Soldiers quickly reported the news to their superiors, and upon hearing of Joker's departure, the reporters scrambled to release statements. The grand spectacle of the Joker game had reached a temporary conclusion, leaving an expanse of imagination in its wake. That night, Yi-sun visited Bulma's home, startling her upon his arrival in the living room. I've come to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar. Reluctantly, Bulma handed over the radar and the Dragon Balls, stating, Do you truly believe in the legend of the Dragon Balls? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come here? Bulma jested. The legend of the Dragon Balls is merely a ruse to deceive children. Only a fool would believe it. As Yi-sun stored the radar and the Dragon Balls, he scoffed. Do you think the world-shattering Joker could be fooled by a child's trick? At that moment, Bulma's father emerged, addressing Joker. You come here every few days to nag. How much do you truly care about this gravity chamber? Yi-sun replied calmly. Naturally, I care. This device can make me stronger. However, I wish for you to comprehend that the human body cannot endure such gravity. Every single cell within you could potentially collapse. You speak of ordinary individuals, which does not pertain to me. Dr. Boo, visibly troubled, remarked, I shall reserve the data for now. The gravity chamber currently measures only 20 square meters, capable of reaching a maximum gravity of 100 times. Exceeding this threshold would necessitate overcoming certain technical challenges. Yi-sun accompanied Dr. Boo to the research facility, where he indeed witnessed a sizable prototype gravity chamber. As he explored, glancing left and right, he confirmed its spaciousness. Professor Boo's research capabilities far surpassed the technological prowess of this world. Well, I have always envisioned placing a speaker up there, though the sound quality remains an issue to be addressed. Yi-sun, feeling a wave of exasperation, politely responded, No need, Professor Boo. I have no particular desire for a speaker. Something simple will suffice, perhaps just a bathroom would do. Upon saying this, Professor Bu transformed the gravity chamber into a multifunctional capsule and presented it to Yi-sun, stating, "I still advise against utilizing such equipment for training. The human anatomical structure dictates that this method is unsuitable for enhancing physical strength. The burden is simply too great." Just as Yi-sun was about to express his gratitude for Dr. Bu's goodwill, he suddenly detected an unusual piece of information and inquired, "Does Professor Bu also engage in research on biological genetics?" Dr. Bu lit another cigarette and replied, "Indeed, there's been some research, but the one with the deepest understanding is still Dr. X-Men. He is not a police officer. Rather, he is a doctoral expert in genetics, a zealot devoted to the development of human genes. At IT is said that he once sought to conduct genetic warrior experiments on soldiers, but was impeached by the higher-ups for his anti-human stance. That I have no idea what he is currently up to. I understand now. By the way, Dr. Bu, never mind, we can discuss this another time." Observing Yi-sun's hesitation, Dr. Bu grew curious but refrained from probing further, merely asking, "By the way, consider this gravity chamber my gift to you, as a celebration of her newfound fame. Should you require any peculiar scientific technologies to refine or develop in the future, feel free to approach me. I shall assist you free of charge, though I will need a 10 share of the patents. How does that sound?" "No problem. I will definitely seek your help." After Yi-sun departed, Buma expressed her discontent, saying, "Father, that fellow is a terrorist. Why are you assisting him?" "Well, to put simply, I find him quite remarkable. Dodo. By the way, Buma, if you're searching for a boyfriend, I think he would be a good choice." "Father, what nonsense are you spouting?" Forget I said anything. Ha ha ha." Upon returning to the hotel, Yi-sun did not continue his training as usual. Instead, he informed them that they would set off to search for the Dragon Balls early the next morning. Chapter 10. Searching for the Dragon Balls. In a private jet, Yi-sun occupied the pilot's seat, maneuvering the aircraft. It must be noted that while the Dragon Ball world has numerous technological flaws, its advancements in transportation are indeed exceptional. For instance, this private jet features only 2 pilot seats, with a small storage area resembling a lounge behind them, much like a mobile home. Traveling in such an aircraft alleviates any concerns regarding accommodation. At this moment, Yi Xiaotao sat in the co-pilot seat, holding the Dragon Ball radar and stating the Dragon Ball should be nearby. However, with all these mountains, even if we know the location, finding it may prove difficult. "All right, here we are. We can land the plane now." After the aircraft descended, the group disembarked and transformed it back into a capsule. But as they surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves deep within a dense forest. Where could they possibly locate the Dragon Ball? "Brother, it's right here." Yi-sun stood still, glancing around. The underbrush was thick, the trees abundant, and the terrain rugged. How on earth could they find a Dragon Ball in such chaos? Yet, the Dragon Ball radar pinpointed this location. It was not as precise as the legendary GPS satellite navigation system that accurately identifies IP addresses. "We shall search slowly. I have already found it." The others turned to see Sun Wukong emerging from a bird's nest with a Dragon Ball in hand. Yi-sun broke into a cold sweat, inwardly marveling. Truly, he is the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Amidst such a vast forest and numerous nests, he managed to locate the Dragon Ball with such precision. Impressive indeed. A 5-star ball? Well, splendid. With that, Yi-sun now possessed the 2-star, 4-star, and 5-star balls. The 2-star ball was discovered by Bulma in her own storage, coinciding with the creation of the Dragon Ball radar, while the 4-star ball belonged to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, seated behind, gazed at the Dragon Ball with wonder, exclaiming, "I never imagined Grandpa's balls had another 6. They all look the same." "Fool, look at the stars on top. How can they be the same?" Yi Xiaotao promptly retorted. After examining the ball closely, Sun Wukong exclaimed again, "Indeed, they are not the same. Honestly, you are quite the simpleton. How could you not see something so obvious?" Yi-sun remarked with a bemused smile. "Xiaotao, your relationship with Wukong seems to be flourishing. Who is developing a relationship with him?" Yi Xiaotao's face flushed red, inadvertently spraying Yi-sun with her spittle as she spoke. Yi-sun chuckled. "Do not be shy. I support the idea of you marrying Wukong in the future." Yi Xiaotao assumed Yi-sun was teasing her for amusement, but she could not fathom that his initial intention in bringing her along was to facilitate her early acquaintance with Sun Wukong. This was an investment. Afterward, Yi Sun turned to son Wukong and declared, Wukong, I am making the decision. You shall marry Xiao Tao in the future. What does that sound? Son Wukong, perplexed, had no idea what that meant, while Yi Xiao Tao angrily shouted, How could I possibly like this country bumpkin? Don't even think about it. After delivering that retort, she shot a glare at son Wukong, her emotions flaring, You little rural brat, don't dream about making me your bride. That is utterly impossible. Before Yi Sun could respond, son Wukong, brimming with curiosity, asked, What is a bride? Is it something delicious? You are truly innocent. Upon hearing son Wukong's question, Yi Xiao Tao's anger evaporated in an instant. Realizing how childish she had been, son Wukong was just an oblivious fool, completely oblivious to the world. Over the past month of interaction, Yi Xiao Tao discovered the utter lack of communication between them. He was simply a naive little boy, clueless about everything. She glanced at Dodo, who was sleeping soundly, oblivious to the commotion she had just caused. Truly, he was a silly little bear, irredeemable. Yi Sun, indifferent, remarked Xiao Tao. Wukong is destined to become a high-flying, wealthy man. You might regret it later. Hey, I say, brother, you didn't summon me here just to arrange a marriage, did you? Indeed, you are quite astute. You truly are my sister. Look how much I care for you. Even deciding your future husband for you. Yi Xiao Tao scoffed disdainfully. He is just a wild boy, rough around the edges, with a tail to boot. That I assure you, a city girl like me would never fancy a country bumpkin. TSK, that is quite the bold claim. How many city children could defeat Wukong in a fight? Aside from me. Yi Xiao Tao suddenly found it amusing. Do you truly believe son Wukong can compare to you? Of course. I ask you, Xiao Tao, do you think I, as the Joker, would misjudge someone? Who knows what is going on in that head of yours? Yi Sun found it unnecessary to continue. It was evident that Yi Xiao Tao was proud and haughty, and her disdain for son Wukong was normal. Just the thought of his future brother-in-law and nephew being super Saiyans excited him. In the depths of his heart, Yi Sun cynically lamented. The quest for the Dragon Balls was remarkably swift, encountering little resistance along the way. The most troublesome incident was when one of the balls fell into the sea. Yi Sun held his breath and searched tirelessly beneath the waves, eventually discovering a star ball nestled among the rocks. At this point, Yi Sun and his companions had gathered 4 Dragon Balls, with 3 remaining. However, the subsequent search proved unexpectedly smooth, albeit with a few minor detours. Upon following the Dragon Radar to a small town, they found a 6-star ball in the hands of a rather imposing lady, who insisted that they must assist her with the task. Initially expecting something significant, they were taken aback when the request turned out to be merely to help her move bricks. Astonishingly, everyone present, except for a few, were practically master brick movers. Dodo, reluctantly dragged along by Yi Sun to the construction site, was warned that if he did not complete the task, he would go without dinner, instilling a sense of dread that propelled him to work frantically. Naturally, Yi Sun could not allow son Wukong a moment's respite. The boy was inherently suited for such labor. Encouraged by Yi Sun, son Wukong mistook the endeavor for training and threw himself into the task with fervor. One might wonder if it was truly ethical to deceive child laborers in such a manner. No, this was training, a rigorous trial designed to prepare them for future greatness. After approximately 3 hours, Dodo and son Wukong lay exhausted on the ground, panting like weary hounds. Ultimately, Yi Sun hoisted one under each arm and tossed them into the aircraft, securing another Dragon Ball. Now, with 5 Dragon Balls in hand, only 2 remained. They decided to rest for the night and set out again in the morning, anticipating that they would soon collect all 7. The following day, the group continued toward the location indicated by the Dragon Radar, primarily due to Yi Sun's formidable strength, which rendered their quest remarkably uneventful and smooth. Chapter 11. Master Roshi Brother. We are nearing the next Dragon Ball, Dodo announced. Indeed, it appears so, and we shall meet someone quite remarkable, Yi Sun replied. Who is it? An elderly gentleman. As Yi Sun surveyed their current route, he realized they were in the southern region, close to the sea. That if memory served him correctly, one of the Dragon Balls had been obtained from Master Roshi during son Wukong's first adventure with Bulma. Sure enough, as the aircraft advanced, a small island, familiar to Dragon Ball enthusiasts, came into view. Upon spotting the island, Shiao exclaimed with delight. Brother, that's it. The location indicated on the radar is precisely there. The Dragon Ball must be in that house. Master Roshi was inside, engrossed in a fitness program featuring models, when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. Frowning, he switched off the television and turned to his companion, Turtle, saying, Turtle, prepare yourself. We have guests. Moments later, the sound of an aircraft landing filled the air. Master Roshi stepped outside to greet the formidable visitor. Sun leapt from the plane and cast a glance at Master Roshi. He politely stated, Master Roshi, I hope you don't mind my unannounced visit. Greetings. Master Roshi was taken aback and inquired, Young man, how do you know my name? During my studies at Tianyuan Academy, my instructors frequently mentioned you. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Master Roshi's forehead as he sighed. My instincts tell me you aren't here merely for a visit. State your purpose. I seek a Dragon Ball. One like this. Sun replied, displaying the shimmering orb. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball's likeness, Master Roshi immediately recalled that he indeed possessed a similar one tucked away in a drawer, though he wondered how this young man could possibly know. How did you know I had such a ball? That is secret. I hope Master Roshi can part with this Dragon Ball. In return, I can fulfill one of your conditions. To be frank, Master Roshi was entirely preoccupied, as he was a master of ki and could sense the overwhelming energy emanating from Sun, who had not suppressed his aura. Under such immense pressure, Master Roshi felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him. How can this boy possess such potent energy? This is inconceivable. Sun remained silent, fully aware that Master Roshi was grappling with shock. Turning to Sun Wukong, he said, Wukong, allow me to introduce you to Master Roshi. Sun Wukong eagerly stepped forward, standing obediently and grinning at Master Roshi. The elder immediately took note of the tail and the Rui Jingu Bang slung across Sun Wukong's back, exclaiming, Child, who is Sun Wukong, to Sun Wufan? Oh, does the old man know my grandfather? Master Roshi's eyes lit up with surprise. I heard that Sun Wufan once found a child with a tail in the mountains, and he took the Rui Jingu Bang from me. It must be you. What is your name? Sun Wukong. That confirms it. You are indeed the grandson of Sun Wufan. Sun listened quietly, intrigued that Master Roshi had recognized Sun Wukong immediately, unlike during their first encounter. Had the original narrative truly shifted? Wukong, would you like me to present you with your grandfather's Nimbus Cloud? Sun Wukong laughed heartily and called out to the sky, Nimbus Cloud. In an instant, a cloud resembling cotton candy swooped down, and Sun Wukong leapt onto it, sitting securely atop. Master Roshi was astounded to see the child seated on the Nimbus Cloud, remarking, This child is pure of heart. He is no ordinary being. However, returning to the matter at hand, Master Roshi addressed Sun, saying, Young man, what do you intend to do with this Dragon Ball? I wish to summon Shenron and make a wish to resurrect my parents, who were slain by Tao Pai Pai. Master Roshi's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Shenron? A wish? Resurrection? What is the meaning of this? Sun briefly elaborated on the legend of the Dragon Balls, prompting Master Roshi to recall having read about it in ancient texts. Yet he remained skeptical, stating, To think that Tao Pai Pai is the one who killed your parents. That is a troublesome individual. Even I cannot guarantee victory over him. To be frank, if your parents are indeed resurrected, it is likely that Tao Pai Pai would return to eliminate them once more. Sun grinned. I'm not afraid of him. In fact, I could eliminate him in an instant, just as I rendered the military powerless in West City. At this revelation, Master Roshi gasped in astonishment, stammering, You are Joker? Why not? Master Roshi, do you think I possess such abilities otherwise? Master Roshi could hardly believe it. The very figure he so dreaded, Joker, stood before him without any pretense of disguise. It was utterly surreal. Noticing Master Roshi's reaction, Sun cleared his throat and explained, Master Roshi, I will eventually clarify why I am so powerful, but for now, I have many tasks ahead of me. I hope you can grant me the Dragon Ball. I assure you I will repay you in the future. As for my identity, I kindly ask you to keep it confidential. Thank you. Master Roshi, drenched in sweat, could only nod in acquiescence, realizing he had no choice but to comply, as the disparity in their strengths was painfully evident. Very well, please wait a moment while I retrieve the Dragon Ball. Approximately 3 minutes later, Master Roshi returned with the Dragon Ball and handed it to Yi Sun, saying, "I have a feeling our destinies are intertwined beyond this moment. Indeed, I share that sentiment. I am certain we shall meet again, and not too distant in the future. Furthermore, I hope Master Roshi will continue his training. Although this is the era of the young, most of them are rather ineffectual. Should any crisis arise in this world, it will still require someone of your caliber to address it." Master Roshi sighed, feeling that he had already retired from such worldly affairs. The emergence of Joker had certainly caught him off guard. "Master Roshi, until we meet again." Gazing at Yi Sun as he departed, Master Roshi stood silently by the seashore, feeling as though the world had transformed into something unrecognizable. For reasons unknown, a sense of crisis enveloped him. It seemed the young man's words were not mere fabrications. Should he perhaps impose stricter demands upon himself and his cultivation? Meanwhile, Xiao, seated aboard an aircraft, asked in bewilderment, "Brother, is that old man truly formidable? You mean to say you don't even know Master Wu Tian? Is he really that powerful?" "Without a doubt," Yi Sun replied. "Aside from myself, he is the strongest in this world. Once you officially enter Tianyuan Academy, your teacher will frequently mention Master Wu Tian, and then you will comprehend just how formidable that old man is." Chapter 12. The location of the 7 Dragon Ball. We're still missing the 7-star ball. Once we find it, we can summon the Eternal Dragon. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to it. However, as Xiao continued speaking, her expression shifted dramatically. Her brows furrowed as she voiced her confusion. Yi Sun inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's strange. Is the Dragon Ball radar malfunctioning? Why isn't there any response from the Dragon Balls?" Yi Sun paused, suddenly recalling from his comic memories that it was most likely being blocked. He remembered how Sun Wukong first sought the fortune-telling granny because he couldn't locate the Dragon Balls, and she informed him that they were concealed in a box that could shield the Dragon Balls' emitted signals. Could it be that someone has blocked the signal of the Dragon Balls? Yi Sun exclaimed in frustration, "Xiao, let's take a respite in the nearest water city. I need to pay a visit to the fortune-telling granny. I suspect someone is obstructing the Dragon Ball signals. Is it truly possible that the Dragon Balls can be blocked?" Yi Sun shook his head helplessly. He couldn't very well reveal that he had seen the script. Soon, they arrived at a water city reminiscent of Venice. Following the usual procedure, Yi Sun confidently checked into a youth chain hotel. Using his VIP privileges, he instructed Xiao to enjoy the sights of Water City with Wukong and Dodo while he sought information from the fortune-telling granny regarding the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. A foreboding sensation lingered in Yi Sun's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that the last Dragon Ball would prove to be anything but simple. Perhaps it was merely his paranoia. Or perhaps his intrusion had inadvertently introduced unforeseen forces and mysterious masters into the Dragon Ball world, emerging in ways he could not anticipate. He fervently hoped his instincts were misguided. Utilizing the sky dance technique, he propelled himself with remarkable speed towards the fortune-telling granny's location. Thanks to his enhanced abilities, he arrived at the desert palace in a fraction of the time it usually took. Upon seeing Yi Sun, the small customer service creature immediately broke into a sweat and asked, "Ah, so it's you, young sir. Are you here for fortune-telling?" "No, I'm here to seek the fortune-telling granny as assistance." "Do I still need to defeat 5 masters?" he urged. "Let us hurry. I'm in a rush." The small creature quickly wiped the sweat from its brow, internally cursing, "Oh no, the last time those 5 masters were utterly defeated. The granny was in a foul mood for 3 days straight. Who would dare challenge you now? Don't be ridiculous. No one on this planet would dare to fight you. Follow me. The granny has just woken up from her nap." Yi Sun blinked innocently and followed the small creature into the palace, reflecting on whether he truly was being unreasonable. "Forget it. I'll avoid fighting on Earth whenever possible. Why control over my power isn't yet precise enough?" A careless mistake could prove fatal. Lost in these thoughts, he found himself before the fortune-telling granny, who upon seeing Yi Sun, immediately groaned, "Not you again. Please don't start another fight. At this rate, all my masters will retire." "You here to inquire about the Dragon Balls, aren't you?" Yi Sun flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly whites, and earnestly replied, "Nothing escapes your notice. Granted, I humbly ask you to expend a bit of your effort to help me locate the last Dragon Ball." The fortune-telling granny sighed, speaking with gravity. Only someone like you could enjoy the benefits of the Dragon Balls. If it were an ordinary person with a slightly weaker fate, a single wish would cost them the fortune of 3 generations. Very well, since you truly have a connection with the Dragon Balls, I will assist you. If I'm not mistaken, you still require the 7-star ball. Yes, yes. Yi-sun nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The fortune-telling granny moved her hands around the crystal ball, muttering indistinct incantations. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the crystal ball, startling both of them. This is impossible. How could the Dragon Balls on Earth cause my crystal ball to break? Is it forbidden for me to peer into the location of this Dragon Ball? Yi-sun, taken aback by her words, asked urgently, Granny, where exactly is this Dragon Ball? It couldn't possibly be on Earth. Otherwise, even the most sophisticated instruments wouldn't be able to deny my crystal ball as probing. The only explanation would be that the Dragon Ball has been removed from our realm, which poses a significant problem. Yi-sun's heart sank. The Dragon Ball had been taken from Earth? Wait a moment. I'll exchange for another crystal ball and find out. However, this time you cannot observe. I need to concentrate fully on the divination. Please wait outside. Yi-sun hastily exited, standing beside the pool with an anxious expression. He had initially assumed the search for the Dragon Balls would be straightforward, only to find that the final one was indeed problematic. Approximately 5 minutes later, the fortune-telling granny called from within. Come in. Yi-sun rushed back inside, finding the granny panting, her face pale as if she had exerted tremendous effort. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire, she raised a hand to signal him to pause. Let me ask you something. If the location of this Dragon Ball is a place where death could occur at any moment, would you still go? Of course. Ah, I can see your resolve. However, I must warn you that even as a joker, you are merely temporarily invincible among Earthlings. This does not signify much that a general among dwarfs remains a dwarf. Do you understand my meaning? Granny, please be direct. I can face any challenges that arise. Yi-sun was not surprised. His status as a joker could hardly be concealed from the fortune-telling granny. With a sigh, she explained, this time, the 7-star ball may be located in a rather peculiar place. Allow me to elaborate. Do you comprehend the concept of parallel dimensions? Yes. Is it possible that this Dragon Ball has been transported to another parallel dimension? Not quite. Rather, it has been taken to a game that allows free traversal between parallel dimensions. Yi-sun felt a chill run down his spine. For reasons he could not articulate, the mention of a game filled him with unease. Akin to a student caught cheating on an exam. I don't understand what you mean. The fortune-telling granny patiently clarified. Be calm. The game is called the Killing Game. It is rumored to have been created by demonic spirits from the demon realm. A bizarre game that allows free movement across different temporal and spatial dimensions. This game seeks individuals with various identities from different times and places, compelling them to complete strange and perilous adventures on various stages, thereby providing pleasure to the demons. Of course, the demon's pleasure is built upon slaughter and bloodshed, as the name suggests. Killing Game. I wonder if you possess the courage to participate. Yi-sun was bewildered. Why would the Dragon Ball be entangled in such a killing game? I cannot ascertain the reason. I'm unable to glimpse into the killing game itself. However, I do know how to enter it. I will provide you with the method, and you can assess it for yourself. And one more thing. If you truly wish to enter, it would be prudent to bring the Dragon Ball radar, as it will enable you to pinpoint the Dragon Ball's location within. Yi-sun's expression turned grave as he inquired. May I ask, Granny, considering my current strength allows me to defeat Master Roshi with a mere finger, what are my chances of survival in the game? Approximately only 30%. Very well, I would like to ask one more thing, Granny. Could you direct me towards Karen Tower? Exit through the main door and head straight northeast without turning. Given your speed, you should be able to see Karen Tower quickly. Chapter 13. The Persuasion of Karen the Sage. Remember, the elements of the killing game will far exceed your imagination. Will not naively apply earthly common sense to judge the circumstances there. It may cost you your life. This was the solemn warning given by the fortune-telling old woman as Yi-sun departed. He understood that this elderly lady would not express concern without reason. Her worry indicated a genuine danger that could not be taken lightly. I've arrived. From a distance, Yi-sun spotted a towering pillar that pierced the heavens, remarkably conspicuous. This was none other than the famed Karen Tower from Dragon Ball. the very place where Sun Wukong first underwent a transformation in his battle prowess, marking a significant early milestone in the Dragon Ball saga. Of course, given Yisun's strength, there was no need to climb. He could simply fly. He ascended straight upwards, reaching the pinnacle of Karin Tower in less than 2 minutes. Gazing at the familiar scenery, Yisun couldn't help but reflect on how he had come to this place at such a time. A testament to the unpredictability of plans. Upon landing, he confidently approached the steps and called out, "Is Karin the sage here?" Indeed, a sharp voice responded immediately, filled with surprise and disbelief. "Someone has arrived?" A stout cat with a cane appeared before him. This was none other than Karin the sage. "Greetings, Karin the sage. I have come to request something from you." Karin remained silent for a moment before replying. "You impertinent youth, asking for something without even introducing yourself. Wait a moment." With that, he approached a water tank, focusing intently on the surface. Why Yisun felt a bit awkward. He had been too hasty and realized he should have displayed some courtesy. After a brief pause, Karin turned back and said, "Incredible. The intense energy I sensed was indeed you, Joker. Wow. You spiritual beings are truly remarkable. I genuinely question whether you have truly mastered celestial arts. How can you know everything at once?" Karin licked his paw, puffing up with pride. "Naturally, I am a sage. No matter how powerful you mortals are, you remain mere mortals before a sage. The knowledge I possess, the insights I gain, and the lessons I learn are beyond your comprehension." Yisun had already placed the pursuit of a sage's abilities on his agenda, but, at present, had no time to engage in such matters. The discussions surrounding gods and demons in Dragon Ball were extensive, with one prevalent inquiry being why formidable beings like Cell could be easily dispatched to hell by King Enma. The answer was straightforward. King Enma is a deity endowed with the laws of reincarnation and possesses the authority to judge the merits and demerits of souls. As for why Majin Buu was capable of defeating the Kais, a significant factor was that Majin Buu, created by the wizard Bibidai's father, was not an ordinary being, but a creature infused with divine magical principles, enabling him to triumph over deities. For reference, consider King Piccolo, who had achieved a late-stage Super Saiyan level. Despite his strength being on par with the Kais, he trembled and could not even make a move in the tournament against them. Many initially misunderstood this, thinking King Piccolo was simply frightened. Even numerous Western Dragon Ball fans misinterpreted his statement about the vast dimensional gap as an admission of inferiority. However, those familiar with various Chinese web novels about cultivation and deities would understand that he was merely being suppressed by the Kai's overwhelming power, as even their attendants had noted his previous status as Earth's deity, which allowed him to instinctively sense his identity. This illustrates a point that Akira Toriyama sought to convey. The suppression among deities operates on a fundamentally crude and straightforward level. Returning to the present, Karin the sage inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "Sins of beans." "Huh. How did you know I possess sins of beans?" Yisun awkwardly fabricated a response. "The fortune-telling old woman suggested that I request sins of beans from you, as the place I am about to venture is exceedingly perilous. Therefore, in moments of dire conflict, I will require these beans to restore my vitality." Karin fell silent, unable to ascertain the truth of Yisun's words. For the fortune-teller was an enigmatic figure. Yet, as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and Karin, being a sage cat, could not quell his curiosity. He had to inquire further, recognizing that without clear explanations, he might not obtain the beans. Yisun earnestly detailed his reasons. Karin listened intently, his expression grave, even breaking into a cold sweat. He quickly cautioned, "Young man, regardless of how powerful you are as Joker, it is best not to venture into such places. Otherwise, you will surely attract the attention of malevolent beings and invite trouble. That is unacceptable. I must find the Dragon Balls. I fear no killing game." Karin's tone grew somber as he continued to advise. "You are courting disaster. Is living not preferable? I must resurrect my parents. Even at the cost of my own life, I hope the divine can bless me in retrieving the Dragon Balls of our world." Seeing that his warnings had fallen on deaf ears, Karin turned away. Approaching a basket, from which he retrieved a small cloth bag, he filled it with a handful of sins of beans, and, after tying it shut, walked over to Yisun, sighing, "In that case, I shall not hinder you." There are 23 sins of beans within. If even this number cannot sustain your life, then no amount of sins of beans will be of any use. I hope you understand why Isun gratefully accepted the beans, expressing his sincere thanks. Karen, albeit reluctantly, replied, I wish you a safe return. Ding dong, a notification chimed. You have received a blessing from Karen the Sage. Your luck has permanently increased by 2. Just as Isun was about to depart, Karen suddenly called out to him, a knowing smile on his face. The divine has heard your prayers. You shall be blessed. All right, I'm off. With that, Isun transformed into a gust of wind and vanished into the sky. Karen gazed into the distance where Isun had disappeared, muttering to himself, how strange. I cannot discern the origins of this youth. Could he be someone with an unusual fate? Isun, however, was unconcerned with Karen's musings. He needed to rush back to the Water City to relay some matters to the 3 little ones. Especially Dodo. Regardless of how daunting the killing game might be, Isun was resolute. This was a place he was destined to visit, and the quest for the Dragon Balls was a central narrative. An unavoidable chapter in the overarching storyline. One must ponder this. If Isun did not retrieve the Dragon Balls, then even if Bulma and son Wukong joyfully embarked on their quest, their journey would falter due to the absence of the 7th Dragon Ball in the mortal realm. It is not that I wish to go. Rather, it is an obligation, Isun lamented internally. Who in their right mind would want to seek out such troublesome places? He felt utterly despondent. Chapter 14. The final preparations. That is the situation. After Isun concluded his statement, Dodo immediately waved his paws. Determination etched on his face. Dodo wants to go too. Dodo is not afraid. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. I want to go as well. Since that place is dangerous, I cannot allow Mr. Sun to face the risks alone. Only Xiao remained silent, contemplating for a moment before seemingly reaching a resolution. She resolutely declared, Then I shall go too. I wish to hone my skills, and I believe that as long as my brother is with me, my life will be safe. Isun did not dissuade them. He merely smiled and said, I have a valuable gift for you. He produced the sins of beans, distributing 1 to each of them, and explained their function, as long as they did not suffer fatal injuries. Consuming a sins of bean would restore them to their original state. He continued, I have assigned each of you a task. Let us see if you can accomplish it. Brother, please tell us. I can definitely do it. Me too. Isun first addressed Xiao. I will teach you the way of heaven. From now on, you should aim to be among the top 8 in next year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing the news, Xiao was overwhelmed with joy. She had long desired to learn the way of heaven. Yet the thought of Isun's agonizing cries filled her with trepidation. However, if strength could be attained, such suffering was an inevitable rite of passage. Dodo, I want you and Wukong to journey to Karen Tower and receive guidance from Master Karen. Remember, you must ascend without employing the flying technique or the Nimbus Cloud. Otherwise, Master Karen will not teach you. Liu felt disheartened, as this meant he would be separated from Isun. His heart was heavy with reluctance and unease. After all, he was but a child, and the thought of parting from his most trusted companion was daunting. Wukong, ever curious, inquired, Are there delicious treats at Master Karen's? I am unsure, but being a master, he surely would not neglect you, came the reply. Wukong nodded optimistically. All right, I shall head there now. Dodo stood there, pouting and silent. When Isun gathered him into an embrace and tousled his hair, saying, Heed my words. Do not become complacent. When I return, you will be able to summon the dragon, and once my parents are revived, I shall ensure you attend school, fulfilling your grandfather's wishes. Very well, Dodo acquiesced. After releasing Dodo, Isun turned to Wukong with earnest gravity. Wukong, your potential is boundless. Do not squander your martial talents. Should the world face a crisis in the future, it will require your intervention. Wukong, somewhat puzzled by Isun's words, was reminded, Do you recall Master Wuqian? Ah, the kind old gentleman. Of course, I remember him. He is your grandfather's master. If you seek him out as a disciple, he'll be more than willing to teach you. Wukong, intrigued, asked, Can Mr. Sun teach me as well? Certainly. However, I believe I am not capable of doing so. Trust my guidance. Pursue training under Master Karen first, and then learn Qigong from Master Wuqian. When your grandfather is revived, he will be astonished at your newfound strength, and you will be able to protect him. Indeed, Wukong's vulnerable spot had been deftly struck by Yi Sun's words, and he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. I understand. As for Showdown, Yi Sun instructed, you shall wait for me in the Water City. Do not wander elsewhere. The Yi family does not require your concern at this time. And with 20 days until your school begins, you have ample opportunity to enhance your cultivation. Curiously, Yi Sun felt the least worry for this suddenly appeared sister. It seemed as if they were destined kin. Their bond, unspoken yet apparent. Yi Showdown understood Yi Sun's thoughts implicitly. Thus she readily agreed to his request. Yi Sun continued. According to the divination of the old woman, the next killing game will commence in 5 days. I will devote this time entirely to my training, while you may enjoy yourselves, as my ghostly howls may be rather unpleasant. The trio stood upright and nodded earnestly. Dodo suddenly looked up and resolutely declared, Dodo has made up his mind. I will go to Karen Tower now. Yi Sun Gij, you must return quickly. Dodo wants ice cream. 10 minutes later, Dodo, with his little backpack and floral hat, waved goodbye to Yi Sun at the hotel entrance before resolutely dashing away. Seeing this, Wukong hurriedly followed, wondering why Dodo was running off without waiting for him. Only Yi Sun understood that Dodo would likely burst into tears the moment he ran off. He knew the child's temperament all too well. Nevertheless, Yi Sun felt a pang of softness in his heart. It could be said that this sensitivity stemmed from the fusion of two distinct souls within him, blending the emotions of his youthful self with those of his more mature self. Thus, it was Dodo who remained his closest confidant, akin to a younger brother. Once Wukong caught up with Dodo, he found him weeping as he ran. Dodo's tears touched Wukong's heart, reminding him of his own sorrow when his grandfather passed away. It seems Mr. Sun's destination is truly perilous. I hope he returns safely. Just then, a chime echoed in Yi Sun's mind. Ding! Received Wukong's blessing. Luck value permanently increased by 10. Wait, the protagonist receives such favorable treatment? Yi Sun quickly regained his composure, realizing that this increase in luck might just save his life. After all, luck was a gameplay element that had never been established before. Its sudden appearance hinted at its extraordinary nature. After spending a day assisting Yi Showdown in commencing her training in the first layer of the Cleansing Sutra, Yi Sun was finally ready for his final push, given Yi Showdown's current aptitude. Mastering even this initial layer of the Cleansing Sutra would likely take years. With Dodo and Wukong together, they would probably encounter minimal danger, as Dodo's strength now surpassed even Wukong's. The two children would likely manage well together. Seated upon a nimbus cloud, they soared towards Karen Tower. Yi Sun had instructed them to climb, but had not stipulated they must walk. Subsequently, Yi Showdown inquired, Brother, why can't I accompany them to that Karen Tower? Rest assured, you would find it unbearable. Truth be told, without the flying technique or nimbus cloud, should you fall, it would be dire. Do you look down on me? Indeed, I do. Without his current strength, it would take him 3 days to climb Karen Tower. Do you think I would provide them with senzu beans otherwise? Their stamina would not sustain them for 3 days. 3 days. I shall focus on cultivating the way of heaven. At least if I falter, I can make do with a bath. Thus, over the subsequent days, Yi Sun exerted every effort to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield and the Cleansing Sutra, pushing his combat power to its utmost limit. Chapter 15. Urban Legends. After nearly 5 days of relentless training, Yi Sun's Golden Bell Shield reached a completion rate of 97, and the second layer of the Cleansing Sutra had advanced to 51. This remarkable progress was aided by his deliberate allocation of attribute points to his foundational data. With only a few hours remaining until the killing game commenced in Steel City, he had to halt his training here. Leaving the rest to fate. Yi Sun reviewed his data panel, which clearly displayed LV-18 and a combat power of 4637. Wow, my power surged so rapidly. It appears that Earthlings truly possess a certain deficiency in capability. Rapid early game leveling naturally indicated that such data was merely preliminary and not particularly remarkable, that he currently possessed 26 attribute points, but had yet to decide how to allocate them. He hoped to apply them either when his Golden Bell Shield broke through to LV3 or when he reached LV20. In fact, should he encounter situations in the killing game that he could not resolve, these attribute points would be his last resort. Steel City. located near the North City, should not be too far. Yisun hastened his pace, racing towards Steel City as marked on the map. Now it was 10 p.m., and the time for the killing game to begin, as foretold by the old woman, was drawing near. As the clock ticked on, even Yisun felt a twinge of anxiety. What good was his formidable combat power? This was both his greatest asset and his most significant flaw. Having read the script, he was acutely aware of its intricacies. Yet the greatest peril lay in the unforeseen consequences that could arise should any issues occur, as he lacked an emergency plan. This killing game was unprecedented within the realm of Dragon Ball. Theories of parallel universes had emerged within the Android saga, yet Yisun faced situations never before mentioned in the Dragon Ball manga. He dared not guarantee that his combat power, which fell short of 5,000, would suffice in this game. What would he do if confronted by a force akin to the Ginyu Force? The City of Steel is also known by another name, the City of Oblivion. When this nation embarked on its rapid development, exploration teams unearthed high-quality ore veins in this region, and the urgent need for heavy industry led the country to designate this area for such purposes. Proximity to the northern capital allowed for swift mobilization of manpower and resources, and over time, it blossomed into a city reminiscent of Beijing and Tianjin, albeit not entirely identical. The esteemed reputation of the City of Steel is naturally tied to the advancement of heavy industry. However, circumstances took a turn for the worse. Due to the inexperience of construction teams and the inadequacies of heavy industry, numerous accidents occurred, resulting in dire consequences. The most troubling aspect was the flawed techniques in mineral exploration and excavation, which led to the wastage of many ore deposits. Once an ore deposit is rendered useless, an entire mine becomes defunct. Not only were resources squandered, but commercial investments also faced obliteration, prompting developers to gradually withdraw. The government found itself unable to consolidate the situation, and as decades passed, this city descended into desolation, plagued by deteriorating public safety. For various reasons, the northern capital intensified its isolation from the City of Steel, unwilling to intertwine the fates of the two cities. Thus, the City of Steel gradually transformed into the City of Oblivion, where only those clinging to nostalgia remained, alongside an air of decay and stagnation. As Yisun strolled through the streets of the City of Steel, his gaze fell upon the inebriated youths and the chaotic graffiti adorning shop walls, his expression one of disdain. These sights reeked of decay. The young men hurled profanities at Yisun as he walked by, indifferent to any past grievances, merely seeking an outlet for their frustrations, while Yisun chose not to engage with them, akin to a billionaire ignoring a $10 bill on the ground. Merely a waste of time. Upon reaching the subway station, he pulled out the address given by the fortune-telling old woman and examined it closely. It read Nanfeng Station. Glancing up at the sign, he confirmed that this was indeed Nanfeng Station, which meant he need only wait for the midnight train bound for the deadly game. However, upon entering the subway station, Yisun clearly noted that the last train was scheduled for 11 p.m. As Nanfeng Station sits precisely between the starting and ending points, it was evident that no trains would pass through at midnight. Consequently, after midnight, subway staff typically did not prevent homeless individuals from entering the station to sleep. As there was little of value to steal, and with public restrooms available, there was no concern over public urination. Nevertheless, early the following morning, staff would inevitably usher the homeless out to maintain the station's appearance. Before 11 p.m., the final train's arrival at Nanfeng Station signaled the end of that night's service. Half of the station's lights flickered out, and after a thorough inspection, the staff departed quickly, their haste not only due to the completion of their duties, but also influenced by urban legends of supernatural occurrences that are said to be quite ominous. It was rumored that after midnight, some could hear the sound of trains passing through. Yet no one had ever confirmed the existence of such trains. One tale suggested that the midnight subway would transport individuals to the realm of the dead, never to return. Of course, for many who championed rationality, this was mere nonsense, and few would seriously await the midnight train to test the validity of such urban legends. In the past, enthusiasts of the supernatural had investigated these claims, but found nothing, leading them to dismiss the tales as mere fabrications of bored individuals. Such terrifying urban legends are common in nearly every city, and numerous horror films have depicted various types of urban terror. Ultimately, most people paid little heed. Holding a can of soda, Yi-sun sat calmly on a bench in the subway station, watching as time slowly ticked away, gradually finding peace within himself. Notably, a scruffy, bearded homeless man had been seated next to the vending machine. Showing no signs of leaving as the time approached, Yi-sun turned to the homeless man and called out loudly, "You should leave. The train to hell is coming soon, and if you miss it, you might not get another chance." The homeless man glanced up at Yi-sun and replied, "If you know a train to hell is coming tonight, why don't you leave? I'm going to take a trip to hell. I have matters to attend to." The homeless man fell silent, seemingly pondering something perplexing, before asking, "Is the Dragon Ball that important to you?" Yi-sun was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as various thoughts raced through his mind. He quickly concluded that this homeless man must have transformed from celestial being, here to thwart his plans. For the sake of resurrecting my parents, I must traverse through any trials, no matter how perilous. Indeed, it seemed that his intuition had not betrayed him. The man appeared to sense his presence and was aware of his origins, as if he had knowledge of his connection to the Dragon Ball. But let us set that aside for now. Young man, you still have a chance to leave. After all, you are powerful enough not to squander your life here, that if you truly wish to dissuade me, why not attempt to stop me? The homeless man shook his head. "If I could stop you, you wouldn't even be able to enter the subway station, that if you truly wish to go in. I won't hinder you, that in fact, I believe that the Dragon Ball losing its purpose and distancing itself from the mortal realm is something to celebrate." That why Yi-sun smirked. "I understand your point, but regrettably, I cannot give up. Moreover, leaving the Dragon Ball in the mortal realm may bring good fortune to this world." This exchange held deeper implications, but the celestial being, unable to foresee the future, ceased his attempts at persuasion and quietly sat, awaiting the train's arrival. "That be by the way, I have no idea if I will return. Our meeting is serendipitous. Could you bless me?" The homeless man paused, then smiled wryly. "Very well. I hope you can turn misfortune into fortune. Have a safe journey and return safely." Little dragon prompts. Receive the blessing of the earthly celestial being. Permanently increases luck by 5. That I knew it. You are indeed a celestial being. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you change your guise? I've read the script. Yi-sun silently scoffed to himself. Chapter 16. The murderous train. Yi-sun's ears clearly caught the sound of the subway arriving, confirming that the train for the deadly game was indeed approaching. And the fortune teller's predictions had never been wrong. Moments later, a subway train glided into the station, its flickering lights casting an eerie glow, and Yi-sun noted that there were no passengers on board, nor any announcements over the intercom. The clock ticked closer to 11:55 p.m. The subway doors suddenly swung open. This scene struck Yi-sun as intriguing, for the lights inside the train remained off, indicating that the station had not provided any power to this train. Yet, it was clearly prepared to welcome passengers and embark an ordinary person. This scenario might have been terrifying. The celestial being said nothing, merely observing as Yi-sun stood up, grabbed his bag, and entered the train, which seemed to be waiting for any other potential passengers, displaying a rather orderly demeanor. Little dragon prompts. Initiating a level side quest. Otherworldly murder game. Completing quest progress will yield corresponding rewards, and upon full completion, a special reward will be granted. Good luck. What? An A-level quest? What does that mean? Yi-sun thought in shock. In the original design, the classic boss battles involving the resurrection of Piccolo and the arrival of the Saiyans were classified as A-level difficulty, as these battles in the Dragon Ball manga came at a heavy cost. Although Yi-sun maintained a stoic exterior, his mind was tumultuous. If a Saiyan of Nappa's caliber appeared in the murder game, he would not be concerned. However, if it were Vegeta, he would choose to flee. Yi-sun lacked the techniques of the Kaioken and could not instantly multiply his fighting power. Calming himself, he quickly surveyed the dark, empty subway train, its eerie atmosphere sending chills down his spine. "Young man, I hope your choices won't lead to your demise," the celestial being silently mused. Indeed, just 5 minutes later, as the clock struck midnight, the subway doors closed. Why Yi-sun heightened his vigilance, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. As the subway doors closed, the train promptly set in motion, gently accelerating forward. Although he had undergone significant changes, Yi-sun was confident that unless he encountered an extraordinarily formidable opponent, he could easily extricate himself from danger. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be careless. The subway began to increase its speed, becoming progressively faster, a velocity inconceivable for a typical train. Yi-sun, familiar with subway travel, could not ascertain the exact speed, but recognized that such rapid acceleration, which made it difficult for passengers to maintain their balance, could only mean one thing. This train was not only accelerating, but its rate of acceleration was also continuously increasing. Suddenly, the train began to decelerate, and shortly thereafter, all the lights within the carriage illuminated. To his astonishment, Yi-sun found himself standing up involuntarily as he realized that the train was now filled with people. When had this occurred? There was no way so many individuals could have boarded without him noticing. Hastily, he scrutinized the other passengers, noting their expressions of surprise as they rose in confusion to survey their surroundings, soon erupting into a cacophony of panic. Oh, that was it. No wonder it was dubbed an urban horror legend. These individuals must have been inexplicably pulled aboard. With a cold gaze, Yi-sun began to assess those in the carriage, recognizing that they could not have boarded from the same location as him. The only plausible explanation was that they had entered a different dimension, transported from various places or worlds. What the hell? Wasn't I on a bus? How did I end up here in the subway, after a brief nap? What in the world is happening? I had just finished work and was on my way home. How could I possibly be here? An atmosphere of dread began to pervade as those bewildered individuals, caught in this bizarre situation, started to panic. They were at a loss for what to do, with some heading toward the front of the train in hopes of finding staff. Yet it was futile. The moment they boarded this subway, they had bid farewell to their normal lives. Ding dong. Welcome aboard the murder game train. This train will make 9 stops. At each stop, you must disembark within 3 minutes and proceed to the next station, boarding a new train to reach your next destination. The next stop, Street of Death, is 3 minutes away. We wish you a pleasant journey. The sweet voice on the loudspeaker left everyone dumbfounded, utterly perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. Yi-sun stroked his chin, sensing that this murder game was likely not merely a combat arena. It could involve intricate puzzles or traps that he resolved to remain cautious as the bewildered group struggled to comprehend their predicament. The subway began to slow down. Without hesitation, Yi-sun stood and made his way to the door. With a ding, the doors opened, and he stepped out, not bothering to look back, observing Yi-sun lead the way. The others followed him out, all visibly shaken, desperate to escape the eerie subway. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the familiar sight of an ordinary subway station. What the hell? Is someone playing a practical joke? No matter, I just want to go home. Watching the throng of people rush towards the station's escalators and stairs, Yi-sun remained silent, unwilling to offer any warnings that as someone entrenched in an A-level scenario. He lacked the inclination to alert others. After all, life and death were fated, and if they couldn't even process the extraordinary situation unfolding around them, then perhaps they deserved their fate. However, a game could not possibly lack any hints. Since the game had begun, there must be various clues. The announcer had mentioned the destination, yet failed to explain how to get there or the precise address of the Street of Death. Most crucially, what about the time constraint? Instinctively, he glanced at the electronic timer in the subway station, which displayed 10:00 p.m. He then rushed to check the subway route map, where he found only one red line indicating the route from the starting station to the destination. The starting point being Nanfeng Station and the endpoint being Street of Death Station. Presumably, the train would depart precisely at midnight, meaning he had to reach the Street of Death Station before 12 a.m. to board the next train. He quickly noted some specifically marked points along the route, which could serve as landmarks to guide him towards the destination. After confirming that no further hints were available, Yi-sun slung his bag over his shoulder and exited the station. However, he was taken aback by the sight before him. An utterly mundane cityscape, devoid of any anomalies, with intoxicated revelers stumbling about the streets. This scene could easily mislead anyone, especially those who had just experienced panic, into mistakenly believing they had returned to their original world. Observing the dispersing crowd, he could only shake his head, feeling powerless. If completing the scenario provided experience points, then could he not immediately gain experience from the same level? Chapter 17. Urban Hunt, the Street of Death. Was it the route leading to the Street of Death subway station that had been marked? Yi Sun's mind raced, contemplating whether this city was a normal one. Though it certainly wasn't T from his world, as the presence of Dodo and the others was completely absent. He could only imagine that those who failed to reach the subway station by midnight would surely meet their demise. He took a deep breath and set off, hailing a taxi. The driver inquired, "Where to, young man?" "To the Street of Death subway station." The driver turned, puzzled, and asked, "What? I've been driving for over 10 years and have never heard of such a place." "Are you sure you've got the name right?" "There's no subway station by that name." Yi Sun was momentarily speechless. Realizing that reaching his destination wouldn't be so straightforward, he replied, "Then please take me to the Meteor International Tavern at T." Oh, his dismay. The driver claimed not to know that place either. Yi Sun began to inquire at various locations marked as being near the Street of Death. But the driver continuously shook his head, seemingly eager to rid himself of Yi Sun. Feeling frustrated, Yi Sun began to grasp the malevolent humor of this game, likely designed to plunge participants into a state of chaotic despair. He had already scanned the subway map into the system, so although the journey would be longer, it was not insurmountable. He had merely wished to test what the Street of Death subway station represented in this city, only to discover that it likely belonged to the realm of urban legends. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing through the city at a speed beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. He needed to ascertain the purpose of the 2-hour time limit imposed on the participants. Was it merely to allow them to discern the correct path? Oddly, the subway station was not far. Even with wasted time, it would take no more than 10 minutes to return and review the route. Why 2 hours? Was this truly a hunting game? Suddenly, a sense of alertness washed over him. He felt someone approaching. It was an instinct born from experience, a heightened awareness that even amidst a throng, one could sense if someone was drawing near with intent. Turning, he found a seemingly ordinary woman behind him. "Hello, I just came out of the subway too. Can I walk with you?" Yi Sun frowned in curiosity. "How did you know I just got off the subway?" "You're so handsome. I remembered you well." "Is that so? All right then. Let us walk together." In the instant Yi Sun turned, the woman's face twisted into a grotesque grin, her features contorting like a puppet as her mouth widened to reveal a gun barrel emerging from within. The scene was utterly bizarre. Yet at that moment, Yi Sun's figure inexplicably vanished from her sight. He flashed behind her with incredible speed, channeling a surge of potent energy as he delivered a punch that shattered her chest cavity, sending her crashing to the ground, the impact resembling that of a meteor strike. Coughing blood, the woman looked up in shock. "What are you doing?" "Humph, your murderous intent was too evident. I am no mere bystander. And anyone who can withstand my punch and still speak is certainly not human. You're not a subway passenger." Suddenly, the woman's head spun a full 180 degrees, and the barrel of her gun aimed directly at Yi Sun's face, unleashing a beam of laser light. In that moment, Yi Sun, a formidable contender comparable to the Saiyan Nappa, exhibited the caliber of a true super warrior. His abnormal neural reflexes prompted an immediate evasive maneuver, causing the laser to graze past his ear. Upon witnessing this, the woman let out a chilling laugh. Realizing that a player of considerable prowess had entered the game, she was eager to witness the despair on his face. Growing weary of her incessant chatter, Yi Sun unleashed a powerful energy wave from his palm, which was poised against her chest, instantly reducing her form to ashes. This signified that the central theme of the killing game, murder, had officially commenced. Yi Sun sensed an influx of entities drawing near. Even if he attempted to enter the subway station now, it would be futile. With only 2 hours remaining until midnight, a grand escape would unfold throughout the city. For Yi Sun, this was a stroke of fortune, as he had gained substantial experience points from slaying the woman. Consequently, the dynamics between hunter and prey would likely need to shift. He refrained from being overly ostentatious. Despite his confidence, he could not naively assume he could command the elements within a city structured like a game instance. Who could ascertain the types of assassins dispatched by the game? Besides Yi Sun, others roamed the city, but soon chaos ensued. Some realized they had overlooked a critical detail. This city was not their own. After processing the bizarre realization, shock morphed into panic, which gradually gave way to calmness. prompting immediate contemplation of the situation at hand. The answers became apparent. Thus, some hastily took action, with the astute returning to the subway station to seek an escape route, while the less clever banded together. And many remained utterly bewildered, akin to headless flies. According to standard game protocols, if there were indeed 9 stations, the difficulty should logically escalate in succession. Nevertheless, Yi-sun was prepared to fight with all his might. He reached the subway station only to find it still closed. After lingering at the entrance for a while, he quickly darted away with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the hunt within the city had commenced. Although it was not a mere act of slaughter, the inhabitants encountered a series of bizarre incidents. Some were mowed down by out-of-control vehicles as they wandered aimlessly, while others met their demise from inexplicably falling ashtrays or were killed during robberies. In essence, a relentless stream of apparent accidents unfolded in every corner of the city, as those who had disembarked from the subway began to die in increasingly strange ways. The frequency of these events needed to ensure that all perished before midnight. As time progressed, the absurdity of their encounters intensified. One person was unexpectedly sucked into a toilet, reduced to a puddle of flesh, while another's vehicle exploded, leaving no trace. Some misstepped and fell into sewers, never to resurface. In short, the number of survivors from the subway was dwindling rapidly. Within a mere 5 minutes, hundreds vanished from existence, as though they had never been there at all. Chapter 18. The dash to the subway station, Yi-sun traversed the streets, his gaze fixed on the bustling surroundings. With only 20 minutes remaining until midnight, he surmised that those capable of reaching the subway station were likely becoming discernible. That moment, his nerves jolted. He suddenly sidestepped, only to witness a venomous snake gliding through the air like a ribbon, twisting perilously close to his forehead. Had he not reacted with lightning speed, its fangs would have surely sunk into his brow. To make matters worse, the snake, despite missing its target, rebounded off a nearby utility pole like a spring. While Yi-sun observed the snake's gaping maw, its menacing fangs glinting ominously. A bite would be fatal. However, Yi-sun calmly extended a finger, unleashing a blinding energy wave that surged into the serpent's mouth, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Remarkably, this snake yielded even more experience points than the previous assassin. Indeed, the closer one approached the critical time, the more lethal the adversaries became. Why Yi-sun shook his head in resignation. Had he faced such a snake 2 weeks prior, evasion would have been impossible. Of course, his golden bell shield was no mere decoration. As long as the snake's biting force did not exceed the shield's defensive threshold, he had nothing to fear. Noticing that time was of the essence, he turned and sprinted toward the subway station. The entities within the city appeared to fear him, escalating their aggression as time progressed, yet the number of assailants dwindled. While Yi-sun paid little mind to these threats. As long as he remained cautious, he was confident he could survive until the end. The Dragon Ball radar continued to show no sign of the Dragon Balls, indicating they were not present in this realm. Thus, he resolved to delve deeper into the game in search of them. As Yi-sun approached the subway station, he was astonished to find a considerable number of people waiting at the entrance, approximately 30 individuals. Considering the initial stage was not excessively challenging, the survival of only 30 individuals spoke volumes about humanity's inherent frailty, regardless of the world. Utilizing his flight technique, Yi-sun hovered cautiously above the scene, observing the survivors as they constructed a makeshift barricade using vehicles around the subway's perimeter. It appeared they were locked in a standoff, yet Yi-sun's attention was drawn to a young man who, sensing the dire situation, brandished 2 Desert Eagles and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the approaching monstrosities. This young man's marksmanship was nothing short of exceptional, each shot finding its mark, causing blood to splatter and igniting the creature's bloodthirsty instincts, leading them to turn upon one another. The previously menacing atmosphere dissipated in an instant. The other survivors were not oblivious. They recognized that danger would only escalate as midnight approached. Those arriving from further afield were also no fools. Upon hearing the gunfire, they understood that assistance had arrived. Drivers pressed the accelerator, barreling toward the monsters with a singular objective: the subway station. Clearly, there were several capable individuals among them. The recoil of a Desert Eagle could dislocate the shoulder of an untrained individual. Yet this young man wielded dual pistols with ease, showcasing a physique far surpassing that of the average person. His muscle density rivaled that of elite athletes. The three vehicles that sped toward the subway station likely demolished countless monsters in their wake, crashing through the outer vehicles without a hint of slowing down. The survivors at the subway entrance cursed under their breath, hastily clearing a path as the cars barreled through in a decidedly brutal manner. Witnessing the subway doors swing open amidst the chaos, Yi-sun had no choice but to follow suit and dash inside. Upon entry, a cacophony of crashing sounds echoed as three cars came to a halt, evidently wrecked. From within emerged 7 individuals, 4 men and 3 women, all relatively young. Among them was a burly man who clearly had a background in combat. Another exuded an aura of coldness. One displayed a hint of lewdness, while another appeared more upright. The remaining 3 women were particularly intriguing. One strikingly beautiful woman donned a form-fitting athletic outfit complete with a police-style gun belt slung across her shoulder, weapons holstered at her waist, exuding a distinctly law enforcement vibe. The other 2 were equally fascinating. One wielded a katana, while the last was clad solely in a wedding gown. As the 7 disembarked, they immediately caught Yi-sun's attention. All were evidently seasoned fighters, not to be underestimated. Noticing the young man with the Desert Eagles, the 7 instantly adopted a defensive posture. The woman resembling a police officer inquired, "How did you come to possess a Desert Eagle?" "No need to divulge that," he replied curtly. The burly man gestured for everyone to ease their tension, addressing the young man with courtesy. "Brother, you possess remarkable marksmanship. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiong, a semi-professional Sanda athlete." The brawny man named Xiong introduced himself, prompting everyone else to reveal their identities. The coldly charismatic individual was Li Mingli. The somewhat lecherous one was Luo Jiren. The rather upstanding figure was Kong Xian. The woman resembling a police officer was Zhou Wenqi. The woman wielding a knife was Li Jiehui, and the bride donned in a wedding dress was Yu Menghan. "I am Yi Fei, an ordinary university student." As soon as I finished speaking, the policewoman Zhou Wenqi retorted sharply, "Do ordinary university students wield a Desert Eagle? Do you truly believe I cannot identify the type of weapon you are holding?" The presence of the armed police university. Can you manage that? Yi-sun privately shook his head. These 7 individuals were not to be underestimated. They only seemed inclined to acknowledge the young man named Yi Fei while completely disregarding the others, indicating their awareness that Yi Fei, possessing a Desert Eagle, was the one worth courting. How pragmatically realistic. The slightly lecherous Luo Jiren scoffed derisively. What does being from the armed police university matter, now that we've entered this damn place? Who knows if we'll even survive? His crude words held a kernel of truth. In such an environment, even the son of a president would be of no use. Xiong sighed, expressing his frustration. What on earth is going on? This is all so baffling. Noticing that everyone was still entangled in their predicament, Yi Fei promptly addressed them all. "All right, let me clarify. This game is called the murder game. Simply put, it is akin to the probability event of vanishing in a thin air often mentioned online." "How do you know?" In response to the crowd's inquiries, Yi Fei remained tight-lipped. Luo Jiren hurriedly asked, "Can we go back? I already mentioned this is a game. If it's a game, there must be a way to escape." Upon hearing this, Xiong inquired then, "Yi Shao, brother, you must have entered with a mission. What if you fail? You die." Observing the anxious and restless expressions on the faces of those before him, Yi Fei had little interest in comforting them, merely striving to answer the questions they posed. Throughout the conversation, Yi-sun did not interject. He simply sensed that there were likely others like Yi Fei who had entered with their own missions. Chapter 19. City of Death. The reason these individuals were able to survive was primarily due to their swift realization that this city was not their own. A group of those who sensed something amiss quickly united. None of them were fools. After returning to the subway station to check the routes and times, they deduced that they needed to reach the Death Street subway station before midnight. After inquiring about the location, they received responses indicating that there was no such place, compelling them to memorize the route and hasten towards it. Initially calm, they suddenly became aware of the bizarre humanoid creatures lurking behind them, leading to the horrifying realization of the game's true nature. The only remaining course of action was to accelerate relentlessly. Why are there only a few dozen of us? Where are the others? What will happen if the departure time arrives and they haven't arrived? Ife observed the questioning gazes directed at him and replied with a cold smirk. It's simple. Death. No way. There are usually hundreds of people on a subway. All dead? Luo Jiren suggested. It might actually be true. Recently, over 300 people reportedly disappeared from a hotel, and it's been nearly half a month with no trace. It is highly likely they've all met with foul play. Xiongzhong sighed helplessly, shaking his head. The phenomenon of vanishing into thin air was becoming increasingly rampant, and encountering it himself was simply unfortunate. Listening to their conversation, Yisun quickly deduced that this murder game had likely infiltrated every world, albeit some had been discovered while others remained hidden. For instance, the Dragon Ball world might be less affected due to the unseen influence of divine beings. The group fell silent, knowing that inquiries would yield no answers. Why Yisun inwardly sighed. He finally understood why divine beings were stationed at subway stations to prevent ordinary people from entering the supernatural subway. Consider this. If the supernatural subway were to operate punctually every night, wouldn't that imply that hundreds of individuals are dispatched into the murder game each night, subsequently becoming part of the urban legends of disappearance? In one world, such occurrences might be manageable once or twice, but if it were to happen nightly, the truth would inevitably come to light, causing widespread panic. Moreover, to provide a practical example, no matter how many people there are, it cannot withstand the terrifying increase in the number of missing persons. Especially after overhearing their discussion, Yisun realized that the murder game encompassed a multitude of variants, each with different gameplay. Today it might be a haunted hospital, tomorrow a disappearing hotel, and then a supernatural subway. If this were to escalate into a full-blown outbreak, and the rate of disappearances outpaced birth rates, it would signal the onset of an apocalypse. Many who were unaware of the truth likely perceived the divine beings as idly standing by. But Yisun had already grasped the gravity of the situation when he was blocked from entering the subway by these divine beings. Throughout human history, numerous turning points may have been influenced by divine intervention. For instance, during a devastating epidemic sweeping the continent, at the most critical and seemingly irreversible moment, the sudden discovery of effective herbs and remedies could resolve the crisis and save humanity from annihilation. Upon reflection, it would be hard to believe that such events occurred without the involvement of divine beings. Ding dong. Welcome passengers aboard this train, which is headed to the next station, City of Death. Please prepare yourselves. We expect to arrive in approximately 10 minutes. A mere 10 minutes felt interminable, as if an entire world had passed. Little did anyone know what awaited them in 10 minutes. The human realm likely remained oblivious to the true significance of the murder game's existence. Who controls it? What does it signify for human civilization? Coming from the Dragon Ball world, Yisun did not find the situation particularly brutal. Just imagine if a Super Saiyan were thrust into the murder game. The game itself would hardly pose a challenge, and it was likely that even the dark overlord behind the game would be apprehended and beaten senseless by a Super Saiyan point 10 minutes later. The subway arrived at its destination. The doors opened. Dozens of people hurriedly disembarked, not daring to linger. The station appeared unchanged. Drawing from their prior experience, the group immediately checked the route map, only to find that it was devoid of any routes. What does this mean? Are we meant to stay in this city? Someone immediately inquired, leaving the crowd bewildered. With no routes available, were they to wander aimlessly? Look, the displayed time shows it's 6 a.m. If we must wait until midnight to leave, we should have 18 hours left. The group nodded, indicating that time was still ample. Yet Yisun suddenly declared, let us first investigate how many subway stations are in this city. After all, we must enter a subway station before midnight, so that should not pose a problem. Upon hearing Yisun's words, the group felt a surge of hope. However, before they could celebrate, the broodingly Mingli interjected. Don't get too ahead of yourselves. Think about what this stage is called. City of Death. As the name suggests, staying within the city is fraught with peril. Damn it, I have a bad feeling. I fear we may struggle to remain unscathed within these 18 hours. After rushing out of the subway station, the group found themselves in an utterly ordinary city, yet the pressure weighed heavily upon them, making everything seem sinister. After some inquiries, they discovered that the city was divided into two parts, North City and South City. They were currently in South City, while the subway station was solely located in North City. Ironically, South City was significantly larger than North City, a construction feat that seemed divine. How could South City be so much larger than North City, yet lack a single subway station? I am impressed. Let us head to North City. Once we arrive, we should be able to locate the subway station. Yi-sun inwardly lamented that it could not possibly be this straightforward. He feared that the tricks of the City of Death would be far more intricate than the previous challenge. The group hastily decided to head to North City, but a wide river separated South City from North City, necessitating passage over a vast bridge. Just walking across the bridge would take over half an hour, indicating the river's considerable width. While the group wished to act together, Yi-sun chose to depart alone, intent on discerning the murderous nature of this City of Death. Hey, aren't you coming with us? In response to Yi-fei's question, Yi-sun merely replied coolly, traveling with you will only hinder my progress. With that, he paid no heed to the expressions of the others and set off on his own. Luo, Jiren scoffed. Those who seek to show off tend to meet a swift end. Little did he know, Yi-sun, now far away, retorted loudly, only fools meet a swift end. Amidst the fervent crowd, their fervor palpable. The impressive auditory acuity of the masses was evident as they could hear from such a distance. Subsequently, they stumbled upon an idle bus, seemingly still outside its operational hours. Yi-fei employed a modicum of cunning to start the vehicle, and the group embarked upon the bridge, their journey appearing remarkably smooth. However, Yi-sun, utilizing his aerial technique, floated above, scrutinizing the scene with trepidation. He sensed that calamity was imminent, yet he was more intrigued by the actions of those capable individuals. Chapter 20. Has the Grim Reaper arrived? Yi-fei gazed through the window, observing the multitude of vehicles receding behind them. Despite it being morning, the atmosphere was decidedly overcast, even within the confines of the bus. One could perceive the dampness in the air, mingled with an unsettling chill and an eerie silence. What do you think Death City truly signifies? Xiongzhong asked, lighting a cigarette, a flicker of inexplicable anxiety dancing in his eyes. After inhaling deeply, he regained his composure and directed his query towards Yi-fei. Yi-fei, momentarily taken aback, shook his head and replied, I'm afraid I truly do not know. The bus fortuitously accommodated everyone. Yet the strange ambience enveloped them in silence, where even the faintest whisper resonated throughout the vehicle. Yi-fei raised his firearm, indicating a temporary ceasefire, and declared, Let's take it one step at a time. I am prepared for the possibility of sacrifice. Not only might you face the specter of death, but it is entirely plausible that we all could meet an untimely end. Xiongzhong's tone was grave, hinting at the existence of deadly games within his world, a truth that the government merely obscured. Within the bus, a shiver coursed through everyone, the stillness oppressive as they braced for the impending disaster. Just then, a tall, graceful girl spoke up, her voice ringing clear. I believe we should halt immediately. I have a foreboding feeling. The crowd turned to her, their expressions questioning. The girl smiled with natural poise and introduced herself. I am telling you that I possess a strong sense of telepathy, and I believe the individual who just departed made the right choice. We should turn back. This place is not safe. Until this moment. The group of beleaguered participants had not truly acquainted themselves, perhaps due to time constraints or the belief that it was unnecessary. Zhou Wenqi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Tang Yu, and inquired, Miss Tang, surely you must provide some rationale for your assertion. Tang Yu nodded. I understand that we may hail from divergent realms, and our worlds are unlikely to be identical. However, in my world, I am an expert in disaster prediction, and I sense an overwhelming aura of death here. Where death lurks, casualties are inevitable. Skepticism lingered, yet time was of the essence. The bus was steeped in a deathly atmosphere, and remaining aboard could spell doom. Tang Yu appeared particularly anxious, her voice rising, Look outside. At that moment, everyone held their breath, their expressions a kaleidoscope of fear as they gazed out. They beheld a pallid sky, the dark river below, and the looming sight of the suspension bridge's steel framework. The cables arranged like the strings of a harp, with a couple of workers laboring on the bridge deck that a gust of wind caused the yellow bucket to tilt, plummeting through a gaping hole in the bridge's surface. This chilling breeze infiltrated the bus, slithering through like a frigid serpent across each person's chest. Yet the windows of the bus were firmly sealed. Suddenly, the The bus ground to a halt, as the vehicle ahead also ceased its motion. In that instant, a collective sense of impending doom surged within the group. Their faces drained of color as someone shouted, "Damn it, get out! Hurry!" A panicked voice erupted, arms pushing past others to clear the way. The bus doors swung open, and without a second thought, some bolted out, sprinting as if in a 100-meter dash. Chaos erupted within the vehicle. The narrow exit quickly became congested. Observing the pandemonium, Tang Yu urged, "Please do not shove. One at a time." Yet in their desperation, no one heeded her. Someone inadvertently shoved her, and the poor girl stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Quickly, escape through the windows. With urgency, Xiong smashed his fist against the glass, shattering it into countless shards, creating a sizable opening. People wasted no time, leaping through the breach. Fei followed suit, shattering another pane and vaulting from the bus. With 2 exits available, they finally managed to disembark within half a minute, racing desperately toward the bridge's end. In midair, Yisun was monitoring the reaction of the Dragon Pearl radar, his disappointment palpable. There were no Dragon Pearls in sight. He pondered who might have brought the pearls into this game and how the scenarios would unfold. After clearing the first level, he had accrued considerable experience, yet he was still far from level 20. Just as he contemplated further, the sound of the bridge fracturing filled his ears, accompanied by the shrill wails of the cables whipping through the air, and the terrified cries of those on the bridge. What was happening? As he turned his gaze toward the bridge, he noticed it violently swaying. It was evidently on the verge of collapse. Panic surged through him as he realized that the group had been aboard a bus driving toward this very bridge. In an instant, he spotted the bus and heard a voice in his mind. "Initiate B-level side mission. Rescue the survivors. The more you save, the greater your experience." Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Yisun transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the bus. But he had not memorized the faces of the survivors, and the bridge was teeming with people. How could he possibly save them? Thus, he resolved to prevent the bridge from entirely collapsing, allowing the players to escape while leaving the rest to fate. If in response to Yisun's plan, a snapped cable lashed through the air, twisting and turning like a dragon, emitting a piercing howl as it cut through the atmosphere. One end of a cable, connected to a concrete block, was violently flung towards him. Yisun's eyes glinted with suspicion. Was this concrete block deliberately aimed at him? Without hesitation, he charged forward, his body colliding with the projectile, shattering it as he aimed for the space beneath the bridge. However, the chaos was far from over. The severed cables began to thrash wildly in the air like untamed stallions, curiously directing their assault toward Yisun. He felt an odd familiarity with the scene, recalling a similar encounter. With the agility of a swift seabird, he deftly dodged and plunged beneath the bridge, exerting his strength to prop it up. With a combat power nearing 5,000, Yisun's might was extraordinary. Under his powerful support, the bridge that was destined to collapse remained steadfast. Yet, staving off disaster did not signify the end of peril. One player fleeing was suddenly impaled by a steel rod ejected from a vehicle that had just collided, his death so gruesome it sent a shiver down the spine of the driver behind him, triggering a chain reaction of crashes, claiming more lives. Yisun realized that remaining in this position rendered him a target. Before he could contemplate further, darkness loomed above him. He quickly looked up to see a sharp steel plate slicing through the fractured bridge, descending at a 30-degree angle with a deafening rush. Not only the steel plate, but also the steel rods that had just pierced the player followed suit, all hurtling toward Yisun, a fate that would have turned any ordinary person into a mere sieve. Looking higher, he saw debris from the bridge, falling vehicles, and screaming individuals, all converging toward him. Intriguing, indeed. If one were to claim this was mere coincidence, he would not believe it for a second. Was this not the classic scenario of the Grim Reaper's arrival? If it sought to claim his life, let it come. He would not cower. If he evaded this, he would be the fool. Chapter 21. The rescue of the vulnerable after a harrowing escape from the vehicle. Tang Yu began to frantically flee towards safety, feeling an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if she might perish at any moment. In this critical instant, the cars on the bridge behind her inexplicably erupted into flames, resulting in a series of catastrophic explosions, including 3 massive fuel tankers that detonated in close proximity. The violent blast further compromised the already unstable bridge, and while Yisun possessed the strength to prevent its collapse, he was merely a point of force against the vast structure that the single nail, no matter how resilient, could only support its own weight, unable to uphold an entire wooden plank. Excessive pressure could lead to a rapid failure of the bridge's integrity. Moreover, due to its design and the uneven distribution of forces exacerbated by the explosions, even Yisun's formidable abilities could not avert disaster. He dared not release any excess energy, fearing that it might exacerbate the already precarious situation and cause the bridge to shatter completely. As the bridge teetered on the brink of collapse, the other sections began to fracture and fall away. That moment, the bridge became unbalanced, causing vehicles and those who had not yet managed to escape to slide perilously towards the yawning chasm. Ordinarily, falling into the water below would not result in death, provided one entered with the right posture. However, the location of the rupture aligned precisely with a bridge pier that jutted out above the water surface. Those who slipped from the edge would inevitably plummet onto the pier itself. As anticipated, the vehicles that had fallen landed squarely on the pier, resulting in a gruesome fate for the occupants, who would be crushed mercilessly. Even if one survived the initial impact, the subsequent descent of cars, motorcycles, and debris would seal their doom. Yisun gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Just then, Tang Yu found herself sliding dangerously close to the edge. Her face pale and her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. In a desperate attempt to grasp at something to halt her descent, she was struck by a vehicle whose handbrake had failed, rendering her unconscious without immediately taking her life. As Tang Yu neared the brink, Yisun's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. He relinquished his support and plummeted downwards for over 20 meters before swiftly propelling himself horizontally towards the tilted surface of the bridge. Using his strength to arrest Tang Yu's fall, he then immediately withdrew his force, flying back to the balance point of the collapsing section. Managing to lift it back up, those safely positioned on the bridge beheld a scene that defied the laws of physics. The inclined surface had inexplicably returned to level, even rising slightly. My God, what has transpired? They could hardly believe their eyes. Tang Yu, regaining consciousness amidst the confusion, realized she had not fallen, though bewildered by the events. She noticed that the fractured bridge had indeed risen to match the original level, and having reached the rupture, she wisely refrained from running further south. In just a few strides, she made her way to the section heading towards the northern city. Aware that the cables on this side were fraying and would soon succumb as well. Yisun began to sense the energies on the bridge, but before he could fully assess the situation, the portion he was supporting began to tear apart rapidly, splitting into 2 segments. It was clear that this was beyond salvage. Observing the state of affairs, Yisun ascended towards the sky, his eyes scanning for any remaining individuals on the fractured sections. Fortunately, the people had not fled slowly. He noted the survival count on his data panel. 2,634. He realized that 7 souls had perished in this bridge incident. To gain additional experience points, he would need to rescue as many of the vulnerable as possible within the next several hours. Tang Yu, having narrowly escaped to the northern city, felt a surge of relief but remained cautious, sensing the lingering specter of death in the air. She needed to reach the subway station post-haste. Meanwhile, Fei and the others remained in the southern city, glancing at one another in uncertainty. The bridge was their sole route to the northern city, and with its collapse, they faced the prospect of relying on rudimentary ferries, if they even dared to venture across. Xiongzhong gazed at the broken bridge and sighed. I think I understand the meaning behind Death City. Perhaps it truly has its sights set on us, devising ways to eliminate us, that we must reach the other side within the next several hours, or we will surely meet the same fate as those on the bridge. The surviving individuals comprehended this grim reality, their faces betraying their fear of what lay ahead. The incident had stirred a city-wide uproar. Yet despite the police investigations, they could not attribute the events to death itself. The bizarre occurrences during the bridge's collapse garnered little attention. Upon arriving in the northern district, Tang Yu immediately set about searching for the location of the subway station, only to find herself bewildered. There were no subway stations in the southern district, Yet the northern district boasted over 6 lines. She would have to search diligently while Isun hovered in midair, contemplating the plot of the film Final Destination, wondering if he could draw upon its themes for insight in that film. Death follows a predetermined order. Under death's design, whether one perishes or escapes, it merely signifies that the next victim is already marked. He decided to locate the group of survivors to avoid additional complications. As he sensed their presence, he flew towards them, relieved to find they had banded together for safety. Just as the 20 or so individuals were at a loss, Isun descended from behind a park and called out, "Now do you understand why I chose not to cross that bridge?" The crowd paused, turning to look at Isun, recalling him as the one who had left early. Kong Xiang exclaimed in frustration, "You knew the truth about Death's City all along. Why didn't you warn us?" "Exactly. If you had given us a heads up, we would have been better prepared." Yi Sun scoffed. "Be quiet. I have no obligation to inform you. Are you now interested in hearing my theories?" Some in the crowd grumbled in protest, but Yi Fei and Xiongzhong quickly intervened, asking politely, "What do we call you?" "I am Ah Sun." "Very well, Brother Ah Sun. Please share your insights." Why Yi Sun recognized the lingering anger among them, but understood that for him, this was merely a matter of gaining experience points. If not for this side quest, he would have had little interest in rescuing anyone. Death City was indeed a fascinating place, a realm where the specter of death toyed with its inhabitants. Anyone who entered would find themselves in its crosshairs, subjected to various torturous fates disguised as accidents. But if one were to reconstruct the process of dying, it would reveal a meticulously crafted program tailored for each victim. Zhou Wenqi frowned skeptically. "How do you know this?" "The bridge is the best evidence. But we haven't died yet. Ha. If it weren't for me, you'd all be dead by now." The crowd fell silent, grappling with the implications of his words. Why Isun gestured towards the broken bridge. "I held it together for a few minutes. Without my support, the initial collapse would have triggered a chain reaction that would have claimed your lives in an instant." Chapter 22. I dragged a plane. What a joke. You claim you held the bridge up? Who the hell believes that? Kong Xiang scoffed, dismissing him. Roger merely shrugged. "Dude, even if we're comrades, you bailed out at the last moment. Can you please stop pretending? It's exhausting." Xiongzhong and Yi Fei remained silent, both being martial artists hailing from worlds rich with formidable warriors. Thus, they kept their opinions to themselves, though subconsciously, they found it hard to believe Yi Sun's assertions. Yi Sun spread his palm, revealing a luminous orb nestled within his hand. The crowd was taken aback, and Yi Fei exclaimed, "You're releasing true energy. Are you a radiant realm warrior?" Xiongzhong gasped, "My apologies. Brother, I had no idea you were an S-rank warrior. If I have offended you, I humbly seek your forgiveness." The others were somewhat perplexed, for while their world was not devoid of martial artists, they had never encountered the concept of true energy release, leaving them utterly fascinated. It was no wonder. The inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe were equally astonished by the techniques of flight and energy blasts. Completely oblivious to their nature, a flicker of confusion crossed Yi Sun's eyes as he pondered if the Radiant Realm and S-rank warriors were merely different terminologies for 9th-tier martial artists. With someone recognizing his prowess, the situation became considerably simpler. Listen closely. It is evident that the Grim Reaper intends to trap us here. To advance. We must cross the river. My suggestion is to transport each of you one by one, provided you do not act recklessly. Yi Fei inquired, "May I ask how you plan to ferry us across?" "By flying, of course." Luo Jie scratched his head in confusion. "Are you suggesting you can commandeer an aircraft?" "Believe me, even if I were to commandeer an aircraft carrier, it would likely capsize instantly. The Grim Reaper's methods are beyond your imagination." "Then how do we fly?" "A hot air balloon." Sigh. "Who shall go first?" The group found his words peculiar, failing to grasp his intentions. Why Yi Sun glanced at the young lady standing at the edge and called out, "Miss, I shall take you across first, but remember, do not wander off lest the Grim Reaper claim you." Without waiting for her response, Yi Sun approached, wrapping an arm around her waist while cradling her head with his other hand. The girl was momentarily stunned, and as she attempted to scream, a powerful gust of wind whipped her face, rendering her vision obscured and her ears deafened by the howling wind. Moments later, the wind ceased, and she opened her eyes to find herself on the opposite bank, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Remember, do not stray. The Grim Reaper could strike at any moment. Yi-sun advised as he soared into the sky, tracing an elegant arc before gradually diminishing into a distant speck on the far shore. A superhero, she gasped, her worldview utterly transformed in an instant. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank, everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Yi-sun's descent akin to a missile, yet the ground showed no signs of damage. Yi-fei was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Indeed, a radiant realm warrior. I never expected to witness such a true powerhouse. What a stroke of luck!" Xiong quickly bowed, feeling fortunate to have witnessed an S-rank warrior in action, leaving him with no regrets in life. Why Yi-sun reveled in their adulation. After all, who would mind receiving compliments? Enough of this chatter. Gunman, it's your turn. Yi-fei pointed to himself, confusion evident on his face. Yi-sun nodded and seized him, launching skyward. Moments later, he returned, urging, "Hurry, I fear the Grim Reaper may stir up trouble. Look at the sky." The group looked up to see dark clouds gathering ominously, the cumulonimbus resembling surging waves approaching their location. Without further ado, Yi-sun began to carry individuals across the river, one by one, at an extraordinary speed. Before long, he had transported most of them, just as he prepared to take Xiong across. A thunderous crack echoed from above. Why Yi-sun's mind flashed with images of the Grim Reaper's arrival, and he knew that if he took to the skies again, lightning would surely strike him. At that moment, Xiong pointed skyward, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" Yi-sun quickly followed his gaze, his expression shifting dramatically. He saw an aircraft plummeting toward them, seemingly struck by lightning, and the situation became rather precarious. "Brother Yi, I truly believe in the Grim Reaper now." As Yi-sun was about to tell him to find shelter, a voice echoed in his mind. Sea-level mission triggered. Save the impending aircraft. Xiong, find somewhere safe to hide. Remember, the Grim Reaper is everywhere. Remain vigilant, for even a sip of water could prove fatal. I shall go and rescue the aircraft. Xiong was taken aback, perplexed. Rescue what aircraft? I'll be back shortly. With that, Yi-sun propelled himself skyward, racing toward the descending plane. Upon nearing it, he realized it was not a commercial airliner, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been one of those large passenger jets, the situation would have been far more complicated. He circled around, aligning himself with the aircraft trajectory before positioning himself beneath it. With a powerful thrust, he grasped the fuselage, arresting its rapid descent before gently lowering it onto a nearby plaza. Xiong observed the entire scene, rendered speechless. Before anyone could process the astonishment, Yi-sun had already vanished like a phantom. The crew members were bewildered, and the passengers were left with a myriad of questions. The advantage of speed allowed him to perform good deeds anonymously. Sea-level mission completed. Rewarded with 500 experience points and a pilot's manual. Why Yi-sun smirked, amused by the unexpected rewards. "Brother Yi, shall we take shelter from the rain?" Xiong inquired curiously. "I doubt I'll be struck by lightning, but I can't be certain you will withstand it." Xiong, feeling the weight of uncertainty, decided it was best to find cover. Chapter 23. The Grim Reaper disdains deception. Yi-sun's concerns materialized when the storm that had just passed indeed claimed the life of a game participant. By the time Yi-sun and Xiong reached the opposite bank, the individual had been reduced to charred remains. Faced with such a grim reality, Yi-sun felt nothing but resignation. Even if he had seen it, there was little he could do against the swiftness of lightning. The onlookers noted the change in Yi-sun's demeanor. With such a formidable presence, survival hinged greatly on whether he chose to intervene. "Do you wish for me to aid your survival? Do not be foolish. The Grim Reaper seeks your lives, and he will stop at nothing to why protection alone is insufficient. Some will inevitably perish. Why Yi-sun's callous words deflated the spirits of those present. Yet Yi-fei believed that a radiant realm warrior could not be so easily ensnared by the game. Suspecting there was more to the story, he inquired, "May I ask how you entered the game?" "Brother Yi?" Yi-sun glanced at the sky contemplatively. "I came in search of something, but alas, I have yet to find it. To be honest, I have no desire to save you. Your survival offers me no benefit." Silence fell upon the group, their faces pale. They were ordinary individuals who had been thrust into this game against their will, unaware of how they had arrived. Take, for instance, the woman clad in a wedding dress, who had been trying on gowns when she suddenly found herself in this game, or the fellow who resembled a police officer who had unwittingly entered the game while on duty. However, it is not impossible to save you. I shall do my utmost. I am uncertain of the Grim Reaper's tricks, but as long as he cannot eliminate me, we should be fine at why Isun harbored this belief, confident that unforeseen accidents posed no danger to him. Now, his only objective was to reach the subway station. Xiongzhong inhaled sharply, respectfully asking, "May I inquire, Brother Yi, how can we ensure our survival?" Isun pondered for a moment before sharing his knowledge of the plot of Death Comes. Naturally, he could not directly state that it was from a film. Instead, he merely offered it as an analogy, drawing parallels with the characters from the movie. At this juncture, Roger seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Ah, now I understand. No wonder that girl with the surname Tang remarked on the aura of death surrounding you. In truth, had she not pointed it out, we might not have realized it ourselves." "Indeed, where has that girl gone?" Yi-sun inquired curiously about the specifics. They all chimed in, recounting some of the things Tang Yu had said at the time, that why Yi-sun was secretly astonished. It appeared there were individuals with such extraordinary sixth senses. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret if that girl had perished, even though her existence was not of paramount importance to him. Originally, Yi-sun, with his 5,000 combat power and the formidable defense provided by his golden bell shield, could easily withstand any peril. For instance, at that moment, a plummeting car had precariously landed atop a steel rebar, resembling a hammer forcefully driving a nail into wood, seemingly poised to impale Yi-sun. However, when the rebar collided with Yi-sun, it coiled up like a burning incense, causing him no harm whatsoever. The group transported several injured survivors to the hospital, and after a grueling effort to save them, those individuals narrowly retained their lives. Yet, a new dilemma arose. This was due to the benevolence stemming from the earlier bridge collapse incident. The hospital provided free medical aid, allowing anyone injured to receive treatment without registration. Let us not forget, in the eyes of this world, they were merely outsiders, having delivered the injured for treatment. The group took the opportunity to rest in the hospital. Over 20 individuals crowded into a single ward, beginning to discuss the implications of Death Comes. After hearing Yi-sun's earlier remarks, they were all filled with trepidation regarding the origins of this Reaper, particularly the bizarre methods of death he had mentioned. Initially, they would have dismissed such notions, but with Yi-sun being a formidable warrior, there was no reason for him to deceive them. Moreover, had it not been for Yi-sun's support in holding up the bridge, they likely would not have escaped in time before meeting their demise.